Chapter 1. This situation is rather dire. Isn't this forced play bound to lead to trouble? Game over. As the cacophony of voices swirled around him, Fang found himself in a state of bewilderment, surveying his surroundings. In a modest room, 4 or 5 individuals sat beside him, all gazing intently at the wall before them. Following their line of sight, Fang observed, "I'm not dead? What is this?" At that moment, a sharp pain surged through his brain, a flurry of memories flashing before his eyes, prompting him to press his forehead and take a deep breath. After nearly 10 seconds, Fang regained his composure, the clarity returning to his eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses. Drawing from the recollections in his mind, he swiftly pieced together the current predicament. He had traversed into a parallel world, one that bore only slight differences from his original reality. However, Fang's path in this realm diverged completely from that of his previous life. In this world, he possessed a remarkable talent for electronic sports. Within less than 6 months of joining a training camp, he had caught the eye of the IG club, who signed him as their AD choice. Yet, due to his recent poor performance, he found himself relegated to the substitute bench, with Puff taking on a role of starting AD. S10 World Championship qualifiers, IG versus LNG, Fang murmured, gazing at the screen. The situation displayed was unmistakably clear. LNG held a commanding economic lead, boasting a 6,000 gold advantage just 25 minutes into the match. Coupled with the recent failure in a dragon skirmish, it was all but certain that IG would lose this game. After all, LNG boasted the future world champion top laner, Saint Gunner, alongside the Yetapledge jungler Tarzan, AD Light, and support Iwandi. It was reasonable that IG, in their current state, could not compete. However, for IG, losing this match would mean falling behind 0:2 in the series. Given that the bubble tournament format was BO5, this meant that a team needed to win 3 out of 5 matches to advance. The victors would secure the 4th seed from LPL for the World Championship. It was fair to say that IG was teetering on the edge of a precipice. Losing this BO5 would effectively signal the end of IG season, leading them directly to an early vacation. Fang shook his head as he observed the unfolding situation. There was no opportunity. Though the match had yet to conclude, the perspective of an onlooker allowed Fang to see clearly that it was merely a slow demise. To put it bluntly, the disparity in performance was quite significant. What a pity my recent form has been rather peculiar as well. Otherwise, I would truly strive to get in there for a match. Fang sighed softly. It was truly a waste to have crossed over to become a professional player, yet find himself with no chance to compete. The host's poor condition stemmed from physical issues, and the system could assist in resolving this predicament. Suddenly, a hollow, emotionless voice materialized, penetrating his mind. The system. Upon hearing this, Fang quickly grasped the situation. He was no fool, and a smile crept onto his lips. Finally, it's here. However, he sensed something amiss in what he had just heard and promptly asked inwardly, "What do you mean my body has issues?" In the next instant, the system's hollow voice provided an answer. After conducting an examination, the system revealed that the host's body had undergone a form of aberration, commonly referred to as cancer. The host was currently in the mid-stage of this cancerous transformation, with signs of physical weakness already manifesting. The affected organs were causing the host's body to grow increasingly frail, which explained the recent decline in his condition. According to calculations, within a maximum of 3 months, the host's body would be unable to withstand the spread of cancer cells, resulting in complete shutdown. These words struck Fang's heart like a thunderbolt. Cancer. 3 months. Cancer is a condition that, in its truest sense, is terminal, with no viable cure, leaving one to count down the days. He was acutely aware of his own body lately. He had been feeling fatigued and drowsy, often distracted while gaming, with his reaction speed plummeting. These sensations were palpable in his memories. How could he be faced with death so soon after crossing over, while dreaming of showcasing his talents in this parallel world? It was utterly disheartening. Moreover, cancer was particularly tormenting, unlike the sudden heart failure he experienced before his rebirth, which was over in a flash. Cancer entails enduring prolonged, relentless pain throughout the body over several months, with no means of alleviation. Su Fang momentarily succumbed to a deep melancholy, but soon regained his composure, inhaling deeply. Phew, I almost let my emotions cloud my rational thought. You mentioned that you could help me resolve my physical issues? The system replied, yes. Su Fang's eyes sparkled as he silently urged, elaborate. The system succinctly stated, a task will be assigned upon completion. The host will receive treatment. Before Su Fang could further inquire, the system continued. The first task is now issued. Achieve 400 counter jungles in today's match, only count for victories. Task reward. Restoration and enhancement of the host's physical abilities. What? Su Fang lost control momentarily, standing up and exclaiming. It wasn't that he was overly shocked, but rather that the condition was exceedingly demanding. Setting aside his current state, which might hinder his performance in the match, even under normal circumstances, how could he, as an ADC, manage to achieve 400 counter jungles? 400 in total. This announcement startled Coach Chris and the others nearby, who turned to look at him in unison. Su Fang glanced at them. How much? How do we fall behind by 800 gold already? Chris sighed in exasperation. Did it really require Su Fang to state the obvious? He then turned back to the match screen, shaking his head. This game seems destined to go awry, Sai. Let's see if there's a chance for a miraculous team fight. Meanwhile, Su Fang resumed his seat to converse with the system. Wait, did you consider my position before issuing the task? I'm an ADC professional player, and you want me to counter jungle? For 100 of them. He seriously doubted whether the system had mistaken him for a jungler. However, the system paid his concerns no mind and continued. The novice reward has been successfully dispensed. At that moment, Su Fang felt a tingling sensation coursing from the crown of his head downward, akin to a brief electric shock, followed by an indescribable clarity. He felt invigorated. Su Fang sensed that his body had shed all burdens, leaving him remarkably at ease, with his control over his physique becoming more intuitive. He stretched out his hand, opened it, and clenched his fist, veins bulging. He even felt that his body had grown significantly stronger. The only discomfort he experienced was his vision. Why did it feel somewhat blurred? As he pondered, Su Fang had a revelation, lifting his hand to remove his glasses from the bridge of his nose. Instantly, the scene before him shifted from 480p to 1080p. My myopia has been cured. At the same time, a vision appeared before Su Fang, visible solely to him. Insight ability, 8015. Reaction speed, 8215. Calculation ability, 8415. Hero proficiency, 8115. Hand speed enhancement, 8315. Positioning skills, 8315. Duration, 3 days. Remaining lifespan, 20 days. The host's body has been forcibly elevated to its optimal state, with side effects resulting in a deduction of 70 days from lifespan. No need to thank me, is my duty as the system. I hope the host successfully completes the task. With that, the system fell silent. I just measured. I only have 20 days left to live. Su Fang cursed, but, in truth, this situation was advantageous for him. For him, the difference between 20 days and 90 days was minimal. Given the current tournament format, if IG lost today's match, it would signify the end of their season, and even if he had another 90 days, he wouldn't last until the next spring tournament. He now possessed the qualifications to attempt completing the task. That's it. Alas. At that moment, Coach Chris sighed, shaking his head at the match screen, while Su Fang instinctively glanced over to see LNG advancing toward the front turret. Lights Kasha, the sovereign of the lights, has commenced an assault on the outer turret, while Tarzan's prince, the illustrious Orn of St. Gunbrother, and the support champion Iwandis Brown stand sentinel, safeguarding Light's advance. Meanwhile, IG finds itself reduced to merely Rookie and Ning Wang. At last, Rookie and Ning Wang can no longer remain as mere observers. They decisively choose to engage in a desperate struggle. Yet, the disparity in numbers and economic resources proves insurmountable. In mere moments, both are swiftly eliminated under concentrated fire, and with the announcement of an ACE, it is officially declared that IG's quintet has been vanquished. With the defensive outer turret and the main nexus fallen effortlessly to the onslaught of LNG, the score now stands at 0-2. No miracles are in sight. Chris cannot help but let out a heavy sigh once more. Alas, we must alter our strategy for the next match. Should we place our bets on Puff or the Shy, opting for the top lane or the bottom lane? At this moment, he is engulfed in indecision. The top lane's the Shy presents a volatile element when performing well. He is undeniably the core of the team, but conversely, when in poor form, his reckless play can lead to numerous deaths. On the other hand, the bottom lane's Puff is quite stable, yet he seems lacking in the capacity to shoulder the burden. Let me take the stage in the next match. Just as Chris is lost in contemplation, a sudden voice interrupts his thoughts. He instinctively turns to identify the source of the voice. Su Fang? Hiss. He assesses Su Fang, then delves into contemplation. Given the current circumstances, it appears the team's journey may reach its conclusion here. Judging by this performance, it is unlikely that management will consider renewing contracts for next year. Thus, why not allow him a chance in the final match? A commendable performance could elevate his market value, and, at this point, the team cannot possibly fare worse. The strategy crystallizes. The next match will focus on the upper half of the map, allowing him to experiment in the bottom lane, perhaps selecting a less impactful AD to fill the role. Who knows, they might actually secure a victory. With a shift in perspective, his plan solidifies. At this moment, voices of contention emerge from the hallway. I told you that area is off limits for engagement. If we are to fight, it must be me seeking opportunities. Why are you so eager to rush in without waiting for me? It is unmistakably the voice of Ning Wang. Ning Wang and Rookie enter first, followed by Baolon, the Shy, and Puff, all taking their seats in succession. Enough, Chris interjects, halting their debate. Having lost the previous match, there's no point dwelling on it. Let us focus on how to approach the next game. In the upcoming match, we shall select the red side and allocate a counterpick for the top lane. He then glances at Ning Wang. Ning Wang, you will safeguard the top lane in this match. You need not concern yourself with the other lanes. We will concentrate our efforts in the upper half of the map. Do you understand? Ning Wang shrugs and nods in agreement, indicating no objections. Given the current situation, they can only gamble on a desperate push, relying on the Shy's performance. If he excels, victory is possible, and if he falters, they cannot sink any lower. Please secure LeBlanc for me in the next match. I can also provide support, Rookie adds at this juncture. Chris acknowledges with a nod, then surveys the group, his voice resonating. Everyone, pay attention, there is one more matter to address. In the next match, I have decided to appoint Su Fang as the starting AD. This declaration sends ripples of surprise through the room. Instantly, all eyes turn toward him. This decision takes them aback. Substituting players at the last minute is often not a prudent choice. However, given the team's current plight, even a change cannot worsen the situation, so they do not dwell on it overly much. Except for Puff. He raises an eyebrow at Chris, then quickly casts a glance at Su Fang. His expression is far from pleasant, but it is fleeting as he quickly regains composure. He does not believe that substituting Su Fang will yield any significant change based on prior performances. Su Fang has proven to be decidedly inferior to him. If they lose this match, the pressure will shift to the coach and Su Fang, which could indeed serve him well, for it would illustrate to the audience just how much the team relies on him. With this thought in mind, he harbors no objections. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, once the final match concludes, they can look forward to a break. Meanwhile, Su Fang's spirits rise as a smile graces his lips. He has finally been granted the opportunity to play. 400 instances of counter-jungle activity. At the commentary booth, today's commentators are Guan Zeyuan and retired player Xiao San. Guan Zeyuan states, given the current circumstances, LNG's overall performance today is evidently superior to that of IG. If IG fails to implement any adjustments in the next match, their journey this year will come to an end. Xiao San, what adjustments do you think IG should consider for the next match? As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Xiao San, passing the topic to him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao San expressed his personal opinion. Given that IG has been adhering to a formulaic approach without yielding significant results, it might be more prudent to abandon this rigidity and revert to the traditional style of IG, opting for a more aggressive composition or selecting champions that the players are particularly adept with. After all, IG is not fundamentally a team that thrives on operational strategies. and the issues were quite apparent from the first two games. LNG has completely outperformed IG in terms of team coordination and mid-game tempo. Since Tarzan's transfer from Griffin to LNG, he has showcased his exceptional prowess, meticulously controlling the jungle rhythm. The Shy's inherently aggressive playstyle aligns with Tarzan's inclination to dominate the top side. At this point, Guan Zeyuan interjected, "Indeed, Tarzan truly understands how to confront IG. He relentlessly focuses on the top lane, pinning down that area while ensuring the bottom lane remains unthreatened by light. Alternatively, IG could shift their emphasis to the top side, which might provide them with a fighting chance against LNG." Xiaoxin nodded in agreement, just as he was about to continue the discussion. A sudden message echoed through his earpiece, prompting him to glance at Guan Zeyuan, who reciprocated with a look of disbelief. Their eyes met, both reflecting mutual astonishment. Clearing his throat, Guan Zeyuan was the first to regain composure. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received some unexpected news from the production team. For the next match, IG will be making a personnel change, with substitute player Fang starting in the AD position." This announcement immediately stirred a commotion among the audience, with a flurry of question marks flooding the official livestream's comments. The sudden substitution seemed to suggest a lack of ambition. Particularly, many voiced skepticism regarding Fang's capabilities compared to Puff, questioning the decision to experiment with players while trailing 0-2, and some expressed their discontent, declaring they would stop watching, lamenting IG's decline and their inability to qualify for the World Championship. The commentators were equally taken aback, given that Fang's previous performances had not been particularly stellar. Nevertheless, as commentators, they endeavored to frame this decision positively. Guan Zeyuan remarked, "For IG, seeking change might be a beneficial endeavor. Although Fang's earlier performances were not remarkable, he is a newcomer to the LPL, and it is only natural for him to face some difficulties. It's worth noting that he had numerous standout moments in the LDL, and I believe IG's choice to field him in the final match reflects their confidence in him. Let us anticipate his performance." Even he was impressed by his own words. Xiaoxin, almost taken aback, couldn't he help but think, "Isn't he a true veteran?" He quickly added, "Indeed, the LPL stage should provide newcomers the opportunity to prove themselves." At that moment, the break concluded. Xiaoxin seized the opportunity to announce, without further ado, "Let the third match between IG and LNG commence." The players from both sides had taken their positions, and the draft screen appeared. Guan Zeyuan continued, "Yes, in this match, IG has opted for the red side. LNG's initial bans included Ornn, Zhaoxin, and Oriana, primarily targeting IG's top, mid, and jungle positions. Meanwhile, IG banned Lucian, Renekton, and Gnar, demonstrating a markedly different drafting strategy from the previous two matches, indicating IG's desire for change. We eagerly anticipate what innovations IG will bring to this match. Fang sat in his seat, catching glimpses of the audience through the narrow crevices of the monitor, observing them as they waved their support banners enthusiastically. Fang's body trembled involuntarily. The nearby rookie noticed this scene and jokingly remarked, "You can't possibly be nervous, can you? Just relax and treat it like an ordinary rank." Fang chuckled lightly. He was acutely aware that his trembling was not a result of anxiety. Rather, it stemmed from exhilaration. In this arena of combat, he felt as though the very blood coursing through his veins was boiling. If there are individuals born to excel in the realm of competitive gaming, perhaps he is one of them. Across from him, the opposing team immediately selected the prince. "Shall we prioritize the mid lane then?" Chris inquired, perusing his notes while meandering behind the others. "I can initiate with LeBlanc," Rookie responded promptly, brimming with confidence in his choice of champion. In this critical match, he had little interest in convoluted strategies. He preferred to wield a hero with which he felt assured. Chris nodded in agreement with his selection and proceeded to approach Ningguang. "What will you pick, Ningguang?" "I'll go with Lee Sin. I refuse to continue playing champions like Zac or Pig Sister, which only exacerbate the disparity in jungle strength. Am I truly weaker than him? I've been itching to give them a taste of my capability. I've been holding back my frustration for far too long." Ningguang's tone was unmistakably charged with irritation. Every match feels like a stark contrast in jungle performance. He does not believe himself inferior to Tarzan, recalling how they were thoroughly outmatched last year. This situation is profoundly vexing for him. Baolan couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Haijuning has certainly faced some trials in these matches. His temper has flared." Both Fang and Rookie couldn't help but chuckle. Ningguang remarked with disdain, "Cut it out, don't call me. This time, I am determined to stamp my shoe print right on his face. It's infuriating how he constantly invades my jungle and flaunts his superiority." Let us see who dares to encroach upon whose territory this time. Amidst their playful banter, the selection of heroes was finalized. Meanwhile, LNG swiftly chose Xayah and Rockin on the second and third picks. A classic duo whose potency in this version requires no further elaboration. Commentator Guan Zeyuan, observing LNG's draft choices, couldn't help but commend them. LNG's initial three selections are quite formidable, particularly the Xayah and Rockin combination in the bot lane, complemented by Tarzan's prince. At this moment, Tarzan had yet to establish his loyalty. He was merely a prodigious jungler freshly transitioned from the LCK, operating at the pinnacle of his prowess. The selections ensured LNG's dominance in the bot lane and secured Tarzan's advantage in the jungle. At this juncture, Little Umbrella began analyzing from IG's perspective. This places considerable pressure on IG, especially on Fang, who must select an AD champion with the third pick. If we let this continue, there won't be any commendable options left. To contend against Xayah and Rockin, I suggest going for Ashe or Jhin to guarantee lane strength. Both champions are quite formidable in the current version. Indeed, I concur, let us opt for Ashe or perhaps Jhin. We shouldn't hesitate, they both said while watching the countdown for hero selection. On the battlefield, Chris continued to advise Fang. Just pick Ashe to stabilize the lane and rely on the guidance of the veterans. Stabilize? What a joke. If I merely stabilize, where will I find those 400 counter jungle opportunities? Fang decisively spoke, don't pick Ashe, give me Kai'Sa instead. I can carry, trust me. His resolute tone made Chris consider that perhaps it was worth giving him a chance. After all, selecting Ashe would leave them lacking in damage, so Kai'Sa it was. Upon receiving the coach's approval, Rookie promptly dragged his mouse to Kai'Sa's icon and locked it in. Kai'Sa. Observing the third pick on the big screen, the commentators, Guan Zeyuan and Xiao San, were somewhat taken aback. They believed the optimal choices were Ashe or Jhin, enabling a more secure bottom lane while allowing the jungler to focus on the upper half of the map. However, with Kai'Sa in play, the team structure shifted to a three-core system where all lanes aspired to carry. In such circumstances, it would be challenging for the jungler to evenly distribute attention across all lanes. Moreover, IG's strategy seemed to focus on the upper half of the map. Having chosen the red side, allowing the Shy to select his champion last, likely aimed at countering the top lane. Guan Zeyuan struggled to comprehend this decision. Well, Kai'Sa could work, but considering LNG opted for the Xayah duo first, IG's choice of Kai'Sa feels somewhat lackluster. After all, Xayah serves as a counter to Kai'Sa, especially when the complete Xayah combination is available. I fear the pressure on IG's bottom lane may be substantial. What do you think, Xiao San? Xiao San, a retired player and former AD carry, could only arrive at one conclusion. Perhaps Fang has considerable confidence in his Kai'Sa. After all, it's a do-or-die situation, and there's nothing wrong with choosing a champion he excels with. Guan Zeyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's about trusting the players. Who knows? Fang might deliver an exceptional performance, turning the tables despite the disadvantage. As he spoke, a smile crept across his face. Clearly, he did not genuinely believe such a scenario was likely. His words seemed more a gesture to uplift the audience and provide IG's fans with a hopeful vision. Nevertheless, the audience was not oblivious, easily discerning the underlying implications. This player had not performed well in previous matches, and now he sought to showcase himself with Kai'Sa. The skepticism grew. I can't bear to watch. This bottom lane could be countered. How could they not just play Ashe and bide their time? The doubts were numerous. Fang was oblivious to the external commentary surrounding the match, and even if he were aware, it would not have concerned him. If one were overly preoccupied with off-field remarks, it would be preferable not to compete at all. As time swiftly passed, LNG's lineup gradually took shape. The top lane could no longer remain concealed, as Saint Gunnar opted for Jace, a versatile champion choice, to avert being countered. Meanwhile, mid laner Maple selected Azir to contend against Rookie's LeBlanc. The only hero yet to be revealed was the Shy. All eyes were fixed on the band pick interface. At last, the hero icon appeared, Morgana. Without a moment's hesitation, it was promptly locked in. The audience erupted in fervent cheers upon the selection of Morgana. Thus, both teams had fully formed their compositions. LNG comprised Jace, Jarvan 4, Azir, Xayah, and Rockin, while IG featured Morgana, Lee Sin, LeBlanc, Kai'Sa, and Thresh. With the champion selections concluded, the coaches began to prepare for their exit. The match was on the verge of commencing. We must maintain our composure in the bot lane. No impulsiveness. Let us await the rhythm of the top and mid jungle. Chris reiterated anxiously before departing. Baolan, keep an eye on him. If any issues arise, be sure to intervene. He was particularly wary of Su Fang's potential mischief, offering his admonition once more. Baolan simply nodded in acknowledgement. No worries, I will keep watch. Su Fang, just follow my lead. We will focus on safe development in the early game. When the time is right to engage, follow my commands. Yet, Su Fang merely mumbled a vague response of agreement. Su Fang has indeed heard it, but whether he truly comprehends it remains uncertain. As he is not one to indulge in development, he gazes at the loading screen. Su Fang set aside his mouse, lifted his hand, and gently flexed his finger joints. In the next moment, the screen flickered to life. The match had commenced. The opening phase was rather uneventful, with neither side opting to invade the jungle. Both teams boasted compositions with considerable fighting prowess, and the risks of an invasion were deemed too great, leading to a standard start. Ning Wang opted to clear the red buff in the upper jungle solo. Commentator Guan Zeyuan observed this and remarked, indeed, IG's strategy in this game is to focus on the upper jungle. The Shai has selected Angel, and Ning Wang is clearing the red buff in the upper jungle. It's evident that the entire team's emphasis is centered on that area. For IG, this is a rather risky choice, but it remains the best option available. Meanwhile, Tarzan's Jarvan continued with the standard red buff clear in the lower jungle, assisted by Light and Iwandi. It remained uncertain whether Tarzan would alter his strategy or stick to his previous approach of rapidly transitioning to the upper jungle in search of opportunities. As he spoke, the camera suddenly shifted to the bottom lane. There, Su Fang's Kaisa and Baolan's Thresh were positioned aggressively in front of the minion wave, attempting to thwart Light and Iwandi's advance. Xiaosen quickly transitioned into commentary mode, explaining, IG's bot lane duo is playing quite aggressively, applying pressure to prevent Light from approaching. However, the Zyrakin combination is exceptionally strong at level 1. They may struggle to deny LNG's bot lane duo any experience. Guan Zeyuan concurred, adding, indeed. And if Su Fang continues to position himself so aggressively, he might unwittingly provide an opportunity for Rakan to engage. As if on cue, Iwandi's Rakan could no longer contain himself, charging forward to create space for Light's Xayah. Observing this, Su Fang remained unfazed, his mind swiftly deciphering Iwandi's intentions. He recognized the bait. If he made any motion to attack, Iwandi would immediately capitalize on it with a well-timed engage. In that fleeting moment, such realizations flashed through Su Fang's mind, leaving him somewhat astonished. Is this how elite professional players operate? Instantly discerning their opponent's intentions, what an exhilarating sensation. Nevertheless, aware of Iwandi's intentions, he chose to retreat and execute a basic attack instead. The screen depicted Su Fang's Kaisa, who had initially been retreating, suddenly pivoting back as if to continue her assault. This unexpected maneuver astonished Chris and Puff in the backstage lounge. What? Didn't I say not to stir up trouble in the bot lane? Please, just back off. You'll give away your position. Chris's brow furrowed, his mind racing as he wished he could leap onto the stage and take control of Su Fang's mouse to ensure a safe retreat. Puff, too, was baffled by Su Fang's thought process, feeling perplexed yet slightly thrilled. After all, the more intense the competition, the more it highlighted his prowess. He remained riveted, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. On the battlefield, Baolan had retreated, distancing himself to utilize his support item for wave management. Simultaneously, he communicated through voice chat. We can't engage. Let us just return to farm. Ignoring the voice in his earpiece, Su Fang simply replied, stay close to me. He then directed his focus toward the approaching Rakan, executing a basic attack command. This maneuver was instantly noted by everyone present. Baolan, who had already moved his cursor toward the retreating brush, panicked and swiftly redirected it back. Regardless of the situation, the AD carry must survive. Even if the AD carry made a questionable move, the support's duty was to safeguard them as best as possible. Thus, he returned to protect Su Fang. Meanwhile, Iwandi, momentarily stunned, quickly transitioned into a state of elation, his lips curling into a smile. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He decisively activated his grand entrance. Follow me, he asked done for. Light didn't need prompting, activating his ultimate to prepare for damage. They envisioned the impending scene. With low attack speed and significant wind-up time, Su Fang would be unable to evade the impact of the grand entrance. Once airborne, he would inevitably succumb to ignite, followed by Light dealing additional damage. While an outright kill might not be guaranteed, they anticipated at least reducing Su Fang to a sliver of health, forcing him to expend his flash to survive. However, The scenario they had envisioned did not materialize. In a moment of unexpected mastery, as Iwandi's Rakan initiated his move, Su Fang's Kaisa abruptly canceled her basic attack and maneuvered at a precise 90-degree angle, deftly evading the range of the grand entrance with her early game speed of approximately 330. What? This turn of events took everyone by surprise, particularly Iwandi, whose Rakan failed to catch Su Fang's Kaisa, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Su Fang decisively launched a counterattack. A basic attack followed by a Q ability unleashed the full force of Acacia's torrential rain. Simultaneously, the Azure Titan reacted swiftly, immediately utilizing its Q skill. The anchor struck true, yanking the fleeing Iwandi back once more, followed by a basic attack that ensnared him. In an instant, Iwandi's health plummeted to below half, while 3 layers of plasma manifested upon him. Su Fang advanced steadily, his fingers deftly tapping the A key while rapidly clicking the left and right mouse buttons in a seamless rhythm. Before long, 2 basic attacks followed suit, triggering the explosion of 5 layers of passive plasma. Iwandi's health plummeted, dwindling to under 100 points, prompting him to hastily use his flash ability to distance himself beneath the tower. With the support of Light's output and the defensive presence of the tower, he barely managed to survive. Meanwhile, Su Fang, recognizing the opportune moment, retreated to focus on farming minions and developing his strength, avoiding excessive engagements with Light. Fortunately, he did not target you, or else this encounter could have ended disastrously, Balon remarked, unable to suppress a shudder of fear. Su Fang merely smiled. Having chosen to turn back, he must have considered his decision carefully. Employing a feign tactic, he used himself as bait, compelling the opposing bot lane duo into a confrontation to exchange health points. Everything was meticulously calculated. The execution was flawless. The entire process unfolded smoothly, with only Baolon suffering a slight loss of 1/3 of his health due to absorbing Light's damage, while Su Fang himself remained virtually unscathed. In contrast, Iwandi from the opposing team was severely injured, consuming both health potions and expending his flash. This exchange proved to be a substantial advantage. Meanwhile, outside the arena at the commentary desk, Guan Zeyuan and Xiao San exchanged awkward glances. Just moments ago, they had predicted that Su Fang would falter, yet he had astonishingly evaded a skill with a subtle maneuver and directly countered LNG. Xiao San couldn't help but exclaim, Su Fang's positioning was rather impressive, skillfully dodging Lux's grand entrance without using his flash. This initial skirmish could be deemed a resounding triumph for IG, transforming their previously disadvantaged bot lane into a slight lead. Guan Zeyuan interjected, indeed, that play was executed beautifully. However, I must point out that while IG's bot lane certainly gained from it, it was rather reckless. They were fully aware that their jungler was in the upper jungle, had they made a mistake. Tarzan might have altered his jungle path and initiated a tower dive in the bot lane. If the snowball effect took hold in the lower half, the game could end swiftly. He admired Su Fang's skill, yet maintained that such aggression from a rookie could lead to perilous opportunities. Despite the successful outcome of the skirmish, one could only wonder if fortune would favor them in subsequent encounters. Similarly, Chris in the backstage lounge shared these sentiments. Although he found the play undeniably stylish, it was alarmingly bold. Yet, despite his thoughts, his applause and smile remained unwavering as he focused intently on the match, hoping the bot lane would maintain their composure and not falter. Returning to the match, the camera finally shifted to the top lane. Both junglers gravitated towards this area. The Shy's Angel held his ground against the Saint Gunner's exchanges, maintaining a healthy health pool. After all, at this juncture, the Shy still exhibited remnants of his peak prowess. Guan Zeyuan analyzed the unfolding situation. Both sides are playing cautiously, yet it seems both junglers are aware of each other's presence. It remains to be seen how they will navigate this. Tarzan opted to traverse the river, leaping over the wall into the upper triangular brush, biding his time as he awaited his skills to cool down. Ning Wang, remaining hidden in the tower's blind spot, exhibited patience, knowing Tarzan would inevitably arrive at the top lane, thus not rushing his move. As the Shy aimed to secure a cannon minion, Tarzan made his move. The Saint Gunner's Jace accelerated forward, activating his cannon form to gain attack speed before transitioning to hammer form for an assault. Simultaneously, Tarzan circled around, launching an EQ combo aimed directly at the Shy. However, the Shy anticipated this and flashed towards the safety of the tower. Tarzan, quick on the draw, utilized his flash to follow up with an EQ flash, successfully launching the Shy into the air. His intention was clear, to eliminate the Shy's Angel in collaboration with Saint Gunner's Jace. Even if Ning Wang's Lee Sin intervened, they would face him without fear. Yet, The prince's EQ flash had a significant drawback: it sacrificed damage. Although Saint Gunner unleashed his full assault, it proved insufficient. Their combined efforts merely reduced the Shy to 1/3 of his health. Ning Wang's Lee Sin arrived just in time, landing a W to shield the Shy. Positioned too close to the outer tower, the Shy retreated beneath its protection, forcing Saint Gunner and Tarzan to withdraw. The dynamic shifted, and despite his low health, the Shy chose to retaliate against Tarzan's prince. However, Tarzan and Saint Gunner found themselves unable to counter, retreating instead. Yet, as Tarzan attempted to escape, Ning Wang would not allow it. With Tarzan lacking flash and EQ, he relentlessly pursued, using his red buff slow to secure a kill on Tarzan's prince. The commentary team was compelled to praise the play. Guan Zeyuan exclaimed, "Brilliant." The Shy managed to bait numerous skills without succumbing. Conversely, LNG found themselves in dire straits as Ning Wang relentlessly pursued Tarzan, his red buff slow proving decisive first blood. Ning Wang displayed remarkable patience, waiting until Tarzan had exhausted his EQ before striking, remaining unhurried even as the Shy faced danger. Such composure was commendable. However, as the discussion continued, a sense of confusion arose. Xiao Sen was the first to notice the discrepancy, glancing at the scoreboard and inquiring, "Wait, how is it not first blood?" Following his lead, all eyes turned to the scoreboard, revealing a surprising 1-3 kill count. Light's record stood at 1-1, while Fang had achieved 2 o'clock, with both supports having fallen once. When did this happen? They had been so engrossed in the skirmish at the top lane that they had entirely overlooked the happenings below. Even the production crew had missed it. Given the prevailing focus on the upper half of the map, it was assumed the lower lane would merely farm without incident. The chat in the live stream exploded with inquiries about the production status. Guan Zeyuan humorously asked, "Director, what's going on? Please check on the production." However, after jesting briefly, he quickly shifted to a serious tone. "Jokes aside, let us analyze the situation. Fang has secured 2 kills, while Light has taken down Baolon. This suggests that a significant clash must have erupted in the bot lane, likely due to a considerable mistake from LNG's duo, as it would otherwise be improbable for such a kill trade to occur." Guan Zeyuan's analysis is indeed quite insightful. In theory, at this level of professional competition, securing a kill in a one-on-one lane confrontation is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, LNG's bottom lane is not composed of novices, with AD Light carrying exceptional skills and a daring spirit. They have even achieved the status of world runner-up. Iwandi, as a support player, has frequently dominated the Korean server, holding the top position for an extended period. In such circumstances, if a kill were to occur in a one-on-one lane, it would only result from a significant blunder. Upon hearing Guan Zeyuan's analysis, Xiao Sen nodded in agreement, acknowledging his perspective. However, the specifics would ultimately depend on the forthcoming replay, which would clarify everything. Just as he finished speaking, the replay began to unfold. The footage locked onto the bottom lane, and everyone watched with bated breath. In the video, both bottom lane duos were seen farming normally, and the previously weakened Iwandi was gradually recovering health thanks to 2 health potions. At that moment, as Iwandi moved forward to secure a last hit with his support item, Baolon's Thresh suddenly struck, casting a hook that launched the anchor. However, Iwandi feigned a careless position, effortlessly dodging with an E ability, returning to Light's side, and swiftly retaliating, launching Baolon into the air. Simultaneously, Light followed up with damage, activating his ultimate. The duo shared effects, gaining attack speed, movement speed, and damage bonuses. With a basic attack, Light retrieved all feathers with a QE combo, forcing Baolon, just freed from the airborne state, into another control, swiftly depleting his health. As Guan Zeyuan narrated, Xia's classic weight combo, a hook ensnares Baolon once more, and the two continue their assault. Baolon's health is rapidly diminishing at this point. Even a flash won't create enough distance. Baolon is destined to fall. Ultimately, as the control from the hook expired, Baolon was ignited, leaving him with no chance of escape. He opted to flash back, attempting to secure a final blow on Iwandi's Raken, igniting him in the process to contribute a bit more before his demise. Seizing the opportunity, Fang relentlessly pursued Iwandi to inflict damage. Baolon, unable to withstand the pressure, fell to Light's basic attack, marking the first blood. He then redirected his fire towards Fang's Kaisa. At this juncture, the development diverged from their previous expectations. LNG's bottom duo had not made any mistakes, while Baolon had erred significantly. Guan Zeyuan, intrigued, pondered how a double kill had transpired. To uncover the answer, he continued to observe. He elaborated on the unfolding situation. Without a flash, Iwandi chose not to flee, instead turning back to inflict damage on Su Fang, aiming to assist Light in dealing additional damage. With 4 layers of plasma, the 5th layer ignited, but he was still short on damage. And Akashia's rain finished him off. And Su Fang claimed his head. After eliminating Iwandi, Su Fang's health remained at 2/3, while Light Xia was still in prime condition. Normally, at this stage, both sides would have retreated, especially with flashes available. Continuing to fight might yield no favorable outcome. However, Su Fang defied convention. Despite his health being low, he chose to persist in the confrontation with Light. Guan Zeyuan continued his commentary at a rapid pace. The two are still trading blows. Light's abilities are on cooldown. And while he struggles to outtrade Su Fang's Kaisa, his health remains healthier. Light's health stands at around 340, while Su Fang is below 200. At this moment, Light's abilities finally cooled down. Immediately, he launched a Q ability towards Su Fang, sending 2 feathers flying. Su Fang maneuvered skillfully, using an E ability to dodge the dual blade's damage. Yet he did not retreat, but instead pressed closer to Light. One must admit, even after watching the replay, it was baffling how this confrontation could turn in favor of Su Fang. With Kaisa's health nearly depleted and feathers scattered behind her, Xia only needed to slightly reposition to secure an easy kill. It was incomprehensible. Did Light miscalculate, perhaps misplacing his hook? Not only was he perplexed, but the live audience shared his confusion. Given the current circumstances, Su Fang appeared to be at a disadvantage. Yet the reality was that he ultimately achieved a 2-0 double kill, a statistic that could not be disputed. There was nothing to do but continue watching. The footage depicted Su Fang drawing closer to Light, landing a basic attack, leading to a clear action where Kaisa bent down slightly. Light, keenly perceptive, recognized this as a signal that Kaisa was preparing to unleash her W ability, Void Seeker. With 2 layers of plasma on him, if struck by this, coupled with a few more basic attacks, he could indeed find himself in peril. Thus, Light reacted swiftly, pulling his mouse back while simultaneously pressing E and flashing. Indeed, he not only aimed to dodge the Void Seeker, but also intended to utilize the flash to reposition and retrieve feathers, ultimately executing a lethal E-flash on Su Fang. At this moment, Light's health was around 250, while Su Fang was down to approximately 150. He only needed 3 feathers to secure a kill. Thus, as the flash effect illuminated the screen, the anticipated image of feathers returning to swiftly dispatch Kaisa did not materialize. Su Fang's Kaisa exhibited no decline in health. Instead, it was his own vitality that plummeted dramatically. Light swiftly grasped the situation and hastily commenced his basic attacks, with a single shot unleashed. As Su Fang's health plummeted to a mere 70 points, it became evident that a single basic attack could seal his fate. Yet, as he raised his hand, it was Light Xia that succumbed, having depleted his health without even realizing when it vanished. Just moments ago, he had boasted nearly 300 health points. How had it dissipated so suddenly? The game's voiceover punctuated the moment. Double kill. In that instant, the audience, who had witnessed the entire replay, widened their eyes in disbelief. What did I just see? Even the commentator, Xiao San, couldn't he help but exclaim in astonishment, "Is that a backflip throw?" Guan Zeyuan, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Su Fang's reaction speed is astonishingly swift. He had deftly evaded Light's E-flash, resulting in a beautiful flash that rendered Light's damage insufficient and led to his immediate retaliation. But that was not all. Xiao San, with a discerning eye, perceived far more than Guan Zeyuan had. As a retired professional AD, his insights were vastly superior. He interrupted Guan Zeyuan, stating, Su Fang not only reacted quickly to dodge Light's E-flash, but the positioning of his E-flash was meticulously calculated. He directed it towards the river's mouth, to the upper right corner, which not only evaded Light's E-flash, but also altered the character's position, shifting the starting point of Void Seeker, allowing him to hit Light and unleash 4 stacks of plasma. He then followed up with a final basic attack into Q. Due to the flash distancing him from the minion wave, his Q skill struck as a single target Q, landing the full arcane rain on Light. Otherwise, Su Fang might have needed to execute another basic attack for damage, but by then, it could very well have been Light who struck first. He articulated the intricate details of the confrontation, revealing his profound understanding of the game. The audience was left in a state of awe, flooded with admiration expressed in the form of countless 6,666 and awesome comments. Nevertheless, some spectators voiced skepticism, questioning whether anyone could possibly think so many thoughts in an instant. They wondered if Xiao San's analysis was merely a product of imagination. Guan Zeyuan shared these doubts. Is it possible that he didn't think that much? That it was merely a subconscious reaction? Considering Su Fang's performance was evident throughout the match, he had developed a reputation for his state of play. To suddenly claim he could contemplate so much was hard to believe. Regardless, his reaction speed alone was commendable, and today, Su Fang appeared to be in exceptional form, exuding confidence and playing aggressively from the outset, culminating in a stunning double kill. Initially, one would have assumed that the match would center around the upper lane. Yet to everyone's surprise, the lower lane had become the focus. Guan Zeyuan chuckled at this realization, with Xiao San chiming in. That's indeed the case. Both junglers have been active in the upper lane. Who would have expected such action in the lower lane? With Su Fang's double kill secured, his potential for impactful plays had significantly increased. They hoped he would maintain his performance, dispelling doubts and proving himself. New players need time to acclimate to the competitive arena. And it could be said that Su Fang was beginning to find his footing. As he spoke, the director fortuitously switched the camera back to the lower lane. To everyone's astonishment, after securing his double kill, Su Fang opted not to return to base but instead ventured into LNG's jungle to single-handedly tackle the rock beetle. Meanwhile, Light and Iwandi had respawned and were returning to the lane. This scene left the audience utterly dumbfounded, particularly Xiao San, who found his words caught in his throat. Guan Zeyuan questioned, what is he doing? At this health level, if the LNG duo even glances his way, he has done for. Moreover, it seems he might not even need them to come over. It looks like he is about to be taken down by the jungle monster. In the footage, Su Fang's already precarious health finally succumbed, as the large rock beetle delivered the final blow after he had dispatched the smaller one. The kill notification appeared in the upper right corner. The rock beetle has slain the Void Maiden. An oppressive silence filled the commentary booth as both commentators stood speechless, unable to articulate their thoughts. The live chat was inundated with question marks, leaving the audience bewildered by Su Fang's intentions. Guan Zeyuan, an experienced commentator, was the first to recover, chuckling as he attempted to rationalize Su Fang's actions. Well, it's not a problem, he is making a quick return to base. He just saved himself 8 seconds of return time and even secured a small beetle. What a bargain. Xiao San echoed, indeed, the early death timer isn't long. And since it wasn't caused by the opposing team, it's entirely acceptable. However, the audience was not easily deceived. Su Fang's actions can be deemed unprecedented. Where else would one find a major ADC venturing into the enemy jungle to farm a small stone crab around the 4-minute mark? In the backstage lounge, Chris could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon witnessing this scene. He had been exhilarated, leaping in excitement. When Su Fang executed a double kill with remarkable flair, only to be met with this bewildering display a moment later, Chris chose silence, fervently wishing that Su Fang would refrain from further antics. A single death in the early game would not spell disaster, particularly since the opponents could hardly anticipate him engaging with the stone crab. Otherwise, it would have been a free kill. This, at least, was a minor consolation. Beside him, Puff could hardly contain a smile, remarking, "It's not too bad. It's merely a lapse in discipline. This death might only cost us a couple of minions, which is manageable." It seems he might be treating this match like a ranked game, having been away from competitive play for so long. With Baolon and the others watching, we should avoid any major issues. He specifically mentioned the word discipline. For professional players, maintaining discipline is paramount, being a team game. If one player disregards commands and acts recklessly, the entire team may find itself at a disadvantage. High moments of individual brilliance, no matter how impressive, cannot secure victory unless they occur consistently. Conversely, a few missteps can easily spell doom for the match. Everyone has their moments of glory. After all, they are all professional players, each possessing a modicum of skill. However, if one fails to adhere to the team's strategy, it is better to sit on the bench and guard the water cooler. At this moment, Chris pondered this dilemma, feeling a twinge of regret for having agreed to the substitution. If Puff were in the game, they would likely be in a stronger position, and he would feel more secure. After all, Puff, while not a standout performer, is consistent and doesn't engage in reckless behavior. Meanwhile, on the field, the resurrected Tarzan found himself at the stone crab's location, contemplating the absence of one crab and the lifeless body of Kaisa. How is it possible that after Kaisa killed you, you still ventured into my jungle? Did you not think to check? Tarzan expressed in broken Chinese. Light and Iwandi were both puzzled. The perspective shifted to reveal the missing stone crab, and they fell silent. He actually came into the jungle to farm? They found it hard to believe that the injured Kaisa, after pushing the lane and approaching the tower, had not returned home but instead entered their jungle to farm a small stone crab, resulting in her demise. Was this not utterly nonsensical? Iwandi was particularly distressed. He had just ventured into the tribrush for vision and had not considered heading towards their stone crab. If he had, the kill would have been easily secured. Tarzan was at a loss for words. Having already been ambushed in the top lane, returning to his jungle only to be outmaneuvered by an ADC was frustrating, especially since it was merely a minor crab. Fine, he resolved. He would now focus on ganking the bottom lane. Initially, his strategy had been to target the top lane, but now he altered his approach slightly, planning to apply pressure on the Angel in the early game. And once reaching level 6, he would shift his focus to the bottom lane. Can you handle the bottom lane? Being killed by such an inexplicable ADC? He inquired. If not, just wait for me. I'll come to gank once I hit level 6. You just hold steady. Listening to Tarzan's words, the two had no retort. After all, being killed in lane was an undeniable fact. Light shook his head, striving to maintain clarity and not to relax simply because they had secured 2 victories already. He believed that the earlier setback was merely due to his own complacency and that with renewed focus, they could easily reclaim the momentum. Now that Kaisa held 2 kills, their previous advantage in lane had evaporated. Therefore, to play it safe, they decided to adopt a conservative growth strategy, refraining from actively trading blows. Engaging in combat could lead to a butterfly effect due to the existing equipment disparity. With neither side possessing summoner spells, their opponents could not initiate a hard engage. They planned to wait for Tarzan's prince to reach level 6 to assist in the bottom lane. At that point, with both sides at level 6 and armed with ultimates, they could effectively control Kaisa and swing the match back in their favor. This was the most prudent and straightforward approach. Better to do nothing than to err. Given that the team's overall strategy revolved around the upper area of the map, they had to adhere to the fundamental principles of the lower quadrant, avoiding unnecessary actions and focusing on steady growth until the team could regain the rhythm. Thus, the two began to play with newfound steadiness. Su Fang attempted repeatedly to advance and engage in a blood exchange, yet fortune eluded him. Every time he moved forward, the two opponents retreated, offering no opportunity for confrontation. Even when it came to securing minion kills, they maintained a safe distance, leaving Su Fang with no chance whatsoever. He could not help but exclaim, truly. They are professional players. Once they perceive even the slightest disadvantage, their steadiness is unparalleled. Indeed, it is quite evident. Unlike you, who recklessly ventures into the enemy jungle. Had there been any foes present, your health would have undoubtedly led to your demise. Baolon could not resist interjecting, reflecting on the coach's admonitions at the outset. He could only assert that he had done his utmost. He had persistently urged Su Fang to return to base, yet Su Fang stubbornly insisted on entering the jungle. What could he do? He could not simply seize the mouse. It is perhaps for the best that they refrain from engaging us, after all. We hold the advantage and can await the team fight. Su Fang could only respond helplessly. At this moment, the game had already progressed to the 6th minute, and he had managed to secure merely a single small stone beetle, leaving him a staggering 399 monsters short of his goal. At this pace, success seemed utterly unattainable. However, after pushing the lane once more, his mind began to stir with renewed determination. He shifted his perspective to the top lane and observed the skirmish between the top laners in the upper jungle. Without hesitation, he dragged his cursor into the enemy jungle and fervently clicked to move. Simultaneously, he called out, "Baolon, come with me." Just as Baolon was preparing to head towards the mid lane to offer support, he suddenly noticed that the AD he was accompanying had vanished. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Wait a minute, my friend. Why are you sneaking into the enemy jungle again? We have lane control. We should definitely head towards mid and see if we can capitalize on an opportunity against their mid laner." Su Fang, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "You go ahead. I shall see if I can catch the enemy jungler here," Baolon replied. The enemy jungler has already revealed themselves in the top lane. Why speak of ambushing them here? Nevertheless, as a support, he felt compelled to protect the AD carry. Should the opposing bot lane approach, Su Fang would be left vulnerable alone in the jungle. Thus, to ensure safety, he decided to accompany Su Fang into the enemy's jungle. Alas, there was no red buff to be found, yet fortunately, there were the F6. As Su Fang beheld the F6, it was akin to encountering a savior. 6 wild monsters appeared before him, more enticing than the red buff itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his E skill to accelerate and charge forward. Meanwhile, the bottom duo of L and G, noticing the disappearance of their opponent, frantically relayed misinformation to their teammates. With the absence of their adversaries, they cautioned the mid laner to be vigilant, for an ambush might be imminent. Alarmed, Maple retreated beneath the tower, maintaining a state of alertness, ever wary of the brush along the river. However, at that moment, Su Fang was engrossed in dispatching the F6, entirely oblivious to any other concerns. Upon finishing with the F6, he hastily returned to the bottom lane, arriving just in time before the minion wave reached the tower. A flawless execution. The spectators and commentators, observing from a god's eye view, were left bewildered. What compelled this individual to venture into his opponent's jungle so frequently? Similarly, Tarzan, who had just returned to the jungle after a skirmish in the top lane, shared the same sentiment. Having finally seized an opportunity to collaborate with the Saint Gunner to eliminate the Shy's Angel, he turned to find his own F6 had been stripped bare. Unable to contain his frustration, he exclaimed, "Damn it, why is my F6 gone again?" Anxious, his singular thought was to assault the bottom lane. Abandoning all thoughts of jungling, he made a beeline for the lower lane. However, due to his own bottom duo's prolonged absence from lane control, the river entrance had been warded by the opposition, effortlessly revealing his movements. Upon noticing his approach, Su Fang and Bao Lan effortlessly withdrew, leaving him with no opportunity whatsoever. Yet, Tarzan boldly stepped forward, positioning himself right in front of the minion wave, then concealed himself in the brush to exert pressure. Tarzan was aware that this attempt would likely yield no results, but he relished the chance to disrupt the enemy's rhythm, standing firm to serve as a guardian for his bottom lane. With little left to farm in his jungle, he remained unhurried, deliberately blocking Su Fang from the minion wave. It was only when the minion wave was pushed past by the bottom duo that he chose to retreat and farm the stone beetles, effectively stalling Su Fang for nearly half a minute. As he departed, Su Fang finally seized the opportunity to once again farm the minions. Why do I feel like he is targeting us? Doesn't he need to farm his jungle instead of denying us minions? Su Fang inquired while last hitting. Bao Lan remained silent, contemplating the implications of Su Fang's words. If Tarzan had heard this, he would likely have been infuriated. Did he not wish to farm? Upon entering the lower jungle, he found fewer monsters, not due to the opposing jungler's interference, but rather because a mere AD had snatched them away. Who could endure such indignity? This particular gank was merely the beginning for Tarzan. Although he had not succeeded, he was already devising his next course of action. The Rift Herald was soon to respawn, and his adversaries would undoubtedly presume he was in the upper jungle, leveraging Jace's lane control to secure it. Instead, he planned to stealthily maneuver to the bottom lane, perfectly timing his arrival as his flash was off cooldown and paired with a level 6 Rockin. There was no doubt they would secure a kill. "Let us see if you dare invade my jungle, a mere AD without level 13, he mused. Simultaneously, he reminded his teammates in voice chat, "Hold the bottom lane steady until I reach level 6. Jace, don't give them any opportunities. I will initiate another gank on the bottom lane." Saint Gunner, perplexed, responded, "Wait, aren't you supposed to control the Rift Herald? This is my power spike. Angel isn't as strong as I am without you." Tarzan simply replied, "No. I'm focusing on the bottom lane." Light chimed in, "We can secure the Rift Herald first. I can hold the bottom lane. Trust me, the Herald is inconsequential." With that, Tarzan offered no further explanation and dove into the jungle to reach level 6. Seeing his determination, the teammates could only comply with his command. For Tarzan was the linchpin of the team. As the game progressed, the clock approached the 8-minute mark, and the Rift Herald emerged from the dragon pit, ready to be claimed. After Su Fang had finished pushing the minion wave in the bottom lane and returned to base to replenish his items, he was just about to make his way toward the Rift Herald's location when he noticed that the opposing Luo had unexpectedly returned to the bottom lane after a brief respite at base. It seemed they were not planning to contest the Rift directly, giving the impression that the bottom lane could remain uninvolved, while a 3v3 could unfold in the upper half of the map. Rookie also caught on to this information and remarked. Balan responded, saying, "I can actually come over. No need. Just protect the AD." Ning Wang firmly dismissed his suggestion. It was important to note that Su Fang was currently carrying a bounty. If the support roamed aimlessly and the AD was caught, who would bear the blame? Alright then. With that, Su Fang decided to return to the bottom lane, quite pleased with the ease of the situation. Moreover, if Tarzan's prince appeared at the Rift Herald, he could continue to invade the jungle and secure 2 camps. At this juncture, at least one camp from the F6 and the Stone Bug should have respawned. He would then return to the lane, At this moment, Su Fang had already secured the speed-enhancing dagger from the demon sect, his combat prowess reaching a commendable level. All that remained was to await the appearance of the pickaxe, allowing him to leverage the passive ability of the demon sect to enhance his Q skill through increased mana. True to form, he opted for skill-based wave pushing as soon as he entered the lane. While the opposing bot lane duo demonstrated a remarkable adherence to discipline by retreating to their turret without contesting lane control, observing the two opponents stationed before their turret, Su Fang could not help but feel a sense of disbelief. Is this the discipline of professional players? Not a situation where a kill is guaranteed. And yet they chose to avoid confrontation entirely. Nevertheless, this allowed him to venture into the enemy's jungle to farm. At this juncture, the Rift Herald had respawned. And unless Prince Jarvan IV had deviated from the plan, he was likely preparing for a mid-jungle 3v3 skirmish in the upper half of the map. Baolan, come. Let us invade the jungle, he called out to his support as he proceeded. Baolan, taken aback by Su Fang's direction, was left momentarily speechless. Wait. Why is an ADC so intent on invading the enemy jungle? If we must invade, shouldn't the support lead the way to scout for danger? What if the enemy jungler ISNT at the Rift Herald? With a resigned sigh, he followed Su Fang without further protest. Meanwhile, the commentators and spectators, enjoying a god's eye view, were acutely aware of Tarzan's prince currently positioned at the red buff, having just reached level 6 and advancing straight toward the bot lane. On the other hand, Su Fang and Bao Lan were still heading toward the tri-brush, with Su Fang's Kaisa already half-stepping into the bush. The commentator, Guan Zeyuan, voiced his confusion. What is Su Fang up to? Does he intend to invade LNG's jungle? In this instance, Tarzan had opted not to contest the Rift Herald and was instead heading downwards, which suggested that Su Fang might find himself in peril. Reaching this position made escape exceedingly difficult. Xiao San shook his head, observing, his playstyle is far too prone to giving opportunities, advancing boldly into the tri-brush before LNG. There's no way to evade now. With our jungler in the upper half, he should not be presenting chances in the lower half. This half-jungle principle is a fundamental tenet of discipline. One can only say that this rookie player lacks in the finer details. Gazing at Su Fang entering the tri-brush, he seemed to foresee the inevitable outcome. With Tarzan possessing both his ultimate and flash, and with Rockin similarly equipped, it appeared to be a doom scenario. In the official live stream, the chat was flooded with question marks, particularly from fans supporting IG, who, upon witnessing this moment, felt their hearts drop. After finally gaining an advantage, it seemed hope was slipping away once more. GGG, he's done for. Sigh. We all knew this playstyle would lead to his demise. He's no match for Puff, who has consistently maintained stability and confidence upon gaining an advantage. Simultaneously, in the backstage lounge, Chris felt his blood boil at the sight. Surely, I have addressed such fundamental issues of discipline before? Even if I hadn't, no ADC would venture into the enemy's tri-brush to ward, let alone attempt to invade their jungle. I simply cannot comprehend this. As an ADC, why is he so inclined to encroach upon the enemy's territory? This misstep could cost them dearly, losing 2 kills, conceding the dragon, and sacrificing the plating at bot. The momentum shift could very well serve as a turning point for the entire match. With eyes shut and head bowed, he could not bear to watch any longer. Beside him, Puff couldn't help but smirk. Finally caught him. While it may seem a bit schadenfreude, it is understandable. After all, the two are in direct competition. If Su Fang performs admirably, it may jeopardize his position. With the transfer window approaching, their respective values would inevitably be compared. Su Fang's previous display had indeed applied some pressure, causing him to feel flustered. However, thankfully, Su Fang remained true to form and would inevitably falter. His heart settled. Unlike Chris, he widened his eyes, eagerly watching the big screen, awaiting the unfolding drama on the field. As Su Fang stepped into the triangular grass, he immediately noticed Iwandi approaching him. Simultaneously, Light, who had been diligently farming under the tower, abandoned the minion wave and walked straight towards him. This unusual behavior instantly aroused Su Fang's suspicion. Something was amiss. Indeed, there was an unmistakable sense of unease. In the very next moment, a figure emerged from the blind spot in the jungle, dispelling Su Fang's doubts. It was Tarzan's prince. So that was it. Su Fang promptly communicated with his teammates through the team voice channel, stating, "Their jungler is at the bottom. You may directly secure the Rift Herald." Ning Wang swiftly responded, "Okay, understood." Simultaneously, Rookie's voice chimed in, inquiring, "Can you survive in the bot lane? I have teleport available. I can come down." The reply came, "It seems unfeasible. Conserve your teleport. We can engage, just teleport directly. The contrasting feedback left Rookie bewildered, compelling him to shift his perspective and assess the situation. He observed that Tarzan's Jarvan was already perilously close to Su Fang, while Iwandi's Rakan activated his ultimate, dashing towards Su Fang in haste. They were beset from both sides. Following closely was a fully equipped Light Xayah, presenting an ominous sight. Rookie made a judgment call, opting against using his teleport, realizing that transferring there could result in a fruitless endeavor. Meanwhile, Su Fang reiterated in the voice chat, "You can really teleport, trust me." This resolute declaration caused Rookie to waver in his decision, ultimately choosing to retreat to the tower to reassess whether to provide teleport support. At that moment, Tarzan ceased his pursuit and deployed his abilities, planting a flag just behind Su Fang. Su Fang gazed at the flag, his eyelids twitching involuntarily, as an instinctual sense of danger surged within him. In the next moment, Tarzan charged forth, colliding with EQ like a mighty dragon. Su Fang clearly perceived the discrepancy in positioning between himself and the EQ combo, recognizing that it was utterly impossible for it to reach him. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. His thoughts raced frantically. If I were in his shoes, what would be the purpose of executing an EQ combo from such an unreachable distance? Knowing full well that it could not connect, why still proceed with it? There are only two potential scenarios. One is that the EQ combo closes the gap, followed by a devastating ultimate that ensnares its target. The other possibility is a direct EQ flash. Su Fang observed the approaching prince and the formidable skills unleashed by Luo, and after a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. The opposing team, having expended such a multitude of abilities, was undoubtedly opting for the most secure and least forgiving strategy, which was to execute a direct EQ flash. He took a gamble. In an instant, his left index finger swiftly pressed the flash button. The next moment, the flash effect illuminated the arena. Tarzan's prince blinked and appeared at the very spot where Su Fang had been just a heartbeat ago. Su Fang observed the scene, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Indeed, it seemed he had wagered correctly. However, this was merely the beginning. The peril was far from over. He remained focused. In an instant, a flash of yellow darted towards him, executing a graceful maneuver with Tarzan's displacement, followed directly by a swift W towards Su Fang's position. There was no room for maneuvering. Professional players excel at constricting their opponent's operational space. No matter how skilled one may be, a lack of space to perform renders even the finest skills futile. Tarzan's EQ flash was evaded, leaving them momentarily astonished. Yet, they still had a counter, Luo's flash RW, a quick enchantment followed by a W that knocked up. Left Su Fang now without a flash, wondering how he could evade this onslaught. Beside him, Tarzan was poised, ready to unleash his ultimate. Light had also activated W. The Deadly Feather Dance. Indeed, Luo's RW was once heralded as one of the most challenging controls to respond to, and the combo of enchantment followed by knockup was nearly insurmountable. Nevertheless, Su Fang discerned a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. His left fingers danced over the keys with rapid precision, while his right hand deftly maneuvered the mouse, pressing the keyboard once more. First, a flash of holy light illuminated the scene, followed by a fleeting purple figure. Ning Wang, engaged with the Rift Herald, could not help but curse at the sight. What the hell? What kind of sorcery is this? It's astonishing. The live stream chat was inundated with a flood of question marks. The same bewilderment, yet entirely divergent interpretations. WTF? What sort of play is this? This is outrageous. Where were those who had doubted Su Fang earlier? Why were they silent now? With such a display, could Puff replicate it? Stability does not equate to carrying the game. To me, Su Fang's style embodies a certain IG flair. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge, Chris sensed something amiss among his companions. He slightly raised his head to glance at the screen. Huh? How is he still alive? A moment of confusion morphed into unbridled joy. Beside him, Puff furrowed his brow, mentally lamenting, what is LNG doing? They played brilliantly in the first two matches. Why are they faltering now? If this goes on, will they truly let him win? The audience might mistakenly believe I am lacking, and my value would plummet. He could only hope LNG would swiftly regain their composure and avoid further blunders. At that moment on the battlefield, the LNG team stood utterly dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the situation. From their perspective, they had made no mistakes whatsoever. They had exerted their utmost effort, executing their skills with the utmost stability. It is crucial to note that they were engaged in a 3v2 scenario. Even possessing a geographical advantage, they should have easily triumphed without using their flashes. Yet, in a bid for safety, They had even committed their flashes to ensure a kill. How could it have turned out this way? Iwandi was completely at a loss, unable to grasp why their guaranteed control combo had failed to restrain Kaisa. The purification swiftly dispelled the enchantment, and in a remarkably brief moment, utilizing the passive ability of Princess Hunter's instinct to evade my W was simply beyond belief. Was this truly happening? At that moment, Tarzan was utterly bewildered, questioning how the enemy had closed the distance so quickly. Despite his chaotic thoughts, his hand did not falter. Instinctively, he unleashed his ultimate upon Su Fang. The earth trembled and the sky shattered. A circle of ultimate ability encased Su Fang. What an impressive move! Upon encountering the advancing Tarzan, Su Fang felt not fear, but rather exhilaration. Tarzan's formidable ultimate skill effectively immobilized Light, preventing him from unleashing his attacks in a timely manner, thereby creating an impeccable one-on-one combat scenario. Simultaneously, Baolan finally regained his composure. Having initially intended to retreat, he swiftly returned to the fray, executing a flash followed by his ultimate ability on the distant Light's Zaya, subsequently utilizing AQ skill to ensnare Iwandi's Raken. As Light aligned himself in a straight line with Tarzan and Su Fang, the Titan's ultimate inadvertently sent Tarzan's prince soaring into the air. Su Fang seizes the opportunity with fervor, unleashing a relentless barrage. Each solitary strike lands squarely upon Tarzan, followed by a trio of swift assaults. With a deft application of his W skill, he seeks the void, synergizing with Baolan's ultimate and ignite. In an instant, Tarzan is left with but a sliver of health. Devoid of skills, Tarzan finds himself with no avenue for resistance, forced to stand his ground and exchange blows with Su Fang. In the final moments, Su Fang delivered a simple basic attack, effortlessly claiming his opponent's life, and astonishingly, he had only lost one-third of his health. Observing this, Light felt a surge of urgency. He swiftly utilized his ultimate ability to evade the Titan's knock-up, then decisively flashed into the prince's ultimate, denying Su Fang any chance to maneuver further. Having faced multiple crises resolved by Su Fang, Light was plagued by a nagging sense that Su Fang still possessed untapped potential. This unsettling thought lingered. Even though he was aware that Su Fang was devoid of any skills, incapable of executing any elaborate maneuvers, nevertheless, the anxiety compelled him to opt for a close-range assault, unwilling to entertain the possibility of further complications. Within the confines of the prince's ultimate, Su Fang found himself with no room for action, forced to confront his adversary in a standoff. For seconds later, a cascade of feathers adorned the ground around them. As Light activated his E-skill, he summoned all the feathers back, instantly reducing Su Fang's health to a mere sliver. Following the final basic attack, Su Fang's Kaisa finally fell. Light exhaled in relief, thinking to himself that it was a relief to have secured the kill. Had he not succeeded, he would have genuinely questioned his existence. Su Fang gazed at the black and white screen, raising his hand in resignation. Alas, had the equipment been slightly better, perhaps this round could have yielded superior results. After half a day's effort, he had only managed to eliminate Tarzan. As he relaxed his mind, faint echoes of cheers drifted from the audience seats. Before he could discern their meaning, Rookie's voice suddenly emerged from his earpiece. The AD is truly remarkable, damn. After witnessing the entire sequence of actions, he couldn't help but exclaim in Chinese. It's all right. I'm here. Baolan, hold your ground. Rookie's teleportation finally arrived at the battlefield. In the aftermath, it was his moment to reap the rewards. He swiftly eliminated the weakened Light's Zaya and then, in tandem with Baolan's Tom Kench, ensnared the defenseless Iwandi's Raken. With the situation no longer in doubt, the captivated audience finally reacted, unleashing a flurry of comments. What happened to those who said they were doomed? Why are they silent now? Is this even possible for a human to execute? If I were up there, I would have been instantly eliminated. Is this the prowess of a professional player? The earlier doubts evaporated following this performance. Only absolute skill could shatter skepticism. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Rookie ensnared Iwandi's Raken with a chain, marking him, leaving Iwandi with no escape route, ultimately securing a double kill. At that moment, Azir arrived late to the fray, only to find that the team fight had concluded and he could not salvage anyone. At this juncture, Guan Zeyuan's voice finally fell silent. He was subconsciously narrating the unfolding situation, drawing upon his years of professional experience, yet his thoughts had long been suspended at the onset of the team fight. He and Xiao San exchanged glances, both still reeling from the preceding display. Had they not been commentators, both would have erupted in expletives. Their minds echoed with damn and WTF 100 times over. Particularly Xiao San, a retired professional AD player, who felt almost crushed by Su Fang's recent display. He pondered how he would have fared in that scenario. In a brief mental simulation, he imagined if he were in Su Fang's position. He might not have reacted in time to Jarvan's EQ flash, being launched into the air, only to be subsequently controlled and killed by Rakan. Even if he had miraculously anticipated Jarvan's flash and dodged it, he would surely have been unable to evade Rakan's ensuing RW combo. He couldn't deny that he felt deeply impacted. Were the younger generation truly this formidable? Had he been away from the scene for too long? Was this level of play now commonplace among professional players? No, that couldn't be. He had been a commentator long enough and had witnessed countless matches. Su Fang's recent maneuver was undeniably worthy of being etched into the annals of the league's history. Guan Zeyuan quickly regained his composure after a brief silence and remarked, I must admit, I misjudged the situation this time. I apologize. I initially thought this would be LNG's opportunity, and I believed Su Fang had placed himself in an extremely precarious position, one that seemed destined for failure. I certainly did not foresee this outcome. Xiao San interjected, Indeed. Not just you. I was taken aback as well. This is quite astonishing. If you had told me just 20 seconds ago that IG would secure a 1-4-3 victory in this skirmish, I would never have believed it. Yet here we are. The evidence before our eyes. Su Fang, through his skill, salvaged what could have been a disastrous engagement. He had stumbled into LNG's tri-brush, facing a three-pronged attack. Just as Xiao San prepared to elaborate on Su Fang's actions, the replay commenced. Guan Zeyuan interjected, Perfect timing. Let us review Su Fang's execution during this play. Here, we can observe that after Su Fang pushed the minion wave, he seemingly intended to ward the tri-brush. At that moment, Tarzan opted to descend to the bottom lane and fortuitously crossed paths with him. Iwandi and Light also approached directly. Tarzan decisively initiated with an EQ flash, but Su Fang instinctively flashed away, narrowly evading Tarzan's attack. It didn't end there. Upon witnessing Su Fang's flash, Iwandi immediately followed up with an R flash W. At this moment, the most astonishing part of Su Fang's play unfolded. Just as he was enchanted by Rakan's flash, he instantly cleansed the control and, within a mere half-second, utilized the electric plasma from Tarzan to propel himself away, evading what could be deemed an unavoidable RW combo from Iwandi. Following that, the operations proceeded normally, and they refrained from further commentary at this point. Guan Zeyuan cautiously inquired of Xiao San, Do you think there is a possibility that Su Fang's flash was merely a subconscious attempt to retreat, coincidentally evading Tarzan's EQ flash? Xiao San pondered for a moment before responding. That possibility cannot be dismissed. After all, in such a situation, with Rakan already casting his ultimate and Jarvan utilizing his EQ, it is plausible that Su Fang simply aimed to create distance with his flash. Deep down, he hoped for this explanation. Perhaps it was just a fortunate escape, not a calculated prediction. After all, how could one remain so composed and execute such precise reactions under such intense pressure? However, he could not deceive himself. He understood that this was undoubtedly a preemptive flash, one that demonstrated Su Fang's acute awareness of Tarzan's intentions and his resolute decision to flash in anticipation. Thus, he ultimately revised his stance. Of course, I still lean towards the notion that it was a predictive flash. After all, his subsequent handling of the situation was exceptional, indicating his absolute composure during the operation. His thought process was remarkably clear. Su Fang's state today is truly impressive. I dare say he has reached an elite level of AD play. Guan Zeyuan concurred, nodding in agreement. Indeed, his performance today has been outstanding. The future looks promising. Yet, he possesses one flaw. His discipline leaves much to be desired. He should only attempt to ward the blue side tri-brush when he is certain the enemy jungler is absent from the lower half of the map, especially since he ventured there himself to ward, rather than allowing his support, Bao Lan, to take the lead. This, indeed, was somewhat ill-advised, as evidenced by Tarzan's timely interception. Little Umbrella interjected suddenly, but they managed to turn the tables. Guan Zeyuan was momentarily speechless. If that's the case, it seems there really isn't any issue. Regardless, it's wise to exercise a bit of caution, as not every situation allows for a counterattack. Indeed, that's the logic, Little Umbrella concurred. Such extraordinary moments of brilliance may only occur once or twice in a professional player's career over several years of competition. It is unrealistic to expect flawless execution at every turn. His greatest solace lay in the understanding that such shining moments are rare, and a favorable state is but a fleeting phenomenon, as circumstances rarely align perfectly. This time, Tarzan was perhaps too hasty had he waited for Iwandi's initiation with Leona. The outcome might have been different. The situation was not favorable for L&G. They had initially held an advantage in the upper quadrant, but after this skirmish, both the upper and lower quadrants had been lost. Perhaps it would have been better had Tarzan opted to secure the Rift Herald instead of venturing downwards, maintaining the tempo in the upper quadrant and continuing to stifle the Shy Angel's growth. That might not be entirely accurate, Guan Zeyuan interrupted. Who could have anticipated this outcome? Even from a god's perspective, Tarzan's decision seemed sound. Abandoning the Rift Herald and executing a sudden strike in the lower quadrant was indeed a clever stratagem. Isn't that so? Little Umbrella nodded in agreement. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? On the field, Tarzan stared blankly at the monochrome screen, his mind racing with a singular thought. What just happened? How could a guaranteed kill scenario unravel like this? Where did it all go awry? Suddenly, a deep sigh echoed in his ears, sharp and jarring. The sigh emanated from Light, who after exhaling, remarked, "This player is quite formidable. You all shouldn't engage recklessly." Tarzan. Just keep focusing on the upper quadrant's tempo as we always have. Why venture downwards? I can still deliver results in team fights. There's no need to worry about us. Hearing this, Tarzan felt a surge of frustration. The previous skirmish had already left him vexed, and Light's words now felt particularly grating. Though Light's reasoning was astute, Tarzan was in no mood to absorb it. He chuckled. This time, I want to focus on the lower quadrant. I'm not concerned with the upper quadrant. Their ADC is encroaching on my jungle. Why should I allow him such comfort? A jungler should not be repeatedly harassed by an ADC in his own territory. Who could tolerate that? Since we're leading 2-0, there's no psychological pressure. A team that merely substitutes an ADC cannot truly overturn the match. I'll stabilize the lower lane and continue my focus there while the upper lane plays for themselves. Trust me. Light interjected. Don't let their ADC draw your ire. His encroachment into your jungle is merely a gift. Let's not rush. We should concentrate on the upper quadrant. Their top laner is playing aggressively, and failing to capitalize on that would be a waste of opportunity. However, Tarzan offered no response and instead headed straight for the lower jungle. Iwandi felt somewhat relieved. The team had previously concentrated on the upper quadrant, which had left the lower lane weak. Now, in this disadvantaged position, he was eager to see how the tides could turn. Being the top player in Korea for so long without much recognition, he felt a desperate need to prove himself in this match. In this challenging scenario, he was still wielding his adept Leona, confident in his ability to turn the game around. After all, the first two matches had been won quite easily. The opposing team had merely switched out an ADC. Although that player exhibited some skill, it was nothing more than that. In competitive play, it's not merely about skill. Strategy and rhythm are paramount. In his view, Su Fang's team had performed poorly in other aspects. This match simply reflected their earlier laxity. A bit of seriousness would suffice to reclaim the game. All right, I believe we can handle the lower lane. Their ADC will undoubtedly present opportunities. Once we have our ultimates. He won't have flash for the next 5 minutes and will lack purification for 3 minutes. We can easily catch him. There's no way we will let him have an easy time. Okay. Seeing Iwandi's agreement, Light had no further objections. Personally, he believed that sacrificing a bit for the comfort of the upper quadrant was the simplest route to victory, but since his teammates wished to focus on the lower quadrant, he was willing to accommodate. Mainly, he felt a bit aggrieved after being outplayed twice, as if the ADC disparity was glaring. Nevertheless, if he performed well, he could recover. Currently, his record stood at 2-2, which was acceptable. Glancing at the scoreboard, he noted Kaisa's record of 3-2. Phew, it's not too far off. A single good play could turn the tide. He focused intently, his gaze sharpening as he zeroed in on Kaisa in the game. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Fang remained blissfully unaware that he had become LNG's target. Sorry. If I had teleported sooner, our ADC wouldn't have had to die. Rookie lamented. Still apologizing for the previous skirmish. He had heard two conflicting voices at once, one urging him to teleport, the other suggesting he refrain, which had left him torn, causing a delay that resulted in Su Fang's demise. At that moment, Ningguang interjected with a smile. Was it Blue Brother's words that misled you? You don't trust our ADC, do you? Upon hearing his name mentioned, Bao Lan felt a bit awkward as he scratched his head. It was indeed his fault for providing erroneous information. However, his understanding of the game at that moment had genuinely suggested a retreat. He had even run to the tower, only to look back and see Su Fang still alive, prompting him to rush back for a rescue. My bad, I misjudged. Rookie chimed in. No. It's my fault. I was watching the entire time, but I didn't consider teleporting. It's still on me. Su Fang, however, seemed indifferent and replied. It matters not. It is merely a pity. Had I been alive, I could have farmed his stone beetle and the red buff. Such a shame indeed. Upon uttering these words, several individuals felt a wave of darkness wash over them. Hold on, my friend. Do you harbor a grudge against Tarzan? Why do you persistently fixate on his jungle? Ning Wang inquired with genuine curiosity. Su Fang did not grasp the meaning behind his words and retorted, No. Why would you say that? This response left Ning Wang momentarily speechless. Rookie, equally at a loss for words, could only manage a smile. Be careful, my friend. After all, you are the AD. That troublesome Tarzan is likely to come after you, Ning Wang advised. I will head up to place the Rift Herald. You two maintain your position in the bot lane. Despite Su Fang's commendable performance thus far, Ning Wang felt compelled to adhere to their pre-established strategy. I will assist the Shy shortly, and then we shall invade that troublesome jungle. Let's deny him any resources and see if he dares to confront me, he chuckled, fueled by the frustration from the earlier matches. As he spoke, he hastened towards the top lane, deploying the Rift Herald without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tarzan was still in the bot lane, leaving the top lane entirely unguarded, save for the lone presence of Saint Gunbrother. The Rift Herald charged forth, demolishing 3 layers of turrets with ease. However, this was only the beginning. Noticing Tarzan's absence from the top lane, Ning Wang seized the opportunity to strike. He materialized behind the Shy, executing a swift W to scout, followed by a flash to close the distance, unleashing his ultimate, Dragon's Tail, in a mesmerizing display. Ning Wang's Lee Sin appeared before Saint Gunbrother in an instant, leaving him no time to react. The RQ found its mark, and the Shy wasted no time in following up with his own abilities. Together, they stormed beneath the turret, unleashing a torrent of damage upon Saint Gunbrother's Jace. In a seamless combination, Saint Gunbrother found himself unable to retaliate, and by the time he attempted to flash away, it was too late. He could only hope to trade damage with Ning Wang. Striking in hammer form, he managed to reduce Ning Wang's health to a precarious level. Yet, that was all he could accomplish, for Angel was nearby. Divine Judgment. A radiant light enveloped Ning Wang's Lee Sin, rendering him invulnerable. In his final moments, Saint Gunbrother could only destroy the Rift Herald, managing to inflict damage upon the Shy before his demise. With his fall, LNG's prospects crumbled entirely. The advantage they had gained in the top lane earlier was now obliterated. The Shy's Angel successfully weathered the challenging early game, beginning to shine. While Ning Wang took this opportunity to infiltrate LNG's upper jungle, Tarzan, meanwhile, was left with no choice but to retreat to IG's lower jungle to salvage what he could. However, IG anticipated this move. Rookie promptly disregarded his lane opponent and ventured into the jungle to locate Tarzan. Balon followed suit. As both players vanished from sight, they intimidated Tarzan into retreat. Yet, with his upper jungle under siege, his lower jungle depleted, and the enemy jungle inaccessible, he found himself at a complete standstill. It was a dire situation, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, as the jungler faced the utmost frustration. In such circumstances, he was compelled to devise a plan, seeking a way to force action. If they were determined to make his life difficult, then he would retaliate in kind, turning his focus towards the mid lane. Tarzan's predicament is indeed unfortunate, remarked the commentator Guan Zeyuan. He has run out of places to farm and is now aimlessly wandering. He approached the mid lane, possibly intending to ambush Rookie's LeBlanc, but it seemed a challenging endeavor. LeBlanc's agility made her difficult to catch unless she chose to engage first. Expending both her W and her spells to trade blows, a scenario highly improbable. Guan Zeyuan, curious about Tarzan's actions, pondered aloud. Beside him, the analyst Xiao San, with a deeper understanding of the game, speculated, he aims to assist Maple in securing lane control, doesn't he? By pushing the minions. He can aid his own development while alleviating pressure from the mid lane. Upon hearing this, Guan Zeyuan had an epiphany. In the footage, Tarzan indeed utilized his abilities to help Maple push the wave, showing no intention of confronting Rookie. After clearing the wave, he and Maple synchronized their movements towards the river. Guan Zeyuan remarked, are they planning to ambush the bot lane? By helping to push the mid lane and coordinating a gank in the bot lane. LNG's strategy remains remarkably clear, even in the face of adversity. In this moment, Su Fang found himself without flash, cleanse, or even his ultimate, which had yet to cool down. If caught, he risked losing his life. IG's bot lane seemed oblivious to the impending danger, if they did not retreat soon. It might be too late. Tarzan and Maple had reached the river, closing in on the blue buff area when Su Fang and Bao Lan finally began their retreat towards the turret. Yet, it appeared they were running out of time. The scene unfolded as Maple's Azir and Tarzan's Jarvan approached from the jungle, effectively cornering Su Fang and Bao Lan beneath the turret. Without hesitation, Maple initiated the assault, summoning sand soldiers and unleashing a flash to create a wall, forcing Su Fang and Bao Lan out of the turret's safety. Light and Iwandi swiftly followed up. With their combined control, Tarzan executed a flawless EQ combo. The entire sequence left no room for maneuvering, resulting in a swift double kill. Brilliant! Xiao Sen applauded this display. LNG executed the play exceptionally well, from its conception to execution, achieving a stunning kill despite being at a significant disadvantage. It was no wonder that LNG managed to dominate IG with a score of 2-0. Their prowess was undeniable. Had Tarzan not insisted on altering the strategy mid-game, perhaps they would have maintained a favorable position in the upper lane, avoiding such difficulties. With his double kill in hand, Tarzan felt a surge of triumph. Finally, I have caught you. Don't even think about playing anymore. This was merely the beginning. He intended to show that if they dared to encroach upon his jungle, he would retaliate fiercely. At that moment, Tarzan felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. After securing the double kill, he ventured into the enemy's lower jungle, claiming 2 camps and rapidly accelerating the game's pace. The early disadvantage had been mitigated significantly, and it seemed that Light and Iwandi would be able to stabilize their lane, regaining control over their resources. Surely, the opposing AD would find it impossible to invade his jungle again. This situation brought Tarzan to a moment of clarity. He realized he needed to venture into the upper half of the map, ensuring that the Angel would not be allowed to thrive in comfort. Thus, after returning to base for supplies, he set off once more towards the upper area. In his eyes, this time he possessed his ultimate ability, while the Angel lacked both ultimate and flash, making it imperative to capitalize on this opportunity. Moreover, the crucial point was that the second dragon was about to respawn. Barring any unforeseen events, the opposing jungler, the Blind Monk, was highly likely to be engaged in taking the dragon in the lower half of the map. Continuing to exchange resources for development was a strategy. With a plan in mind, the next step was execution. Soon, the second dragon respawned, revealing itself to be a wind dragon. Ning Wang decisively made his way to the lower half of the map. With his team holding the advantage, there was no reason to concede resources to the enemy. So they chose to initiate the dragon fight directly. I'll take the lane control. Keep an eye on me. I intend to secure the dragon. I can monitor the opposing Xerath, so you can engage freely. Rookie was the first to respond. It was worth noting that Xerath's ultimate and flash were still on cooldown, allowing him to exert pressure and seize lane control without any concerns. Similarly, Balan promptly replied, "No problem, we'll be there shortly." Su Fang had no objections, swiftly utilizing his Q skill to push the lane. The Acacia rain fell upon the remnants of the enemy minions, and soon a wave of minions was cleared. To Su Fang's surprise, the opposing bottom lane showed no intention of counterpushing. Glancing at the minimap, an idea suddenly struck him. Could it be that their jungler had entirely abandoned the dragon and proceeded to the top lane? Thus, the duo in the bottom lane, with no one behind them, naturally refrained from pushing the lane in light of our jungler's presence in the lower half of the map. However, the enemy's blue jungle was under surveillance, and he had yet to spot the prince. Contemplating this, Su Fang hesitated for a moment. Oh well, I'll find out if I give it a try. With a flicker of inspiration, he set his sights on a target. After pushing the lane, Su Fang headed straight for the river, bypassing the dragon pit and moving further ahead. Ning Wang and Bao Lan assumed he intended to establish deeper vision, so they paid him no mind and proceeded to secure the dragon themselves. However, after a while, they sensed that something was amiss. Where was the AD? Why had he been absent for so long while establishing vision? A quick glance at the minimap revealed Su Fang had ventured into the enemy jungle, arriving at the F6 position, leisurely clearing the camp, utterly unconcerned about whether the enemy jungler was in the lower half of the map. It was worth noting that at this juncture, his flash had yet to cool down. Should Tarzan's prince appear, the AD standing in that position would certainly meet his demise. Ning Wang exclaimed, "Wait, buddy, why are you off farming F6? The enemy jungler might be coming to contest the dragon, and they have combat strength with Xayah and Rakan. Don't do this. In that position, if you get caught, we won't even be able to save you." Bao Lan echoed his concern, moving closer to Su Fang's location, anxious that a sudden ambush might ensnare him. Yet, Su Fang remained unfazed, continuing to feast on the F6 with nonchalance. After what felt like an eternity of Bao Lan standing guard, they finally waited for Su Fang to finish his clearing. He hastily made his way toward the dragon pit where Ning Wang was stationed. Bao Lan assumed Su Fang would be satisfied after clearing F6 and would leave. To his astonishment, upon turning back, he saw Su Fang had not only finished F6, but was also venturing further down, eager to consume more jungle creatures. Brother, really? You should leave. The enemy might truly come for you. They VE pushed the lane, and now with no vision. They could easily be on their way. Bao Lan was left speechless, standing at the junction of the river and jungle, caught in a dilemma of whether or not to intervene. Su Fanghan remained unconcerned, having already deduced that Tarzan was undoubtedly in the upper quadrant, with a high probability of targeting the Shy. Thus, he remarked, "It's fine, their jungler is likely in the upper area. Brother Shy, be cautious." As fate would have it. No sooner had he spoken than the icon of the prince appeared on the mini-app. Indeed, it was Tarzan. He had chosen not to emerge from the jungle, but rather to conceal himself in the blind spot behind St. Gun, patiently awaiting the Shy to fall into his trap. He emerged directly from behind St. Gun, executed a swift EQ combo to close the distance, and followed up with his ultimate, Cataclysm, ensnaring the Shy, who was devoid of both summoner spells and his ultimate ability. St. Gun promptly followed suit. Lacking any skills, the Shy found himself without room for maneuver and was swiftly eliminated. One must acknowledge that Tarzan's strategic allocation of resources to secure kills had once again proven remarkably successful. It is noteworthy that LNG was indeed in a position to contest the dragon, albeit with a modicum of risk. However, Tarzan decisively opted to forego this in favor of more stable kill gold, a choice that caught Ning Wang and his team off guard. The Shy, instinctively believing that the prince would be in the lower quadrant, chose to press forward, only to be ensnared at that opportune moment. Su Fang felt a deep sense of regret. Perhaps he should have articulated his suspicions earlier. This was his first genuine competitive match, and he was still unaccustomed to communicating and analyzing strategies with his teammates. He resolved to be more mindful next time. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his hands continued their movements, tears brimming in his eyes as he consumed the red buff and the stone beetle. How delightful! Meanwhile, Tarzan, having just secured a kill, was puzzled as to why the dragon had not yet been defeated. He hurried towards the lower jungle, planning to seize an opportunity to engage in a dragon fight, which would also allow the St. Gunner SJs to teleport down for a numbers advantage. Upon reaching the F6 position, he sensed something amiss. What? Where's the F6? It was at that moment that the voice notification of the dragon being slain echoed. Instead of anger, he chuckled. All right. No need for further explanation. It was clear who was responsible for the dragon's control. With swift fingers, he pressed the tab key, bringing up the detailed scoreboard. His gaze fixated on the bottom right corner where Kaisa's name appeared. IGXU Fang. I shall be there shortly. Just wait for me. After years of playing jungle, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, being repeatedly countered by an AD carry. Did he not care for his pride? How dare such a minor AD act so boldly? If only he had his abilities ready, he would rush directly to the bottom lane. Everything was in disarray. He now felt lost in the game, his jungle planning a chaotic mess. As he traversed the lower jungle, not a single monster remained. Everything was utterly clean. With no other option, he was compelled to retreat to the upper jungle, where at least a few monsters still lingered. However, this would lead to another period of inactivity, quickly leaving him with nothing to do. Moments of idleness were when junglers often found themselves in precarious situations, forced into desperate ganks or counter-jungling. This was evidently not ideal. How frustrating. While farming the three wolves, Tarzan felt increasingly irritable, his thoughts on strategy completely evaporating. Suddenly, a figure emerged. Before he could react, a smite descended, and the nearly depleted three wolves were snatched away. Damn! With so few jungle camps available, losing another group was too much for him to bear, leading him to involuntarily curse in his native tongue. In contrast, Ning Wang, observing Tarzan's plight, could not help but laugh heartily. How delightful! Brother, this is fantastic. This scoundrel used to invade my jungle. Now I let him off easy. He exhaled deeply, reveling in the moment. Although Tarzan's stats still looked decent, his level was clearly lagging behind. He could easily dominate Tarzan in the jungle, with Tarzan too intimidated to retaliate. After stealing the three wolves, Ning Wang did not linger, quickly departing, for he was in the enemy's jungle, where both Azir and Jace could provide support. His intention was to vex Tarzan, not to offer him any chances. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but reflect that had he been in Tarzan's position, he likely wouldn't fare any better. with a strangely aggressive AD in the bottom lane and a potential gank in the top lane, leaving his lower jungle vulnerable. It was indeed a challenging situation. Unconsciously, his mouse drifted towards the bottom lane. The thought alone was nauseating. Thankfully, it was his own team. In the commentary booth, watching Tarzan languish by the blue buff, Guan Zeyuan felt a twinge of sympathy. Tarzan seems a bit lost, wondering why he has no jungle to farm. Fang is quite the character. While his teammates are controlling the dragon, he invades Tarzan's jungle. Is this what a 10-minute AD should be doing? As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. Next to him, Xiaosun also burst into laughter. This was Griffin's famed Tarzan, and yet he was being so thoroughly bested in this match. It was indeed a rarity. Returning to the match, it became evident that IG had established a significant advantage. However, from the scoreboard, LNG was not without hope. Their central carry was still developing well. If they could find an opportunity or if IG were to make a mistake, they might still turn the tide. The next phase of the game would reveal which side could maintain their composure. Following this, the match entered a brief period of tranquility, lasting until around the 15-minute mark. Neither side initiated any aggressive maneuvers, as there were no neutral objectives available and no particularly advantageous points to engage, leading both teams to focus on their development. During this period, Fang chose not to invade the enemy's jungle, instead focusing on farming minions in the bottom lane. This was not due to a newfound caution, but rather a simple consequence of the enemy jungle being unrefreshed. Ningguang, come to the bottom lane. Let us push down the next tower. This will facilitate our control of the mid lane. Remaining in the bottom lane for too long would squander our advantages, Baolan remarked. At that moment, the protective layers had faded, rendering the turret exceptionally vulnerable. Even though Fang frequently roamed the jungle in this match, he had already reduced the enemy's bottom turret to nearly half its health. The evolution of Kaisa's Q with the Magic Zone Cross pickaxe made pushing the lane deceptively easy. Just a couple of hits on the turret, and the enemy's support, Luo, dared not retaliate. It seemed as if the enemy had become overly cautious, possibly due to the absence of their jungler, leaving them hesitant to engage. I'm on my way, wait for me, Ningguang replied swiftly. Indeed, it was time to accelerate the pace. Fang, in a state of mindless execution, effortlessly pushed the minion wave with a mere few basic attacks, followed by an Arcadia ring. However, after clearing the wave, he did not proceed to assault the tower. Instead, he gravitated once more towards the river. The jungle monsters had respawned. I still wish to venture into the jungle. What do you all think? He exclaimed, startling everyone. But weren't we supposed to push the second tower first? Baolan said anxiously. Ningguang quickly interjected. Don't worry, I'm almost there. We can push the tower soon. As I possess both my ultimate and flash, Fang remained unconvinced, continuing to articulate his thoughts. No, if we push a tower, they should respond, and thus a conflict can be avoided. The pace is too sluggish. It would be more effective for me to venture into the enemy jungle and make a play there. Their Jarvan will undoubtedly be in the lower half of the map right now. I believe this strategy could work, don't you think? One could not help but acknowledge that there was some merit to his reasoning, albeit it felt somewhat off. The team currently held a substantial advantage, and it was time to devise a method to accelerate their momentum. Typically, one would await the respawn of neutral resources such as the Dragon or Rift Herald, and then utilize these resources to create pressure and force a team fight. Yet, one must question the logic of having an AD carry initiate a fight. Surely, it would be unwise. The Dragon will respawn soon, and such a risky maneuver seems unnecessary. However, Baolan was still reluctant to endorse this plan, as the risks were considerably high. Should the execution falter, or if the AD carry were to be eliminated instantly, all prior advantages could be rendered moot. Conversely, Ningguang expressed his support. I believe we can do it. What's the issue? Isn't this our team's style of play? When have we ever feared a fight? This proclamation served as a revelation for Baolan. Indeed, IG had always been a team characterized by their individuality. It was unclear when they had begun to play in disarray, lacking both the necessary aggression and stability, their strategies falling apart under pressure. Rook, what is your take on this? Baolan directed the final question towards Rookie. Without hesitation, Rookie replied, I will contain the Azir. You all can engage as you see fit. The implication was unmistakable. Fang no longer hesitated and decisively ventured into the lower jungle area of LNG from the fork at the river's mouth, with Baolan closely trailing behind. At this moment, from a divine perspective, one could observe Tarzan's prince concealed within the underbrush near the red buff position. while the jungle entrances were already saturated with LNG's vision, even extending to the river where a false ward had been placed. The movements of Su Fang have long been keenly observed by the members of LNG. However, Maple's ear is merely performing, feigning ignorance while continuing to engage in a duel with Rookie. Commentary from Guan Zeyuan. Su Fang's position is rather overzealous. Tarzan is lurking in the nearby brush. He cannot afford to venture there. The tension is palpable, as Little Umbrella furrows his brow. Is IG destined to repeat the mistakes of the previous 2 games? In those earlier matches, IG had a slight advantage during the landing phase, yet once it concluded, their decision-making descended into chaos, gradually allowing their opponents to seize opportunities until it became insurmountable. If this engagement does not go in their favor, IG's early lead will dissipate entirely, and they may have to rely solely on their angel to prolong the game. However, LNG possesses the late-game assurance of his ear, making the outcome uncertain if the game drags on. Simultaneously, in the backstage lounge, Chris instinctively clenches his hands, slick with sweat. Stay composed. Only Puff's eyes seem to sparkle with renewed hope. If they concede in this crucial moment, even a stellar performance beforehand will be forgotten, and the weight of the game's defeat will rest entirely upon them. Things are looking up. Su Fang's Kaisa walked into the jungle with an air of unwittingness. Meanwhile, Tarzan remained fixated on the screen, biding his time, anticipating Su Fang's approach. At last, after observing the vision at F6 through the enhancement, Su Fang opted to advance. The moment had finally arrived. You have a penchant for invading the jungle, and now the monsters have respawned right here, ready for you. Let us see if you can escape this predicament. Go. I will use my flash and ultimate to force him to flash away, followed by an EQ combo, while Luo releases his skills to accompany my entrance, and the Emperor makes his way from the mid lane. I shall leave him no room for maneuver. With a single command, Maple in the mid lane swiftly headed towards the jungle. Simultaneously, the duo of Xia and Luo from the bot lane also made their way from the tri-brush, remaining concealed in the blind spot of vision, waiting for the opportune moment. As Su Fang gazed at the Tsar approaching him, he understood with clarity that all had arrived on the opposite side. Simultaneously, a crimson beam of light erupted from the thicket by the river behind him. It was the teleportation of Saint Spear Gujies. In an instant, individuals materialized from all directions, encircling Su Fang in a tight formation. He stared intently at the screen. Su Fang swiftly scanned the entire scene, commencing his analysis and making on-the-spot judgments. The voice of Bao Lan resonated through the team's communication. I see Jace's position. Use your ultimate now. Before Su Fang could respond, a sudden and unexpected appearance of a Jarvan 4 flashed through the wall, his ultimate, Cataclysm, ensnaring him instantly. Yet, the situation was far from over. Su Fang's peripheral vision caught sight of Lysandra, already within a mere 3 body lengths, activating her ultimate. Jace had yet to land, and without the control of his passive, he was utterly immobilized. Time was of the essence. Delaying would surely result in missing the timing for the passive. Should he flash out of the confinement? Indeed, that would allow him to evade Jarvan's damage while simultaneously creating a slight distance from the approaching Lysandra, buying him precious moments until Bao Lan could apply his mark, enabling a subsequent escape with his ultimate. However, this was not Su Fang's intention. He had no desire to flee. With a resolute plan forming in his mind, his hands moved with precision. As he pressed A and clicked the left mouse button, he swiftly dragged the cursor to the wall adjacent to Jarvan's ultimate and activated his own. In an instant, Su Fang's Kaisa transformed into a streak of violet light, deftly maneuvering against the wall to evade the Cataclysm's reach. This was a classic application of Kaisa's wall-dodging technique. Once out of Jarvan's ultimate, he finally found some room to operate, rapidly retaliating with damage. Auto-attacking and following up with Q, he unleashed a barrage upon Jarvan's face, simultaneously creating distance while continuing his assault, all the while conducting another swift survey of the battlefield. He noticed that Azir had already executed his WEQ sand movement, and, moreover, Lysandra had significantly closed the gap. At this distance, a flash W was certainly within reach. Coupled with the fact that Tarzan's Jarvan had yet to use his EQ, the array of skills available meant that there were scant opportunities to evade with a mere flash. The situation was perilous, extremely perilous. It was a moment that tested his reflexes. The ability to react in such critical moments reflects a player's profound understanding of the game. The more skilled the player, the more accurate their judgment in times of crisis. Where lies the opportunity for breakthrough? Su Fang swiftly analyzed the potential scenarios, yet time evidently did not afford him the opportunity. The Maples had already arrived before him, and the soldiers began to unleash their assault. It is you. Su Fang has devised a cunning plan. With unwavering resolve, he boldly retaliated, striking the Emperor of the Sands with a basic attack, presenting the appearance of engaging in close-quarter combat. He advanced further, only to suddenly activate his E-skill, Extreme Overload, propelling himself backward with remarkable speed. This retreat brought him perilously close to Iwandi's Rockin, who was nearly within range to execute a flash and W combo. This dramatic scene ignited a spark of hope among the LNG team, save for Maple, whose expression was fraught with anxiety. In the next instant, the wall of the Forbidden Army emerged, precisely halting at Su Fang's position, mere inches from propelling him directly into Rockin's embrace. The suspenseful moment quickened Su Fang's own heartbeat. Fortunately, his ruse had succeeded. He intentionally approached the Emperor of the Sands, anticipating that at such proximity, the Emperor would be compelled to unleash his ultimate ability, not only to preserve his own health, but also to inadvertently thrust Su Fang into Rockin's grasp. It was a gamble Su Fang chose to take, and it appears fortune favored him. The path forward has now been unveiled. Rookie's voice resonated in his ear, urging, "Watch the Emperor." Su Fang decisively dashed forward with a swift flash, his target being the Emperor. In an instant, both figures appeared before Maple's visage. One was Su Fang, who embraced death to be reborn, and the other was Rookie's enchanting LeBlanc, who had trailed behind the Emperor for support. Rookie hastily executed a double jump. Arriving just in time for the spectacle, the duo unleashed their combined onslaught upon the unsuspecting Emperor, who had failed to evade their assault. Naturally, the fragile golden chicken could not withstand such concentrated firepower and was swiftly annihilated. Su Fang has secured another victory. However, this shall be the extent of it. LNG has demonstrated remarkable steadiness and intelligence in this phase. Su Fang, employing deceptive movements on multiple occasions to bait the abilities of both the prince and Luo, found himself ensnared as they steadfastly held on to their skills, leaving him without any means of escape. Iwandi, with decisive action, executed a flash into AW, making a grand entrance. The charm followed by a knock-up left Su Fang without any mobility or means to maneuver, while Tarzan swiftly followed up with an EQ combo. Simultaneously, the Holy Gunner, landing from the side, unleashed a cannon shot, instantly reducing Su Fang's health to below 200 points. With no room for action, he could only focus on dealing as much damage as possible in the final moments, leaving the rest to his teammates. Well, he had done his best. After all, this was a professional match, and the enemy's coordination exceeded expectations. Perhaps he had been a bit too aggressive. Suddenly, a beam of holy light flooded Su Fang's screen. It was the Angel's ultimate. In his focus on calculating the enemy, he had neglected to consider his own teammates. The Shy, upon witnessing the Holy Gunner's teleport, promptly activated his own, landing and using flash to close the distance, immediately casting his ultimate. Following this, a myriad of immunity effects appeared. Under the protection of the Angel's ultimate ability, Su Fang entered a state of invincibility. At this juncture, the dynamics of offense and defense were poised for a transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard and mouse, executing a swift A and left click, targeting the beleaguered Tarzan. With his health already critically low, Tarzan could do little but succumb to despair in the face of Su Fang's invincible advantage. Nearly 2 basic attacks accompanied by a Q skill effortlessly claimed his life. However, the duration of the Angel's ultimate was drawing to a close, and both Luo and Light were fixated on Su Fang, awaiting the expiration of the ultimate ability. Su Fang was acutely aware that he had little maneuvering room left. Eliminating 2 was sufficient. "Brothers, behold me," echoed the voice of King Ning. Su Fang instinctively glanced over the dragon's tail. He beheld King Ning's blind monk, who seamlessly leaped from the dragon pit, using W to strike the eye on the wall, positioning himself behind Light. In a swift motion, he executed a flash to close the distance, delivering a powerful kick that sent both Light and Iwandi, who were attempting to safeguard their dwindling health, flying in unison. With impeccable timing, he followed up with his Q skill, Soundwave, Echo Strike. How magnificent! This kick was extraordinarily executed, allowing Su Fang, who had been in a perilous state as his invincibility wore off, to escape the imminent danger. Su Fang immediately began to unleash the radiant light. Simultaneously, the Shy's Angel joined in the fray along the wall, combining forces with Ning Wang's Li Xin, and together, they relentlessly subdued Light. The kill was claimed by the Shy's Angel. leaving the remaining Iwandi incapable of posing any threat to Su Fang, who could only reluctantly concede his life. Double kill. The Shy secured a double elimination. At this juncture, LNG was left with only the lone Jace, known as the Holy Gunner, entangled in the river with Rookie. He had been restrained by Baolon for quite some time, finally managing to dispatch Baolon's Talia, but upon turning around, he discovered that his teammates had been utterly defeated, leaving him as the sole survivor. With this realization, Su Fang finally allowed himself a deep sigh of relief. He had somehow managed to survive, having thought he was doomed on 2 occasions, first from the Angel's ultimate, and then from Lee Sin's miraculous kick, yet he had persevered against all odds. Su Fang found it somewhat hard to believe. Well, such is the nature of professional competitions. Each individual plays their respective role. Su Fang has likely gained a deeper understanding of the competition, realizing that he can place greater trust in his teammates. After all, this is not a solitary endeavor. Nice. After a successful team fight, everyone erupted in excitement, exclaiming nice. In unison, wow, that kick of mine, what can I say? Wasn't it impressive? Ning Wang boasted exuberantly in the team's voice chat. Hee hee. Baolon chuckled softly before retorting. What does that have to do with you? Isn't it the AD who played exceptionally well? Ning Wang, not one to dispute this, simply nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Yet, he swiftly changed the subject, laughing heartily. However, without my buddy's kick, the AD would surely have met his demise. I believe my contribution was quite significant, ha ha ha. Nevertheless, no one paid him any heed. AD, you're incredible. The Shy unusually praised him. As Su Fang listened to the accolades bestowed upon him by several individuals, a smile inevitably crept across his face. This sensation was truly delightful. However, within mere seconds, he snapped back to reality, diving headfirst into the jungle of LNG. He nearly forgot. Surely Tarzan would express gratitude for having such an exceptional AD like him to clear the jungle, alleviating some of his burdens. Meanwhile, from the commentary booth, Guan Zeyuan's voice continued to narrate the unfolding events on the battlefield without pause. Rookie was still attempting to pursue the Saint Gunner's Jace. Yet the latter had his flash available and deftly sidestepped the LeBlanc SE skill with a well-timed flash, creating a distance with an acceleration gate. Rookie wisely opted not to press the chase further, signaling the conclusion of this skirmish. Ultimately, IG executed a remarkably beautiful 1-for-4 exchange, emerging victorious. After a brief pause to catch his breath and swallow, the beside commentator, Xiao San, finally seized the opportunity to interject, his expression one of disbelief. Wow. What did I just witness in that team fight? IG executed their strategy flawlessly. I initially believed it would be an opportunity for LNG. Yet it concluded with such a stunning and brilliant display of teamwork. Ning Wang's miraculous kick, Rookie's lateral infiltration, and the Shy's angelic entrance via flash, each player fulfilled their role, leaving LNG with virtually no room to maneuver. At this moment, Guan Zeyuan interjected. Indeed, and all of this is predicated on a fundamental core, which is Su Fang's Kaisa. He was absolutely pivotal in this play. LNG's entire focus was directed towards him, including Tarzan's initial prince who used flash and his ultimate, followed by the Emperor's ultimate. Even the flash and ultimate of Luo, all these skills were essentially expended solely on him. Under such circumstances, Su Fang miraculously survived until the end. This is astonishing. I must apologize for my earlier assessment. My judgment regarding Su Fang was flawed. The current Su Fang undoubtedly possesses the caliber of a top-tier AD player. In fact, he has reached the level of a first-rate AD. Such praise left Xiao San momentarily stunned. A first-rate AD? That would equate to the strongest among the entire LPL, with fewer than 3 players achieving such a level. And now, Guan Zeyuan openly asserted that this newcomer AD, Su Fang, possessed the prowess of a first-rate AD. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Nonetheless, after a brief moment of astonishment, Xiao San felt that such an evaluation was entirely warranted for Su Fang. Perhaps those who had not witnessed the match might question this, but anyone who would agree that Su Fang undeniably deserved such accolades. Fortunately, Guan Zeyuan had been narrating the entire team fight, having been so astounded by Su Fang's maneuvers that he struggled to formulate commentary. His mind was solely occupied with the imagery of Su Fang's gameplay. It was truly remarkable. One could not help but wonder, is this level of skill achievable by mere mortals? Is it that I am simply aging, or are today's youth this extraordinarily talented? The physical initiation of the fight, the AR wall to evade the Princess ultimate, the preemptive retreat to anticipate the Emperor's ultimate, and the subsequent wall jump, all steps were fraught with peril. Xiaosan, what are your thoughts? Huh. Xiaosan turned, momentarily dazed. Having been lost in thought and failing to catch what was said, Guan Zeyuan noticed his bewilderment and, chuckling, reiterated, "It seems that the current IG is reminiscent of their former selves. Wouldn't you agree?" Indeed, Xiaosan nodded in agreement. IG now exudes an aura where it appears every player can step up. They eschew strategy for sheer aggression, forcing LNG to adapt to their rhythm. They excel in this approach, their most familiar territory. If they can maintain this momentum, there might still be a glimmer of hope, despite trailing by 2 significant scores. Guan Zeyuan interjected, "Well, it might be a tad premature to speculate. Let us not rush to conclusions. Remember, it's still only 15 minutes into the match. While IG holds a substantial advantage, it doesn't entirely negate LNG's chances. After all, the fans of LNG remain in the stands, and as commentators, we cannot exhibit overt bias. Perhaps we will focus a bit more on the underdogs, but the reality is clear. LNG has largely faltered in this match." In the backstage lounge, Chris was exuberantly embracing Puff, enthusiastically exclaiming nice, while Puff wore an awkward expression. While the team's victory warranted celebration, he was not on the field. What was this irony? When he played, they lost 2 consecutive matches. Now that he was benched, they began to dominate. Was the traitor truly himself? Returning to the match, having triumphed in a team fight, Fang leisurely devoured the jungle monsters of LNG, leaving none behind. Satisfied, he returned home to replenish his resources, promptly purchasing the Kraken Slayer, while his magic essence successfully transformed into the magic cut. In merely 16 minutes, wielding the magic cut and Kraken Slayer, Fang had reached an unparalleled level of power. With such an advanced state of development in the match, it was difficult to conceive of a loss. Meanwhile, LNG found themselves enveloped in a profound silence, with not a single word spoken, as the recent team fight had left them in a state of despondency. Finally, breaking the silence, St. Gunnar voiced, "We haven't lost yet, right? Let's give it another try. We can't just resign ourselves to defeat. Let us level up and wait for the Baron. With such a significant advantage, they're bound to initiate it." Yet, the team voice chat remained largely unresponsive, with only light chiming in. "It's all right. We've already secured 2 victories, so what if we lose this one?" As St. Gunnar said, "Let us go for the Baron. We'll all have our skills and flashes available. If we play well, opportunities will arise." Upon hearing the sentiments expressed by the two, Maple and Iwandi responded listlessly, signifying their tacit agreement to the proposal. Meanwhile, Tarzan remained silent throughout, his gaze fixed on the screen, lost in thought as he beheld the desolate wilderness, pristine and empty. Beneath the calm exterior, tumultuous waves of anger surged within him. He was enraged, genuinely furious. Yet in the realm of esports, prowess reigned supreme, and at that moment, he could do nothing but suppress his fury. The desire to vanquish Kaisa consumed him, but he was powerless to act. His thoughts had drifted far beyond the current match. He was preoccupied with strategizing for the next game and contemplating how to decisively undermine the bot lane. However, as a professional player, he would never outright concede this match. He resolved to give his utmost effort regardless. Time in the game progressed incrementally, and soon they reached the 20-minute mark. During this interval, LNG's outer towers had been systematically devoured, leaving them utterly vulnerable. Even the mid lane's inhibitor tower had lost a significant portion of its health. The members of LNG had lost all standing to venture from their towers, let alone contest resources in the jungle. Thus, every time Fang stepped out, he headed straight for the enemy jungle, meticulously monitoring the respawn times of the neutral monsters, swiftly eliminating them upon their reappearance. "Fangzi, stop farming. It's time to prepare for a decisive Baron," Ningguang called out over the voice chat. Fang glanced at the remaining group of frogs and simply replied, "No worries. You all go ahead. I'll join you after I finish this frog." His words left several people speechless. Fang finds everything satisfactory in other areas, yet he remains fixated on the opposing jungle. Acknowledging his sentiments, the team decides to commence the dragon. With an early advantage, clearing a frog takes no more than 5 seconds, and soon, Fang approaches the Baron. In the commentary booth, Guan Zeyuan swiftly narrates the unfolding situation. IG has begun to engage the dragon. LNG is well aware, yet they remain occupied with the minion wave in the mid lane, hesitant to rush and due to the fear of an ambush. The dragon's health dwindles to 7,000, and the assault progresses rapidly. Finally, LNG approaches the dragon pit, with Light utilizing his vision-enhancing ability to pave the way, allowing LNG to assess the situation in the pit. Suddenly, Ningguang stealthily navigates the wall above the dragon pit, seeking an opportunity. They are approaching. Observe my position. I shall take a chance, he declares, using the blind spot to his advantage. In a swift motion, a Q ability strikes Tarzan's Jarvan 4, followed by an immediate second Q to leap into the fray. With a flash of his ability, Tarzan is sent hurtling into the crowd like a bowling ball, colliding with both Maple Esazir and Saint's Jace. Only Light reacts in time, activating his ultimate to evade the control, while Iwandi's Rockin fortuitously remains outside the trajectory. The two quickly retaliate against Ningguang. Rockin decisively unleashes his ultimate, and Light follows up with damage. However, in the next moment, a purple figure adorned in golden light soars into the center of the chaos. Su Fang's Kaisa. Upon witnessing Ningguang's flash into the crowd, Su Fang prepares to join the fray. Shy, he calls succinctly, and the Shy comprehends his intent, unleashing his ultimate. Su Fang then charges in, shielded by the Angel's ultimate, unleashing damage without a hint of trepidation. It is a pity that he lacks the Hurricane. Thus, he can only target single foes. Nonetheless, this suffices. He focuses his fire on Tarzan's Jarvan 4, dealing a relentless barrage of auto attacks and abilities that rain down upon him, swiftly reducing Tarzan to a sliver of health. Simultaneously, Rookie LeBlanc follows suit with her damage, flashing in to deliver a potent WR combo, resulting in a substantial AoE burst that devastates both Maple and Saint, while claiming Tarzan's life. Balon and the Shy trail closely behind, flashing into the skirmish. The team fight tips decisively in their favor. Seeing this, Maple opts to flash in close, aiming to push Su Fang toward Light the moment his invulnerability fades, hoping to inflict some control damage. Yet, to Su Fang, this seems like a scene from a slow-motion film. He effortlessly flashes backward, evading the wall of the Imperial Guard. Without hesitation, he pivots and resumes his relentless assault. The Shy follows up with damage, and the pair focuses their fire, soon eliminating Maple Esazir. Just as Azir falls, Light and Iwandi join forces, having swiftly dispatched Ningguang, now returning to confront the vulnerable Su Fang. Under their combined assault, Su Fang's health diminishes rapidly. However, his damage remains formidable. Owing to his item advantage, Light's health depletes at an even greater pace. Despite this, Su Fang senses impending peril, for Light possesses both his ultimate and flash. Continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to his demise. Su Fang's health soon dwindles below 400, prompting Light to decisively activate his ultimate to mitigate damage while showering the ground with feathers. With such an abundance of feathers, should he E-flash into Su Fang, it would spell certain death. Come closer to me. Balon's voice resonates. Su Fang immediately activated his E-skill, engaging in an extreme overload to accelerate towards his teammate. Iwandi, evidently unwilling to allow his escape, promptly unleashed his W-skill towards Su Fang's rear as soon as it was off cooldown. Su Fang furrowed her brows slightly. Yet, her fingers instinctively executed a dodging maneuver. Thanks to the swift boots and the enhancement from her E-skill, she effortlessly turned to evade the knockup. However, this meant she would be unable to escape Xayah's abilities. As expected, Light responded with remarkable speed, decisively using East to flash and close the distance. A flurry of feathers transformed into sharp hooks, piercing through Su Fang with a staggering burst damage of 760, causing her to collapse to the ground. The screen then faded to monochrome. Su Fang shrugged nonchalantly, unperturbed by the dangers of the arena. He had no fear of death. After all, the jungle was currently deserted, and it hardly mattered. He glanced at the screen. Following his demise, Rookie, the Shy, and Balon relentlessly pursued their opponents, swiftly claiming 2 more kills after a brief skirmish. Ace. A complete annihilation. Could the brothers secure a decisive victory in one fell swoop? Alas, with no minion waves, it was best to focus on the Baron instead. Let's regroup once we're back to life and seize it, Ningguang commanded from the fountain. Without needing further instruction, the others immediately turned their attention to the Baron. Soon, with a resounding roar, they successfully secured the Baron. Their advantage was now insurmountable, with victory tantalizingly close at hand. In the commentary booth, Xiao San articulated the unfolding situation. With IG's successful team wipe of LNG and their control of the Baron, it is safe to say that the outcome is virtually certain. The next step is to gather and pressure the mid lane. Guan Zeyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, after leaving the base, the Shy opted to push the bottom lane solo, while Balon and Rookie provided support. Suddenly, it became apparent that all of LNG had converged on the bottom lane, presumably seeking to exploit their numerical advantage. The Shy's position was indeed quite audacious. While Baolon and Rookie were nearby, they were still outnumbered, presenting a risk. LNG initiated their assault. 2 players flanked from the side, while 3 confronted them head-on. To their astonishment, Rookie swiftly eliminated Maple Zeyrath and severely damaged Iwandi's Rockin. The Shy continued to maneuver. His passive fully stacked, dealing significant damage. Alas, Tarzan's EQ combo was deftly avoided by the Shy, leaving him in a precarious position. Baolon emerged to hinder Tarzan, sealing his fate. Meanwhile, Rookie re-engaged from the side, landing a QE that left Light's Zaya critically wounded. With no ultimate abilities left, LNG seemed incapable of overcoming IG's trio. The Shy relentlessly pursued Tarzan, clashing with Saint Gunner. Both dealt substantial damage, yet the Shy deftly dodged Saint Gunner's cannon fire, diminishing his output. Rookie, in concert with Baolon, focused their fire on Jace, achieving a 0-4-3 trade. Only a feeble duo from the bottom lane remained, both lacking ultimates and summoner spells. It was all but over. Congratulations were in order for IG. Congratulations, IG. Xiaosun echoed enthusiastically. In the final moments of the broadcast, the director surprisingly panned to the jungle, revealing Su Fang diligently farming alone in LNG's territory. This spectacle left both the audience and commentators speechless. Clearly, Su Fang had a penchant for farming. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. However, they quickly composed themselves to reflect on the match. Guan Zeyuan mentally reviewed the game before speaking. The developments in this match were rather unexpected. We initially thought that with LNG's 2 consecutive victories, their morale would propel them to further success. Who would have anticipated that they would lose in a mere 20 minutes? Xiaosun shared the sentiment. Indeed, it was quite surprising how swiftly it concluded. Only 20 minutes. It felt as though IG's performance in this game was entirely different from the previous 2, wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, IG's approach was not particularly flawless. They simply relied on their mechanics to overpower their opponents, showcasing remarkable skill in every team fight, especially Su Fang, who truly dazzled with his exceptional plays throughout the match. Guan Zeyuan concurred, expressing astonishment. Yes, Su Fang navigated each engagement as if walking a tightrope over a precipice, truly thrilling. His comeback performance was nothing short of spectacular. Aside from a few overly aggressive moments, overall, it was nearly perfect. Of course, being aggressive isn't inherently problematic. Taking risks is often essential in competitive play, and having the courage to engage is commendable. Reflecting on LNG, Guan Zeyuan noted, conversely, LNG's performance exhibited some issues. The team's overall rhythm seemed disoriented, and Tarzan's abandonment of his upper jungle strategy appeared ineffective. They will need to make significant adjustments for the next match. In the backstage corridor, Ningguang caught up to Su Fang, playfully remarking, "Hey, Fangzi, have you taken something today? You played exceptionally well. You're too heavy, Ningguang." Su Fang retorted. Su Fang bent down and swiftly dodged, forcibly breaking free before continuing his words. "To be fair, your kicks were quite impressive. If you were a tad more handsome, I might have just casually given a few A-presses, which wouldn't have meant much." Ningguang burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Indeed, this guy was absolutely crucial. He ended the game with just 2 kicks. You should have seen Tarzan's sour expression earlier. It nearly made me die of laughter. In the previous 2 rounds, he loved to show off. And I just stamped my shoes on his face, haha. Nearby, Rookie glanced at him with an expression of disbelief, and then spoke up. "Ningguang, you really don't have a clue, do you? This round had nothing to do with you. With such a significant advantage as AD, winning was a mere formality." Ningguang, feeling indignant, pulled over his teammate Baolon and said, "Brother Lon, you tell him, didn't this guy contribute? Sure, his earlier impact was minimal, but those last 2 kicks, weren't they invincible? He must have a shot at competing for the MVP too." Baolon simply shot him a glance and then walked away without uttering a word. Ningguang exclaimed, "Brother Lon, what do you mean by that?" Sighing at Baolan's indifference, he quickly perked up. "Hey, Shy, what's your take on this?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, the Shy regarded him for a moment and replied, "I think AD nice." Although his Chinese was somewhat clumsy, the meaning was unmistakable. Ningguang's expression fell. Mumbling to himself as he walked at the back of the group, "I know full well that AD was outstanding this round, but those 2 kicks were really impressive. Damn it, forget it. I still got to kick Tarzan hard, which was quite satisfying, huh?" As the group entered, Chris immediately rushed forward for a big hug. Though everyone deftly sidestepped him, he didn't mind. His face radiated excitement, After merely 20 minutes, they had effortlessly taken down LNG. Wasn't that a complete massacre? At this rate, a reverse sweep was indeed conceivable. Once everyone settled down, he leisurely declared, "We played well this round. So I've decided not to make any substitutions for the next game. We shall continue with this lineup." This statement elicited no surprise. After all, having lost the previous 2 rounds, the team had decisively triumphed after Su Fang's introduction, making a return to the previous strategy unthinkable. No one objected. As for Puff, he had already reclined in his chair, engrossed in his phone, and naturally had no objections. The subsequent discussions were no longer relevant to him. He thought it best to rest and enjoy his phone in a comfortable position. Meanwhile, in the LNG lounge, the coach surveyed the somber faces before him and clapped his hands. Clap. As everyone turned to look at him, he spoke with authority. "We have a 2-game lead. Losing 1 round is inconsequential. Let us not maintain this morose demeanor. Speak up if you have anything to say. Let us all adjust and improve together." Saint Gun opened his mouth to speak, but it was Tarzan, perched in the corner, who interjected first. "In the next round, I want to play the lower half." His statement caused everyone to instinctively frown. The coach immediately rejected the notion. "No, our team has very little experience playing the lower half, and given the current situation, employing upper half strategies against IG is the most suitable, as this is precisely our forte." However, Tarzan was unyielding. "Their lower lane will be just as aggressive. It's equally easy to catch them down there. The last round was difficult because you disrupted my rhythm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have struggled so much. I will play the lower half, regardless." His words were a clear indication that he was no longer heeding the coach's directives, relying solely on his own judgment. Moreover, after the last round South bot lane mismatch, didn't they want to rectify that? He glanced at Light and Iwandi, confident in his abilities compared to Baolon, promptly concurred. "I also think it's feasible. Their bot lane support is quite weak, and while that AD seems competent, he loves to show off, which makes him prone to mistakes." All eyes turned to Light. He took a deep breath. As a professional player, each one harbored the belief that they were the strongest and most talented, and he was no exception. Everyone was vying for the championship, who could claim superiority over whom. The previous round had been more about underestimating their opponents, especially given Su Fang's reputation as a relatively unknown 3rd-tier AD player. Coming into this round, he didn't believe he would perform any worse. He had always played a sacrificial role in the team, with the focus on the upper half, leading others to perceive him as a mere slacker. Yet he was acutely aware of his own capabilities and firmly believed he was no less skilled than anyone else. "I also think it's feasible." Upon hearing his agreement, Tarzan spread his hands. "You see, everyone has no objections." Although the coach wished to avoid such a scenario, he had no choice but to concede. "All right, we'll play the lower half this time. If it proves ineffective, we must revert to our previous strategy of focusing on the upper half in the next round." Naturally, Tarzan had no objections, as he viewed this BO5 as having no subsequent games. The victory in this round was imminent. The coach picked up his notebook from the small table behind him and began. "I have devised a strategy for the lower half, which I initially thought we wouldn't need, but now it seems we must implement it. Their support, Baolon, will have a fixed positioning strategy at the start. He will head to the brush on the lower route for vision. Thus, we can exploit this by starting directly there, attempting to secure a flash or a kill. If we can force a flash, then Tarzan, you can camp the lower lane at level 3 and together with the support, secure a kill. I believe that after this, the lower lane will have a stable advantage. Following that, we can try to pressure the mid lane for a flash." And then, the halftime break was brief, and soon, the 4th match commenced once more. Su Fang rejoined his teammates at the competition desk. Having received news that the opposing team had opted for the red side in the 4th game, indicating a clear adjustment from LNG. However, Su Fang remained unfazed by these developments. His mind was solely focused on how to swiftly reclaim 400 jungle monsters. Despite his earnest efforts in the last match, he had only managed to reclaim 94 monsters, and at this rate, with only 2 games left, the task of reclaiming 300 more seemed insurmountable. Moreover, being on the blue side in this match made it exceedingly difficult to counter jungle during the landing phase, as the enemy's lower jungle consisted solely of 3 wolves, the blue buff, and a frog, which were predominantly singular monsters. Quite a hassle. He needed to devise a strategy to hasten his progress. LNG promptly banned several heroes that had performed exceptionally well in the previous match, including Lee Sin and Morgana, effectively nullifying their effectiveness. Following the ban phase, the selection of champions commenced. In the first pick scenario, Ningguang swiftly locked in Gragas. The opposing team immediately countered with Kaisa and Thresh, showing no hesitation. When it was their turn again, Chris secured Gnar for the Shy, while also assisting Rookie in claiming Azir for lane control. For their third champion pick, LNG unveiled a notably aggressive choice, Elise. In the commentary booth, Guan Zeyuan exclaimed, "Oh, Elise? It appears LNG has clearly altered their strategy. Tarzan's Elise is quite formidable, as the champion possesses exceptional early game ganking potential. With Tarzan at the helm, LNG's early game seems quite secure. This puts considerable pressure on IG. The champions that had performed well for IG in the previous match had largely been banned, and the high-mobility AD carry Kaisa had been taken by LNG, leaving IG with limited options. During Guan Zeyuan's commentary, both teams rapidly continued their ban and pick phase. LNG's fourth pick was Orianna. Finally, it was Su Fang's turn to select a champion. Everyone was curious about what champion Su Fang would choose, especially since Kaisa, a relatively straightforward pick, had been snatched away, and Xayah had been banned. The viable AD carries in the current meta were dwindling, with only champions like Ashe and Jhin remaining that held decent viability. What will IG choose for their last two picks? Xiaosun pondered aloud, and soon after, Lucian's icon appeared on the screen, promptly locked in. The support role opted for Alistar. Lucian and Alistar? This combination seems rather underwhelming. Lucian isn't particularly strong in this meta, and Alistar appears to be somewhat countered by Thresh, making their landing potential significantly mismatched, he remarked. I personally feel that IG's bot lane duo has been poorly selected. Guan Zeyuan exhibited skepticism towards IG's choices, filled with doubt throughout the analysis. Meanwhile, LNG's fifth pick was Ornn, which was also a strong counter. However, he understood this choice well. By selecting Ornn at this stage, it was apparent that LNG's strategy had crystallized. They were evidently abandoning the upper jungle in favor of focusing on the lower jungle. This would allow St. Gun to withstand pressure and contribute effectively in team fights. In terms of composition, he found LNG's lineup to be quite robust. From the composition perspective, I hold a favorable view of LNG's setup. Solid. Guan Zeyuan turned to Xiaosan. What are your thoughts? After a brief examination, Xiaosan arrived at a similar conclusion. Regardless of the angle one considered, LNG's lineup appeared to hold the upper hand. IG's choices in the mid and jungle positions were commendable, yet the disparity in the bot lane was glaring. The selection of champions for the fourth and fifth picks raised doubts about the players' champion pools. This thought solidified in his mind. Otherwise, how could they have ended up with such a poor combination for their last picks? It suggested that Su Fang and Baolan's champion pools might have been too limited. As a commentator, he felt compelled to remain impartial. Since Guan Zeyuan had expressed confidence in LNG, he would attempt to offer some support for IG. He hesitated. Where should I begin praising IG? He decided to speak up anyway. Well, I personally lean slightly towards IG, although their composition may appear lacking at first glance. The fact that they chose this lineup indicates they possess the confidence or conviction to execute it effectively. Su Fang's performance in the previous match was commendable, and in this game, he's utilizing Lucian despite the meta's challenges. I still hold high hopes for him. Perhaps he will surprise us. By the end of his commentary, his tone became increasingly uncertain, realizing the difficulty of his task. He was baffled by IG's decision-making after winning one game. They seemed to have reverted to a questionable strategy, resulting in such a disparity in team compositions. Guan Zeyuan couldn't help but chuckle, while the audience below discreetly gave thumbs up in approval. Xiaosun could only manage a resigned smile. At that moment, the game screen officially appeared, and both commentators promptly straightened in demeanor. All right, we can see that the match screen has appeared. Let us delve into the fourth game of the World Championship qualifiers between IG and LNG. As the match commenced, LNG's 5 members swiftly converged upon the lower lane. Guan Zeyuan remarked, "Oh, it seems LNG has meticulously planned this start, as all 5 players are heading towards the bottom lane." IG, on the other hand, chose not to engage in an early skirmish, with each player positioning themselves at their respective wards. Just then, Baolan, who was initially heading towards his jungle, suddenly shifted towards the lower lane, utilizing the final burst of speed from the home guard to reach the tower in no time. This moment captured the attention of all commentators and viewers alike. Guan Zeyuan quickly narrated the unfolding scene. Wait, Baolan is approaching. It seems he intends to place a ward in the bottom bush before returning to switch to a control ward. It's crucial to note that all 5 members of LNG are currently in the river, and if he ventures too far forward, he may be caught. As seconds passed, The anxious LNG players decided to push further into the bush. Balan collided head-on with all 5 opponents. Balan has walked into their vision, Guan Zeyuan exclaimed. With remarkable reflexes, he immediately flashed back to safety under the tower, narrowly avoiding Iwandi's hook. Had he been caught, even the flash wouldn't have saved him. It's a missed opportunity for LNG. Had they waited just a moment longer, they could have secured first blood. What a pity, Guan Zeyuan lamented. Xiaoxin concurred, indeed. But it's worth noting that LNG's opening strategy was well conceived. Ultimately, they forced Balan's flash on Alistar, which is still a net gain for the LNG team. The outcome is within an acceptable range, aligning closely with the strategy discussed at the outset. Although they did not secure the first blood, the absence of a flashing Alistar presents an inevitable opportunity for a kill. Tarzan has formulated a plan in his mind. He swiftly returns to his jungle, even summoning the bottom duo, Light and Iwandi, to assist in clearing the jungle monsters. His objective is to reach level 3 expeditiously. Once he attains that level, he intends to launch an assault on the bottom lane. With the Alistar lacking a flash, a mere flicker of Thresh flash or a well-placed Q will guarantee a fatal outcome. Thus, the match commenced in this tranquil manner, focusing on the bottom lane. Su Fang did not assist Yi and instead opted to push the lane immediately, as the early game combat prowess of a level 1 Alistar and Lucian was notably inferior. Thus, it was imperative to transition past level 1 as swiftly as possible. On the opposing side, however, the bottom lane duo, despite being present, chose not to engage in a rapid minion control strategy. This peculiar behavior stirred a sense of unease within Su Fang. Logically, the opposing team should have been exerting pressure at this juncture, given their superior strength, yet they allowed Su Fang's team to push the wave unopposed. Something felt amiss. Nevertheless, the wave still needed to be pushed. Otherwise, if the minions became stuck before the enemy tower, it would spell disaster. With this in mind, Su Fang placed a ward at the River S entrance during a brief moment of downtime while last hitting. A ward at the river 2.5 minutes into the game was certainly prudent, especially against a jungler like Elise who favored ganks. He then returned to the lane. At this point, the opposing duo finally initiated normal lane exchanges. This was more like it. Under the pressure from the enemy, it took nearly half a minute to successfully push the wave beneath the tower. By now, 3 minutes had elapsed, and both bottom lane duos had reached level 2. After completing the wave push, Su Fang planned to retreat, recognizing that risking a tower hit against a potential jungle gank was not worthwhile. Just as he and Bao Lan began to withdraw, the opposing duo unexpectedly bypassed the minion wave and advanced towards them. The jungler was incoming. Such an unusual maneuver immediately alerted Su Fang to the potential danger. Although the ward remained active, revealing no sign of Elise, where could she be? The river, their own jungle's tri-brush, or perhaps emerging from behind. Only these 3 scenarios were possible, but in reality, only one stood out: the tri-brush in their own jungle. As Su Fang surmised, the situation unfolded precisely as he anticipated. From the perspective of the observers, Tarzan had successfully circled around from the river, traversing through the F6 area and down behind Su Fang and Bao Lan. The commentator, Guan Zeyuan, couldn't help but express admiration for Tarzan's strategic thinking. Wow, Tarzan's positioning is utterly despairing for IG's bottom lane duo. Su Fang and Bao Lan attempted to maneuver close to the wall, but Tarzan was already upon them. In the IG lounge, Chris wore a look of regret. He should have foreseen this. The choice of Elise was undoubtedly aimed at early game tempo. Yet, he had only instructed the bottom lane to secure vision at the river, failing to anticipate such a predicament, now that they were flanked. And considering Bao Lan's earlier misstep of losing his flash at level 1, the outcome was grim. At least one of them would die. Bao Lan was certainly doomed. Chris couldn't help but sigh again. In stark contrast, LNG's lounge was filled with laughter as the coach and training staff watched the screen with satisfaction. After laying the groundwork for so long, it was finally time to reap the rewards. The meticulously crafted strategy devised by their training team was meant for this very moment. The subsequent events should unfold as planned. Guan Zeyuan continued his commentary. On IG's side, Su Fang is going in, attempting to force Tarzan back with his damage. After all, he has cleansed an ISNT afraid of being caught, but Bao Lan is in a different situation. If he gets caught here, he will surely perish. However, Tarzan was well aware of this. He refrained from using any skills against Su Fang, knowing full well that a level 2 Lucian posed no threat. Thus, he advanced, absorbing Su Fang's damage. Flash. He dashed past Su Fang, ensnaring Bao Lan's Ollie Star with his cocoon. As the cocoon landed, it became clear to everyone what was about to transpire. The LNG duo had arrived, and all that remained was to follow up with their skills to secure the kill. Guan Zeyuan decisively stated, "That's it. Iwandi is in position. It's just the right distance to flash in and hook." The combined damage from Kaisa and Elise is more than sufficient to eliminate a level 2 Ollie Star. At this moment, even Bao Lan felt his demise was inevitable. "Save yourself. Don't worry about me. Just mitigate some damage and farm the minions." Yet Su Fang had no time to heed him. He quickly scanned the situation, contemplating the imminent developments. If all went as expected, Thresh would surely flash into hook and follow up with crowd control, allowing Kaisa and Elise to deal damage. In the next heartbeat, Thresh did precisely as anticipated, flashing in and preparing his hook. In that instant, Su Fang had a sudden revelation and swiftly dodged forward. Guan Zeyuan was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. "What?" he exclaimed, then quickly continued. Su Fang just edged forward, just as Iwandi flashed a hook. His skill collided with the hook. At that moment, the hook vanished upon making contact with the advancing Lucian. It was Cleanse. Su Fang had deftly used Cleanse to nullify the hook. But it didn't tee in there. He continued to assault Elise, showing no inclination to flee. Bao Lan's Ollie Star, having regained consciousness from the cocoon, joined Su Fang in countering Tarzan. The distance was too short. Tarzan failed to react in time to use his E ability, getting knocked up in the process. Given that he had already absorbed damage from Su Fang, Tarzan was in a precarious state. What? Guan Zeyuan was nearly in disbelief. How had the situation flipped from an assured kill for LNG to a certain death for Tarzan in the blink of an eye? Light and Iwandi rushed in. Although Bao Lan's Ollie Star was right in front of them, they targeted Su Fang. They aimed to force Su Fang back with damage to save Tarzan. However, Su Fang remained in good health, still boasting nearly half his HP, while Tarzan's time in the air was nearing its end. As Tarzan descended, he had no flash and no skills left. Su Fang simply executed a quick QA combo, claiming Tarzan's life. Su Fang and Bao Lan withstood the onslaught from LNG's bottom lane duo and safely retreated beneath their tower. Ultimately, the aggressive push initiated by LNG was thwarted by Su Fang, who not only survived but also secured a kill on Tarzan, resulting in a remarkable 0-for-1 exchange. As Guan Zeyuan reflected on the extraordinary events he had just witnessed, he could hardly believe it. Wow, Su Fang's performance in that exchange was simply astounding. In a scenario where the bull had lost his flash at the outset, a swift judgment was made. With a deft slide, he intercepted a lethal hook, followed by a purifying cleanse that nullified the control effects, initiating a counterattack. The audacity of this thought process was truly remarkable. Indeed, upon seizing the moment, Xiao Sen continued, stating that within an exceedingly brief time frame, to consider aiding the support in blocking skills, and to possess the courage to execute such maneuvers, culminating in a successful and instantaneous cleansing action, was undeniably impressive. It was not merely the strategic insight, but also the valor that stood out. As an AD, one must embody the audacity to engage and to perform, much like Su Fang, whose vitality was palpably evident. His presence rejuvenated the entire IG team, infusing them with a newfound vigor, dispelling the earlier sense of lethargy. Guan Zeyuan, having absorbed the discussion, nodded in agreement, exclaiming that the current IG team indeed exuded vitality, having seemingly returned to their renowned playstyle characterized by skillful execution. Regardless of any operational strategies, they embraced a straightforward approach, relying on sheer skill to overpower their opponents. A hallmark of IG's distinctive gameplay philosophy. It was evident that LNG had meticulously designed their approach in this match. Be it the choice of the red side or the initial play to secure a flash, or the coordinated level 3 gank at the bottom lane. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, indicative of prior planning. Initially, everything appeared flawless. In fact, no one from LNG made a misstep. Did Tarzan make an error? Guan Zeyuan inquired, glancing at Xiao San. Xiao San shook his head, affirming, no. Indeed, Tarzan had made no mistake to circumvent vision. He had even taken a long detour to position himself behind IG's duo at the bottom lane. Yet, in the end, Su Fang's maneuver dismantled the setup, rendering all prior preparation futile and disrupting his rhythm. What a pity for LNG, he lamented. After all that design and planning, it came to nothing. As one would say, in LNG's resting area, the coach, who had been seated, was now standing, staring blankly at the screen, his expression one of bewilderment or perhaps numbness. It's not the first time. What is it with the bottom lane always flipping the script? Why is this lane so challenging? How could such a critical setup be dismantled? It's simply unacceptable. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself, if this wave isn't sufficient, then the next one shall suffice. In the next wave, with 4 players, I shall see if you can still perform. On the battlefield, Tarzan was gritting his teeth in frustration. You again. Always you. This time, I won't let you off easily. Upon respawning, he charged straight for the mid lane, disregarding the jungle entirely. Having chosen to play the spider, he had no intention of farming. With the level 3 gank failing, he could be said to have lost control of the upper half of the jungle. Even if there were remnants left, engaging would likely be futile, especially with the opposing Gnar able to provide support. Thus, he felt no remorse, compared to the previous match where he was countered in the jungle. The 3 camps at the start now held little psychological weight. Let us exchange blows in the mid lane, he declared upon reaching the mid-tower position. Maple understood his intent and promptly engaged in trading blows. The early pressure from the clockwork was quite formidable, yet the Emperor was equally competent. The 2 were evenly matched in their lane. Maple feigned a misstep, positioning himself near the wall's edge, enticing Rookie to attack. Naturally, Rookie seized the opportunity, unleashing a WQ combo to summon sand soldiers, landing a couple of hits. But that was not the end. Following that, he executed an E skill to shift sands, aiming to amplify the pressure. The sequence proved highly effective against Maple, reducing his health to half. Yet, Maple remained unflustered. Despite his dwindling health, he persisted in trading blows. With auto attacks and QW spells, he continued to exchange damage. After this exchange, Maple's health plummeted to below 1/3, while Rookie's health also dipped to half. At this juncture, Maple finally attempted to retreat towards the tower. Rookie, recognizing the opportunity to further pressure, pursued, given that he had flash and no reason to relent. In the next moment, the clockwork, initially retreating, reversed course, while Tarzan emerged from the vision-blind spot behind him. Rookie wasted no time and fled without hesitation. However, Tarzan had no intention of letting him escape. He had waited for this moment, transitioning into spider form to leap, using the minion's positioning to close the gap. Before delivering a bite, he then swiftly shifted back to human form, casting a web. Rookie's Emperor was compelled to use his flash to evade capture. Upon witnessing Rookie's flash, Tarzan did not pursue further, for his objective had never been the Emperor. He then quickly employed his abilities to assist Maple in pushing the lane. Together, they cleared the wave in under 5 seconds, effortlessly pushing it to the tower. Rookie, realizing the danger, dared not linger under the tower. Aware of the spider's unparalleled tower diving capabilities, with the potential for a decisive engagement, he was forced to return home to regain health, subsequently teleporting back to resume his duties. Fang, noticing the conflict in the mid lane, inquired, Brother G, have you seen which direction the spider is heading? To the top lane. Rookie swiftly replied, Is that for real? I was just about to dive the tower. Ningguang interjected at that moment. Rookie, filled with certainty, insisted that he had clearly observed Tarzan's spider moving towards the river in the upper area before disappearing. Yes, you all should be cautious in the top lane, he advised. Ningguang was at a loss for words. Was this guy out of his mind? He had already countered the enemy's jungle presence in the upper quadrant, and yet they still persisted. Was he simply trying to thwart their tower dive? Ningguang found himself utterly perplexed. However, he was reluctant to concede the current situation, as the Shy had reduced the health of the Saint Gunners Orn to a mere 400 to 500 hit points. At this health level, as soon as the minion wave reached the tower, they could undoubtedly secure a kill, especially since the Shy had amassed a significant wave heading towards the tower. If they did not dive, allowing Orn to comfortably absorb the wave would be exceedingly frustrating. Ningguang, come on, we can dive. The Shy chimed in. Never mind. Even if he comes, we will have already completed the dive, so it doesn't matter. Thus, Ningguang decisively maneuvered behind, blocking the escape route, and initiated the attack as the minion wave approached the tower. Although he was aware from the conversation that the spider was in the upper area, Fang, as the AD carry, felt an unsettling sense of urgency. Something felt amiss. In front of him, the opposing bot lane duo had neglected the minion wave under their tower, resulting in the wave pushing towards him upon their return. Logically, this should have been advantageous. With his current equipment superiority, coupled with the incoming minion wave, he could easily apply pressure and force the enemy bot lane into a skirmish. Yet, why were the opposing duo so swiftly pushing the wave? Suddenly, Su Fang noticed a beam of red light illuminating from the brush behind the tower. Teleport. They're coming. Just as I thought. Su Fang's suspicions were confirmed. As the beam of light illuminated the scene, Tarzan's spider emerged from the underbrush, no longer needing to conceal itself, intentionally moving into the upper half of the field of vision before circling back to the lower half. He took his time navigating from IG's lower jungle to behind the bottom tower. Tarzan observed Su Fang's Lucian and Bao Lan's Alistar cowering beneath the tower, and he couldn't help but express his glee. At last, he could exact a profound revenge. What did it matter if you managed a flashy play in the early game? You may shine once, but can you dazzle a second time? With my spider in hand, you shall not find respite. I shall make you understand why I am hailed as the celestial agent. Tarzan mused to himself. Meanwhile, Maple's teleportation had already landed. The two stood like sentinels behind the tower, firmly blocking Su Fang and Bao Lan's escape route. Su Fang glanced at the two individuals behind him, then cast a quick look at the situation ahead. His mind raced as he calculated the possibilities. Before him lay two waves of minions in a duo from the bottom lane. As soon as the minions reached the tower, the opposing team would undoubtedly spring into action. This meant he was faced with a critical choice. If he hesitated, he would soon find himself confronting four adversaries simultaneously, and at that point, a mere basic attack from each would suffice to vanquish him. Could the bottom lane hold out? I'm on my way. Rookie's voice echoed through the team's communication channel. Yet, distant assistance would not quench immediate needs. He had to rely on his own capabilities. Time was of the essence, as the minions were about to reach the tower, leaving him no choice but to act decisively. Bao Lan, come with me to confront the ones behind. Su Fang lacked the time to respond to Rookie's inquiries. Instead, he merely conveyed a brief instruction to Bao Lan. After speaking, Su Fang promptly approached the two individuals behind him. Should a confrontation arise, it was likely that Kaisa and Thresh would arrive to inflict damage within 4 seconds, necessitating swift action. In the commentary booth, Guan Zeyuan remarked, Tarzan is indeed fervently making plays. He initiated with a gank on the mid laner, forcing Rookie's flash and teleport. And now he has circled around to the bot lane, providing vision for Oriana's teleport. His tempo is quite exquisite. Had it not been for that earlier display, LNG would have had a significant early advantage in this match. However, it seems Tarzan is somewhat fixated on the bot lane, possibly flustered by Su Fang's actions. As he spoke, a smile crept across his face. Observing Tarzan being outmaneuvered by an AD carry was rather amusing. Xiaoxin chimed in with a chuckle, I concur. In the previous game, Tarzan faced difficulties in the bot lane, leading to a disastrous rhythm. Now, he has been outplayed by Su Fang again. Frankly, it's understandable for him to be a bit rattled. His expression brightened at the thought. Guan Zeyuan responded with a grin. One can certainly empathize. At last, the opportunity for revenge has arrived. This time, Su Fang has little room for maneuvering, surrounded by 4 opponents, with the jungler on the top side and the mid laner unable to teleport for assistance. The upcoming distribution of kills will be telling. I suspect Tarzan should absorb all the kills, as LNG's strategy heavily relies on him to dictate the pace, and given his focus on securing kills rather than farming, it would be challenging for him otherwise. He had already envisioned the forthcoming scenarios and began discussing the ensuing developments. Xiaoxin, perceiving no issues, also contemplated the distribution of kills. At that moment, Lucian on screen suddenly executed a swift movement. Guan Zeyuan, filled with curiosity, remarked, Su Fang has opted for an aggressive approach, directly sliding towards Tarzan and Maple. Witnessing this, he questioned internally, how audacious of Su Fang. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this thought aloud. Tarzan and Maple quickly reacted, with Tarzan's spider hurling a cocoon towards him. Whoa! After moving forward with his E-ability, Su Fang skillfully sidestepped the cocoon. This maneuver was exceptionally elegant, yet it provided little solace for his current predicament, as Light's Kaisa and Iwandi's Thresh had already arrived, following the minion wave into the tower. Once commentary commenced, his words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, uninterrupted and fervent, while Su Fang continued to maneuver, baiting Tarzan's cocoon. He unleashed a barrage of damage upon Tarzan. Bao Lan, having successfully knocked back Maple's Oriana, created a one-on-one opportunity for Su Fang against the spider. In their duel, Tarzan found himself at a disadvantage, rapidly losing half his health due to a lack of equipment, while Su Fang, having secured a kill, boasted significantly higher damage output at this juncture. Tarzan swiftly shifted to spider form, opting to stall for his teammates. Su Fang was compelled to redirect his focus, collaborating with Alistar to assault Maple's Oriana. However, Oriana skillfully repositioned, consistently pulling back, while simultaneously launching Q and W abilities to slow their advance. The situation for IG's bot lane became increasingly precarious, as Light and Thresh had now joined the fray. After knocking back Oriana, Bao Lan turned his attention to the rear, presumably intending to delay Thresh and Kaisa. His strategy was astutely conceived. By doing so, he could afford Su Fang considerable time. As long as Kaisa and Thresh were unable to inflict damage immediately, Su Fang would remain secure in his position. At this moment, the scene unfolded. Su Fang had long anticipated his current predicament. At least for now, he had performed admirably. Henceforth, all he needed to do was pursue the clockwork. No matter how far the clockwork retreated, it could never return to the second tower. Reaching that position marked the most critical phase. While chasing, he silently counted down 3, 2, 1. At the instant he reached 1, Su Fang decisively took a half-step back. Right before him, the clockwork's ball lay at his feet, perfectly evading its trajectory. For Su Fang, the priority was to minimize damage as much as possible in this precarious situation. After expending its crucial Q and W, Maple's clockwork no longer possessed any means to threaten Su Fang. Moreover, with IG's second tower looming ahead, it could only retreat, hoping to regroup with his teammates. Now, it was my turn. Your abilities have been exhausted, and mine are nearly off cooldown. Su Fang glanced at his status bar and decisively commenced his assault. He initiated with a W, followed by a double auto attack, seamlessly canceling the cooldown of his basic attack with a brief E. Another double auto attack ensued. And as he unleashed the final blow, he swiftly activated his Q skill, continuing to nullify the after effect of his basic attack. In a mere second, he executed a flawless sequence of damage, achieving the remarkable feat of 6 shots in a second. A flurry of damage struck Maple, reducing his health from full to a mere sliver, leaving him with less than a third of his vitality. However, that was the extent of Lucian's explosive damage at this moment. Thereafter, he would have to rely on basic attacks to gradually inflict harm. At that juncture, Light's Kaisa boldly maneuvered past the blue Thresh and advanced. With a combination of a keen blade and a Q, Su Fang's health plummeted sharply. He had already been reduced to half health from the earlier skirmish, and now, after absorbing Light's full assault, he found himself with less than 200 health points remaining. Concurrently, Tarzan rejoined the fray following the conclusion of the skirmish, but Thresh remained ensnared by the blue team, unable to approach. Just then, Rookie Zazir arrived on the scene. And simultaneously, a blue beam of light illuminated the first tower. As Su Fang observed this scene, a subtle smile graced his lips. However, the mood on the other side was far less cheerful. LNG had been entangled for far too long, wasting precious time. Even the Shy, who had set forth on his journey, had already dove under the turret to eliminate the Saint Gunner before teleporting to the bottom lane. The situation was rather precarious, especially for Light, who understood all too well that if they did not swiftly eliminate the Lucian before them, retreat would soon become exceedingly difficult. They could not afford further delay. Thus, he decisively activated his W skill, Void Bind. Simultaneously, his fingers deftly pressed another key. Su Fang observed the movements of Kaisa's character model and immediately discerned that she intended to unleash her W ability. However, given the current distance, would she not fear being evaded effortlessly? If I were in her position, I would certainly refrain from casting W directly, as it would be all too simple to dodge. I would opt for a W flash instead. The likelihood of a W flash is exceedingly high. In such scenarios, it is imperative to analyze the opponent's skills from multiple perspectives. For instance, considering the present circumstances, Rookie Zazir has already provided support and even activated a teleport, while the entirety of LNG is positioned between their first and second towers. This undoubtedly induces a sense of urgency. The next point of contemplation becomes quite straightforward. In which direction should one flash to evade? Su Fang swiftly surveyed the current situation. Maple's clockwork had just flashed, and his health was not in a favorable state to be eliminated instantly. Light's Kaisa, on the other hand, was nearing full strength, making it improbable for Su Fang to vanquish him. Moreover, if he were to flash away, he would likely be pursued relentlessly. Thus, he was left with but one option: to flash directly towards Light's present location. It must be said, this was an exceedingly audacious choice. Should he miscalculate, an exceedingly awkward scene could unfold, wherein he might flash directly into Light's face, inadvertently meeting the lethal grasp of the Void Seeker and subsequently being slain. Nevertheless, Su Fang resolutely made this choice. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the flash button towards Light's position. In the next moment, a series of flash effects transpired, revealing Su Fang's Lucian and Light's Kaisa each appearing at the location where the other had been just a second prior. It was as if they had exchanged places. He had bet correctly. However, before he could indulge in self-congratulation, upon swapping positions, Su Fang found himself ensnared within LNG's encirclement, with a clockwork and a spider before him, and Kaisa behind. It appeared to be a certain death scenario. Yet, Su Fang remained unflustered. He immediately unleashed a piercing light upon Tarzan's spider, followed by a quick spell that refreshed his E skill cooldown with 2 auto attacks, then executed a short E and unleashed 2 more auto attacks. Tarzan clearly was taken aback. In his flurry to react, he discovered he possessed no skills to evade. All he could do was attempt to bite back in desperation. In an instant, both of them fell. Staring at the monochrome screen, Su Fang's fingers continued to unconsciously dance over the keyboard, seemingly unable to extricate himself from the high-intensity operational state. Only after regaining his composure did he slowly raise his hands, muttering to himself, "I've evened the score. Now, it's up to my teammates. I've done more than enough." In the commentary booth, Guan Zeyuan remarked, Su Fang's flash was perfectly timed to just miss Light. He flashed directly into the crowd and took out Tarzan. The Shy teleported in, immediately flashing to finish off the weakened clockwork and then joined Rookie in pursuing Iwandi's Thresh. With no flash available, Thresh had no means of escape and was left helpless, awaiting his demise. Only Light's Kaisa managed to escape after dispatching the low-health Brown, making it out of the jungle alive. Was it truly a 3-for-2 exchange for LNG after such a flawless offensive? If one were to include the top lane S-Orn, LNG would have lost 4 members in total, while IG merely sacrificed their bottom duo. How unfortunate. Taking a breath after such a lengthy explanation, he paused. Shaoxin quickly interjected, "It feels like they were dragged into a prolonged engagement." In truth, LNG's overall strategy was quite commendable. Tarzan's gank in the mid lane to catch Rookie's skill and then circling down to the bottom was a brilliant approach. However, they faltered during the 4 versus 2 scenario, allowing Su Fang to close in and deal significant damage, which diminished their combat power. The bottom duo was too slow to respond. What a pity. Ultimately, it was the Shy Snar who teleported down to reap the rewards, emerging as the clear victor. From an initial score of 0-0, he transformed it to 3-0, first claiming Ornn's life in the top lane, and then teleporting to the bottom for 2 more kills. In that position, LNG's members had no chance to flee. One can only say, the pain mask of the Saint Gunner must be donned now. After a brief pause for recalibration, Guan Zeyuan rapidly continued. Still, the crux of the matter remains. They handled Su Fang poorly. Tarzan inadvertently provided an opportunity, being dismantled in one fell swoop, losing a substantial portion of his combat effectiveness, purely a gift to the enemy. However, one cannot solely blame them for their ineptitude. After all, in a 4 versus 2 scenario, it would be hard to perceive any room for Su Fang to maneuver. One must concede, Su Fang performed exceptionally well. From decisively engaging Tarzan to chasing down the clockwork and ultimately taking out Tarzan, he played as if walking a tightrope. Even the slightest misstep would have led to his demise. As he reminisced, he suddenly recalled Tarzan's flamboyant display of confidence before the skirmish, finding it somewhat comical. He was not alone in this sentiment. Many viewers watching the live stream recalled this incident, with a barrage of comments filled with mockery. Wow, Tarzan popped the champagne early, only to celebrate the enemy's victory. Truly remarkable. Is this the prowess of the heavenly connection Tarzan? Why does he seem to lead his teammates astray every time? If you can't play, could you please refrain from sabotaging others? And flaunting emotions, what a clown. Various comments flooded the live chat. Shaoxin concurred with this sentiment. If placed in that scenario, he would certainly choose to disconnect from the Ollie Star, resulting in an immediate 2 versus 2. Albeit without any escape route, which might lead to subpar execution. Su Fang, however, immediately grasped the crux of the situation. His aim was never merely to survive, but to ensure that all of LNG's members remained, waiting for his teammates to arrive and eliminate them all. One can only commend his remarkable situational judgment and decision-making ability. Yet, what struck him most was that final moment. That flash. Was it mere coincidence or something more? Were it anyone else, he would certainly deem it serendipitous that Su Fang, in aiming for the weakened Tarzan, fortuitously evaded Light's W flash. However, in Su Fang's case, he found himself uncertain. Given Su Fang's current performance, he was undeniably in excellent form. making it difficult not to speculate whether he had indeed noticed Kaisa's intent to W-flash amidst the chaotic three-pronged assault. Nonetheless, expressing such thoughts might not garner much agreement, so he refrained from voicing them. Following this engagement, LNG found themselves in a precarious position. IG had effectively neutralized their early momentum, particularly Tarzan, whose initial two ganks had both resulted in failure. His development lagged significantly, still at level 3, while Ning had cleared 3 jungle camps and even tower dived the top lane, brushing against a wave of minions, promptly reaching level 5. In their composition, if Tarzan could not establish rhythm, their chances of success would dwindle significantly. Indeed, Guan Zeyuan interjected. Tarzan must be feeling disheartened. After such a flawless rhythm, every time they approached the bottom lane, they faltered. And this match required them to capitalize on the lower half of the map. However, the lone silver lining may be that Su Fang was slain, at least Light survived, ensuring his steady development. As long as LNG can stabilize, there remains a significant opportunity ahead. A comforting thought, indeed. Indeed, as he stated. The LNG team can only console themselves in this manner. Tarzan, reflecting on his 1-2 record, found it increasingly difficult to accept his predicament. Was it truly impossible to succeed in the bottom lane? Each mishap seemed to stem from his attempts to venture there. Such thoughts began to take root in his mind. However, he remained undeterred. The more he faced adversity, the more determined he became to confront Su Fang. Let us all forego playing for now, he mused to himself. In my current discomfort, I shall take my frustrations out on the bottom lane. He charged into the lower jungle, clearing 3 camps before making his presence known in the bottom lane, not for any particular strategy, but merely to exert pressure and unsettle Su Fang. Following this, he swiftly proceeded to the mid lane, recalling that his opponent lacked flash. He leapt into action, delivering a burst of damage while simultaneously farming the minion wave. As time passed, the game progressed toward the 7-minute mark, and surprisingly, the bottom lane enjoyed a period of peace, with minimal skirmishes. In contrast, Tarzan remained active in the upper half of the map, his only notable appearance being a successful gank in the mid lane alongside Oriana, which resulted in the demise of Rookie. A subsequent encounter in the jungle with Ning forced him to retreat, losing 2 camps in the process. Meanwhile, the Shy, capitalizing on Ning's jungle advantage, began to dominate the lane, incessantly muttering, "Don't farm, don't farm." Within a mere 8 minutes, he had already secured 3 turret plates in the top lane and had suppressed the enemy's CS count by nearly half. One can only imagine the torment endured by Saint Gunbrother during this period. Even the typically placid Saint Gunbrother could no longer contain his frustration. Exclaiming in the team voice chat, "Could someone please assist the top lane? How am I supposed to play against a 3-0 Gnar? I'm a tanky champion by nature. And while you all have struggled in the bottom lane, you've also managed to feed him. Just hold on a bit longer. I'll return once I complete my items." This time, Tarzan did not dismiss his plea, but rather acquiesced. He also summoned the bottom lane duo, instructing the AD and support to push their lane and then return to the top lane. "We will ambush Gnar, secure the Rift Herald, and thereafter, you will remain in the top lane while Ornn heads to the bottom lane to absorb pressure." Upon hearing his orders, Light and Iwandi contemplated their strategy. It was indeed a wise decision. They were not gaining any advantage in the bottom lane, and the top lane was on the verge of collapse. Thus, switching lanes seemed prudent. After all, Ornn was not thriving in the top lane and could just as easily withstand pressure in the bottom lane. However, transitioning to the top lane would allow them to potentially eliminate Gnar while simultaneously controlling the Rift Herald, effectively stifling Gnar's growth. This lane swap promised to yield nothing but benefits. "All right, we will push hard and retreat. Just hold the line," Light declared, resolutely initiating the push. Su Fang observed as the 2 opponents opposite him suddenly began to fervently push the lane. Although he found this somewhat peculiar, he could understand the reasoning behind it. After all, they had been contesting the lane for a considerable duration without any significant skirmishes. It would be more advantageous to return home, replenish their supplies, and return to the battlefield better equipped to seize opportunities. At that moment, Su Fang's thoughts were not primarily focused on the bottom lane, but rather on devising a strategy to invade the enemy jungle. With 7 minutes elapsed and not a single camp cleared, the current pace was indeed concerning. After managing the minion wave beneath the turret, an idea struck Su Fang. Since I cannot invade the jungle from the bottom lane, perhaps I should head directly to the top lane. He resolved to act on this thought. Upon returning to base, Su Fang hastened toward the top lane, simultaneously calling upon Bao Lan to assist him in toppling the first turret alongside the Shy. This way, the Shy, who had swapped lanes, would not find himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the commentators and audience, observing from a god's eye view, found this turn of events rather strange. Why were both bottom lane duos suddenly converging on the top lane? It was still nearly a minute until the Rift Herald would respawn. Surely, this was premature. What could be the intention behind both bottom lane pairs moving toward the top lane simultaneously? Guan Zeyuan pondered aloud. Xiao San struggled to comprehend it as well. Typically, if the bottom lane duo aimed to contest the Rift Herald, they would wait until around 740 or 750, would they not? Perhaps LNG believed their top laner was in danger of being dove, prompting this defensive maneuver? Given the Shy's current dominance, they might be seeking to disrupt his rhythm and prevent him from playing too comfortably, Xiao San speculated. As for Su Fang and Bao Lan making their way to the top lane, that left Xiao San utterly baffled. Was it possible? He considered a potential scenario but quickly dismissed it, shaking his head in disbelief. It seemed improbable that anyone could predict the opposing bot lane's intention to ambush their top laner and rush to provide support. Unless, of course, one could hear the enemy's communication and ascertain their thoughts, a notion that was clearly impossible. Nevertheless, the rationale behind the IG bottom lane duo's advance to the top lane remained obscure, prompting him to ponder further. However, there was no time for prolonged contemplation. The action in the top lane had already commenced. The Shiznar charged directly into the minion wave, and just as Ornn, who had been passive until now, activated his ultimate, the battle was primed to erupt with a resounding roar of the ram. Simultaneously, in the river, the Spider, Kaisa, and Thresh emerged almost synchronously. St. Gunnar unleashed his ultimate to block the path, prompting the Shy to prepare to flash away. Unexpectedly, St. Gunnar executed a flash of his own, closing the distance before the ram could reach him, colliding with Gnar directly. Ornn's ultimate required only to connect with the ram to be effective, leading many players to focus on evading the ram's approach. Over time, Ornn players devised a tactic. They would flash close to the ram before it reached them, catching opponents off guard. This strategy often bewildered even the most skilled professionals. As was evident now, the Shy appeared unprepared and was struck by the ram. With this collision, the Shy's position was rendered untenable for retreating back to the turret. He could only stall for time in the nearby brush. LNG's members swarmed in, encircling the Shy. In that moment, he resembled a fish trapped in a barrel, and LNG opted not to rush their flashes, choosing instead to reserve their abilities for a face-to-face confrontation. After all, why waste a flash when a kill seemed inevitable without it? In the meantime, Su Fang had communicated that he was en route, and Ning Wang was also making his way there without delay. At present, Su Fang finds himself utterly powerless, merely hoping that he can endure a little longer. After all, he is returning home late, and thus his pace remains somewhat sluggish. As he observes the unfolding situation on the road, he spurs his horse onward with urgency. Tarzan and Iwandi lead the charge at the forefront, each taking a route towards the small restroom. Meanwhile, Light S. Kaisa and the Saints Ornn are left to block the entrance. With no other options, the Shy leaps out, utilizing Tarzan's approach to execute a second jump. However, Tarzan, quick to react, anticipates his movement, hurling a cocoon backward in an attempt to stun him midair. This forces the Shy to use his flash to evade. This time, Iwandi spares no effort, flashing forward to catch up, and with a swift motion, he yanks the Shy back, exploiting the slow from his ability to reel him in. The Shy, having foreseen his intentions, counters by retreating, narrowly avoiding the hook, albeit positioning himself awkwardly amidst the LNG crowd. Light immediately follows up with damage, and the Saint seizes the moment, utilizing an E ability to slam the Shy against the wall. Subsequently, everyone unleashes a torrent of damage upon him. Under the relentless assault, the Shy's health plummets rapidly, nearing depletion, yet his rage meter simultaneously surges, soon flashing red. At the brink of death, with only a sliver of health remaining, he finally accumulates enough rage and decisively activates his ultimate, growing in size and forcefully pushing everyone before him against the wall. The LNG members, convinced that the Shy was on the verge of demise, and believing that even if they were stunned, it would matter little, fail to retreat and find themselves ensnared in his grasp. Only Light S. Kaisa, positioned further back, manages to evade the blow. However, as he prepares to continue his assault, a rotund beer man unexpectedly emerges from the river, flashing and using his E to advance, tossing a barrel midair. This effectively displaces Light S. Kaisa, preventing her from dealing immediate damage. Yet, this does not significantly alter the battle, as they still possess 4 members, albeit barely hanging on. Light resolutely unleashes his ultimate. The hunter's instinct soaring once more. A sense of unease stirs within him, prompting him to act swiftly, and he opts to deploy his ultimate. However, in the very moment he ascends, regret washes over him, for he encounters an entirely unforeseen presence in midair. Su Fang has arrived. Splendid. As he approached, the Shy executed a remarkably splendid maneuver, effectively immobilizing the opposing team while simultaneously holding out until their arrival. The moment Balan arrived, he decisively flashed to close the distance, delivering a swift WQ combination onto Tarzan's Spider and Iwandi's Thresh. However, this time Tarzan was quick to react as the stun concluded. He promptly activated his ability to evade Balan's follow-up assault. Su Fang paid no heed to him, instead directing his relentless assault towards Light, who was in close proximity. With an opening move of EW, followed by a double attack and AQ, he forced Light to retreat. After pushing back Light's Kaisa, Su Fang shifted his focus to the formidable Ornn, known as the Holy Gunner. A barrage of attacks ensued, and given Ornn's already precarious state in the lane, he was unable to withstand the onslaught, succumbing within a mere 3 seconds. Seizing this opportune moment, Tarzan's Spider descended stealthily, executing a Q skill that swiftly eliminated the weak and the Shy, before attempting to escape with a flash. However, Su Fang was not inclined to grant him such an opportunity. He flashed in pursuit, simultaneously unleashing his ultimate ability, the Holy Gun's Barrage. If you ascend, I shall ascend. If you descend to evade, I shall descend as well. With nowhere left to hide, Tarzan was forcefully swept away to his demise. Su Fang directly achieved a remarkable double kill. Upon reflection, Ningguang also dealt with Iwandi's Thresh, leaving only Light, who managed to escape due to his timely retreat. Ah, how regrettable. I did not anticipate such a multitude, Srey. The Shy lamented as the situation stabilized. Had he been able to evade the goat's ultimate ability, perhaps he could have performed even better in that scenario. Ningguang interjected, saying, well, aren't we just being modest? You did exceptionally well in that play. The Shy responded with a hint of humility. Fortunately, our bottom lane also arrived. Otherwise, I might have squandered another opportunity. Su Fang merely smiled. To be candid, he had not anticipated that the opposing duo from the bottom lane would venture up to the top lane. It was indeed a stroke of serendipity. His intention was simply to push the turret and subsequently invade the jungle. The members of LNG were even more perplexed. How could this AD be present and disrupt their rhythm once again? At that moment, Tarzan felt a sense of numbness upon witnessing Lucian and Alistair's sudden appearance. He realized the gravity of the situation. He could not fathom how, after 2 preceding victories that had come so easily, the game had taken a turn for the worse simply due to a change in AD. Why had the game become so arduous? Was this IG team his nemesis? Previously, during his time with Griffin, he had been eliminated by IG, and now, having transferred to the LPL, he had hoped for a chance at vengeance, only to find himself ensnared in inexplicable circumstances once more. He felt as if he were on the brink of developing PTSD. The mere sight of Su Fang's ID instilled within him an overwhelming sense of anxiety and an acute feeling of helplessness in the face of the unfolding chaos. Su Fang. Su Fang, what a surprise to see you here again. How could this be? At this moment, he was not the only one pondering this question. The commentators and the audience, possessing a God's eye perspective, shared this curiosity. Among the barrage of comments, aside from various expressions of admiration, the predominant inquiry was why both bot lane duos were simultaneously converging towards the top lane. As a gold tier player, I wonder if there is anyone who can enlighten me on the reasoning behind this simultaneous movement to the top lane. Perhaps they are preparing to contest the Rift Herald. However, that seems unlikely as the Rift Herald is still a minute away from spawning. No one would venture there so early. I suspect that IG's bot lane anticipated that LNG's bot lane was planning something and thus went to provide support. Otherwise, it would be quite inexplicable for them to follow along without reason. The final comment in the barrage clearly resonated with a broader consensus. Even the commentator Xiaosan shared this sentiment. He remarked, wow, that was incredibly perilous for IG. LNG unexpectedly launched a sudden offensive. But thankfully the Shy's godlike performance managed to hold out until his bot lane duo arrived, successfully thwarting LNG's perfect assault. It was truly astonishing. Guan Zeyuan could not help but exclaim, the Shy's play was absolutely exquisite, with impeccable maneuvers akin to a divine palm, trapping LNG's players, ultimately allowing Su Fang to come in for the finish. One can only say it was spectacular, truly magnificent. To be frank, I found it hard to believe that this was a match produced by IG. The disparity between the two teams was stark. Xiaosen nodded and quickly interjected, having held on to his thoughts for so long that he felt he would burst if he didn't T-voice them. Speaking of which, what prompted Su Fang to head towards the top lane? I can somewhat understand LNG's reasoning, as Ornn can no longer withstand the onslaught from the Shy's 3-0 NAR. LNG must devise a strategy to hinder the Shy's growth. However, for IG, it seems Su Fang and Bao Lan had little reason to venture to the top lane. If LNG's bot lane hadn't team moved up, it would have meant leaving their own lane completely exposed, forcing the Shy, who was thriving, to teleport back to defend the tower. It doesn't make sense. Upon his suggestion, Guan Zeyuan began to ponder this issue as well, regardless of how they analyzed it. Both could only arrive at one conclusion. Su Fang had anticipated that the opposing team would attempt to engage the Shy, prompting him to rush over for support. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. What an understanding of the game, what awareness. Are today's players truly this formidable? Guan Zeyuan cleared his throat and remarked, I can only surmise that IG had foreseen this development. Hence Su Fang and Bao Lan proactively moved towards the top lane. Yes, I concur, Xiaosan simply affirmed. Personally, I sense that Su Fang embodies a certain essence of an AD carry. If he continues to perform at this level, he could very well shine brightly on the world stage. Upon hearing this, Guan Zeyuan contemplated this year's World Championship teams, SN, DWG, T1. This is a delicate matter to discuss, as the top-ranking teams possess formidable strength. For instance, SN's AD carry Huanfeng has consistently demonstrated top-tier performance throughout the year, particularly with his Aphelios, which he has mastered impeccably. The challenge of mastering Aphelios is widely recognized, and Huanfeng was among the earliest players to do so proficiently. His Aphelios has become his hallmark, and he should certainly have an impactful showing at this year's World Championship. Though he did not explicitly state it, his implication was quite clear. Both current teams, LNG and IG, are teetering on the brink of the World Championship's lower echelons. Su Fang may shine brightly, yet it might merely be a reflection of exploiting weaker opponents. As the saying goes, with an advantage, one can perform confidently, but in a balanced or disadvantageous scenario, one might struggle to make an impact. Let us return to the match. We can see that IG has established a significant advantage, decisively pushing down the top lane outer turret. Just as the Rift Herald spawned, Ningguang swiftly moved to secure it. Su Fang and Bao Lan were seen wandering in LNG's jungle, perhaps wary of the respawning Tarzan attempting to contest the Rift Herald. After much effort to reach the top lane, Su Fang surely aimed to seize the opportunity to reclaim some jungle camps, especially with Tarzan having fallen. After a leisurely stroll through the jungle, Su Fang naturally seized the newly respawned stone beetle. According to the jungle spawn timings, F6 was also about to respawn. But moving further could very well lead to an encounter with the revived Tarzan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Fang decided to proceed. Sure enough, as he advanced, he spotted Tarzan. However, upon merely catching sight of him, Tarzan immediately fled, as if he had seen something terrifying, abandoning F6 without hesitation. Although Su Fang was taken aback, he did not hold back. Under the protection of Bao Lan, he comfortably finished off the F6, during which only Maple's Twisted Fate made a brief appearance, but was quickly pushed back by the incoming rookie with a decisive ultimate, narrowly escaping death by using a flash. After securing the Rift Herald, the game became considerably easier. They effortlessly demolished LNG's middle turret utilizing the Rift Herald, and in their collective advance, LNG's team was utterly powerless to resist, relying solely on Kaisa and Twisted Fate to feebly defend the turret. Thus, it unfolded. Subsequently, it appeared as though the entire LNG team had altered their game strategy, completely ceasing any attempts at offense, relegating themselves to a state of passive defense. They relinquished all dragons, and even made only feeble attempts at the outer turrets, ultimately choosing to abandon those as well. This continued until the game reached the 20-minute mark. During this period, Su Fang has been audaciously traversing the wilds of LNG, particularly in the upper jungle. Tarzan has seemingly abandoned the jungle entirely, relying solely on farming lanes and ambushing opponents to secure his development. LNG has predominantly focused its efforts in the lower jungle, frequently sending 4 or 5 players to target the Shy or occasionally seizing opportunities to establish vision around Bao Lan. Over the span of approximately 10 minutes, only 5 kills were recorded, including a coordinated strike by Ningguang and Rookie to eliminate Maple, and the Shy trading with Ningguang to take down Saint Gunner. Light succeeded in dispatching the Shy twice, and also secured a kill on Baolan in the jungle. Aside from these moments, conflicts were scarce. Even Guan Zeyuan remarked on the remarkable steadiness displayed, describing it as impressively stable. Currently, all of LNG's development is concentrated on Light, who has been the recipient of most kills, leaving us to ponder whether he can withstand the pressure ahead. Tarzan has become increasingly ineffective, having been outplayed by Ningguang, who has exerted pressure at a level 3 advantage. The effectiveness of this spider diminishes as the game progresses, especially with IG now holding 3 dragons and the Baron having respawned, compelling LNG to engage in team fights. The previous strategy of gradual development is becoming untenable, as IG will not allow them such opportunities. It was evident that all of IG had converged towards the Baron, preparing to accelerate their objective. The scene unfolded with IG's 5 members assembling at the Baron, acting decisively to engage it. How's that for resource control? Ningguang quipped while dealing damage to the Baron. Baolan chuckled and remarked, care to guess why Tarzan isn't contesting the dragon? Is it that he doesn't want to? He has been preoccupied with our bottom lane, leaving himself vulnerable. At this rate, he can't even access the jungle. Ningguang interjected with a laugh. I've seen it. It's hilarious. An AD champion wandering through his jungle, and he dares not even glance. If I didn't know better, I'd think this was a ranked match against novices. Suddenly, Rookie interjected, enough idle chatter. We have company. Assess the situation. If we can rush the dragon, let us do it. If not, focus on the enemies. With that, everyone immediately fell into a defensive stance. If all goes according to plan, this would be the final push, using the Baron to force a team fight. A classic yet straightforward method to conclude the match. LNG began to cautiously navigate through the mid lane, inching closer after pushing the wave. Baolan and the Shy positioned themselves in the river, blocking any advance from the opposition. LNG, however, refrained from committing too aggressively, seemingly willing to concede the dragon unless an opportunity arose. Observing LNG's reluctance to engage, Fang decided to persist with the Baron. The opponents had relinquished the dragon. They had no reason not to claim it. Let us secure the Baron. They likely haven't planned to challenge us. Baolan and the Shy can hold their ground while we rush the Baron and prepare for the team fight. Ningguang commanded at that moment. Without needing further instruction, everyone shared the same intent. In the forefront, the Shy Esnar stood resolute, blocking the path, while Baolan, undeterred, initiated his ultimate, denying any chance for the opposition to advance. The combination of Fang's Lucian and Rookie's Cassiopeia inflicted significant damage on the dragon, swiftly reducing its health to approximately 1500. As Fang observed the great dragon being swiftly vanquished, he immediately moved towards the front line, where support was urgently required. At that moment, the Shy's health had already dipped below half. Although Baolan's ultimate ability provided a slight reduction in damage, it was only marginally beneficial. Fang did not hesitate and unleashed his ultimate ability in a sweeping assault. The situation, with the opponents clustered together, was not particularly conducive for Lucian, who possesses a limited range. It would be more advantageous to apply pressure with the ultimate ability at the first opportunity. As soon as he revealed himself, the goat unleashed its ultimate attack. Fang instantly discerned that the target was undoubtedly him. Thus, he swiftly focused his attention, placing his hand on the Neki, while simultaneously monitoring Ornn and seeking opportunities to deliver his output. Fang noticed that Light's Kaisa was relentlessly dealing damage to the face of the blue champion. Without hesitation, he moved decisively towards Light's position. Observing that the ram was still a fair distance from Ornn, Fang promptly cancelled his ultimate and prepared to advance and unleash his own assault on Light's Kaisa. Suddenly, the sound of a flash echoed, causing Fang's instincts to heighten. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Ornn executing that very maneuver once more, flashing into the ram, attempting to replicate his earlier success. In a moment of urgency, Fang hastily moved his fingers. The distance was undoubtedly insufficient to utilize the E-skill. He had to resort to flashing. Within less than half a second, Fang swiftly dragged his index finger, initially poised over the E-skill, to the flash position and pressed it down with remarkable speed. Everything transpired in mere milliseconds. Just as the goat's head was about to collide, Fang executed his flash, using it to maneuver closer to Light's face. Even he felt his heart race at that moment. To have the presence of mind to press flash, he found himself admiring his own reflexes. However, there was no time for further reflection. The immediate task was to focus on his actions. He hurled his W skill directly at Light's face, and, at the moment of a basic attack, followed up with a short E, executing that familiar combo. Yet, before he could complete his sequence, A hook suddenly soared towards him, leaving Su Fang no time to activate his passive. He quickly canceled his basic attack and, leveraging the speed boost from W, skillfully evaded it with a twist of his waist. Most individuals find it challenging to capture all the information on the screen simultaneously. Although the eyes might seem to perceive the entire scene, one can truly focus on only a small portion of it. This is why professional players typically use smaller monitors. The larger the screen, the less information the eyes can capture. However, Su Fang was different. He had a clear sense that he could see everything on the screen with utmost clarity, even during his fierce exchange with light. He noticed the slightest glimmer of a hook peeking from the corner of the screen, just as Su Fang prepared to continue his duel with light. He observed that light had swiftly eliminated the low-health Baolon and made a hasty retreat. Su Fang instinctively adjusted his perspective and beheld within the dragon pit Tarzan's spider immobilizing Ning Wang's barrel, which bestowed a mark upon Light's Kaisa, propelling her forward. It was somewhat regrettable. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly eliminated Light. At this juncture, Kaisa would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with Lucian, particularly when considering Su Fang's formidable Lucian, who had amassed an impressive 250 minions in just 20 minutes. Nevertheless, Su Fang paid little heed to this and swiftly shifted his focus. He commenced his assault on the faces of Orn, the Clockwork, and Thresh. His priority was to eliminate the Clockwork first, for he was the sole source of damage on the battlefield at that moment. Once he was dealt with, the remaining opponents would pose little threat. Su Fang moved directly towards the position of the Clockwork, while simultaneously checking the cooldown of his E skill, which had 3 seconds remaining. He decided to pursue for the time being, anticipating that once the cooldown was finished, he could strike at will. However, it appeared that the Clockwork had no intention of fleeing. Instead, it turned back towards his position, retrieving the orb that had previously dealt damage to the Shy Snar. Su Fang could likely sense something amiss. Thus, he decisively retreated, opting not to pursue for the moment. However, it was already too late. Maple's clockwork mechanism suddenly struck, initiating an assault with his ability. With a swift flash, he maneuvered the ball with his body, ensuring his ultimate hit. He ensnared Su Fang, then instantly followed up with a stationary QW combo, resulting in an explosive surge of damage that reduced Su Fang's health to approximately 1/3. Meanwhile, the Saint Gunner, who had been entangled with the Shy, promptly joined the fray. Su Fang instantly became the target of public ire. Orn flashed to pull the Shy out of the attack range of Nar, simultaneously closing in on Su Fang's position. He unleashed a fiery breath, aiming to further diminish Su Fang's health. Su Fang's health was dwindling. At that moment, the Shy, who had been overlooked, could no longer contain his discontent. He swiftly flashed in, executing a powerful palm strike that sent both Orn and Twisted Fate crashing against the wall at the river's mouth near mid lane. Su Fang seized the opportunity to launch an offensive, decisively executing a series of A attacks followed by an E initiation, gliding gracefully into 2 additional A strikes before unleashing a Q. With the damage from the Shy complementing his assault, the health of the Clockwork Sorceress evaporated in an instant. As for the remaining Orn, his cumbersome form offered no possibility of even a fleeting touch upon Su Fang. Su Fang maintained his position, effortlessly restraining the formidable Orn of the Holy Spear, while only Iwandi managed to slip away unnoticed. Once the area was cleared, Su Fang turned his attention to the situation on the other side. To his dismay, he found Rookie clinging to life with a mere sliver of health, while the lifeless bodies of Kaisa, Elise, and Gragas lay nearby, far more devastating than Su Fang had anticipated. He had presumed that Rookie and Ning Wang would handle it with ease. Alas, the dragon had been snatched away. That cunning Tarzan had somehow maneuvered to the upper side, completely escaping their vision. Just then, their AD provided a glimpse of the situation, heightening Su Fang's urgency as he contemplated a direct confrontation, which was exasperating. Seeing the situation stabilize, Ning Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to voice his critiques. Rookie, still shaken, remarked, "Wow, that AD was terrifying. He almost showcased me." Fortunately, all was well. After all, they possessed only one dragon, and they could directly push a lane beyond the control of their support. Before he could finish his thought, the Shy had already advanced to the mid lane, leading the minions forward. As Su Fang observed that the Shy appeared capable of managing alone, he opted not to intervene and swiftly retreated into the opposing jungle. He recalled that the jungle monsters were about to respawn, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. In the commentary booth, Guan Zeyuan and Xiao San found themselves at a loss for words regarding Su Fang's extraordinary maneuvers. Guan Zeyuan remarked, "What was that saying? Amidst a myriad of flowers, not a single petal touches the body. Su Fang's kiting during this team fight is nothing short of picturesque. He has skillfully evaded every ability aimed at him. Even a single hit could spell his demise." Xiao San interjected aptly, "Yet he has managed to avoid every single ability. If I were LNG, I would be utterly despondent at this moment, facing such a mechanically gifted AD carry. It's simply outrageous. Moreover, it's not merely about skill. His ability to farm is also exceptional. Throughout these two games, we have seldom mentioned one crucial aspect, his last hitting statistics. It's worth noting that even at the 21-minute mark, he has amassed nearly 270 last hits, surpassing the expected count for the time, truly astonishing, just from farming alone. He has gained an economic advantage of at least 1 to 2,000 gold." Guan Zeyuan suddenly chuckled, recalling something. Indeed, there's an intriguing point to consider. Most of his last hits haven't come from his teammates' minion waves, but rather from invading the enemy jungle. Tarzan, throughout this match, has barely managed to secure any resources from the upper jungle, and since then, he has had no opportunity to revisit. It's been quite dismal. When Tarzan's name was mentioned, their only assessment was one of despair. Once hailed as the prodigious jungler of the LCK, Tarzan now found himself unable to enter his own jungle, forced to flee at the sight of opponents. Previously, they had never witnessed such a scenario. Even against formidable teams like T1, Tarzan had never faced such a dire predicament. Guan Zeyuan continued, "However, during that last skirmish, Tarzan's Dragon Steel was pivotal. Securing that dragon grants LNG another opportunity. They can attempt to stall for an additional 5 minutes, especially with Light's flourishing development. Furthermore, Kai'Sa's late-game potential significantly surpasses that of Lucian. As long as they have the chance to stall, LNG might still turn the tide." As they noted, LNG, relying on their only surviving dragon-supporting champion, withstood 2 waves of Su Fang's relentless assault, conceding merely 2 high ground towers. Clinging to the strategy of delay, the entire LNG team huddled defensively within their base, refusing to venture out. The jungle lay vacant, and they understood that even the dragon's soul could be sacrificed. After all, this match featured a water dragon soul, which posed relatively less pressure. They awaited the cooldown of summoner spells, anticipating Light's Kai'Sa to acquire crucial items. They were poised for the dragon's respawn. If they executed the upcoming team fight adeptly, all previous disadvantages could evaporate, and with the growth of 2 lanes of super minions, they could even achieve a level advantage. As time progressed, the moment for the second dragon's respawn drew closer. During this interval, the 4th elemental dragon also emerged. Since LNG had refrained from engaging, Su Fang and his team effortlessly claimed the dragon's soul. Finally, with less than 20 seconds remaining before the Baroness respawn, all LNG members readied themselves. Light secured a critical Zhonya's hourglass, while Tarzan and the Clockwork Mage also completed their own Zhonyas. Tarzan even procured a hefty blue potion, hoping to replicate the glory of Griffin from the previous year. All members hastened toward the Baron Pit, though the Shy was still pushing the bottom lane. LNG could no longer afford to concern themselves with that. They had to force a fight at the Baron Pit, either to bait the Shy into teleporting or to seize the opportunity to leverage their numerical advantage. With a thunderous roar, the Baron once again emerged from the void. The urgency among LNG intensified as Light swiftly checked the vision around the Baron Pit. The vision illuminated the scene, revealing that Azir and Gragas had already commenced their assault on the Baron, heightening their anxiety, for they knew that at this juncture, Azir could secure the Baron with remarkable speed. As they focused on the Baron Pit, the tension mounted. In the upper jungle of LNG, Su Fang had just completed the red buff and was preparing to approach the Dragon Pit when he suddenly noticed Tarzan lurking at the back of LNG's formation through the vision in the mid lane. An idea sparked in his mind. He positioned himself by the wall near F6 and decisively executed a W flash. With a swift W flash followed by dual auto attacks, he seamlessly transitioned into a short E, again executing dual auto attacks before unleashing Q, and concluding with another set of dual auto attacks paired with E. This was the quintessential Lucian double E combo. The principle was remarkably straightforward. It involved unleashing the E skill while the passive from the first W's dual auto attacks was active, allowing the preemptively launched auto attack to refresh the cooldown of E, thereby facilitating a seamless double E maneuver with a slight cooldown reduction. Initially, Su Fang anticipated that this sequence would at most strip Tarzan of his guardian angel, but he was taken aback to realize that Tarzan seemed utterly oblivious to his presence. Within a fleeting second, the flawless double E combo obliterated the fully healed Tarzan. Tarzan, until his demise, could hardly comprehend how he had fallen. He merely glanced towards the dragon pit, and upon shifting his view back, he found himself defeated. Wasn't there a battle for the dragon underway? How could a solitary AD appear in such a place? Perhaps the most bewildering aspect was that, despite being alone, he dared to flash in and attempt a theft while 5 opponents loomed nearby, gazing at the black and white screen showcasing the triumphant expression of Lucian after his demise. He found himself at a loss for emotions. Was it anger, frustration, or shame? Perhaps it was a deeper numbness. He felt utterly desensitized. As if Su Fang were some kind of nemesis to him, relentlessly fixated on his downfall over the course of 2 matches. He could not fathom why. When victory seemed so near and the first 2 games had been so effortlessly won, the tide had so abruptly turned against him. All he knew was that his worth had vanished. A single match had obliterated it completely. In the commentary booth, Guan Zeyuan widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What?" Su Fang flanked and directly eliminated Tarzan's spider. With that, LNG no longer has a jungler and cannot contest the dragon. They must either engage in combat or retreat. What will they choose? The players of LNG immediately set their sights on pursuing Su Fang, indicating their decision. Ornn commanded the ram. While Su Fang appeared to lack both flash and an available E-skill, the angle at which Xingqiang charged the ram was impeccable, cornering Su Fang in a dead-end position and launching him into the air. Light's Kaisa swiftly followed suit, delivering a flurry of damage that left Su Fang with no opportunity to retaliate, resulting in the loss of his life. However, on the other side, IG had successfully secured the dragon. Trading an AD's life for a dragon was entirely acceptable. LNG was now compelled to retreat and defend, as Anar was pushing their base. If they did not act quickly, they would face annihilation. After briefly summarizing the situation on the battlefield, the commentator finally had a moment to reflect on the earlier spectacle. Wow, Su Fang, his audacity is astonishing. While his teammates were engaged in the dragon fight, he ventured alone into the enemy jungle and audaciously flashed to eliminate Tarzan. How ludicrous. I suspect even Tarzan himself was caught off guard, as he possessed a stopwatch but failed to activate it. Xiao San nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Although Su Fang ultimately perished, his gameplay style is undeniably captivating. I truly admire it." After a brief moment of praise, the commentary continued. Su Fang has returned to life once more. He chose to join his team in a concerted push, and as they approached the first tower in the mid lane, the Shy, who was split pushing in the bottom lane, found himself in a precarious situation. LNG appeared to opt for a desperate gamble, as all 5 members suddenly converged on the bottom lane. Observing this, Rookie promptly decided to teleport into assist at the bottom. Balan and Ning Wang were also in close proximity and rushed to provide support, leaving only Su Fang somewhat isolated due to his later resurrection, causing him to be further away. Su Fang could only proceed with measured steps. However, upon reaching the midway point, he opted to turn back, making his way towards the upper quadrant of LNG. At that moment, the Shy had already executed a counterkill, while Rookie, upon landing, unleashed a flash and a decisive ultimate, forcing several opponents into a state of vulnerability. Ning Wang also obstructed their retreat. It was evident that the situation was dire. LNG was on the verge of collapse. Consequently, Su Fang resolutely chose to invade the jungle, seizing the final opportunity to harvest some wild creatures. As anticipated, within a mere 10 seconds, a cacophony of kill notifications erupted, accompanied by the ominous sound of a team wipe. His teammates, outnumbered 4 to 5, had suffered an utter defeat, resulting in a complete loss of 5. Su Fang could only hear an intense exchange of voices, with various exclamations resonating in unison. Shortly thereafter, Prince Ning's boisterous laughter filled the air. "My physical assault has rendered Tarzan utterly bewildered. His reaction speed is rather concerning. Even my overt E-flash caught him off guard. Could it be that he has been stunned into inaction? Brother Fang, is this not your doing? It seems Tarzan has been so affected by you that he can no longer play the game." Su Fang, perplexed yet resolute, dedicated the final moments to diligently farming the jungle. He managed to complete his upper jungle just in time, coinciding with his teammates' destruction of the opposing nexus. If memory serves, he concluded the match with a commendable last-hitting tally of 354 within a mere 27 minutes of gameplay, a feat significantly aided by his contributions in the enemy jungle. Su Fang felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his jungle performance this match, markedly superior to his first. as the enemy nexus erupted in a glorious explosion. He removed his headphones, and a system notification appeared. The final tally for his counter-jungle efforts stood at an impressive 142. Upon seeing this figure, Su Fang exhaled in relief. Realizing he was under minimal pressure, a slightly more conservative approach in the next match would suffice. He had gained a fair understanding of his current prowess. Recognizing that a team like LNG was indeed not his adversary, LNG's consistent victories relied on a singular strategy, relentlessly pressuring the top lane while neglecting the bottom, trusting in Light's formidable strength to secure team fights. However, this tactic proved ineffective against an aggressive player like Su Fang, should Tarzan focus on the top lane. Trouble would ensue in the bottom, and vice versa, revealing a palpable gap in hard skill between the two teams. Su Fang had already grasped the situation clearly. Soon, following some minor adjustments, the final match commenced as scheduled. LNG, predictably, reverted to their strategy of aggressively targeting the top lane, which indeed allowed them to gain a commendable advantage during the early to mid-game. However, the persistent issue remained, without anyone to check him. Su Fang ran rampant in the bottom lane, seizing 2 opportunities against Iwandi within the first 10 minutes, securing 2 kills. During the skirmish for the second dragon, another display of skill ensued, effortlessly turning the tide. Subsequently, the rest was straightforward, despite LNG's desperate attempts to hold on. They could only delay the inevitable until the 30-minute mark before Su Fang effortlessly demolished their base, with LNG's main crystal shattered. It was officially announced. Congratulations to IG for triumphing over LNG and securing the final ticket to the World Championship, entering as the 4th seed. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, the voice of Guan Zeyuan echoing throughout the expansive venue. Hearing his voice, Su Fang rose and joined his teammates on stage. Following that was a barrage of speeches that left Su Fang somewhat fatigued, though fortunately, it did not last excessively long. Yet, the day was not over. As it was the final day, a send-off ceremony was held after the qualification for the World Championship was confirmed, forcing Su Fang to stand for the better part of the day. Thankfully, he managed to pass the time chatting with his teammates. After about 10 minutes, it was finally time for him to step down. Coach Chris burst through the backstage corridor, excitement radiating from him as he extended his arms in anticipation of a hug. However, no one paid him any heed. The team's enthusiasm had already been fully expended on stage, leaving them without the energy for such gestures. Enough of this awkwardness. Let us wrap it up quickly. I need to go eat. After listening to all that, I'm starving, Ning Wang declared, raising his hand in refusal. Chris, undeterred, smiled as he led a few of them toward the waiting vehicle outside the venue. As soon as they exited the venue and boarded the minibus, Su Fang once again heard the system's voice. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Reward granted. Healing progress 20. Physical attributes further enhanced. Simultaneously, the screen he had seen before the match reappeared. Insight ability, 80-15-1. Reaction speed, 82-15-1. Hero proficiency, 81-15-1. APM, actions per minute. Enhancement, 83-15-1. Positioning skills, 83-15-1. Duration, 330 days. Remaining lifespan, 20 days 360 days. Observing the increase in his remaining lifespan, Su Fang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about an impending demise, a most unsettling thought. Everyone, look over here. Chris suddenly clapped his hands and spoke. It's a joyous occasion that we've qualified for the World Championship, but let us not become too complacent. After all, the tournament is merely a month away, and we must strive to maintain our competitive edge. Furthermore, the league officials have mandated that all players must achieve at least a diamond rank on the server where the World Championship will be held. Oh, does that mean we have to climb the ranks in the summit of the valley? Ning Wang interjected. This year's World Championship is indeed being held here. So all participating teams must compete in the summit of the valley, Chris affirmed. Yes, everyone must compete. Even players from other regions are required to do so. At that moment, the system's voice sounded once more. New task released. Reach the summit of the valley server within 10 days. Complete the task to receive physical healing. Failure will result in the depletion of the host's body to provide a continuous attribute enhancement. Hearing the new task, Su Fang felt no dissatisfaction. Rather, he was exceedingly thrilled. Great. I was worried about having nothing to do during the off-season, and now this opportunity has presented itself. The summit of the valley, here I come. The next day arrived. Early in the morning, Chris pulled Su Fang aside to discuss various matters. Essentially, due to Su Fang's impressive performance in the last match, His popularity had surged, and they needed to capitalize on this momentum to retain fans. Their social media team had already begun working on it. On another front, they had signed a contract with a streaming platform, requiring approximately 120 hours of streaming each month. For Su Fang, this was of little concern, as it would not interfere with his ranked play. After a quick wash and breakfast, Su Fang arrived for practice matches, finding no one present. He settled into his position and powered on his equipment, logging into the streaming account Chris had provided. With a click of the mouse, he began streaming. "Hey, look who I found. Is that IG's new AD? I remember he is quite impressive." Indeed, it was him. Why does he look so much more handsome on stream than on the match camera? Wow, he plays so well and looks great. I'm a fan. Was he preparing to climb the ranks in the summit of the valley? It was said that many professional players were currently climbing there. It was quite entertaining to watch them play. Just as he began streaming, numerous viewers flooded into the chat room, observing the barrage of comments. Su Fang couldn't help but marvel at the platform's generous traffic support. Otherwise, a typical newcomer wouldn't attract such an audience. After making some adjustments to the chat display, he logged into the Summit of the Valley account, which, like the others, was a professional player account distributed by the league, presumably to ensure they could compete effectively against top-tier players and avoid the pitfalls of lower ranks. He initiated the queue. Within 30 seconds, he found a match. Perhaps due to the influx of professional players in the summit, the queue moved swiftly. However, it was somewhat awkward that in his first game, he ended up as a substitute. Seeing that he was placed in the support role, Su Fang felt a pang of discomfort. Given his task to reach the summit within 10 days, he noted that the current top player had a score of 1,800 points, and he needed to hurry. Playing support would complicate his win rate, as it relied heavily on his teammates' performance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Fang decisively typed on his keyboard. "Can I play ADC on the third pick? I'd appreciate it." It was essential to make an attempt when vying for a position. However, whether the ADC had not seen his request or simply chose to ignore it, they proceeded to select Aphelios without acknowledging him. Seeing this, Su Fang didn't push the issue. After all, whether to grant a position depended on personal choice, and since no one else had filled a role, there was no obligation to accommodate him. He understood completely. Furthermore, noticing the ADC's ID, it was also one of those officially distributed types. 202011AD03. Su Fang's ID is 202011AD04. It is immediately apparent that these are the IDs of professional players, though the specific player remains unknown. Consequently, Su Fang refrained from further commentary and promptly began selecting a champion in the support role. For Aphelios, the most suitable support is undoubtedly Thresh. Thus, Su Fang decisively locked in Thresh to complement him. Although Su Fang primarily specializes in AD, it is generally recognized that players who excel in AD are equally proficient when playing support. Su Fang harbored great confidence in his Thresh. This hook champion could not be simpler. It merely required the ability to ensnare opponents and discern the opportune moments to do so. Soon enough, all players had selected their champions and transitioned into the loading screen. Within this match, there were 3 platinum-ranked players, while the rest were all master-ranked. It goes without saying that the platinum players were mere smurf accounts, whereas the master players were the elite of the Rift. It was evident that this cohort of smurf accounts boasted exceptionally high hidden scores, immediately thrusting them into a master-tier match, leaving no room for any easy victories. The game commenced. Su Fang swiftly entered the arena, making his way to the lower lane brush to seize advantageous positioning and establish vision. Subsequently, he returned to base to acquire a scanning device. This match featured a Draven and Thresh duo on the opposing side, presenting considerable pressure, especially given that the enemy Draven bore the same professional player ID. Thus, a heightened level of seriousness was warranted, since Aphelios lacked any abilities at level 1. Su Fang opted to advance directly to the lane, signaling for his AD carry to accompany him. However, the AD carry paid him no heed, remaining idle beneath the tower instead of assisting the jungler. Observing this, Su Fang chose to disregard him, opting instead to attack the frontline minions and draw experience from the 3 enemy frontline minions, before promptly retreating. This maneuver caused the enemy minions to switch targets, focusing their fire on a single frontline minion, exemplifying the classic tactic of experience denial. Predictably, the enemy Draven would assist the jungler in clearing camps while simultaneously managing his axes. Soon enough, the opposing Draven appeared, axes in hand, emerging from the river. At that moment, Su Fang's first frontline minion had already perished, successfully denying the opponent experience from one minion, a significant gain. However, at this juncture, his own Aphelios remained stationary beneath the tower, showing no intention of moving, while the enemy frontline minions were nearing death. Su Fang had no choice but to secure the last hit himself, just as he finished off the first frontline minion. A question mark appeared. His AD carry had finally moved in closer. Nonetheless, it was unreasonable to blame Su Fang. He could hardly wait indefinitely for someone who had delayed their entry. Fortunately, he had only missed out on one frontline minion's experience, leaving him at a comparable standing with the enemy. Aside from Su Fang, all others had lost experience from one frontline minion. The level 1 landing phase remained relatively straightforward for Su Fang, who had placed a ward in the brush and brought a scanning device, allowing him to exert pressure directly from the brush. He casually struck Thresh before retreating into the foliage. When the enemy placed their ward, Su Fang promptly activated his scan, destroying their vision while maintaining a strategic distance. Despite Draven wielding his axes, Su Fang felt no trepidation, bolstered by his aftershock. As long as he refrained from using skills that would trigger it, Draven could not force an all-in engagement. Any reckless confrontation could result in Su Fang being severely injured, while Draven would likely suffer damage from Aphelios. Understanding this, the enemy Draven opted to ignore Su Fang, rapidly pushing the wave while positioning himself alongside Aphelios, allowing each support to focus on their respective roles. The level 1 phase appeared relatively tranquil. However, as the second wave of minions approached, Su Fang began to formulate a strategy. Having soloed a frontline minioness experience at level 1, he anticipated that the second wave would grant him the opportunity to reach level 2 with 2 frontline minions. The moment was ripe. Spotting the weakened frontline minion, Su Fang boldly advanced. Before reaching level 2, he swiftly activated his flash, dashing forward, only to immediately redirect his mouse, pulling Draven back towards him. He then turned and executed an auto-attack to secure the minion kill, ascending to level 2 in an instant, promptly learning his Q skill and unleashing his hook. Thresh's EQ combo, under conditions devoid of escape, was nearly guaranteed to land. Yet, Draven showed no fear, immediately cleansing and retaliating. However, Su Fang's aftershock was still active, rendering the barrage of axes relatively ineffectual as he absorbed the damage while creating distance. Clearly, the enemy was not inclined to let him escape easily. Thresh, positioned nearby, flashed in to land an auto-attack, triggering his passive and ensnaring Su Fang, while Draven pursued relentlessly, continuing his assault. This chain of events rapidly diminished Su Fang's health. Nevertheless, he remained particularly curious about one thing. Where was Aphelios? How was it possible that after all this time, Aphelios had yet to contribute a single auto-attack? Turning back, Su Fang discovered Aphelios still focused on farming, evidently intent on reaching level 2 as swiftly as possible. Su Fang furrowed her brows, unable to suppress her frustration. Doesn't Aphelios know how to play? There's no need to reach level 2. I have him under control. I could simply inflict some basic attack damage to pressure his health. Fortunately, at that moment, Aphelios finally eliminated the first backline minion, successfully reaching level 2. He began to advance and apply pressure, using his Gravitum's Q to interrupt while leveraging the 650 range to harass Draven. Su Fang simultaneously applied Ignite on Draven, barely managing to force him back and survive. However, his health was in a dire state, making it exceedingly difficult to exert pressure thereafter. He instinctively pressed enter, intending to type, but ultimately abandoned the thought. He could perhaps comprehend Aphelios' mindset. Having no skills at level 1, he could only rely on basic attacks with his 2 weapons. Many Aphelios players subconsciously perceive themselves as particularly weak at this stage, and the mere thought of Draven's dual axes instills a sense of inadequacy. Yet, in truth, this exchange need not result in a kill. At the very least, it could severely damage Draven or even force his flash, provided that Aphelios swiftly follows up with damage. Both champions engaging in basic attacks, even with Draven's enhanced damage from his dual axes, the output remains limited, especially since the opposing support cannot effectively target Aphelios. This creates an awkward situation for the enemy, as they can only focus their fire on Su Fang's Thresh, resulting in a trade where Su Fang's support merely exchanges for the enemy AD carry. Following this strategy, any outcome would ultimately be in their favor. Regrettably, Aphelios did not follow suit, leading to Su Fang losing a significant amount of health and summoner spells, ultimately inflicting only a third of Draven's health in securing a cleanse. It was a slight setback, Su Fang shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. It was understandable. After all, in the realm of rankings, opinions often diverged. Aphelios' approach leaned towards a more conservative strategy, while Su Fang favored a more aggressive stance. From Su Fang's perspective, he was the type who needed to seize the offensive to gain an advantage, believing that even mistakes were preferable to inaction. He had little patience for gradual development, waiting for teammates to carry the game and leaving the fate of victory in others' hands. However, after this exchange, Su Fang gained a rudimentary understanding of Aphelios and would be more attentive moving forward. He consumed 2 potions to restore his condition. Subsequently, the bottom lane entered a phase of relative tranquility, with neither side finding opportunities to strike until around the 5-minute mark of the match. Su Fang noticed that Aphelios' weapon had transformed into the Calibrum and the Infernum, signified by the purple blade and the flamethrower. More critically, the ammunition for Calibrum had dwindled to fewer than 10 rounds. Should he unleash Calibrum's Q ability, it would swiftly deplete, subsequently altering his weapon into the Infernum and the Severum. With the presence of minions on the lane, Aphelios merely required 1 Infernum Q. The number of minions struck would determine the quantity of Severum's spinning blades accumulated. This represented a pivotal opportunity to execute a 3-hit combo, and Su Fang had no reason to let it slip away. Thus, he resolutely discarded his caution, opting to position himself against the wall where no minions obstructed his path. As anticipated, the opposing Thresh took the bait and hurled his hook towards Su Fang. Seizing the moment, Su Fang also unleashed his Q ability. Both skills connected, resulting in a mutual entrapment. Their control effects negated each other, while the aftershock was triggered, endowing Su Fang with substantial dual resistances that ensured he could withstand the damage and avoid being eliminated instantly. In the fleeting moment of being hooked, Su Fang tossed a lantern behind him. All that was required was for Aphelios to activate the lantern and then execute the 3-hit combo with determination. However, contrary to Su Fang's expectations, Aphelios did not approach the lantern but instead advanced on his own, activating Calibrum's Q to reload before using Infernum's Q to accumulate spinning blades. Though slightly delayed, it remained entirely acceptable. The ensuing scene unfolded with both AD carries unleashing a barrage of damage upon the opposing support, signaling the commencement of a fierce output confrontation. Su Fang positioned himself directly before Thresh, maintaining his E-skill at the ready. Should Draven dare to approach, this ability would be utilized to displace him, or if Thresh attempted to flee, it could be employed to pull him back. Soon enough, Thresh could no longer endure the pressure and sought retreat. Su Fang swiftly executed his E-skill, dragging Thresh back into the fray, where Aphelios, surrounded by the shimmering halo of his weaponry, unleashed a torrent of damage, claiming the first blood. Yet, Su Fang's reprieve was fleeting. Merely half a second later, he fell victim to Draven's axe. The scene now shifted to the duel between the 2 AD carries, both engaged in a battle of auto-attacks, seemingly locked in a stalemate. However, Su Fang discerned from the damage metrics that Draven's strikes were landing with far greater velocity. Aphelios needed to adapt swiftly. Either he should flash aggressively towards Draven, capitalizing on the mechanics that allowed him to unleash rapid auto-attacks at close range, or he should retreat immediately. Regrettably, Aphelios exhibited a slight delay in his reaction. It was only after a second had elapsed that he realized he was at a disadvantage and opted to flash forward to engage. Alas, it was clearly too late. He managed only a couple of hits before Draven flashed away, creating distance. Aphelios failed to deploy his turret, resulting in diminished damage output. Draven promptly ended the exchange with a decisive strike, emerging victorious with scarcely a sliver of health remaining. Su Fang couldn't help but express his regret. If Aphelios had lit the lantern at the very beginning, he could have surely dispatched the Titan more swiftly. Alternatively, during the final one-on-one confrontation, a timely flash and the deployment of the mirror-reflecting cannon could have also turned the tide. Alas, Aphelios' lack of proficiency was evident. Su Fang murmured to himself. Meanwhile, upon hearing this remark, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted with fervor. Su Fang was unaware, but they were all too clear. The Aphelios in question was none other than SN's current AD player, Fang, whose prowess with Aphelios was well known. He was among the earliest professional players to master Aphelios, yet now he faced accusations of incompetence with the champion, with claims that his proficiency was lacking. Thus, unbeknownst to Su Fang, a significant uproar erupted in the chatroom. Could anyone genuinely suggest that Fang could not play Aphelios? He was one of the first professional players to embrace the champion. After all, why insist on leading the AD rhythm when filling in? if one could not comprehend the nuances of support play? To be fair, the streamer was somewhat excessive in their critique. Most of the comments leaned in favor of Fang, particularly given his impressive achievements and performances this year, which rightfully earned him a spot among the best rookie AD players. In contrast, Fang's performance had noticeably faltered. His previous appearances lacked any highlights, with only a recent match against LNG showcasing a moment of brilliance, leaving many viewers skeptical of his abilities. In professional competition, maintaining consistent performance is paramount. Otherwise, one risks being labeled as a perennial underperformer, which is not a flattering image. As for the ongoing chatter, Fang was completely oblivious. He had no idea who the AD was and was utterly disinterested. His sole focus was on securing victory in this match. Currently, with Draven boasting 2 kills and a significant equipment advantage, and Aphelios being somewhat weak at this juncture, the most prudent strategy was to endure the pressure and refrain from engaging. He could either await the jungler's assistance or bide his time for an opportunity to strike. Thus, the following minutes were spent on defensive positioning, ensuring the AD could farm minions and gain experience. Fortunately, as it was a ranked match, the opposing jungler did not aggressively target the bot lane. Otherwise, with such a fed Draven, it would have been challenging for the AD to secure experience if the jungler had decided to disrupt their progress. Minutes passed, and by around 7.5 minutes into the game, both AD champions had reached level 6. Fang, however, was slightly behind in experience, still at level 5, while the opposing Thresh was similarly positioned. Nevertheless, this presented a substantial opportunity for Fang. He recalled that Draven's flash was delayed by about a minute, and at this moment, Aphelios had an excellent setup, having rotated to the end of his red-white gun cycle, creating a classic chance to land 3 hits. Even with a slight equipment disadvantage, he had a fair chance of securing the advantage. With this strategy in mind, he proceeded to execute it. First, he established vision in the tri-brush, then pretended to head towards the river, feigning a vision play. Suddenly, he circled back towards the lane. The opposing Draven and Thresh, appearing unfazed, advanced towards Fang's position. As they closed the distance, Thresh went for a hook. Fang's unwavering gaze was fixed upon him, naturally taking precautions. The moment the Titan's hook model approached, he activated his flash, deftly evading the Titan's grasp while simultaneously reappearing before Draven. He executed his E ability, the Doom Pendulum, right at Draven's face. With no avenue of escape, Draven found himself ensnared. In a swift motion, Fang hurled a lantern towards his own lane position. Seizing the opportunity presented by the E skill's slow, he launched his hook. As previously stated, an EQ executed at close range leaves little room for evasion. Draven was ensnared once more. Reluctantly, he had to expend his cleanse to free himself from Fang's hook. Witnessing this, a smile crept across Fang's face. It worked. Once Draven had used his cleanse, Fang immediately ignited him, knowing that all that remained was for Aphelios to stack his spinning wheel and illuminate the lantern, paving the way for an easy kill. However, Fang soon sensed something amiss. Where was Aphelios? Why had the lantern not been activated yet? Turning around, he discovered Aphelios retreating under the tower, clearly not inclined to engage. Perhaps he felt outmatched, or perhaps he harbored other intentions. Fang found it perplexing. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear to him: the bot lane was unreliable, and it was time to roam. Aphelios' approach was far too conservative. Their playstyles were fundamentally incompatible. Fang had always favored an aggressive playstyle, seizing every opportunity without hesitation, while Aphelios seemed to act only when he perceived a guaranteed chance for victory. Realizing this, Fang understood that remaining in the bot lane would lead to his demise. Since Aphelios had opted out of engaging, Fang's flash toward Draven was essentially a gift, allowing Draven to effortlessly claim his head with a few basic attacks. At that moment, Draven had already achieved a 3-0 scoreline, and combined with his unique bounty passive, his lead in development was unmistakable. However, Fang found himself with no other options. If he lingered in the bot lane, he could at most assist the AD in farming. He resolved to leave the AD to fend for himself in the bot lane while he roamed to other lanes, allowing the top and mid jungle to deal with Draven. Aphelios would have to fend for himself. Upon setting out once more, Fang made his way to the mid lane with a singular purpose: to prepare for the imminent respawn of the Rift Herald. He aimed to soak up experience in mid until he reached level 6, then join his teammates in securing the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, the opposing Titan approached the Rift Herald area, but he was still only level 5. With Fang's multitude of skills, the possibilities in team battles expanded significantly. Soon, as the health of the Rift Herald dwindled, the opposing team began to grow anxious. They started to converge on the location of the Rift Herald. Seizing the opportune moment, Su Fang utilized his Hextech Flash, ensnaring the enemy mid laner with a precise hook. Following this, Qiyana, the mid laner on Su Fang's team, swiftly joined in, unleashing a flurry of damage in perfect synergy with the crowd control, inflicting substantial harm. Nevertheless, the opposing team remained undeterred, forcefully pushing towards the Rift Herald, clearly presenting an opportunity. Su Fang engaged in a relentless struggle, skillfully capturing the enemy jungler and support during a series of team battles, ultimately trading his own life for those of both opponents. Following this strategy, Su continued to play with unwavering determination, largely neglecting the bottom lane. Gradually, the advantages in the top and mid lanes grew increasingly pronounced, culminating in the mid-game when Draven emerged onto the battlefield. By this point, Draven's development had reached remarkable heights. During Su's roaming phase, he had successfully demolished both the first and second towers in the bottom lane. With his equipment significantly superior, Draven sliced through opponents in team fights with ease, consistently achieving a harvest of kills. The situation grew dire, and by the time the game approached the 30-minute mark, even their mid lane's high ground had succumbed to previous defeats. Fortunately, their Aphelios had begun to acquire some gear, leaving Su astonished at how Aphelios had managed to maintain steady growth in the bottom lane despite being alone, having only fallen victim to Draven once during a brief encounter. At that moment, skirmishes erupted again in the jungle between both teams' top and mid lanes. Upon witnessing this, Su quickly joined forces with Aphelios. After a series of tactical maneuvers, the enemy top and jungle were swiftly eliminated, leaving only the mid laner with but a sliver of health. Clearly, with their early game advantages, Su's team held the upper hand in a 3v3 scenario. However, this advantage was soon shattered as Draven arrived on the scene, striking down the wounded jungler with a swift blow, followed by a decisive ultimate that cleaved through the top laner. The near-complete build of Draven rendered his damage catastrophic. Following his double kill, Draven pursued Qiyana, evidently intent on leaving no survivors. Without hesitation, he chased her down even in the jungle. As Draven cornered Qiyana against a wall, she suddenly flashed to initiate an attack, aiming to eliminate the overly aggressive Draven. Yet, in a split second, Draven exhibited remarkable reflexes, flashing away just in time to evade Qiyana's ultimate. It was apparent that Draven had anticipated this move, and his previous reckless pursuit had been an intentional feint. With his ultimate now on cooldown, Qiyana could no longer pose any threat to Draven and could only attempt to inflict some damage. A brief sequence of abilities managed to whittle down half of Draven's health, but that was the extent of her success. In a matter of moments, Draven dispatched Qiyana, achieving a triple kill. At that juncture, Su and Aphelios arrived just in time to witness the unfolding chaos. Faced with the situation, Su could do little but retreat. It was essential to recognize that both Thresh Flash and Ultimate were still available. Even though Draven was at half health, engaging would have been futile. Yet, the enemy was determined not to let them escape. Upon spotting the two, Thresh promptly utilized his flash to engage, executing a deep-sea assault that relentlessly pursued Aphelios. Draven and Thresh trailed behind, biding their time, knowing that once Thresh's ultimate incapacitated Aphelios, they could strike without hesitation, leaving Aphelios utterly defenseless. As Thresh's ultimate locked onto Aphelios, he hastily flashed away, attempting to create as much distance as possible before the ability could connect. However, having reached the river, he found himself devoid of walls to use as barriers against Thresh's hook. Should he be caught, Thresh would follow up with his Q, and Aphelios would undoubtedly meet his demise. Su Fang observed the scene before him, his mind racing with calculations. Aphelios could not afford to perish should he fall. The opposing team would undoubtedly surge through the mid lane. It was imperative to take action. Should he toss out a lantern and then use flash to retreat to safety? Perhaps that might grant a chance of survival, but such a strategy clearly did not align with Su Fang's aggressive style of play. Soon, an idea crystallized in his mind. Su Fang ceased his pursuit, opting instead to stand steadfastly to the side, awaiting his moment. As he observed Draven and Tahm Kench closing in, he swiftly seized the opportunity, casting his hook with precision aimed directly at Draven, managing to ensnare him despite the obscured vision. However, within less than half a second, the hook vanished from Draven's grasp, purified. At that very moment, Aphelios found himself with no means of escape, ultimately being launched into the air by Tahm Kench's ultimate ability. who promptly followed up with his anchor toss. In a state of immobility post-launch, Aphelios was destined to be hooked. It was then that Su Fang decisively activated his flash. Repositioning himself before Aphelios, bravely interposing his own body to shield him from the impending hook. Subsequently, after being pulled in, he immediately unleashed his ultimate. Utilizing his E-ability to forcibly propel Tahm Kench onto the ultimate's area of effect, applying a slow. Concurrently, as the ultimate remained anchored in place. It inflicted a slow upon the damage-inflicting Draven. Su Fang seized the opportunity and swiftly repositioned himself. At that moment, thanks to the CD reduction from his equipment and the hook's cooldown feature, his Q ability, Death Sentence, was ready once more. He turned back and directly ensnared the foremost Titan. Simultaneously, Aphelios concluded his control and unleashed the Crescent Moon, stacking it into the Infernum, beginning his assault from behind Su Fang. As a late-game champion, Aphelios' damage was now substantial. Even the Titan could not withstand the barrage of blades. In less than 2 seconds, his health plummeted by more than half. This predicament evidently heightened Draven's urgency. Thus, the instant the slow effect dissipated, he activated his W ability to accelerate towards Aphelios. Sensing the threat, Aphelios dared not continue targeting the Titan and promptly redirected his focus towards Draven. However, it must be noted that a disparity in their equipment was apparent. A single strike from Draven's axe inflicted nearly half of Aphelios' health. By calculating this damage, it became apparent that only 2 additional auto-attacks would suffice to seal Aphelios' fate. In contrast, Aphelios' damage against Draven merely accounted for a third of Draven's current health. Furthermore, due to the distance, the attack speed from his Infernum was significantly slower than that of Draven. Consequently, Aphelios needed to close the gap with Draven as much as possible, thus allowing his Infernum's attack speed to accelerate. Su Fang immediately discerned that Aphelios would inevitably lose if he continued to attack A. Thus, after a slight adjustment of his position, he cast his hook once more. This hook was thrown right in front of Draven, who naturally took note of the unfolding scene and reacted decisively. After all, he needed to reposition himself, ensuring that Aphelios would not have the opportunity to reset his auto-attacks. Instinctively, he turned back and made a slight adjustment. Su Fang gazed upon Draven's possessions, unable to suppress a gentle smile. In the following moment, the hook successfully struck Draven. Aphelios swiftly advanced, confronting the Titan before decisively eliminating Draven. Soon after, only a severely weakened Titan remained, posing no further threat and succumbing to Aphelios within a mere 2 seconds. Ace. Total annihilation. With the Titan's defeat, the opposing team lay entirely in their fountain, awaiting resurrection. Su Fang decisively discarded the lantern and, accompanied by Aphelios, surged forward through the mid lane. At this juncture, the resurrection time had elongated considerably. Unimpeded by any defenders, they effortlessly obliterated the opposing base. As they witnessed the enemy crystal shatter, Su Fang finally exhaled in relief. It must be said that wielding a support character was indeed rather uncomfortable. He detested the sensation of having the outcome beyond his control. Had Aphelios' development faltered even slightly during that final push, no matter how flawlessly Su Fang performed, victory would have eluded them. Impressive. UAD players are quite remarkable. Even in support roles, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. Su Fang then noticed that, unbeknownst to him, 2 individuals were already standing behind him, Ning Wang and the Shy. Was it not a tad excessive to be grinding ranked matches so early? Ning Wang extended his hand, offering Su Fang a bottle of carbonated beverage. Su Fang accepted the refreshing drink. At this moment, Su Fang finally noticed the rhythm of the barrage. It was unclear when the barrage had started to engage in a heated debate. The AD had been left to fend for himself, yet in the end, it was still up to the AD to carry the game. He found it difficult to comment on this. Huan Feng truly displayed prowess, overcoming a significant disadvantage at the onset to eliminate Jackielove's Draven and ultimately turn the tide. Huan Feng, Jackielove? It was only upon observing the barrage that Su Fang realized that the Aphelios on their side was indeed Huan Feng, while the opposing Draven belonged to Jackielove. This coincidence was somewhat unexpected. They had encountered 2 renowned AD players from the LPL in the very first match. However, it was a pity that he was not playing the AD role in this instance. As for the topic of contention in the barrage, it revolved around the remark that Huan Feng's proficiency with Aphelios was questionable. Su Fang found himself puzzled, wondering if something had been misinterpreted. He voiced his confusion, asking, What is going on? What are they arguing about? While acknowledging that Huan Feng's proficiency with Aphelios had some flaws, he could see that the developmental strategy was adequate, indicating a certain level of skill. Even now, knowing that the earlier Aphelios was indeed Huan Feng, he remained steadfast in his opinion. To him, a flaw was a flaw. Irrespective of the gameplay strategy, merely observing Huan Feng's mechanical skills with Aphelios made it evident that his understanding of the champion was superficial. In Su Feng's eyes, Huan Feng's current level of play with Aphelios merely scratched the surface. His control over the weaponry was rudimentary, and many aspects of the damage output remained unclear to him. Had it been Su Feng himself, there would have been several opportunities to secure kills during those skirmishes. The opposing support, Thresh, had provided numerous chances. Yet Huan Feng failed to capitalize on the damage potential. The only commendable aspect was his ability to farm efficiently. Su Feng did not dispute this. Given the precarious situation in the early game, Huan Feng's ability to hold his ground and develop was indicative of some skill. Unbeknownst to Su Feng, his comments further ignited the barrage. If you're so skilled, why don't you showcase your Aphelios and prove yourself at the pinnacle of the rift? Winning against LNG has made you overly confident. You're merely the 4th seed. Wow, how arrogant. I absolutely love it. To be fair, the streamer Thresh was quite competent. As a challenger, I felt the streamer played exceptionally well. A myriad of comments filled the chat, some of which seemed intentionally provocative. Su Feng, however, chose to disregard them. He believed he had expressed himself quite diplomatically, yet it appeared that the audience was not particularly receptive. Thus, he decided to let it be. Beside him, Ning Wang, overhearing Su Feng's remarks, could not help but laugh heartily and give Su Feng a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Awesome play." He then walked away with a smile. Su Feng shrugged, displaying a complete indifference as he continued his ascent in the rankings. Indeed. It seemed time to alter the title of his livestream. Thus, he decided upon 10 days to the pinnacle of the rift. Quite splendid, he mused. With this new title, the livestream erupted once more, particularly among those viewers who had previously witnessed Su Feng's support champion Thresh setting the pace in the last match, leading to an avalanche of comments flooding the screen. 10 days to the pinnacle of the rift? What audacity! Is he truly under the impression that we, the elite of the rift, are mere bots? The last victory was merely a result of fortunate circumstances. Had his teammates been slightly less skilled, defeat would have been imminent. Indeed, the current top player in the rift boasted around 1,600 or 1,700 points, while the streamer was still at Platinum I. It seemed a far-fetched ambition. Such a declaration felt like a mere ploy to attract viewers, impossible to achieve. The comments sparked amusement. I shall return on the 10th day, eager to witness how many points he can amass. There were also some more amiable remarks. How audacious. I rather enjoy this. I've seen countless professional players meandering through the rift, claiming a lack of competition, yet finding themselves stuck in diamond or master tiers. Truly amusing. While the streamer may not ascend, at least he dares to set such a goal. I commend that. Yet, most remain skeptical about Su Feng's potential to realize this ambition. Observing the barrage of comments, Su Feng merely smiled and remarked, "For those who doubt my ascent, remember, if I achieve it in 10 days, each of you owes me a badge of honor and a follow." Immediately, a chorus of one flooded the screen in response. At this moment, Su Feng joined the queue and accepted the match. In the second round, he entered once more, and this time it went exceptionally well, with no need for repositioning. Thus, Su Feng promptly selected Xayah. Since his aim was to climb the ranks as an AD carry solo, it was imperative to choose champions with ample room for maneuverability and swift kill potential. Champions like Xayah and Kaisa were particularly suitable, possessing combat effectiveness at all times. And the nature of this rank did not resemble competitive play, allowing for rapid eliminations. Before long, the second-ranked match concluded. Su Feng triumphed in a mere 20 minutes, achieving a dazzling score of 19-2. Following this match, the barrage of comments visibly diminished, replaced by an abundance of praises. And even the previously skeptical remarks regarding Su Feng's skills had vanished entirely. As the saying goes, to dispel doubts, one must showcase undeniable prowess. Engaging in futile discussions held no merit, and Su Feng deemed it unnecessary to indulge in idle chatter. Without pause, he swiftly proceeded to the next match. Thus, 9 days swiftly elapsed. During this time, Su Feng frequently trended on Weibo. The new IGAD, Su Feng, boldly declared himself comparable to Huan Feng's Aphelios. With a 76 win rate and a remarkable 17-game winning streak, he ascended into the top 10 of the Rift. Although his rank was not exceptionally high, the buzz surrounding the World Championship undeniably contributed to a surge in his popularity. Coupled with various marketing accounts eager to stir the pot, the fervor surrounding this matter escalated. Upon opening the comments section, one could see the discourse had become tumultuous. Pure dear, while it is true that his climb was rapid, I believe it merely stems from the advantages of a super account. Playing as a support and throwing away kills is one thing, but ultimately, it was Fang who secured the victory. One can only say he possesses skill, yet lacks character. To me, that's all there is to it. Lichi, did you even watch the video? First of all, if you had a super account, could you achieve a 17-game winning streak as an AD in the top 10? I've watched the entire video, and he didn't throw away kills at all. Each wave wasn't Fang dealing damage. The disadvantage in the bot lane was solely the support's fault. Right? Moreover, I must add, he never insulted Fang. He merely stated that his mastery of Aphelios was insufficient. Where's the issue? I see no problem. He is now in the top 10, while Fang lingers at a round master with 200 points. What a disparity. Pure dear. Still going on? Fang hasn't played ranked well in recent days. In that match, he took on the support role and constantly led the rhythm. Who would dare to follow him? Joining him would result in 2 deaths. Lichi, your understanding of the game is severely lacking. I can't even be bothered to argue with you. All I know is that Fang currently boasts a 76 win rate and is in the top 10, while your Fang has a 55 win rate at Master with merely 200 points. Initially, the majority of comments supported Fang. But as Fang ascended from Platinum to the top 10 in the Rift within 10 days, with his score continually rising, many bystanders began to believe Fang might have a point, given the standings and win rates involved. At this time, Fang had just returned to the base. Taking advantage of the calm before the World Championship, he had ventured out to relax for a few days. During his time away, he observed the ongoing discussions. But at that moment, he was too preoccupied to engage. However, things had changed now that he was back. Hey, Fang's back. Angel greeted while queuing for ranked matches. Fang responded briefly. Noticing Fang's displeased expression, Angel jested, "Did you see that trending topic? Someone claimed you're a clown, lacking any understanding of Aphelios." I nearly died laughing. With a distinct air of amusement, Fang settled into his chair. A clumsy jester, aiming to ride the coattails of this year's best rookie AD to gain traffic. If he enjoys the limelight so much, let him have it. Playing as a subpar Thresh, constantly dying and feeding, I never insulted him. Yet he was the first to raise a fuss. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, "What is your current rank?" Though puzzled, Angel responded, 740 points. "Why do you ask?" "That LL do. Once you finish, lend me your account. I'll play him." Fang said coldly while opening his computer and stretching his neck. Angel's interest piqued at this, and he chuckled, "All right, just wait for me. I'll wrap up this match quickly." Meanwhile, Fang took the opportunity to open Weibo and posted a simple thumbs-up emoji. With the click of a button, the momentum surged once again. At this moment, Fang's live streaming room has reached unprecedented heights of popularity, leaving him scarcely a moment to grasp the barrage of comments flooding in. Many have come to witness his remarkable ascent in rankings, especially considering his impressive streak of over 10 consecutive victories, coupled with the prestigious title of being the top player in the Canyon for the past 10 days, which has drawn numerous admirers. Additionally, there are those who come merely to stir the pot and join in the excitement. As it stands, Fang's score has surged close to 1,600 points, positioning him not merely among the top 10 in the Canyon, but as the second highest player overall. He is now less than 100 points away from the leading score. And if he continues his current trajectory of victories, it is likely that he will achieve this in just 3 more matches. Moreover, with the clock reading only 5 p.m., he has ample time to accomplish his goal. As Fang gazed at the increasingly imminent scoreline, a hint of a smile began to emerge on his face. Soon, he found himself in another queue. Once again, he occupied the AD position, displaying remarkable steadiness. Throughout the match, he encountered minimal need for substitutes, even when such situations arose. Most players had heard of his reputation and willingly relinquished their positions. It was precisely for this reason that he managed to achieve consecutive victories in the Grandmaster tier, spanning 2 pages. As Fang entered the hero selection interface, the barrage of comments erupted into a frenzy. He discerned certain phrases amidst the chaos. Opposing him were Jiumi UC and Kiria, the formidable duo from T1's bot lane. On his side, he too was accompanied by a professional player, with SN's Angel serving as the support. It seemed there were some comments suggesting that the support was actually Fang, who was purportedly using Angel's account and was live streaming as well. Fang found himself somewhat perplexed, yet he could not summon the energy to care much about it. However, he was keen to test his skills against the opposing T1's bottom lane. Meanwhile, within the SN base, Fang was left speechless. He had meticulously synchronized his timing to queue up together, only to end up paired with teammates rather than facing the adversaries, and to make matters worse, he had been matched with a support player. Nevertheless, he resolved to make the best of the situation. After all, who among them was not capable of playing the support role? It was the perfect opportunity to impart some wisdom and demonstrate the true essence of support play. On the first floor, Fang chose Xayah without hesitation. In this rank climb, he primarily utilized only Xayah and Kaisa, driven solely by the belief that they could secure kills swiftly. While Draven could also achieve rapid eliminations, he was less favorable in a ranked environment, particularly when a support might act unpredictably, making it challenging for Draven to carry the game. After a round of champion selections, the opposing duo selected Varus and Pyke. Subsequently, it was time for Fang's support to make a choice. After some deliberation, he opted for Alistar. The compositions of both teams were soon finalized, and the game commenced. During this time, Ningguang, Rookie, and the Shy gathered around, seemingly drawn in by the prospect of facing T1's formidable bot lane. It was rumored that T1's bot lane, especially the support Kyria, was exceptionally strong, regarded as the team's core, a true support nucleus. This piqued their curiosity, prompting them to witness firsthand whether the duo was as formidable as the rumors suggested. As the loading screen appeared, Fang contemplated the compositions of both teams. Xayah and Alistar at level 1 were notably weak, while the opposing Varus could effectively kite with his long range and the ability to slow, complemented by Pyke's advantage with his bone skewer. It was clear that neither side could engage effectively at level 1. The opposing team would undoubtedly recognize that they held the upper hand at this stage, necessitating caution to avoid granting them opportunities. Furthermore, in such a matchup, Fang could not assist the jungler at level 1. Hence, he stationed himself beneath the tower, awaiting the minions' arrival. Alistar, understanding this dynamic, refrained from aiding the jungler and chose to stand alongside Fang beneath the tower, which pleasantly surprised Fang, indicating that his support possessed sound awareness. However, just as he thought this, Alistar advanced forward, persistently pinging Fang to quickly join him as the minion wave had just arrived. Fang could roughly comprehend his intentions. It was evident that Neo 2 perceived their early game strength as lacking, thus desiring to swiftly push the minion wave to secure level 2, thereby circumventing his own vulnerability at level 1. However, such a notion is not unique to him. The opposing team may harbor similar thoughts. How can one be certain that the adversary will not lay in wait for an opportunity? Fang paid no heed to his signals, persistently pinging the retreat command in hopes that he would comprehend. However, the Minotaur appeared utterly disinclined to turn back, instead continuing to signal his advance. He followed the minion wave until he reached a patch of grass. Suddenly, a hook shot forth from the underbrush, and Pyke, with a piercing thrust, ensnared the unsuspecting Minotaur, immediately following up with an auto-attack. Nearby, Varus swiftly unleashed his ability to slow the Minotaur, then proceeded to adhere to him, dealing damage. In such dire circumstances, the Minotaur had no choice but to use his flash, creating distance to preserve his health and continue the lane. Fang let out a gentle sigh. The most troublesome aspect of ranked matches lies in this very predicament. At times, one may possess foresight of the enemy's intentions, yet teammates remain oblivious. No matter how many signals you convey, it is futile in preventing them from making reckless decisions. Furthermore, some may even place blame upon you. Just like in this moment. The bull-headed champion, having executed a flash and retreated to a safe distance, abruptly halted in place. Without a doubt, he was already typing away. Before long, a string of text appeared. Why didn't you accompany me when I engaged? If you had, we could have countered their ambush in the bot lane. Fang gazed at the somewhat comical text, choosing not to offer an explanation, for speaking to the uncomprehending would be futile. He directly ignored it and commenced accumulating experience. Observing Fang's lack of response, the bull-headed character could only swallow his words, feeling as though he had struck a punch into cotton. He merely displayed an emoticon to mask his embarrassment. Thanks to the bull-headed character being besieged at the onset, the aggro of their minions was drawn away, allowing the opposing duo in the bottom lane to unleash their attacks on Fang's minions. The back and forth resulted in the wave gradually pushing forward. For Fang, this was a fortuitous turn of events. As long as the minion wave remained before the tower, he could navigate through the impending disadvantage with relative ease. And once he reached level 2 or 3, he would no longer be at such a disadvantage when confrontations arose. However, at that moment, the opposing team suddenly began to push the minion wave with great fervor. This turn of events caused Fang to frown. It must be said, if they were so determined to push, it clearly indicated that the opposing bottom lane duo was quite skilled. Their intention to push the wave was glaringly evident. A strong push towards the tower would either reset the wave or push it further. Either scenario was quite uncomfortable for Su Fang in his current state. Without reaching level 2, he would lack the capacity to retaliate should a conflict arise. The opposing team would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to exploit his vulnerability. It was no surprise that this was a T1 bottom lane duo. Their prowess was indeed formidable. In light of the current situation, Su Fang resolved to hold the first wave of minions as best as he could. He decisively employed his Q skill to push the wave. For this was all he could do at present. At the very least, he could not allow this wave of minions to reach the tower. Otherwise, the wave would push toward the enemy, leading to inevitable complications. The bull-headed character approached at this moment, attempting to secure last hits with his support item. Witnessing this scene, Su Fang could not help but sigh once more. Did this fellow truly understand how to play support? Generally speaking, a hard support's income item should not be utilized during the first wave. It must be preserved for the frontline minions of the second wave, capitalizing on the income item's execution mechanism to secure level 2. Just like the opposing Pike, although Varus was relentlessly pushing the wave, Pike remained stationary, merely applying pressure from the side. Su Fang had initially contemplated pushing the opposing wave hard, hoping to reset it for the next wave, which would afford him the opportunity to reach level 2 simultaneously. If he could achieve that, the situation would not be so dire, and the opposing team would be unable to capitalize on their level 2 advantage. However, with the bull-headed character having expended both income items, it became evident that Su Fang's plans had been entirely thwarted. The impending moment for reaching level 2 would now be particularly perilous. The two opponents were seasoned teammates, and their synergy was undeniably formidable. They would certainly not squander such an opportunity. Su Fang felt a slight headache. The only course of action seemed to be to take things one step at a time. After a succession of basic attacks, he finally managed to clear the initial wave of minions, which did not impede the arrival of the second wave. This signified a successful reset of the minion wave, and it would converge once more at the center of the bottom lane. Meanwhile, the opposing Varus chose to retreat, and even Pike fell back to the second brush. This provided a brief moment of respite, yet it was evident that the enemy's actions were driven by a specific intent. Su Fang had likely surmised the situation. He decisively advanced to rapidly push the minion wave, striving to secure level 2 as quickly as possible, while simultaneously pulling down his mouse to signal for assistance. If the jungler arrived in a timely manner, there might still be hope for salvation. At that moment, Alistar took a couple of cautious steps forward, perhaps to ensure a proper quadrilateral formation in the bottom lane. Or maybe he felt somewhat awkward hiding in the back. Regardless, he moved up. Just as Alistar approached, Pike made his move. He emerged from the brush, initially heading toward the lane, executing a couple of auto attacks in conjunction with his starting items, swiftly dispatching 2 frontline minions. Then, with determination, he surged past the minion wave, preparing to unleash his charged Q ability. Su Fang was acutely aware of his intentions. Thus, he maneuvered swiftly while dealing with the frontline minions. Suddenly, Pike executed a flash forward during the charge of his Q skill, ensnaring the unsuspecting Alistar, who lacked a flash. Simultaneously, Varus succeeded in dispatching the third frontline minion, propelling both of them to level 2 in an instant. Pike, demonstrating remarkable reflexes, promptly utilized his E skill the moment he reached level 2. He executed a classic maneuver, using his Q to hook and then soaring upwards with his E, immobilizing Alistar. Without a flash, Alistar was akin to a mere plaything, manipulated at will. The Ignite was applied, and Varus advanced to inflict additional damage. With the Conqueror and Ignite, Pike's damage was comparable to that of an AD carry, perhaps even exceeding it at this juncture. Naturally, the level 1 Alistar was utterly defenseless against their combined onslaught, despite Su Fang providing a sliver of healing. It only prolonged his demise by half a second. Thus, Alistar was ruthlessly controlled until his death. Su Fang seized this opportunity to hasten his ascent to level 2, swiftly redirecting his focus to Pike. However, Pike displayed no apprehension towards Su Fang's Xayah, and after dispatching Alistar, Varus rapidly shifted his fire towards Su Fang. Outnumbered, Su Fang evidently stood no chance against the duo. Yet, he resolutely chose to endure their assault, continuing to strike at Pike. Eventually, this peculiar situation alerted both adversaries, prompting Pike to retreat hastily, while Varus, in a robust state, activated his heal for increased mobility. However, at this point, Retreat was no longer a simple task. The 5 feathers on the ground were strategically positioned for this moment. Su Fang swiftly pursued, executing his E-skill to retract the feathers, which then soared towards his location. He then flashed, closely following the retreating pike. Without a flash or E-skill, Pike could only watch helplessly as the feathers pierced through his position, dealing an explosive burst of damage that reduced his health to a mere third. Yet, that was not the end. At the river's mouth, Jarvan IV, empowered by the red buff, approached brazenly within vision. Varus, having positioned himself defensively and reacting promptly, had already distanced himself to a safe location. In stark contrast, Pike found himself forcibly immobilized by Su Fang's E-flash, leaving him no avenue for escape. Jarvan advanced, executing a simple EQ combo to secure Pike further. Su Fang followed up with 2 more basic attacks, effortlessly claiming the kill. It was satisfactory. After securing the kill on Pike, Su Fang finally felt a slight sense of relief. Had the jungler not arrived at that moment, or had Pike opted for an early retreat, Su Fang's chances in the bot lane would have been considerably diminished. With the kill on Pike, he now had the opportunity to engage further. He coordinated with Jarvan to push the minion wave under the opponent's tower before returning to base for replenishment. Naturally, during his return, Su Fang remained vigilant, swiftly switching his view to the mid and top lanes, fervently pinging for assistance. It was only logical that Pike would seek to create chaos upon respawning. A competent Pike would certainly not confine himself to the bot lane. True to his expectations, less than 5 seconds after sending out the pings, Pike emerged from the river entrance in mid lane. He forcefully charged his Q, obstructing the movement of the mid laner, who was compelled to evade. Soon after, the enemy mid laner followed suit, using flash only to be ensnared by a hook, subsequently controlled by an E ability. Despite possessing flash, the mid laner fell victim to the ambush, leaving Su Fang incredulously amused. However, he had little time to dwell on their plight, as his own lane had become increasingly challenging. The synergy exhibited by the enemy T1 bot lane was quite formidable, causing Su Fang some distress. Had his Alistar possessed even a modicum of skill, the situation would have been far more manageable. Upon logging back in, he noticed that Alistar had been lingering under the tower for quite some time, having perished earlier than Pike, yet failing to provide any support, merely idling beneath the tower. Fortunately, with Pike lacking flash and Alistar having reached level 2, the bot lane remained relatively stable, with no significant conflicts arising. For the majority of the time, both supports were absent from the bot lane. It wasn't until the game clock reached 7.5 minutes that the situation began to shift. At this moment, Su Fang had ascended to level 6 and acquired the ultimate ability, Storm Featherblade. Even though his flash ability still had approximately 30 seconds of cooldown, he could rely on his ultimate's unparalleled self-preservation capabilities, allowing him to proceed without any trepidation of being ambushed. Coincidentally, both supports had returned to the bottom lane, perhaps preparing for the impending Rift Herald skirmish, intending to secure lane control before retreating home. With his ultimate at his disposal, Su Fang's positioning appeared rather audacious. He stood forward, swiftly utilizing Kie to manage the minion wave. Both sides waited, anticipating the cannon minion wave. Once it was dealt with, both teams would promptly retreat to base and then head towards the Rift Herald. At that moment, the sound cue of Pike's dive echoed, indicating that he had become invisible. Uncertain of his whereabouts, Su Fang instinctively took a couple of steps back. Suddenly, Pike emerged from the brush, decisively lunging towards Su Fang's position with his E ability. Su Fang furrowed his brow as he observed the scene, his mind racing to decipher the intentions of Pike. My flash was still nearly 20 seconds away from cooldown, while he had activated his approximately 5 seconds earlier. Logically, his flash should not yet be available. However, if my memory serves me correctly, his secondary mastery appears to be Inspiration, Cosmic Insight. This particular mastery reduces the cooldown of summoner spells, implying that during this interval, Pike's flash had indeed already reset. Su Fang reacted immediately, his index finger swiftly repositioning over the key, poised to unleash his ultimate ability. Yet, just as he was about to press down, a sudden thought halted his motion. He refrained from activating his ultimate. Instead, he rapidly invoked his W skill, Death's Feather, directing his assault toward the approaching Pike. The rationale was simple. If he were in Pike's position, he certainly would not expend his E and flash against a newly leveled Kaisa. It would be a tremendous loss to trade a 259-second summoner spell for Kaisa's 150-second ultimate, an exchange that simply did not merit consideration. As anticipated, Pike charging directly towards Su Fang, executed a swift flash, altering his trajectory and positioning himself behind the Ollie Star. Simultaneously, Pike's Phantom followed suit, ensnaring the unsuspecting Ollie Star in a stun. Viruses quickly followed up with his ultimate, establishing a chain of control. He then charged his W and Q, igniting the piercing arrow to detonate the mark, followed by a barrage of basic attacks. But the sequence did not conclude there. Pike then retreated slightly, charging his Q skill, Bone Skewer, aiming again for Ollie Star. Such a maneuver startled Ollie Star, who had just regained control and was forced to expend his flash. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely what Pike had been anticipating. He had been waiting for this moment, releasing his charge to snare Ollie Star just after he had flashed away. Viruses followed suit with another round of damage, triggering his E skill to activate its passive, and with merely 2 basic attacks, complemented by Pike's Ignite, they secured the kill on Ollie Star. At that moment, Su Fang chose not to use his heal. He understood well that even if he had healed, it would not have saved Ollie Star. Only by dodging Pike's hook with his flash could Ollie Star have had a chance at survival. Thus, Su Fang resolved to conserve his healing for himself, augmenting his own margin for error. However, this decision incited Alistair's discontent, who retaliated with a few taps on Su Fang's heel, followed by a barrage of question marks beneath him. Su Fang, engrossed in his maneuvers, paid him no mind. Recognizing that Pike was fully equipped with skills, Su Fang was determined not to let him escape. He deftly maneuvered out of Virus's ultimate range, then swiftly turned back, relentlessly pursuing Pike with basic attacks. Thanks to the acceleration from his W skill, he maintained just the right distance to continue his assault. Under Su Fang's relentless pursuit, Pike's health dwindled dangerously low, forcing Viruses to expend his heal to bolster Pike's health while simultaneously providing a speed boost. Su Fang, reserving his heal for this very moment, decisively activated it, accelerating his chase of Pike and continuing his relentless assault. At this juncture, Viruses could only seize the opportunity to maximize his damage output, sticking close to Su Fang as they relentlessly pursued Pike. With the substantial attack speed gained from Alistair's demise, Su Fang's health rapidly diminished, as Virus's Q skill completed its cooldown. And with Su Fang now dangerously close, he wasted no time in unleashing it. In a flash, the piercing arrow was released without any preliminary charge. While Su Fang appeared focused solely on Pike, his gaze was also fixed on Viruses. Noticing Viruses poised to cast a skill, Su Fang swiftly unleashed his long-prepared ultimate, Whirling Dervish, to evade the Q while simultaneously dealing damage. Coupled with the feathers he had previously dispatched, he promptly activated his E skill, retracting all feathers and instantly reducing Pike to a sliver of health. Moreover, as he was in close proximity to Viruses, a slight pivot allowed the feathers to graze him, inflicting a third of his health. However, that was the extent of Su Fang's advantage. Given Virus's passive kill bonus, and with Su Fang devoid of further skills, he was no match for Viruses, ultimately succumbing after managing to eliminate Pike. Had Ollie Star not inadvertently gifted Viruses his passive, Su Fang might have contemplated a struggle, especially as his flash was about to come off cooldown. But there were no what-ifs. Nonetheless, Su Fang did not feel particularly aggrieved. In his view, trading kills was a viable strategy. As everyone's equipment improved, the game would ultimately hinge on skill. Su Fang held the confidence in his abilities, never fearing a trade of kills, which was key to his consistent success. Even if Viruses emerged with superior gear, Su Fang was sure he could unleash greater damage and exert more influence, even with a less favorable build. Moreover, now that he had died, he found an opportunity for interaction. Su Fang, though possessing a slightly more temperate disposition, certainly harbored his own frustrations. He was amenable to anyone's gameplay, yet he found it intolerable when players displayed a lack of self-awareness, audaciously assuming a dominant role without merit. With swift keystrokes, he unleashed a barrage of text. I can understand your struggle as a support player, and I will refrain from criticism. However, could you not exhibit a modicum of self-awareness? You Navi fool? He believed himself to be quite polite under the circumstances. This, however, ignited the ire of Niu Tu, or rather, Huan Feng. Huan Feng remained ensconced in the fountain, spewing a nonsensical stream of words, failing to articulate any coherent point. His discourse was a disjointed cacophony, devoid of logic or reason, which promptly extinguished Su Fang's interest in further interaction. Instead of engaging with him, Su Fang thought it far better to contemplate strategies for securing victory in the match. Observing Su Fang's silence, Huan Feng grew bolder, unleashing yet another torrent of words. It was only when the system prompted that they were on the brink of forfeiting that Huan Feng finally emerged. driven purely by a desire to impede Su Fang's progress. After all, experience points were at stake. The previous incident had already troubled him greatly, and now that they found themselves in this match, he had no intention of letting it slip away easily. Given the dire state of the game, he resolved to abandon all pretense of seriousness and instead assumed the role of a Zan pianist beneath the tower, provoking incredulity among the others. The jungler, exasperated, typed, "Could you please refrain from speaking? The opposing support has made our lives miserable across all lanes. You're hanging out in the bot lane while we're being slaughtered. It's disgraceful for a professional." This only served to further incite Fang, who swiftly redirected his ire towards the jungler, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Ultimately, the other two players could no longer endure the situation, and they collectively typed 15 in the public chat. The spirit to continue the match had evaporated for everyone. Though Su Fang contemplated encouraging them to persist, the appalling performance of the support player led him to believe that victory was indeed unlikely. Thus, he remained silent. As the game approached the 14-minute mark, the imminent opportunity to surrender drew near, prompting the team to convene at the Dragon Pit, determined to force a team fight, with the intention of conceding should they lose. Fang, despite his earlier disengagement, felt compelled to feign seriousness, lest he face repercussions from the League of Legends authorities, which would be both embarrassing and financially burdensome. Given their disadvantage, Su Fang and his team opted for a preemptive position at the Dragon Pit to seize the initiative. However, the opposing team, confident in their substantial lead, pressed forward regardless of their positioning. As the Dragon's health dwindled, the enemy team decisively advanced, with Pyke utilizing his invisibility and speed to close in. The enemy jungler, emboldened by their advantage, charged in to contest the Dragon. In a moment of unexpected agility, Su Fang's jungler, the Prince, disregarded the Dragon entirely and executed a swift EQ combo, ensnaring the enemy Varus within his ultimate's grasp. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Fang promptly pursued, activating W to unleash the lethal feathered garment. He initiated an attack on the visage of Pyke, triggering a surge of speed, then deftly maneuvered past Pyke and the opposing jungler. With such an entrance, it was utterly implausible for Jarvan 4 to surpass the prowess of Varus. Hence, Su Fang was compelled to assist the jungler in inflicting damage. Although it is customary for an AD carry to focus their efforts on the adversary before them, there are circumstances necessitating the traversal past the front line to address threats in the back line. Clearly, this was one such instance. Failing to neutralize Varus, who was thriving unperturbed in the rear, would enable him to effortlessly dismantle the front line and eliminate each member, one by one. Thus, Su Fang charged forward. This audacious move alerted Varus to the predicament. Initially, he intended to stand his ground amidst Jarvan Ivy's ultimate, yet with the unexpected arrival of Kaisa to bolster damage, that plan was rendered untenable. Swiftly utilizing his flash to escape the confines of Jarvan's ultimate, he immediately activated his auto-attack mode, skillfully maneuvering while attacking, rapidly reducing Su Fang's jungler to a sliver of health. Meanwhile, Su Fang found himself constrained by the opposing mid laner, with the support Pyke directly closing in with his E ability. Subsequently, the ultimate, Torrent of Hatred, descended mercilessly upon Jarvan Ivy's position. The jungler, Jarvan, from Su Fang's side was swiftly eliminated, while the shadow of Pyke trailed closely behind, its path intersecting perfectly with Su Fang's current location. Su Fang, quick-witted and decisive, unleashed his ultimate ability, unleashing a flurry of feathers upon the battlefield. Skillfully exploiting the uncontrollable nature of his ultimate, he evaded the grasp of Pyke's E-skill. And at the opportune moment, he swiftly flashed forward, positioning himself directly in harm's way. Su Fang was acutely aware that the opposing Varus currently lacked flash. The prince had risked his life to eliminate Varus's flash, while also depleting nearly a third of his health. This was a golden opportunity. Su Fang decisively executed in her flash, landing it squarely upon the visage of Varus. Following this, he swiftly summoned his feathers, and with masterful precision, the feathers that had just been unleashed were promptly retracted, piercing through the countenance of Varus. In an instant, a surge of explosive damage ensued, causing Varus's health to plummet by nearly a third. Alarmed, the opposing Varus immediately activated his healing ability to regain some vitality, simultaneously launching a series of basic attacks in a desperate attempt to restore his health. However, it was evident that such efforts would prove futile. No matter how one may argue, Su Fang's equipment is not lacking. With the damage augmentation from W, the health of the opposing Varus plummets. Although Su Fang's own health diminishes rapidly as well, he remains in a considerably healthier state compared to the enemy Varus. If this momentum continues, the enemy Varus is undoubtedly doomed. Just at that moment, a figure suddenly ascends into the fray. It is the opposing mid laner. Yet, how could a helpless Orianna, devoid of mobility, have arrived so abruptly? In an instant, Su Fang was momentarily taken aback, only noticing the lifeless body of the bull's head as his perspective unconsciously shifted. Could it be that the bull's head, in a reflexive act of self-preservation, inadvertently pushed the clockwork over? Contemplating this, Su Fang felt a sense of exasperation. He had initially believed that Huan Feng intended to execute a well-planned strategy, only to find that it culminated in such an unexpected turn of events. What had once seemed a certain victory for Su Feng against A was rendered futile with the arrival of the clockwork. With a swift QW, the clockwork, combined with the rapid attack speed of Varus, unleashed a barrage of basic attack damage, while Pyke's ultimate, the harrowing of the depths, fiercely secured the survival of the critically wounded Varus. Su Feng met his untimely demise, swiftly dispatched. Glancing towards his teammates, he noted that the mid and top lanes had triumphed, narrowly defeating the opposing jungler. Yet, that was the extent of their success. Pyke advanced, unleashing 2 devastating ultimates. A quadra-kill. Without a moment's hesitation, the surrender screen materialized. As the clock struck 15 minutes, a unanimous vote of 4 consented to defeat, leaving Su Feng as the sole holdout. Faced with this situation, he reluctantly cast his final vote. Since the collective desire to continue had waned, it was preferable to expedite the conclusion and move on to the next match. However, this defeat cost Su Feng 25 points, widening the gap between him and the leaderboard summit, while also shattering his prior streak of consecutive victories. Regrettably, he had been unable to seize any favorable opportunities to break the deadlock, ultimately succumbing to the relentless snowball effect exerted by the opposing T1 bot lane duo. Nevertheless, this experience piqued Su Feng's interest in T1's prowess, wondering if fate would allow them to cross paths at the World Championship. In this match, his support had failed to provide him with a chance to shine, leaving him eager for a future encounter. As the base crumbled, the audience expressed their sympathy for Su Feng, igniting a torrent of criticism towards Huan Feng. The disdain for the support player was palpable. Was it not rather distasteful for this Alistar to intentionally feed while idly taunting from the fountain? Was this truly the renowned mid-laner angel of SN? This was no angel. It was Huan Feng. I had just left his stream, where he stubbornly claimed that the ADC was incompetent and refused to follow his lead. Is it true? Could Huan Feng truly be this inept? After witnessing this match, it became evident that the previous game's failures were entirely unrelated to Su Feng. It was undoubtedly Huan Feng's shortcomings that were to blame, playing in an utterly absurd manner. Even a streamer boasting a streak of 16 or 17 victories could not carry him, which was nothing short of outrageous, and yet he continued to shift the blame. Initially, some viewers had shown support for Huan Feng, but after this game, their sentiments had dramatically shifted. Su Feng was rather indifferent. After all, it was merely a single loss. If necessary, he could simply engage in a couple more matches. Given the current time, there should still be ample opportunity. He decisively initiated the next round, hoping to encounter them again. Although Su Feng longed for another match against them, fate had other plans, as he did not encounter them in the subsequent 4 games. It remained uncertain whether they had ceased playing ranked matches or for some other reason. Instead, he found himself matched with Rookie and Ning Wang. In the absence of further encounters with the troublesome players, Su Feng achieved another consecutive victory. By around 10 p.m., he had triumphed in 4 matches, ultimately surpassing the current Apex player in the Rift and accomplishing the ascent to the top. It was a precarious situation. Had he lost 2 more matches, his chances of reaching the summit within 10 days would have been severely diminished. Following his ascent, the streaming room experienced a surge in popularity, with an array of fan gifts flooding in, leaving Su Feng momentarily dazzled. However, what intrigued Su Feng even more were the rewards from the system. A tingling sensation coursed through him, soon replaced by an indescribable clarity that enveloped his entire being, bestowing an unparalleled sense of comfort. It even led him to believe that if he were to engage in the previous match now, he might indeed find an opportunity for a comeback. Yet, this was merely a feeling. The true test would only reveal itself through practice. Nevertheless, Su Feng distinctly sensed a marked enhancement in his physical capabilities, even noticing the faint emergence of muscle in his arms, lending them newfound strength. Soon after, familiar statistics materialized before his eyes. Inside ability, 80-15-2 reaction speed, 82-15-2 hero proficiency, 81-15-2 hand speed, 83-15-2 movement technique, 83-15-2 duration, 360 days remaining lifespan, 20 days, 1,200 days. It appeared that each healing intensity would indeed increase. At this rate, improved health was just around the corner. Glancing at the array of numbers, Su Fang felt satisfied. He pondered when the system would issue new tasks, hoping it would be soon. His hands were eager, and he believed he could easily achieve another 1,000 points. Regrettably, after bestowing the rewards, the system fell silent. Perhaps he would have to wait until the World Championship commenced to receive new tasks. Su Fang remained unperturbed, for the World Championship was imminent, just a few days away. After engaging in a brief interaction with the barrage of comments, he chose to end his strain. In pursuit of points, he had skipped lunch that day. His stomach had been grumbling in protest throughout his gameplay. Following his stream, various marketing accounts seized the opportunity, capitalizing on the hype by producing videos showcasing Su Fang's ascent to the peak of the canyon and the controversial match against Huan Feng. These videos rapidly proliferated across short video platforms, as Su Fang had achieved a remarkable victory rate of approximately 76 in the AD position, an accolade that spoke for itself. The confrontation with Huan Feng also gained significant traction due to the controversy surrounding it. Huan Feng's actions of idling in the fountain and deliberately throwing games reached the ears of the officials, who promptly issued punitive measures in response to the escalating drama. The penalties included a fine of 2 to 3 months' salary as a form of reprimand. While the monetary aspect was secondary, the damage to his reputation was considerable, leaving Huan Feng quite displeased. With no recourse, he longed for the opportunity to face Su Fang again in a match, yearning for a chance to exact revenge. However, Su Fang remained offline, leaving him in a state of frustration, akin to a sensation of ants crawling all over him. Before long, the brief hiatus concluded amidst this turmoil, and the S10 World Championship officially commenced. As Su Fang's team was the 4th seed, they were required to compete in the play-in stage. However, the level of competition in this stage proved to be rather lacking. They even brought out Puff for a couple of games, achieving a flawless victory and securing their advancement. Perhaps due to the low level of the play-in stage, the system did not issue any new tasks, which rendered Su Fang somewhat disinterested throughout. Nevertheless, with the completion of the play-in stage, the group stage loomed on the horizon, heralding the impending draw for group allocations. The grouping for the group stage was of paramount importance. Generally, teams from the same region would not encounter each other. However, since Su Fang's IG team ascended as the 4th seed from the play-in stage, they were exempt from this regional avoidance principle, meaning internal battles were a possibility. At this juncture, all the teams held their breath, intently focused on the large screen, awaiting the draw for their group placements. Su Fang also followed the gaze of the entire team, fixated on the drawing of lots. The first group, JDG, T1. The second group, TS, Jin. The third group, DWG, G2. Although the fourth group had yet to be revealed, everyone was already well aware of the teams that would comprise it. Su Fang gazed at the groupings with a somewhat intricate expression. He had not anticipated that the first match would be an internal clash, particularly against SN. A fated confrontation. Perhaps? Once the groupings were finalized, the system finally spoke again. A new task, to secure victory within 15 minutes in the forthcoming match. How much? 15 minutes? Upon hearing this time frame, Su Fang felt a surge of unease. This was the World Championship, and achieving victory in such a brief span was no solitary endeavor. It required the entire team to establish a significant advantage, and then execute a relentless push down the mid lane for it to be feasible. The current record for the swiftest victory stood at a mere 15 minutes and 57 seconds, previously set by IG against SKT, where SKT fielded a rather unconventional composition and was swiftly overwhelmed in that duration. Now, Su Fang was tasked with surpassing that time. Oh dear. Su Fang pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his head. Wait, isn't it true that defeating SN might not be as challenging as it seems? There indeed exists a possibility of accomplishing it within 15 minutes. He had previously overlooked the fact that the next match was against SN, which should be a straightforward endeavor, easily within reach. Hey, at that moment, a hand waved in front of Su Fang's eyes. Su Fang regained his senses and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, What is it, Prince Ning? They have departed, heading to the training match, and you are still lost in thought. Prince Ning responded, somewhat speechless. At that moment, Su Fang finally noticed that everyone in the room had already made their way to the door, patiently awaiting his presence. Su Fang immediately rose to follow. Meanwhile, within the confines of the SN club, a chorus of cheers erupted. The coach, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, Excellent. We have encountered the easiest team to face. Although we are merely the third seed ourselves, we triumphed over LNG with a commanding score of 3-0. Their recent narrow victory, managed only by coming back from a 2-game deficit, indicates a clear disparity in our strengths. If we perform at our usual level against their fourth seed, victory will be all but assured. The others shared his sentiments. Despite IG's commendable performance against LNG in their last match, it was against a weak team. They, too, could have dominated LNG, which did not reflect true skill. Only matches against formidable opponents could truly gauge their capabilities. Based on the current roster strength, it was evident that the fourth seed from LPL was the most manageable, while the wildcard regions could be disregarded entirely. In a corner, Guan Zeyuan wore a crooked smile. Previously vexed by recent events, his mood had shifted dramatically. At last, I've caught them. Just the other day, I returned in poor form, lost a game, and they insisted on dragging me into their chaos, resulting in a fine for me. Now, I shall settle both old and new scores. Let us see who truly lacks skill. He fixated on the match schedule displayed on the screen, silently plotting his revenge. In the realm of esports, skill was paramount. A victory in the match would render all previous grievances insignificant, and everyone would rally back to his side. Over the past few days, his phone had been inundated with irritating messages, and even video feeds seemed to be filled with unwarranted criticism. His Weibo comments were rife with detractors. "Just wait and see in a few days," he muttered, seething. Time flew by, and as the World Championship progressed, the first 3 groups had concluded their matches. In the first group, JDG suffered an unexpected defeat to T1. The second group saw TES triumph over Gen. The third group witnessed DWG decisively overwhelm G2. Today marked the day of the fourth group matches. Fang followed his teammates to the shadowy corner behind the stage, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the host's speech. Meanwhile, across from them, the members of SN were also gathered in the same secluded corner, biding their time. Fang glanced over and noticed that one of the individuals was also observing him. "Guan Zeyuan?" Ningguang chuckled as he leaned closer. "Do you know? The outside world is saying that today is Huan Feng's revenge match, and it truly cracks me up. Guan Feng has been on the edge these past few days. You must not have seen his Weibo, where he has been fiercely sparring with the comments below. I wonder how many people he has blocked in the last couple of days." As he spoke, he could no longer contain his amusement, laughing even louder. A sound that distinctly carried over to the SN side. Such laughter was evidently too boisterous, although Guan Feng could not hear their conversation. It was apparent they were discussing him. Yet, he felt powerless to respond, so he simply turned his head away, choosing to disregard it. Nevertheless, Ningguang's laughter did not diminish. In fact, it grew even louder. Had the venue not been so spacious, his voice would have surely reached the stage. Fang couldn't shake the feeling that Ningguang was being deliberate, seemingly intent on showcasing his ultimate ability right in front of Guan Feng, aiming to rattle his composure. You can only play champions like Kaisa and Xayah, which require little skill. They're fine for casual ranked games, but not suitable for competitions, Ningguang remarked. As Fang listened to these words, he let out a light chuckle, remarking, "That sounds splendid." When he ranked, he primarily played Kaisa and Xayah, not solely because they were effective for climbing the ranks, but for another reason, to deliberately conceal his champion pool. If today's objective was to achieve a swift victory, then there was no need for subterfuge. He would select whatever champions excelled at securing kills. "No worries, today I'll assist you in hunting him down," Ningguang proclaimed, patting his chest. Beside them, Rookie was drawn into their conversation and interjected, "I can also provide support from mid lane. Just let me know if you need help down bottom." Just as Fang was about to respond, a staff member approached with the announcement of their stage appearance. The laughter ceased as everyone made their way to the stage, where they briefly introduced themselves before taking their seats at the competition desk. It must be said, the World Championship was indeed a different realm. The venue was more than thrice the size of the one they had previously encountered, and the audience was densely packed. Erupting in cheers as each player made their entrance, their light sticks waving in a vibrant display. After undergoing systematic treatment, Fang's vision improved remarkably, and he immediately spotted a fan light board bearing his name. However, there were only 1 or 2, significantly fewer than those of others. Yet, Fang remained unfazed. After all, no one's fanbase is garnered without reason. In the realm of esports, merit speaks volumes. If one performs well, admiration naturally follows, while poor performance invites criticism, which is entirely expected. In due time, recognition will come. Fang took his seat, having already calibrated his mouse and keyboard during the pre-match preparations. Now, He merely needed to log into the competition account. The login was seamless, and he swiftly entered the room. In the venue, the voice of Guan Zeyuan resonated. "Hello everyone. I am your commentator for today, Zeyuan." Following this, another individual seated beside him chimed in. "Greetings, I am Wang Duo, and once again, I will be joining Zeyuan to provide commentary for this match." After a brief self-introduction, Guan Zeyuan delved into the ongoing situation in the arena. Today, we have an LPL showdown, with IG facing off against SN. Prior to the match, there has been a bit of back and forth between the two teams, which adds an intriguing tension to today's game. Let us observe which team is in better form today and who can showcase their prowess on the battlefield. As he concluded his remarks, the barrage of comments began. This match is truly captivating, a fateful clash. Both sides have accused each other of shortcomings, and the stakes are high. Losing today would be quite embarrassing. One viewer quipped, "Ha ha ha, I'm here for the spectacle." As Fang mentioned on his Weibo that he plans to dominate IG, I can't wait to see his performance. Fang also remarked that IG's new AD lacks a diverse champion pool. Frankly, I find no fault in that statement. This player, Fang, may boast a high win rate atop the rankings, yet he predominantly relies on a handful of champions, all of which are rather simplistic like Kaisa and Xayah, hardly deserving of my endorsement. Indeed, as Giab stated, rankings are the most trivial of matters. In competitive play, sheer skill is paramount. What user points if one does not possess the strength to win? The majority of the audience remained neutral, neither side receiving substantial support, as they were merely there to enjoy the spectacle. After all, whether it be Fang or Fang, neither was well known enough to garner devoted backing. Amidst the heated discussions in the comments, the first round of the match's band pick phase commenced. SN maintained their traditional strategy, targeting IG without deviation. Their focus was on pressuring the top lane. With Fang in the bottom lane, they truly had little fear of encountering issues down there. They began by banning champions such as Ornn, Aatrox, and Gnar, all of which are reliable top lane picks, leaving none unchallenged and emphasizing a tailored strategy against IG. Fang and his team opted to ban several heroes that are particularly strong in the current patch. Subsequently, they commenced the hero selection phase. SN, positioned as the blue side, made the first pick, securing the formidable and early-game dominant champion, Renekton, for the top lane. The commentators, led by Wang Duo, remarked on this decision, noting that Aubin's Renekton is indeed one of his signature champions. Particularly in this patch, Renekton continues to exhibit substantial strength, excelling in early to mid-game tempo control. SN's initial choice was undeniably astute. Now it was IG's turn. What selections would they make? Before Wang Duo could finish his thought, two champions were instantly locked in on IG's selection screen, Aphelios and Thresh. The appearance of these two champions sent the live chat into a frenzy. The most dramatic moment unfolded as Aphelios is known to be one of Fang's signature ADCs this season, showcasing numerous impressive highlights. Ironically, Fang, who had previously been mocked by Fang for lacking a diverse champion pool, chose Aphelios right in front of him. Coupled with the recent rank-related controversies, the chat erupted in excitement. Here it comes, my favorite episode. Fang has taken Fang's signature Aphelios. This is intriguing. I recall Fang mentioning during a prior stream that Fang lacked proficiency with Aphelios. Haha. Is today a teaching moment? I genuinely wonder if Fang can play Aphelios. From what I remember of his streams, he usually plays Kaisa or Xayah. I've never seen him with Aphelios before. Various voices of skepticism and amusement filled the chat. Even commentator Guan Zeyuan couldn't help but chuckle, finding the situation amusing. They were well aware of the tension between the two players leading up to the World Championship. A clash between these two teams promised to be tumultuous and electrifying. Amusement aside, the commentary continued. Clearing his throat, Guan Zeyuan remarked, IG selections are decisive, showing no hesitation, indicating they were well prepared. However, based on my understanding, I haven't seen Fang play Aphelios much. He tempered his words slightly, mindful not to state outright that Fang had never played the champion. Wang Duo nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, it's uncertain how proficient Fang is with Aphelios, considering the champion's difficulty. Certainly, Aphelios does present a challenge for newcomers. Yet, I trust that Fang, as a top-tier ADC, possesses some level of understanding." IG fans need not worry, Guan Zeyuan interjected, attempting to provide reassurance regarding Fang's competence. However, the extent of his confidence in Fang's ability to play Aphelios remained ambiguous. While he had complete faith in Fang's mechanics and foundational skills as an ADC, Aphelios is a different beast altogether. Mastering this champion requires considerable practice and familiarity. Having achieved a high rank with Aphelios himself, he was acutely aware of the champion's learning curve. To avoid misrepresenting facts, he had diligently practiced Aphelios to a high skill level. His understanding of the champion, albeit superficial, was sufficient to discern whether someone could play Aphelios effectively. As Su Fang locked in Aphelios, Huanfeng couldn't suppress a laugh. Initially intending to prove his prowess with Aphelios, he was taken aback by Su Fang's earlier selection. What a surprise! The current iteration of Aphelios has been nerfed significantly. I wouldn't even dare to pick him. Are you trying to prove something with your choice? He mused. Well then, let us see who truly lacks proficiency with Aphelios. He promptly consulted with his coach for his champion selection, locking in both Jinx and Lux without hesitation. The rationale behind these choices was straightforward. Their long-range abilities would effectively counter Aphelios, dominating the landing phase and utilizing their synergy to pressure the opposing bot lane. This would inevitably shift public perception of his performance, allowing him to subsequently pick Aphelios himself for a lesson in gameplay. With this thought, Huanfeng's smile widened, unable to contain his excitement, prompting a playful nudge from his teammate, Sword Art. What is so funny? Change your runes. As Jinx and Lux were selected, Guan Zeyuan commented. It's evident that SN is well prepared. Few teams opt for soft supports in this patch, but SN dares to do so. And I personally believe these two champions are excellent choices. Oh, Wang Duo skillfully chimed in. Guan Zeyuan continued. We all know Aphelios' major flaw is his lack of mobility. Facing a combination like Jinx and Lux can be particularly challenging for him, unless SN's South bot lane provides opportunities. Otherwise, IG's duo will have a significantly advantageous lane. Of course, it was clear that capitalizing on such opportunities would be quite difficult, as SN's bot lane is renowned for its stability. They had rarely encountered issues. As he spoke, another round of bans concluded. After both teams exchanged some bans, SN selected Poppy and Lissandra for their jungle and mid lane, while IG countered with Nocturne and Ryze. The only champion left to be revealed was the Shy S. All eyes were glued to the screen as the champion icon flashed, Kinnan. With both team compositions finalized, Guan Zeyuan contemplated briefly before stating, IG's lineup appears geared towards team fighting. Aside from the mid lane, the other lanes may not be particularly comfortable. Conversely, SN's composition is clearly designed for early to mid-game aggression, likely preventing IG from extending the game. To be honest, I'm at a loss as to how IG plans to manage the early game. While IG is known for its individualistic playstyle, this composition feels like an invitation to trouble. As a commentator, he treaded cautiously with his words, and Wang Duo promptly interjected, ultimately, it all hinges on the players' performances. IG is a team renowned for creating miracles, right? The match screen appeared, indicating the commencement of the first game. Yet, just then, Wang Duo noticed something amiss. Guan Zeyuan also realized it. Su Fang had not selected Fleet Footwork but rather Conqueror. This discovery left both individuals utterly astonished, not only them, but even the viewers watching the live broadcast were taken aback, inundating the chat with question marks. The female officer, Lux, formed a notorious lane suppression duo with Aphelios, who was inherently challenging to face in lane. Yet, Su Fang astonishingly opted for the Conqueror rune instead of the typical Fleet Footwork to enhance his laning phase. Guan Zeyuan shook his head in disbelief, unable to comprehend this choice. Initially, there may have been a slim chance of enduring the landing phase, but under these circumstances, how could one possibly withstand the pressure without sustain? In his mind, Su Fang seemed to lack proficiency with Aphelios. Typically, those unfamiliar with a champion tend to rigidly adhere to conventional builds and runes, devoid of personal insight. However, as a commentator, he refrained from voicing such criticism and instead attempted to defend Su Fang, suggesting that perhaps he was simply confident in his approach. Wang Duo concurred, affirming that it was evident Su Fang had his own strategy. The two commentators quickly shifted the topic, noting that both junglers had chosen to start from the lower half of the map, while the bot lane duo opted not to assist in jungle clearing and headed straight to lane. In the visual, Huanfeng, and to support, SW ordered, immediately exerted pressure on the minion wave, unrestrained due to their range advantage. Huanfeng was acutely aware that Aphelios at level 1 lacked abilities, despite possessing a 650 range attack. Facing off against a similarly ranged and ability-laden ADC like Caitlyn rendered any retaliation futile, especially with Lux nearby. Unless they were up against an extreme lane combination like Ezreal and Karma, it would be nearly impossible for any champion to contest their dominance in the bot lane. Positioned centrally within the lane, Fang could both last-hit minions and apply pressure, while SW Order concealed himself in the brush, his mere presence serving as a potent deterrent. As Fang's Aphelios found himself relegated to the backline, unable to approach for last hits, Fang's amusement grew. He chuckled to himself, questioning whether Fang's decision to play Aphelios without fleet footwork stemmed from confidence or a lack of skill. He pressed forward, his expression gleeful, pondering how the opposing duo could possibly withstand such overwhelming pressure. At this rate, within 5 minutes, he anticipated inflicting significant damage upon the enemy bot lane, potentially securing 2 plating opportunities, too effortless. Even Guan Zeyuan, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim about the formidable suppression offered by the Caitlyn and Lux combination, remarking that it was challenging for IG's bot lane to even gain experience. Balon had no choice but to trade health for the enemy's abilities, creating openings for Fang to secure last hits. Wang Duo chimed in, noting that at least they were managing to soak up experience. However, Fang himself felt no pressure. It was entirely normal for Aphelios to be suppressed at level 1 given the lack of skills, and he remained unconcerned. This was merely the beginning. Soon, the opposing bot lane duo ascended to level 2, adopting a more audacious positioning, boldly standing in front of the minion wave. Denying experience altogether, Balon could no longer afford to play aggressively. After Lux reached level 2, the combination with Caitlyn's traps could easily result in a lethal setup. At this juncture, Ningguang suggested, "How about I come down for a gank to alleviate some pressure?" Fang decisively declined, insisting, "No need. Don't disrupt your rhythm. Focus on reaching level 6. We can handle the bot lane." "Handle it?" Ningguang observed the situation below and felt dubious. Nonetheless, Fang's reasoning held merit. It was crucial for Nocturne to swiftly reach level 6, and venturing to the bot lane at this moment could jeopardize his tempo, posing significant risks. Thus, the bot lane would have to endure the pressure for a while longer. As the enemy duo denied Fang experience, he certainly would not remain passive. Even with Lux reaching level 2, Fang pressed forward, poised to attack her. Lux, seeing this, swiftly retaliated with her skill, hurling her Q ability in Fang's direction. Yet, Fang's auto-attack animation remained uninterrupted. He deftly retracted and sidestepped Lux's Q, advancing a half-step forward just as 2 frontline minions fell, allowing him to gain experience and promptly reach level 2. He swiftly switched to the Severum, unleashing its Q ability while simultaneously attacking Lux, then retreated to create distance using the Q's mobility. Severum's Q ability alternates between 2 weapons, allowing the first hit to benefit from the secondary weapon's effects. Lux bore the mark of the Severum, but Fang remained unhurried and, once at a safe distance, switched to the Calibrum green gun, launching its Q towards Lux. He then adeptly executed an auto-attack followed by a quick left click, just before Calibrum's Q struck Lux. He landed the first mark with his auto-attack, followed by the Q hitting its target, allowing him to secure a second mark from an astonishing range. This exemplified the classic Calibrum double auto-attack, a common trading technique employed by Aphelios in the early game. However, at this moment, few were likely aware of this tactic, including Fang, who felt a jolt of surprise upon witnessing it. Could it truly be executed in such a manner? Indeed, Aphelios possessed this technique. As long as the mark was applied prior to the passive auto-attack, a double auto-attack could be achieved. Nevertheless, this tactic was usually reserved for Calibrum's Q, given that the ability's mark has a delay, while the marks from other skills are instantaneous. It was undeniable that he had learned something valuable. In that instant, Fang began to doubt himself. Could it be that Fang genuinely possessed skill with Aphelios, perhaps even surpassing his own proficiency? No, that was inconceivable. At least up to this point, he had not encountered an Aphelios player who surpassed him, with only LWX's Aphelios displaying a modicum of skill. The others could hardly even manage basic aim control. Yes, aim control. From this point forward, Fang's aim control would reveal his true capability with Aphelios. So far, it appeared proficient, but what lay ahead remained uncertain. He took a moment to steady his thoughts. How could the match barely begin? And yet his mindset teetered on the edge? This was not ideal. Winning this game should not be so effortless. Even if Fang proved adept with Aphelios, could he truly outperform Fang's own prowess? In the next match, he would demonstrate the true essence of mastering Aphelios. Soon, after adjusting his state, he continued to apply pressure. 2 full minutes passed, and the support Sword Art's Lux failed to land a single Q on Fang, not even managing to use Purify. After all this time, she had only managed to whittle down Su Fang's health to half. The situation was becoming increasingly urgent for Huanfeng. It was essential to understand that his champion thrived during the landing phase and late game, while being utterly ineffective in the mid-game. A significant early advantage was required to ensure success. How could they have battled for so long without forcing the opposing bot lane to retreat home? According to his original plan, they should have begun collecting plates by this time. After securing those, they would return to base for supplies, continue applying pressure. And then at the 8-minute mark, they would await the jungler to use the Rift Herald to demolish the first turret, subsequently transitioning to other lanes to gather additional plates. This was the standard rhythm for a Caitlyn and Lux duo. Could you please aim your skills a bit more accurately? He couldn't help but address the support SW ordered. The support, feeling helpless, wished he could be more precise, but the opposing ADC's positioning was remarkably adept. Had it not been for a few blind spots, he might not have landed a single skill. Seeing his Q ability off cooldown, he launched it once more, this time targeting the Thresh, who was positioned slightly further back rather than the forward-placed Aphelios. Success. He managed to ensnare Thresh, and Huanfeng, witnessing this, promptly advanced to follow up with a trap. Executing a QA into EA combination. 3 consecutive headshots landed. Thresh had already lost more than half of his health from the previous exchanges, and this sequence left him unable to withstand the attack, resulting in first blood. Finally, that's more like it. SW ordered exhaled in relief, nearly doubting his skill accuracy. Huanfeng secured the first blood, and a smile once again graced his face. At this moment, Su Fang could only inflict a modicum of damage from the sidelines. The current gun damage was insufficient for a 1 versus 2 scenario. His weapon at hand comprised the Radiant Flame and the Falling Light, essentially a flamethrower paired with a slowing purple dagger. The classic combination of Radiant Flame's Q followed by Falling Light's Q allowed him to swiftly execute 2 Q skills, exchanging health. However, this sequence merely depleted half of the health bar of Huanfeng's misfortune, posing no significant threat whatsoever, as Su Fang unleashed another Radiant Flame Q. It resulted in the complete exhaustion of its ammunition, necessitating a weapon switch to Falling Light and Reflection, which consisted of a purple gun and a white dagger. Witnessing this, Huanfeng could no longer contain his exhilaration and erupted into laughter. Haha. This guy has no clue how to play Aphelios. His weapon selection is utterly wrong. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Angel, struggling in the mid lane under the relentless pressure from Rookie, was startled by the sudden laughter emanating from the voice chat. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Are you insane? Excited over killing one person? Can't you hurry up and push the bot lane? I can't hold mid any longer." Ignoring Angel's plight, Huanfeng continued unabated. "I can control the white and purple daggers too. And this guy dares to mock my Aphelios skills, claiming my proficiency is lacking. It's laughable. No worries. Don't rush. This match is in the bag. Just watch how I obliterate him." At this juncture, Huanfeng's confidence surged. Given that Aphelios was inherently disadvantaged in the current meta and considering he was up against an unskilled player, he couldn't fathom any rationale for his potential defeat. In the commentary booth, Guan Zeyuan shared a similar sentiment. He was well acquainted with the correct sequence for weapon control, starting with the red dagger, followed by the green gun, then the purple gun, blue gun, and back to red, before utilizing the old gun. However, Su Fang had made a mistake in this process, misplacing the purple and blue guns, which was indicative of someone unfamiliar with Aphelios. Guan Zeyuan lamented the wasted anticipation. He had hoped that IG might be concealing a hidden ace. Perhaps Su Fang had secretly practiced Aphelios on a Smuff account. Su Fang's weapon selection is somewhat troubling. This white-purple dagger combination. The live chat was rife with skepticism, as the prevailing weapon control technique was well established, leaving viewers bewildered by Su Fang's peculiar approach, especially the abstract nature of the white-purple dagger combination. As a seasoned Aphelios player, I must admit that Su Fang's weapon control appears to be flawed. This fellow truly seems to lack proficiency with Aphelios. Why then would he choose to play him? He even claimed he would teach Huanfeng, yet ended up performing in such a dismal manner. Su Fang, of course, was oblivious to such remarks, and even if he were aware, he would merely dismiss them as uninformed. Following the demise of Balon, the opposing duo in the bottom lane effortlessly secured a layer of plating before opting to return to base for replenishment. Seizing the opportunity, Su Fang too made his way back to base to restock. Upon returning to the game, the clock had already reached the 7-minute mark. Due to his extensive experience, Su Fang has reached level 5 with 90 experience points, requiring only 2 frontline soldiers to ascend to level 6. Meanwhile, the opposing duo in the bottom lane, having swiftly pushed the minion wave, has gained an advantage in experience and has already advanced to level 6 ahead of Su Fang. The adversaries employ a straightforward strategy, relentlessly pushing the lane, suppressing Su Fang, and demolishing towers to reap the rewards of plating. Previously, this strategy proved highly effective, leaving Su Fang with no choice but to focus solely on last-hitting minions and evading their abilities, affording him no opportunity to engage in skirmishes. However, the situation has now shifted. It is his turn to take action. Su Fang carefully examined the ammunition of his weapon. Zhuang Ming had 3 rounds remaining, and Zhijing was nearly at full capacity. Beside him, the Azure Thresh had just completed his vision and was already on his way over. Everything was in readiness. This time, he aimed to hit level 6, coupled with a strategic 3-shot burst, to launch a surprise attack. Bao Lan, he called out. Bao Lan responded with a hint of confusion. Prepare to follow me. Without waiting for Bao Lan to react, Su Fang charged forward, attacking the minions. Observing Su Fang's bold maneuver, the opposing support, Lux, seized the opportunity and promptly hurled her Q ability towards him. Meanwhile, Huan Feng advanced, ready to set a trap. Upon encountering the incoming skill, Su Fang did not flinch but rather chose to endure the confinement, forcefully eliminating a minion. In an instant, his level increased, and the ultimate skill icon illuminated. Subsequently, Su Fang swiftly pressed the purification, instantly dispelling Lux's confinement, and decisively hurled his ultimate towards the 2 opponents stationed before the tower. The clear radiance of Nightfall was unleashed, striking both adversaries and applying a 99 slow that rendered them immobile. This predicament swiftly instilled a sense of urgency in Huan Feng and SW ordered, particularly as Su Fang had yet to activate his confinement. With the looming presence of Thresh drawing ever closer, Lux, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, promptly utilized her flash to create distance. While Huan Feng cast his E-skill towards Su Fang's position, simultaneously maneuvering to widen the gap. Su Fang had long been prepared. He took a step back, effortlessly evading the deceleration from his opponent's E-skill, and continued to advance while keeping an eye on Bao Lan's position. As he observed Bao Lan's landing, Su Fang finally cast aside his hesitation and swiftly struck the keyboard. With the crisp sound of keystrokes, the effect of the falling light confinement activated, ensnaring the opposing bottom lane duo. Simultaneously, as the ammunition for falling light was exhausted, the weapon began to rotate. The next weapon was the Crimson Reaper. This indicated that Su Fang now wielded the red and white blade. Huan Feng had anticipated Su Fang's intentions while the falling light was still in effect. After all, his extensive experience with Aphelios was not in vain. He promptly used his Purify and retreated to create distance. Bao Lan, noticing this, also reacted swiftly, being a champion support. He possessed the requisite judgment skills. He decisively flashed forward to close the gap, adjusted his position, and unleashed his Q skill, targeting Lux. Huan Feng's Caitlyn had Purify, while Lux did not. Thus, the ensnared Lux found herself utterly defenseless. Her earlier flash was rendered futile as the length of the bottom lane, coupled with relentless pressure, left her unable to retreat to safety beneath the tower. The hook surged forward, facing no obstacles, successfully ensnaring Lux. After which Bao Lan promptly cast a lantern to Su Fang's position. Su Fang picked up the lantern and soared alongside Bao Lan to Lux's visage. With the red knife's Q ability stacking his passive, he swiftly switched to the white knife, deploying the white knife turret beneath him. In an instant, a golden glow emanated from Su Fang's Aphelios, signifying the full activation of Conqueror. Close to Lux, Su Fang unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike landing with precision. Thanks to the unique refresh mechanics of the white knife's auto attack, Su Fang managed to strike 3 times in a single second, bolstered further by the damage amplification from the spinning wheel. Within mere seconds, a fully healthy Lux was obliterated beneath the wheel's onslaught. Such was the potency of the red and white knives. As for Huan Feng, he had already retreated to the safety of the tower, leaving Su Fang momentarily disappointed, as he had hoped to seize the opportunity for a double kill, especially with his Conqueror fully stacked and the potential for a swift follow-up with Flash. Observing Huan Feng beneath the tower, Su Fang could only shake his head in regret. Yet, he felt satisfied. After all, saving his Flash would afford him future opportunities. Lux, the AD carry, was of no concern to him. 2 fragile champions daring to continue attacking the tower was akin to courting death. Was it true that Aphelios was not a dominant pick? That was merely a reflection of their lack of skill. Su Fang, however, was different. His 2 Zero version of gun control allowed for an array of unexpected kills. He would demonstrate to Huanfeng just how Aphelios could truly be played. The intent behind selecting Aphelios was straightforward. He aimed to illustrate the essence of playing this champion to Huanfeng. In the commentary booth, Guan Zeyuan was momentarily taken aback after witnessing Su Fang's execution. Is this even possible? How could such a seemingly inferior weapon yield such results? Upon further reflection, he realized the nuance. By deliberately leaving the blue gun for a deceptive facade, Su Fang made it appear as though his combat power was minimal. Then, at level 6, he initiated with a decisive ultimate, utilizing the final blue bullets to secure a kill, while seamlessly transitioning to the red and white knives, ensuring he was not lacking in damage. The brilliance of this strategy lay in its ability to catch even seasoned Aphelios players off guard, as the abstract nature of the white and purple knife combination proved lethal. Even Huanfeng, typically cautious, fell prey to this cunning ruse. Impressive. One could not deny Su Fang's proficiency. He genuinely knew how to wield Aphelios. Moreover, Conqueror had played its part well, enabling him to stack the passive fully, leaving Huanfeng unable to retaliate against a fully stacked red and white knife Aphelios. Wang Duo interjected, indeed, by cleverly timing his level 6. He interrupted SN's momentum in the bot lane, which was crucial. Had they continued unchallenged, it wouldn't have been long before the bottom tower fell. Guan Zeyuan glanced at the health of IG's bottom tower, already diminished by 3 plating layers. It was true, after all, with champions like Misfortune and Lux. Pushing lanes and towers was exceedingly straightforward. This kill provided IG's bottom lane with a much-needed reprieve, albeit a temporary one, as future opportunities would be scarce with SN's bot lane now on high alert. Indeed, as they had observed, Huanfeng became increasingly cautious. He contemplated deeply. This opponent exhibited a certain degree of mastery over Aphelios. Fortunately, his own understanding of the champion was profound enough to discern Su Fang's intentions. Otherwise, he too might have fallen victim in that exchange. Relaxing slightly at this realization, he continued to strategize. However, he was confident that his proficiency surpassed Su Fang's. The order of his gun control was flawed, and any subsequent engagements would surely lead to errors. If he could simply delay Su Fang's red, white, and green knife cycle, the rest would be futile weaponry. Yes, that's the plan. Let S hold for 2 minutes, no need to rush, he commanded decisively. Let's refrain from pushing. He is about to cycle through his red, white, and green knives. Once that round is over, we can engage freely. SS Sword Art readily concurred, still haunted by the recent encounter with Aphelios' devastating capabilities. Thus, the duo began to consolidate their wave, ensuring it remained just before the tower, avoiding any aggressive trades. Time passed, and as the game reached the 8-minute mark, the Rift Herald spawned. Both supports gravitated towards the upper half of the map, leaving only the 2 AD carries in the bot lane to farm. During this process, Huanfeng sensed something amiss. Traditionally, the red, white, and green knife combination represented Aphelios' peak damage output, warranting prolonged retention. Yet, Su Fang had not adhered to this logic, utilizing abilities liberally. The red knife was quickly depleted, and even the white knife had dwindled to less than 10 bullets. This unexpected turn left Huanfeng astonished, yet simultaneously filled with excitement. So, he truly does not understand Aphelios. He mused. Once that white knife is gone, I will seize the opportunity to engage. With everyone else in the upper half, he stands alone against me. An ADC devoid of red and white knives is merely a plaything. As the next wave crashed, Su Fang's white knife finally exhausted itself during the last few hits. Huanfeng seized the moment, advancing aggressively. He had a plan. By leveraging range and the headshot passive, he aimed to chip away at Su Fang's health. If he could reduce it to 2/3, he would unleash his combo, E, flash, W, Q, followed by a finishing ultimate. This sequence would effortlessly eliminate a 2/3 health Aphelios. Just as he prepared to engage, however, Su Fang's Aphelios shockingly stepped forward, eager to trade blows. What? This sudden move left Huanfeng bewildered. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. As the most stable AD carry, this unusual behavior unsettled him. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not decipher the logic. With the combination of the fiery flamethrower and the sniper rifle, what possible synergy could exist? This felt more like a toy than a serious weapon setup. Unable to fathom the rationale, he nevertheless refused to let this opportunity slip away. For he desperately needed to reclaim his reputation. Discarding his errant thoughts, he focused on the exchange. The two engaged in a back-and-forth duel. Su Fang wielded the sniper rifle, and under the shared range of 650, they exchanged blows. However, as Misfortune's headshot passive triggered, Su Fang's health plummeted below 2/3. After all, Misfortune possessed a passive advantage, while a Filio sniper rifle offered range but no damage increase, a mere shadow of Misfortune's prowess. Clearly, Su Fang's attempts to trade blows were destined to falter. In the commentary booth, the camera, initially focused on the Rift Herald, abruptly shifted to the bot lane, catching Guan Zeyuan and Wang Duo off guard. Once they comprehended the scene, they began their analysis. In the bot lane, the two were locked in a mutual exchange. But it was evident that Su Fang was at a disadvantage. Realizing the shift in momentum, he attempted to retreat, drawing back as Huanfeng relentlessly pursued him. Su Fang's health had already dipped below half. Meanwhile, Huanfeng still retained nearly 2/3 of his vitality. It was evident that victory was unattainable. Su Fang was compelled to use his flash. Failing to do so would surely result in his demise. Even Huanfeng on the field began to contemplate whether to pursue with a direct flash and auto attack, or to initiate with an EQ combo. Just as he pondered the optimal method to eliminate Su Fang, unexpectedly, Su Fang executed his flash as anticipated. However, rather than retreating, he surged forward. Clearly, this was how Aphelios was meant to be played. As Su Fang deftly maneuvered, he thought to himself, after a prolonged period of feigning vulnerability, it was now his turn to strike. He decisively flashed onto Huanfeng's Misfortune, swiftly pressed A and left click, then promptly canceled the Q skill to negate the animation delay. The classic Ingyan AQ combo unleashed. With Ingyan's 110 base attack damage coupled with the automatic follow-up attack from Ingyan's Q, effectively delivering 2 strikes. Additionally, as his subweapon was Tongbi, a layer of Tongbi mark was affixed to Huanfeng. Yet, that was not the end. The moment he pressed Q, he switched weapons to Tongbi and activated the Q skill once more. The Ingyan Q seamlessly transitioned into the Tongbi Q, thanks to the prior auto attacks. And the subsequent Q skill, golden light radiated from Su Fang's Aphelios. As the Conqueror was fully stacked, he swiftly directed his attention back to Huanfeng. Executing A and left click once more, for time was of the essence. At that moment, the effect from Ingyan's Q, alongside the Tongbi mark, had manifested upon Huanfeng's Misfortune. Swiftly, he unleashed an auto attack, triggering and clearing all Tongbi marks. Following this, the projectile from Tongbi Q struck, inflicting base damage and reapplying another Tongbi mark upon Huanfeng. Su Fang could have executed another distant auto attack, yet he refrained, opting instead to unleash his ultimate ability, Cleansing Knight's Embrace. At this juncture, Huanfeng was still grappling with the unfolding situation, but his reflexes prompted him to instinctively execute the skill, EQA, and then flash backward to create distance for his ultimate. This was a combo he had previously envisioned, and amidst the chaos, his hands moved instinctively to bring it to fruition. In the midst of the EQA, Su Fang found his health reduced to below 200. Simultaneously, the distant figure of Huanfeng's Jin began to line up a sniper shot, encircled by a red ring. It was evident that this was Jin's ultimate ability, Curtain Call. Given Su Fang's current health, being struck by this ultimate would spell his demise. Observing Su Fang's health bar, a smile crept unconsciously across Huanfeng's lips, as if he had already marked Su Fang's death. Yet, despite being ensnared by Jin's ultimate and seemingly on the brink of death, Su Fang's countenance betrayed no hint of panic. He merely repeated the actions of clicking the left mouse button rapidly, his fingers moving with such speed that they left behind afterimages. In the ensuing moment, Su Fang's Aphelios, trapped in Jin's ultimate, suddenly raised his weapon twice from a distance of nearly 900 yards. In an instant, 2 shimmering bullets were unleashed, hurtling towards Huanfeng's Jin, who was poised to fire. Just as Huanfeng was about to release his ultimate, he collapsed to the ground. What just transpired? This scene left everyone bewildered. Even Huanfeng struggled to comprehend it. His smile frozen in astonishment as he stared blankly at the screen. Where did my health bar go? My ultimate was halfway charged. I was just about to eliminate Aphelios. And now my own character has fallen? He still couldn't grasp the sequence of events. Was it the flame and chilling weapons? How could these 2 guns possibly combine in such a manner? The staggering effect from flame was too severe. How could they synergize? Confounded by the source of the damage, he felt a profound sense of frustration at being outmaneuvered by an unprecedented combination of abilities. This sequence of Aphelios' skills had never crossed his mind. Why? Because his prior control over the weaponry had never produced such a combination, making this outcome seem impossible. A thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that this seemingly chaotic weapon arrangement was a deliberate concoction by Su Fang? Could he truly master Aphelios? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. It was inconceivable. His control over the weaponry must have had flaws. There was undoubtedly a waste in the setup. The established theories of red, green, purple, and blue were irrefutably correct. Only this configuration could ensure no wasted shots throughout. Su Fang was merely fortunate, wielding the right weapons for this particular confrontation. Had he reacted sooner, perhaps with a timely flash or the ultimate ability, it would have been Huanfeng meeting his demise. No matter how he analyzed it, he could not foresee such an outcome. He could only attribute it to luck. It was a mere whisker away from disaster, even with slightly lower damage. His ultimate would have secured victory. Damn it. This baffling weapon arrangement left him at a loss, utterly exasperating. Nevertheless, it was only a single death. He still held the advantage in resources. Sooner or later, Huanfeng's weapon configuration would falter, rendering him ineffective in team fights. Even if given space to develop, he would not emerge victorious. Momentarily, Huanfeng shook off the emotions stemming from his solo death. Deep down, he still did not believe Su Fang could truly master Aphelios. The theoretical knowledge Su Fang displayed seemed riddled with inaccuracies. He was convinced that once they reached team fights, Su Fang would falter. Given that he was an ADC devoid of mobility or self-preservation. Meanwhile, the audience remained in a state of shock. Guan Zeyuan gazed at the screen, incredulous, and instinctively remarked, Su Fang, who was at a severe disadvantage in health, suddenly flashed in and executed a flawless combination, instantly obliterating most of Huanfeng's health. The duel between the two ADCs culminated in Su Fang's victory, standing tall with less than 200 health. Following a dazzling display of skills, Huanfeng, despite initially gaining the upper hand, was ultimately turned upon. At this juncture, Guan Zeyuan yearned to elucidate the intricate sequence of Su Fang's abilities to the live audience. Yet after much contemplation, he remained unable to decipher the specifics of Su Fang's execution. Even with his extensive experience playing Aphelios, this particular combination had ventured into uncharted territory for him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Wang Duo, whose understanding of Aphelios paled in comparison to Guan Zeyuan's, humorously remarked, "This Aphelios is utterly terrifying." After exchanging a glance, both commentators found themselves at a loss for words, unable to articulate the sequence of events. Fortunately, the replay feature activated, and they decided to scrutinize the exchange once more. Guan Zeyuan fixed his gaze on the screen, determined not to miss any details. After 20 seconds, the replay concluded. However, the live chat was flooded with question marks and 666, an expression of admiration, as the majority of viewers remained baffled. Guan Zeyuan seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding but still found himself perplexed. Acknowledging that Su Fang's control over the weaponry had indeed introduced a novel combination he had never witnessed before. At that moment, he clearly recognized one thing. Su Fang appeared to genuinely know how to play Aphelios, as he had observed Su Fang canceling skill animations and executing delayed actions with chilling feats only a seasoned Aphelios player could accomplish. Yet, the intricacies of Su Fang's weapon control eluded him, diverging significantly from mainstream techniques. Just as he grappled with how to explain this, the perspective shifted back to the top lane, where a team fight over the Rift Herald had ignited. With a dramatic utterance from the nightmare, "Let the show begin," the battle commenced. Guan Zeyuan immediately resumed his commentary. Nightmare dims the lights. The Shy cannon flashes over the wall and charges in. Thunderclap. Rookie's Rise flashes in for damage, combining with the Shy's assault. Sofim is instantly eliminated. However, Angel reacts swiftly, using his ultimate to evade lethal damage, while Snake's Lux launches her ultimate, striking Rookie. Aubin's Crocodile demonstrated overwhelming strength at this juncture, absorbing damage from Nightmare and Kinnan while retaliating fiercely. Moments later, the skirmish over the Rift Herald concluded, revealing a decisive victory. Although it was a 4v4 engagement, the overall strength of SN's lineup proved superior, even after eliminating one of their opponents in the form of a Poppy. The Crocodile held the ground, while the Ice Queen's passive triggered frequently, dealing damage. Lux also contributed as a damage dealer, while most of the Shy's team faltered after their initial assault, lacking follow-up. The battle concluded with the loss of Ning Wang and the Shy, yet SN successfully secured the Rift Herald. After the skirmish, the players finally noted that Huanfeng had been taken down in isolation. Angel laughed and quipped, "What just happened?" How casually one might say it, only to find oneself unexpectedly slain by another. Is it true? Did the bot lane truly suffer a single kill? I have just witnessed it. Upon hearing this, Aubin pressed the tab key to take a glance. Your equipment surpasses his. How could you possibly have lost? He was quite puzzled. The marksman, a champion renowned for her early game prowess, succumbing to Aphelios, a late-game powerhouse, seemed inconceivable. Ahem. Fang cleared his throat softly. He was fortunate. I may have let my guard down a bit. Otherwise, he could not have bested me. Soft interjected. Shall I assist you in the bot lane? The top lane is already in a favorable position and does not require my presence. That could work. After all, he lacks flash. I could play a trick on him. If a kill is possible, it would be splendid, and I could also help secure the next tower. Fang accepted this suggestion, not out of fear of Fang, but simply because he deemed this approach more prudent. He was, after all, a player of caution. Very well, wait for me. The dragon shall soon respawn. Soft agreed. Meanwhile, Aubin chimed in. I have TP available for this wave. Call for me when the fight breaks out. Agreed. As he listened to his teammates, Fang's mind began to stir with thoughts of how to reclaim his dignity. The embarrassment of being slain was fresh, and he could only imagine the mockery awaiting him from the outside. Just thinking of the comments from the past few days ignited his ire. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to secure victory in this match, and to do so resplendently. Following this, the game settled into a phase of peaceful development. Fang adopted a more cautious approach, refraining from excessive aggression, for Fang's prowess with the gun had left him somewhat flustered, making calculations difficult. And so, after nearly a minute had passed, Fang finally spotted an opportunity. The weapon in Fang's hand is the radiant flame with the falling light. If his memory serves him correctly, he will first utilize the radiant flame, transforming his weapon into the broken soul with the falling light, which is to say, the red-purple blade. Both combinations of weapons are utterly subpar, undeniably marking a critical vulnerability in Aphelios' combat prowess. An idea instantly sparked in his mind. I shall lay down a wave, and in doing so, orchestrate an offensive while Lux maintains vision in the brush, providing a teleportation opportunity for the mid lane. To ensure success, he even accounted for both mid laners in his calculations. I have no objections. However, if I teleport down, Keenan will surely follow. And you must ascertain that he poses no threat, lest he disrupt my rhythm. Aubin readily concurred, for he possessed a significant advantage at present, yet, as a crocodile, his strength would wane over time. It is best to disseminate his early game advantage among his teammates. This weapon of his holds little efficacy, should we truly engage. I shall rely on my understanding of Aphelios for protection. The opposing team currently lacks damage. If they dare to teleport, all the better, we shall annihilate them. Fang assured confidently. Seeing him assert this, Aubin had no reason to disagree. And Angel? I am on board, but we must ensure the engagement, otherwise. If I teleport down and gain nothing, my mid lane will be rendered unplayable. Angel was already feeling the strain in the mid lane, as Rookie's rise exerted immense pressure, pushing the lane rapidly. Coupled with a nightmares capable of unleashing a decisive ultimate at any moment, Angel found himself constrained and helpless. Especially since Rookie's first item was Mercury Boots, making it impossible for the jungler to secure a kill, thus forcing him into a position of passive resistance. Therefore, his strategy was clear. If he could not prevail in his lane, he would assist his teammates in amplifying their advantage. The Ice Lady excels in small skirmishes, capable of eliminating foes at will with her ultimate. With the affirmations from both teammates, Fang felt emboldened. So be it, let us act. He promptly began to contract the minion wave, while the support, the snake-like Lux, established vision in the brush. Fang observed the two individuals commencing to lay down lines and distinctly sensed something amiss, an incongruity. Could it be that Bobby was making his approach once more? Or perhaps already concealed within the grass? The likelihood seemed substantial. Ning Wang, please check the bottom lane. I have a strong suspicion that the opposing jungler may be lurking there. Fang adhered to his usual practice, first synchronizing information with his teammates before instructing Baolan to cautiously advance. He sent in a blade of grass, then another, yet found no one lurking within. This revelation took him by surprise. Bobo was indeed absent from the thicket. What could have prompted the opposing team to suddenly withdraw? Had he perhaps been overly vigilant? Fang glanced at his weapon, the radiant flame and the luminous pendant, realizing that even in a 2 versus 3 scenario, there remained a glimmer of hope. Moreover, having established a silent understanding with the Prince of Ning, there would be maneuvering room should a 3 versus 3 confrontation arise. Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential to secure the kill. As the minion wave began to recede, the opposing Lux made her way toward the triangular bush to establish vision. With this in mind, Fang saw no reason to refrain from pushing the lane. At that moment, Fang's Caitlyn attempted to engage in a sneaky exchange of blows. But Fang seized the opportunity, decisively casting his radiant flame Q to apply the mark of the luminous pendant, swiftly following up with the pendant Q to immobilize her. Baolon, recognizing the moment, promptly unleashed his Q. Naturally, the ensnared Huanfeng had no means to evade and was consequently ensnared. Su Fangzheng was poised to further deplete Huanfeng's health when suddenly, a crimson beam of light erupted from the brush behind him, its hue markedly darker. This signified the presence of a dual teleportation. Concurrently, in the adjacent river, Sopham's Poppy and Shi's Lux emerged from the shadows. It was evident that Huanfeng had intentionally exposed himself to lure out skills. He needed to swiftly reposition himself. Su Fang swiftly retreated, while Baolon charged directly towards the riverbank where Lux and Poppy awaited. "I will engage. Let's see if you can escape," he declared. Although Baolon may have had some shortcomings in initiating team fights, he was undeniably adept at protecting his allies. At that moment, two beams of blue teleportation light ignited in Su Fang's vision. "I am teleporting as well. Hold the bottom lane for a bit longer," echoed the voices of Rookie and the Shy. In an instant, four dazzling beams of teleportation shot into the sky, a breathtaking spectacle. However, Su Fang had no time to admire the view. He hurriedly sought to escape, for his current position was exceedingly precarious. Above him stood Lux and Poppy emerging from the river. To his left was the pursuing Caitlyn, and to his right loomed the imminent arrival of Renekton and Lysandra. Su Fang found himself ensnared in the midst of a perilous situation. At the commentary desk, Wang Duo observed the scene and remarked, "Su Fang is currently ensconced at the center, tightly surrounded by the members of SN, akin to a turtle trapped in a jar. Escape seems utterly impossible. Even though his teammates are diligently making their way to assist him, can he hold on?" At this juncture, Guan Zeyuan interjected, "Su Fang's position is indeed exceedingly precarious. Should he perish, the remaining members of IG will likely find themselves bereft of maneuverability. This situation spells trouble for IG." In truth, the audience could palpably sense the gravity of the predicament facing IG. Had the Shy and Rookie refrained from using their teleportation, the loss could have been limited to merely 2 players. However, now that the teleportation has been executed, a single downfall could lead to a cascade of casualties. Meanwhile, Huanfeng's Caitlyn decisively unleashed her ultimate ability upon Su Fang, demonstrating remarkable resolve by first utilizing her skills to diminish his health, thereby preventing a recurrence of the previous debacle. A single shot struck Su Fang, inflicting nearly 300 points of damage and exacerbating his already dire circumstances. Su Fang surveyed the entirety of the information presented before him, swiftly engaging in analysis. Advancing further would be perilous. The crocodile was overwhelmingly formidable, and coupled with the Ice Maiden's tether, death was inevitable. If he turned to seek assistance from Huanfeng, the slightest hint of intelligence from him could lead to an insurmountable distance being created, plunging Su Fang into utter doom. Thus, the most advantageous position lay with the 2 individuals in the river lane. They were the most manageable adversaries. Boppy and Galax, with Boppy being fully tanked, posed a slower threat, providing an opportunity for resistance, and moreover, there might still be a chance for a clever maneuver on my part. While Boppy appeared robust, my weapon was certainly not a mere blue-purple dagger. With this thought, Su Fang cast aside any lingering hesitation and decisively called out, "Baolon, toss me a lantern." Baolon, who had been resigned to his fate and ready to surrender, was momentarily taken aback by Su Fang's command. However, since Su Fang had spoken, he resolved to act accordingly, placing his trust in him. The lantern was on its way. Su Fang immediately lit the lantern. Simultaneously, as the scene darkened, a voice declared, "Unveil the curtain." Su Fang understood that King Ning had arrived. With the entrance of King Ning's nightmare, the small skirmish in the bottom lane swiftly escalated into a full-fledged 5v5 battle. Should this grand confrontation falter, it could potentially lead to the surrender of the entire match. A decisive clash that would determine the outcome of the game. Su Fang illuminated the lantern and soared directly towards Sopham's Poppy and Shi's Lux. Upon arrival, Lux executed a preemptive Q flash, binding light, but due to the lantern's fixed trajectory and Su Fang's absence of a flash, evasion was utterly impossible, leaving him ensnared. Subsequently, Lux raised her hand, evidently preparing to cast her E and R. However, Su Fang possessed a cleanse. Observing Lux's intent to inflict further damage, he decisively activated Cleanse, sidestepped, and simultaneously neutralized Lux's E and R, all the while launching a basic attack to immobilize Soft's Poppy. After all, even a fully tanked Poppy's damage at this juncture could not be underestimated. Failing to eliminate her before the cooldown of her second skill would certainly lead to his own demise. Moreover, he required a brief respite, as he needed to prepare to stack his buffs. In truth, he had sensed danger before the skirmish commenced, albeit not anticipating the presence of 5 adversaries. Fortunately, he was not entirely unprepared. Given the 2 weapons at his disposal, Ying Yin and Zhui Ming, Su Fang knew he could not possibly prevail in this engagement without a weapon change. Prior to the clash, he had assessed his remaining ammunition. Both Ying Yin and Zhui Ming were nearing 20 rounds, having expended 10 rounds each during the earlier encounter with Huan Feng. With another 10 rounds spent on Zhui Ming, it was rendered useless, leaving Su Fang with Ying Yin and Duan Pe. But that was not the end of it. Su Fang immediately switched Ying Yin to his primary weapon and unleashed his Q skill. At that moment, Ying Yin, having exhausted its ammunition, automatically cycled to the next weapon, the Zhijing. This was a classic maneuver of cycling through 4 weapons while conserving ammo. In merely 2 seconds, Su Fang's arsenal transformed dramatically from Ying Yin and Zhui Ming to the red-white blade, with the Conqueror rune nearing completion due to the consecutive skills employed. At this point, Poppy had just emerged from the immobilization caused by Zhui Ming and decisively charged towards Su Fang's Aphelios. Witnessing Poppy's approach, Su Fang exhibited no signs of panic. He activated the red blade Q, utilizing the acceleration to create distance while simultaneously stacking his flying wheels. The golden glow of the fully stacked Conqueror enveloped him. Meanwhile, Esoph, witnessing Su Fang's sudden reveal of the red-white blade, was momentarily struck with disbelief. Although he was indeed tanky, no conventional AD could feasibly challenge a fully tanked jungle Poppy at this moment. Yet now, he faced an Aphelios wielding a red-white blade. Who could withstand the damage from an Aphelios laden with flying wheels, especially when the champion could double its attack speed up close? Recalling Huan Feng's earlier remarks, just go for it. His weapons are absolutely ineffective this round. He couldn't help but ponder the health of Huan Feng's family. At this point, retreat was no longer an option. The Lux from his support, Shi had held onto her skills, inadvertently transferring them all to the support Thresh, resulting in Bao Lan's Thresh retaining a third of his health. With Aphelios now approaching, they had overlooked Thresh entirely. Consequently, Bao Lan's Thresh remained thriving and, at this moment, launched a hook towards Esoph. Accompanied by the crisp sound of chains clinking, Bao Lan successfully ensnared Soph's Poppy. At this moment, Su Fang's buff has nearly reached its peak. The Conqueror is fully stacked, and with the red knife, 5 spinning wheels have been accumulated through the Q ability. Upon switching to another ultimate ability, adds 6 more spinning wheels to the mix. A total of 11 spinning wheels now encircle Su Fang's Aphelios. Merely gazing upon this spectacle evokes a profound sense of the unique intimidation emanating from the cold light of the. As Su Fang advanced with his basic attacks towards Lux, who had no flash to escape, the inevitable outcome was clear. The spiraling blades of Aphelios formed a bridge between Su Fang and Lux, emanating from him towards her and then swiftly returning, only to be unleashed once more. In a mere 2 seconds and 3 exchanges, the fully healthy Lux was utterly obliterated. Having dealt with Lux, Su Fang promptly made his way towards the position of the blue-haired champion. Poppy, seizing the opportunity while Su Fang was preoccupied with Lux, aimed to eliminate the weakened blue-haired champion. Armed with a white blade, Su Fang moved rapidly without pause, and as he closed the distance, he began to attack while advancing, simultaneously striving to draw nearer to Soph's Poppy. Leveraging the reflective blades, Su Fang did not need to maintain distance like other ADCs. His strategy was to deliver the blades directly into the enemy's face. At that moment, Aphelios embodied an exquisite melee damage dealer. The swirling blades pierced through Poppy's form. And soon, even this tanky champion, nearly at full health, could not withstand the relentless barrage, her health plummeting drastically. Seeing his health diminish rapidly, Esophem felt a flicker of panic and instinctively began to charge his ultimate ability, intending to hurl Su Fang away. However, at that critical juncture, a sliver of health remained on his face, and a fateful clockwork pendulum abruptly interrupted his charge. With no time for regret, he hastily turned to deal with the lingering threat of Thresh, landing a Q ability that finally dispatched the support champion. In an urgent attempt to retreat, he sought to distance himself, but it was already too late to escape. Su Fang had already drawn close, and in pursuit of maximizing his damage output, he remained closely aligned with him. Even the unwavering acceleration of W could not entirely bridge the gap. Esophem was well aware of this and ultimately opted to turn back, unleashing a final QA towards Su Fang. After all, With defeat imminent, he deemed it more worthwhile to inflict a bit more damage in his last moments. Su Fang did not flinch. Instead, he bravely absorbed the damage, resolutely facing his opponent and ultimately bringing about their demise. Double kill. At last, he has breached a formidable line of defense. Su Fang exhaled a sigh of relief. He could now retreat directly from the riverbank. Subconsciously, he glanced back at his teammate's situation, which appeared dire. There was Ning Wang's nightmarish presence closely engaging Abin's crocodile, yet it was evident that the crocodile's health had not significantly diminished. At this juncture, with such a well-developed crocodile utilizing his ultimate ability, dealing with 3 opponents was hardly a challenge. The crocodile bravely absorbed Ning Wang's damage while relentlessly targeting the low-health rookie nearby. Meanwhile, the Shy was positioned in the center of the formation, unleashing his ultimate, the Heavenly Prison of Thunder, striving to inflict as much damage as possible. However, at this moment, Kinnan's damage output was regrettably limited. Even when he incapacitated both the crocodile and the Ice Maiden, his damage was insufficient to eliminate any foe. Huan Feng stood adjacent to Su Fang, seemingly poised to assist his teammates in dealing damage. However, upon witnessing the demise of Boppi and Su Fang shimmering with golden light amidst the flying wheels, he decisively turned to flee without a hint of hesitation. Even though Su Fang currently possessed less than 300 health points, Huan Feng chose to withdraw further. Observing the situation, Su Fang did not concern himself with Huan Feng, but instead analyzed the state of his teammates. A brief glance sufficed for him to discern that they were undeniably at a disadvantage. The crocodile was simply too formidable at this moment. With the aid of his ultimate and Q skill for health regeneration, he was an invincible force amidst the fray. The damage output from heroes like Nightmarish, Rise, and Kinnan was far too low at this point to pose any threat to the crocodile. At that moment, the voice of Rookie echoed through the team voice chat, exclaiming, "If we can sell, let us do it. We can't win. This crocodile is too fierce." The Ice Maiden, too, urged, "Stop attacking the crocodile." Ning Wang echoed the sentiment. Selling? Su Fang had never entertained such an idea. With his red and white blades in hand, retreating was unnecessary. Resolutely, he re-entered the fray despite his meager health. He first obstructed Huan Feng's movement, pursuing him to cut off his escape route, compelling Huan Feng to gravitate towards the Shy's position. "Shy, take a look over here." Upon hearing the call, the Shy promptly reacted, turning to launch a Q skill towards Huan Feng's female marksman, seamlessly combining it with an auto-attack into AW to trigger a passive stun on Huan Feng. Splendid! Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Su Fang did not hesitate for an instant. He decisively pursued, raising his hand to deliver 2 swift strikes. The essence of Fai Lun Hai surged forth from Su Fang, manifesting as a streak of white light. This exemplified the adage, "A white knife in, a red knife out," as he incapacitated his opponent for a mere second. With relentless precision, Su Fang landed 2 consecutive blows, and the half-health Huan Feng was swiftly vanquished beneath the relentless assault of Fai Lun Hai. Triple kill. After dispatching Huan Feng, Su Fang and the Shy promptly turned their attention, resolutely making their way to another battlefield. Despite their health being critically low, neither harbored any thoughts of retreat. On the opposite side, Rookie S. Rise and Ning Wang S. Nocturne were also teetering on the brink of defeat. They managed to endure the onslaught of the crocodile long enough to eliminate Angel's Lysandra, but that was the extent of their success. A formidable presence, the crocodile stood unwavering, leaving them with no further options. "I have arrived. Can we create an opening?" As Su Fang walked and spoke, Rookie, seeing Su Fang approach with the Shy, hurriedly intervened, saying, "No, stop. Sell it. You can't defeat him." Su Fang paid no heed and advanced alone. The cooldown for the Red Blade skill had completed, and Su Fang unleashed the Q skill once more, hastening his approach while stacking the spinning blades. The already densely packed blades expanded from 11 to a staggering 16, creating a veritable storm of blades. At that moment, Abin stood as if a deity descended, bravely absorbing the damage from 3 or 4 opponents, still retaining nearly a third of his health. Swiftly maneuvering, he claimed the lives of the weakened Rookie and Ning Wang. With 2 triumphs combined with the Red Fury Q, his health surged above half in an instant, a spectacle that left Su Fang somewhat unsettled. Yet, retreat was no longer an option, nor did Su Fang desire to withdraw. With determination, he shifted to the White Blade, placing a spirit cannon on the ground, and began to attack while moving. Although close-range engagements could yield swifter strikes, confronting the formidable crocodile at such proximity would be tantamount to courting death, compelling Su Fang to maintain his distance. Fortunately, The crocodile had expended his E-skill while dispatching Rookie and Ning Wang, rendering him temporarily incapable of reaching Su Fang. The shy Kennen also engaged nearby, applying pressure. He forcefully utilized his E-skill to attach the passive mark, followed by an auto-attack into W, triggering a stun that allowed Su Fang to output safely. Su Fang continued unleashing a barrage of spinning blades, the densely packed blades swirling from him and back again. Despite the individual damage being modest, the sheer volume of blades compensated. Even a single blade dealing merely 10 points could collectively amplify damage by an additional 160, supplemented by the base damage of auto-attacks. Gradually, under such persistent harassment, the crocodile's health dwindled, and as the duration of his ultimate waned, he found himself with less than 200 health remaining. Just as Su Fang prepared to claim the crocodile's head, unexpectedly, the crocodile executed a flash followed by an A and W, instantly connecting with Su Fang and executing him with a well-timed Q skill, reducing him to naught. "Ah, what a pity," Rookie lamented. Now, only the shy remained. The two top laners having survived to the end, a royal duel in the Imperial City. Frankly, Su Fang believed the shy would struggle to prevail, after all. The crocodile had just flashed close and, combined with the Q skill and the healing from Triumph, had regained nearly 200 health. Should the crocodile secure another wave of kills, he would truly become invincible, rendering any objectives like the Rift Herald or Dragons utterly unattainable. Su Fang felt a twinge of regret. They were so close yet so far. Reluctantly, he opened the shop and, after completing this wave, found himself with nearly 2,000 gold. He decisively purchased a pickaxe and a nimble cloak. Unfortunately, he still lacked a bit of gold for the Infinity Edge and could only settle for a short sword as a temporary measure. Just then, the previously dim Infinity Edge suddenly illuminated. At that moment, the Team's voice chat was filled with excited exclamations. "Wow, this is incredible. He can turn it around. Awesome, awesome." The voice announcement chimed in. Final blow. Uncertain of what had transpired, the shy Kennen had managed to turn the tables and eliminate the crocodile. Even Su Fang was somewhat astonished. It was truly remarkable that he could achieve this. Killing the crocodile was not merely about securing a kill, it disrupted his rhythm, preventing him from continuing his momentum. This was the crux of the matter. In the commentary booth, the shy executed a critical AW that triggered his passive, momentarily immobilizing Aubin's crocodile. A couple of quick strikes followed by a shuriken sealed the crocodile's fate. Wait, did IG actually win this wave? They ultimately achieved a 4-for-5 trade. Is this truly IG? What a miraculous team fight. It's worth noting that at the onset of the battle, Su Fang's Aphelios and Baolan's Thresh seemed destined for demise, especially given SN's composition, which favored early-game dominance. How did IG manage to triumph in such a skirmish? Guan Zeyuan appeared incredulous. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? SN's early-game composition had faltered in the initial team fight. Wang Duo interjected. SN performed admirably as well. Huanfeng intentionally created openings, with double teleportations flanking, leaving IG South bot lane with little room to maneuver. However, they didn't foresee that IG, even under these circumstances, would still send mid and jungle to support the bot lane, ultimately turning the tide. Particularly noteworthy was Su Fang, who, despite being surrounded, discovered a path to counterattack, narrowly eliminating Snake's Lux and Sofim's Poppy. Even when his health was critically low, he still gravitated towards his teammates to inflict additional damage, ultimately collaborating with the shy to dispatch Aubin's crocodile. His audacity was commendable. Truly, he exemplified the spirit of a warrior, wielding his weapons without fear. "Oh my, Aphelios." Guan Zeyuan chuckled, seamlessly joining in. Both of them shared a hearty laugh. After a brief moment of amusement, Guan Zeyuan continued. This wave was immensely beneficial for IG. Considering they are generally a late-game team, managing to win a skirmish at this juncture is quite remarkable. For them, this is entirely acceptable, while for SN, it signals potential trouble, particularly as most of the kills were claimed by Su Fang's Aphelios and the shy Kennen. Their item progression will be swift. SN must devise a strategy to accelerate their pace. However, for SN, this outcome was not entirely devastating. After all, from a results perspective, they only lost one additional member. Moreover, due to Poppy's earlier demise, she had already respawned and seized the opportunity to secure their second dragon. Overall, it wasn't too bad. Wang Duo nodded in agreement. Indeed, SN still holds an advantage. Aubin's crocodile remains formidable, and he currently possesses the Rift Herald. Once he deploys it, the top turret will undoubtedly fall. As anticipated, After reviving, Aubin proceeded to the top lane and summoned the Rift Herald, while SOFM's Poppy joined him, clearing the jungle and providing support. Originally, they had intended to deploy the Herald in the bot lane, but the previous team fight's defeat prompted a change in strategy. Wait, isn't the Herald supposed to go bot? Can't we unleash it already? Fang questioned as he observed Aubin placing the Herald in the top lane. Aubin simply replied, there wasn't enough time. If we had won the last fight, we would have had the chance to put it bot. Had they emerged victorious in the previous skirmish, he would have undoubtedly sent the Herald to the bot lane. Unfortunately, he fell in that encounter, leaving no opportunity to deploy it. Moreover, he was now disinclined to send it bot for an obvious reason. At that moment, Angel chimed in. Didn't you claim that the enemy's Aphelios lacked combat power? We don't really understand what guns Aphelios wields. We merely follow your lead. How did he suddenly pull out the red-white weapon? Is this what you mean by lacking combat potential? Are you certain about your understanding of Aphelios? His tone bore a hint of challenge. Indeed, Angel had suffered enough in the mid lane, having been forced to teleport to the bot lane only to meet his demise without gaining anything. With the enemy rise growing stronger, his situation was increasingly tormenting, and it was understandable that he felt frustrated. SOFM added, exactly. How could he possibly be without combat power? If he weren't flying around, we'd handle him easily. Can't you ascertain the enemy's weaponry before directing us? Initially, they held an advantage in the top and jungle, but their failed bot lane engagement disrupted their momentum, leading to rising tempers. Fang, equally incredulous, pondered the situation. According to his calculations, Su Fang's weapon should have been the Crescent Moon and the Shattering Moon. Yet it inexplicably transformed into the Shattering Moon and the Reflective Mirror. His inability to comprehend the chaotic weapon control left him bewildered, and he was increasingly convinced that Su Fang was not manipulating the weapons, but rather playing at random, utilizing whatever weapon came his way. Otherwise, how could the weapon configuration in this wave differ from the last? Nonetheless, the failure of this skirmish was indeed his responsibility, and he would not pass the blame. This one's on me. I couldn't decipher his erratic weapon control. You all focus on the top and jungle. I want to encounter issues in the bot lane, as I will soon have my flash. Just maintain your positions, and I'll leave the carrying to you. He has come to understand that there is no necessity to force the bot lane. Since his teammates hold the advantage, it suffices to follow along and blend in. Regardless of the lane dynamics, as long as victory is attained, external commentary will inevitably shift. In this game, it is the victor who reigns supreme. No amount of lamentation from the vanquished can alter that reality. His current desire is simply to secure a win. The specifics of lane kills or the lack thereof are of little consequence. The game does not revolve around numerous kills in the lanes. Had he not been overly eager to prove himself earlier, adopting a more aggressive playstyle, he might have avoided dying so frequently. Now, he approaches the game with a more straightforward mindset, no longer engaging in unnecessary trades. He accepts damage when his support manages to secure control, and lets it go when they do not, prioritizing a more stable approach. Even with the bot lane's turret reduced to a single layer of plating, he no longer rushes to push. After all, the first blood turret has already been claimed by his counterpart, Aubin, in the top lane, which alleviates his urgency. Thus, the bot lane has entered a phase of peaceful development. Conversely, the skirmishes in the top and mid lanes remain intense, with numerous clashes. Initially, the opposing Poppy ventures into the jungle, only to be caught by Ning, while Rookie's ultimate provides support, transforming into a 2v2 in the mid lane, resulting in each side exchanging mid lane kills. Subsequently, SOFM's Poppy, alongside Aubin's Crocodile, attempts to dive and eliminate the Shy's Kinnan, but the Shy turns back, utilizing a flash to find an opportunity to stun Poppy, thereby exchanging kills once again. The back and forth continues until the game approaches the 15-minute mark, at which point the second Rift Herald is set to spawn anew. For SN, securing this Rift Herald is imperative, equipped with a composition strong in the early to mid-game. They are keen to avoid prolonging the match into the late game. They require this Rift Herald to accelerate the game once more. Concurrently, Su Fang and his team are equally disinclined to allow SN to claim this Rift Herald, and thus they will strive to contest it as much as possible. Consequently, even before the Rift Herald has respawned, both sides begin their preparations, pushing lanes, retreating home, and establishing vision. The bot lane's Fang, in particular, finishes pushing his wave early and disappears from sight. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Fang decisively utilized his mirror to push the minion wave with all his might, applying pressure by attacking the minions at close range to accelerate his attack speed. In no time, he cleared the wave effortlessly. Meanwhile, Bao Lan had already begun the recall process during Su Fang's farming. As a support champion, it was imperative for him to return early to establish vision. Just after Su Fang exhausted all his mirror bullets to finish the minion wave, the opposing duo from the bottom lane emerged from a blind spot behind their turret. It was evident they had not returned to base but had instead been waiting for Bao Lan to do so. Confident in their 2-on-1 advantage that Su Fang posed no threat, the prolonged siege on the bottom lane's first turret had finally yielded an opportunity. And with Bao Lan recalling in their sight, Su Fang found himself wielding one of Aphelios' least effective weapon combinations, the green long-range sniper rifle and the purple slow gun. They were precisely awaiting this moment, intending to push down the next turret before Su Fang could intervene. However, upon noticing the opposing duo's reappearance, Su Fang chose to cancel his recall. Since they had not moved on, there was no urgency at the Rift Herald. Su Fang was determined not to relinquish the bottom turret easily. Despite holding subpar weapons, he was not overly intimidated, as he still possessed flash, providing him with some room for maneuver. The moment Huanfeng observed Su Fang's decision to remain and defend the turret, his excitement grew. Without cleanse available, they could dismantle the turret right before his eyes, and should he dare to approach, they would swiftly eliminate him. Huanfeng was clear in his assessment. Su Fang's weapon had just respawned, leaving no possibility for him to acquire new weapons, and with the current combination being exceptionally lackluster, he could only engage in distant harassment. Shi, listening to his words, wore an expression of skepticism. Are you certain? Remember, you said the same thing last time. Huanfeng replied with confidence, although I cannot explain it, his weapon sequence mirrors mine, and his control technique aligns with my own. Therefore, I can assure you that his weapon combination is unlikely to be erroneous. Trust me. Given Huanfeng's certainty, Shi refrained from questioning further. After all, it was still a 2-on-1 scenario on the bottom lane, and no matter how superior his weaponry, it was improbable he could manage to fight off two opponents. Without further delay, the two swiftly cleared the minion wave and advanced with the second wave. Indeed, as Huanfeng predicted, Su Fang remained at the back, hesitant to engage, merely observing as they pushed the wave towards the turret, the outer turret. See, I told you he wouldn't dare to retaliate. With such a feeble weapon combination, I'm at a loss as to how he intends to contend with us. He can only watch as we dismantle the turret and clean up the minion wave. Huanfeng boasted, self-satisfied. After 14 minutes, the turret had lost its protective layer, becoming as fragile as paper, and with just a few basic attacks, it was nearing its demise. As Huanfeng prepared to deliver the final blow, Su Fang suddenly struck back with a Q skill from his green gun. Huanfeng, in the midst of raising his hand to attack the turret, had no way to evade, nor did he even consider dodging, and was thus hit directly. He had not anticipated that Su Fang would have the time to land a Q on him. At this juncture, he should have been focused on finishing off the minions. Hitting him would only allow Su Fang to add a distant basic attack with his green gun, which could not kill him, especially as he was about to recall. What was the point? With nearly 200 gold gained, Huanfeng successfully destroyed the bottom turret and retreated to prepare for his recall. Shi's Lux had already begun her recall from the rear. Huanfeng, however, lingered, not hastening to recall, even activating an emote, not out of mockery, but because he could not recall while still bearing a mark from the green gun. Su Fang would inevitably utilize the mark, so he chose to remain stationary, allowing Su Fang to finish his attack promptly so he could recall sooner. Yet, contrary to Huanfeng's expectations, Su Fang merely continued to farm, inching forward while maintaining a distance of approximately 800 yards. What are you doing? Intentionally trying to irritate me? Huanfeng found this exceedingly vexing, especially since the situation with the Rift Herald remained uncertain, and he was anticipating reinforcements. Frustrated by Su Fang's inaction, Huanfeng decided to initiate his recall. Just as he began, Su Fang finally attacked, landing a distant basic attack. With the secondary weapon being the purple gun, the basic attack unleashed a purple projectile, applying the slow effect. Damn it, this is infuriating. I can't even recall without being harassed. Huanfeng erupted in frustration, before quickly calling out to Shi. Don't recall yet. If you do, he'll definitely target me, protect me for a moment. Shi, bemused, retorted, just a moment ago. You claimed he wouldn't dare engage you, and now you're asking me to shield you? What do you want? Damn it, the Rift Herald is about to engage, and I have to cancel my recall to protect you. Despite her internal grievances, she reluctantly canceled her recall, knowing she could not ignore him. Huanfeng swiftly cast his E-skill towards the approaching Su Fang while using the recoil to retreat, attempting to create distance. However, at this point, Was it not too late to escape? Su Fangxian swiftly evaded the slow of his E skill with a deft twist of his waist. He promptly activated his W skill, decisively switching his weapon to Zhuoming, and unleashed his Q skill, which ensnared Zhuoming's target. The moment he attempted to retreat, Huanfeng found himself abruptly ensnared by Zhuoming's binding. Su Fang swiftly switched his weapon, transitioning his Tong by sniper rifle to the primary armament, while simultaneously launching his ultimate ability toward Huanfeng's location. The spell, Qing Hui Yining, manifested as a beam of white, crescent-shaped light soaring from Su Fang's position. Despite Shixi's quick reflexes, positioning herself in front of Huanfeng, Aphelios' ultimate boasted an end-effect mechanism, triggering upon impact within a designated area. Thus, even shielded by Lux, Huanfeng found himself ensnared by Su Fang's ultimate. Yet, even after enduring this formidable attack, Huanfeng remained remarkably composed, as his health was still relatively robust, maintaining approximately 3/4 of his vitality. He harbored no delusions that Su Fang could vanquish him. At worst, it was merely an annoyance, delaying his return to base. He simply regarded the situation as rather bothersome. With the successful strike of Qing Hui Yuning, the mark of Tong Bai reappeared upon him, and similarly, Xixi bore the mark as well. This was the effect of the Tong Bai ultimate. While marked, Aphelios could unleash a basic attack from a distance of 800 yards. True to form, Su Fang refrained from attacking, instead pursuing Huanfeng while maintaining a distance of approximately 200 yards, a range from which Huanfeng was utterly powerless to retaliate. Consequently, Huanfeng resolved to ignore Su Fang, turning back towards his own tower, where he hoped to comfortably return to base. After nearly 4 seconds of sprinting, Su Fang once again activated the mark of his ultimate, launching a bullet imbued with the Zui Ming mark, which sailed toward Huanfeng, while simultaneously, the mark on Lux approached him as well. This basic attack triggered a critical hit, and, due to the additional damage from the Tong Bai mark, Huanfeng's health plummeted to below 500 points. Huanfeng gazed at his dwindling health with a sense of foreboding. The damage Aphelios dealt post-Infinite Edge was indeed formidable. Another critical hit could spell peril for him. Fortunately, he was devoid of skills at that moment. However, as he pondered this, a sudden realization washed over him, painting his face with panic. No, get in front of me. He swiftly reacted, dashing towards the tower to use his flash ability. Upon witnessing his use of flash, Xixi was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, as a support, instinct drove him to position himself in front of Huanfeng. What does this mean? I've caught up to him. I could unleash a full combo. Why must I stand here? His bewilderment compelled him to voice his confusion, as Su Fang followed closely. Nearly reaching their tower, he yearned to test whether he could ensnare Su Fang with a Q ability, followed by an ER combo to eliminate him. However, Huanfeng's inexplicable command for him to remain in place proved troublesome. At that moment, the three of them, Huanfeng, Su Fang, and Xixi stood aligned in a straight line, yet Huanfeng had no time to address Xixi's inquiries. With his flash expended and retreating to the tower, along with Xixi's Lux positioned in the center, Huanfeng's anxiety lessened somewhat. His panic stemmed from a critical misunderstanding. Su Fang's reluctance to immediately activate the Tong Bai mark and trigger the Zui Ming imprisonment was not merely to vex him and delay his return to base. Rather, he was skillfully utilizing the duration of the marks from his two weapons to synchronize skill cooldowns. It is essential to note that all of Aphelios' Q abilities have a fixed cooldown of approximately 6 seconds, while the Tong Bai mark lasts for 4-5 seconds and the Zui Ming mark for 3-5 seconds, combining for nearly 8 seconds of effective duration. Thus, even with precise timing, it was more than sufficient. In the preceding moment, when Su Fang activated the Tong Bai ultimate mark, his Zui Ming Q ability was on the verge of cooling down. Indeed, at that precise moment, the Zui Ming mark was triggered, and he found himself immobilized. Facing the reality of his predicament, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Phew, that was close." Thankfully, my understanding of Aphelios is profound, and my reflexes are sharp. Otherwise, I would have been caught off guard once again. Huanfeng sighed with relief. Quickly using flash to distance himself, and with the aid of his support, he finally felt secure, allowing a slow smile to emerge. He had narrowly escaped the metaphorical boiling water. Unbeknownst to him, his health had dwindled significantly. The recently triggered Zui Ming mark had siphoned nearly 150 points of his health, leaving him with less than 400 points remaining. Should another Tong Bai Q ability strike, he could very well meet his demise. Even Su Fang, observing Huanfeng's reactions, could not help but admire his skill. He had accurately discerned Su Fang's intentions, reacting swiftly and decisively, showcasing an unparalleled vigilance toward danger. However, did he truly believe he was safe now? With a light chuckle, Su Fang swiftly moved his hands. He first switched his weapon back to the Tongbi sniper rifle, dragging the mouse towards the position of Huanfeng, then quickly pressed the Q skill. The snake, standing between the two, immediately sensed the opportunity upon witnessing this scene. Without hesitation, it aimed at Su Fang's raised hand and unleashed the Q skill, Binding Light, with Aphelios lacking purification if he were to be ensnared. Followed by a devastating combination of ER damage, there was a strong possibility of achieving a solo kill. Su Fang naturally noticed his subtle movements, yet he paid them no mind, continuing to operate with deftness. He swiftly dragged the mouse down 2 positions while his index finger struck the keyboard to activate his flash ability. In the game, Aphelios made a sudden upward gesture, and just as he was about to unleash his Q skill, he abruptly flashed downwards, executing his ability from the new position. This maneuver shattered the previously established alignment and not only evaded the incoming Q from the snake-like Lux but also altered the starting point of the Q skill, allowing it to pass beneath Lux and strike the Caitlyn behind her. What just happened? Both Huanfeng and Shishi exclaimed in unison. Huanfeng's smile froze instantly, his gaze blank as he stared at the mark of the Q skill on himself, momentarily unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In the next second, Su Fang raised his hand from nearly a screen's distance, triggering the mark and landing a basic attack that flew towards him. His health had already diminished by about 100 points upon being hit by the Q, and the incoming basic attack further depleted his health to 0, culminating in a critical hit that displayed a staggering number of 534. He was defeated, with even the final damage overflowing. Huanfeng paid no heed to whether the final blow was a critical hit or not. In that scenario, he would have perished regardless. His mind lingered on the events that had just transpired. That was a Q flash. Aphelios can perform a Q flash. He had never witnessed such a maneuver before, and he had lost count of how many unprecedented Aphelios plays he had encountered that day. Could it be that his proficiency with Aphelios truly paled in comparison? Even with a subpar weapon combination like Gravitum and Infernum, he could devise such a play that manipulated the duration of the mark, coupled with that Q flash. It led him to question his own abilities. Damn, this is outrageous. If I had landed my Q on him, he would have died. I should have just walked up and tossed my E to slow him down, then followed with my R. Shishi's teasing remarks suddenly jolted Huanfeng back to reality. Indeed, Lux had just executed her Q. Perhaps it was merely an instinctual flash to evade the skill, inadvertently resulting in that Q flash. Yes, it must be, whether he was deceiving himself or seeking justification. He could not bring himself to admit that Su Fang outmatched him. As a professional player, conceding superiority to another was unthinkable. This was inconsequential. Aphelios' Q flash was merely a flashy tactic suitable for ranked matches. In professional play, such ostentatious maneuvers were impressive but ultimately ineffective. Winning the game hinged on teamwork and the execution of team fights, as evidenced by his overly aggressive playstyle, which would likely lead to his downfall in engagements. Everything will be alright. There's no rush. He is only marginally ahead in development. I'll take my time, he reassured himself, suppressing the turmoil within. In the commentary booth, Guan Zeyuan's voice resonated throughout the arena. IG is capitalizing on their numerical advantage to engage the Rift Herald first. Though SN is outnumbered, their composition boasts considerable strength at this juncture, thus they are reluctant to relinquish the Rift Herald. Aubin activates his ultimate to gather rage. The Rift Herald's health is critically low. SN is poised to strike. At this moment, IG has chosen to engage. Ning Wang's Nocturne initiates with his ultimate, plunging the arena into darkness, and the shy Cannon suddenly flashes over the wall from the Dragon Pit. Wow! Thunderous applause. The shy ultimate stuns 3 opponents. Balon quickly responds, executing a flash hook to ensnare Angel's Lysandra. Rookie decisively follows up with damage, preventing Angel from casting her ultimate, leading to her swift demise. Seizing the moment, Ning Wang secures the Rift Herald and dives into the fray, targeting the crocodile. SN finds themselves in a 2 versus 4 situation, sensing impending defeat. Softmess Poppy charges her ultimate, aiming to hammer away 2 opponents with the judgment, successfully displacing Kennen and Thresh. With only Rookie and Ning Wang remaining, they hastily retreat. Rookie utilizing his ultimate to escape, while Ning Wang flashes to safety. Thus, this exchange concludes with IG gaining a slight advantage. They not only secured the Rift Herald but also eliminated Angel Lysandra, a significant boon for them. At this point, Guan Zeyuan pauses to catch his breath. Wang Duo immediately chimes in. Indeed, With IG having an additional support, they undeniably hold the upper hand in combat. This was quite detrimental for SN, as they desperately needed the Rift Herald to accelerate their momentum. The Crocodile becomes rather lackluster in the late game. They not only lost the Rift Herald but also sacrificed a mid laner, ending up with nothing. It seems the SN bot lane duo should have arrived at the Rift Herald sooner, or at the very least, the support should have joined. Guan Zeyuan, having rested sufficiently, continued, true. Without Caitlyn and Lux at the Rift, SN's combat capabilities were indeed limited. However, they did manage to demolish IG's next tower, which is somewhat acceptable. At this moment, both commentators realized something was amiss. Why is Huanfeng's icon black, and why is there a countdown flashing above it? What? How did Huanfeng die? Guan Zeyuan inquired, overwhelmed with confusion. Wasn't it a 2 versus 1 down there? How could Huanfeng be the one to perish? This scenario was baffling. How could such a reversal transpire on the grand stage of the World Championship? This was not a mere casual match, but a legitimate League of Legends World Championship. The teams competing at this level were all top tier, with players hailing from the pinnacle of their respective regions. How? Wang Duo echoed, equally perplexed. No matter how they pondered, the events of the bot lane remained an enigma, and judging by the circumstances, Su Fang appeared to be in remarkably good health, having barely lost any life. Not only they, but every viewer watching the live broadcast, including those in both teams' backstage areas, could not fathom what had transpired. It seemed likely that Huanfeng had made a significant error. Otherwise, it was illogical for him to be killed in a 2 versus 1 scenario. Wang Duo articulated his thoughts. Others shared his sentiment, believing that only a monumental mistake from Huanfeng could explain the situation, as it was unfathomable for him to be slain while outnumbered. There remains only this possibility. Indeed, it could very well be so, as Guan Zeyuan concurred. However, these are merely speculations. We must await the playback to ascertain the precise circumstances. Just as this was mentioned, the replay commenced. As the scene shifted to the bottom lane, all eyes were riveted on the unfolding action. Guan Zeyuan began his live commentary. Huanfeng and Shishi engaged the tower without issue, and it fell. Huanfeng then intended to return to base. Su Fang managed to hit him with a Q, but he did not immediately attack. As Huanfeng initiated his recall, Su Fang followed up with an auto-attack, interrupting Huanfeng's return, yet only slightly diminishing his health, which was not particularly consequential. After being struck, Huanfeng sought to confront Su Fang, yet the latter maintained a considerable distance, making it impossible to engage. Subsequently, Huanfeng opted to retreat. Suddenly, he halted. No, he was ensnared by Zhuiming's immobilization. In this moment, Su Fang unleashed his Q ability. Qing Wei Yineng and Huanfeng, caught in the bind, was unable to evade. The effect of Qing Wei Yineng caused a further slight reduction in Huanfeng's health, yet he still appeared relatively robust. This time, he decisively retreated, seemingly vexed by Su Fang's persistence, preparing to return under the safety of his tower. It must be said that Su Fang's strategy was quite irksome. The coordination between Tongbai and Zhuiming was remarkably adept, evidently frustrating Huanfeng. Witnessing this, Guan Zeyuan could not suppress a chuckle. Wang Duo, influenced by his amusement, also succumbed to laughter. They found the scene rather comical. One individual inexplicably pursued by two, who were utterly incapable of countering him, while Su Fang maintained an ambiguous distance, akin to a persistent fly. Despite their laughter, they remained unable to predict the subsequent development. After all, Huanfeng's health was still in a relatively sound state. He possessed a flash, and he was nearly back to the safety of his tower. What would it take to secure a kill? They were utterly perplexed and could only continue to watch with curiosity. Guan Zeyuan resumed his commentary, remarking that Su Fang was unhurried to activate the Tongbai mark, deliberately preventing Huanfeng from recalling. It was only when Huanfeng was on the verge of exiting Tongbai's maximum range that Su Fang finally executed a basic attack. Lo and behold, that shot delivered a critical hit, plunging Huanfeng's health below half, rendering him indeed somewhat perilous. Just as Guan Zeyuan observed this, Huanfeng suddenly flashed, leaving him bewildered. What did this sudden use of flash signify? Was he startled by Su Fang's damage? Not only Guan Zeyuan, but also Wang Duo furrowed his brow. The barrage of comments in the live chat erupted into a chorus of question marks, with some users beginning to mock. This flash seemed like a giveaway, a grave misstep leading to his demise. At this moment, everyone felt that Huanfeng's impending death was not entirely surprising. Perhaps this flash was a harbinger of his downfall. However, the ensuing footage would reveal that their assumptions were misguided. As the replay continued, the final scene unfolded. Su Fang executed a Q flash to secure the kill on Huanfeng. With the conclusion of the replay, the chat was once again flooded with question marks, but these bore a completely different connotation than moments prior. Hiss! Guan Zeyuan and Wang Duo, after witnessing the events, silently reined in their laughter, their faces marked by astonishment, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. The reveal was utterly unexpected. Both felt compelled to rub their eyes, questioning if they had misperceived the events. After a brief moment of distraction, Guan Zeyuan quickly regained his composure, stating, It seems this development caught everyone off guard. From the replay, it appears Huanfeng did not make any significant errors, perhaps only choosing to recall in place after pushing the next tower, which might have presented an opportunity. However, considering it was a 2-on-1 situation, with the support Lux nearby, who could have anticipated such a death? Indeed, it hardly seemed a blunder. Wang Duo concurred, adding, to be precise, Huanfeng did not falter at all during this exchange. Including that final flash, which was clearly a preemptive move anticipating Su Fang's potential actions. Guan Zeyuan interjected to clarify, yes, my earlier commentary was mistaken. Huanfeng's flash was not a misstep. On the contrary, it was a remarkably astute maneuver, though he could not have foreseen the conclusion. He paused, swallowing hard. Ultimately, Su Fang executed a lateral Q flash. This Q flash shattered his previous understanding of Aphelios, after a year of commentary on numerous matches. Today marked his first encounter with such a Q flash from Aphelios' Tong Bai. While he had not fully grasped the preceding exchanges, he certainly comprehended the final Q flash. As it was visually spectacular, Su Fang's Aphelios demonstrated exceptional skill. He could only acknowledge the lesson learned. Guan Zeyuan mused, reflecting on earlier doubts regarding Su Fang's proficiency with Aphelios, which now appeared rather amusing. Wang Duo chimed in, teasing, today truly became a masterclass. This remark carried a hint of mischief, potentially inciting backlash. Guan Zeyuan hastily redirected the topic, clearing his throat, ahem. Following this exchange, SN finds itself in a precarious position. Their composition is inherently front-loaded, yet they have faced repeated setbacks in the early to mid-game. Perhaps it is time to consider adjustments in strategy and morale, particularly for Huanfeng, who, as a mid-game ADC, would struggle significantly, having died several times in succession. He could not afford to grant further opportunities. In the game, Aubin seethed at Huanfeng's repeated deaths. TSK, what is happening in the bottom lane? Not only did the Rift Herald fail to arrive, but we were also outnumbered 2-1. This is absurd. Before Huanfeng could respond, Shishi interjected on his behalf. This was not his fault. Their AD is genuinely formidable. His Aphelios is unlike any I have faced before. I'm unsure how to counter him. Huanfeng concurred, indeed. His Aphelios possesses considerable skill. I admit I was somewhat negligent. I'll position myself in the mid lane. I can certainly defend the tower. Angel chimed in, you really shouldn't engage. Focus on farming for now, and wait for us to find an opportunity. Feeling the weight of his teammates' reproach, Huanfeng grew somewhat disgruntled. After all, he had merely died twice. What was the big deal? I'll farm for a bit. You all just try to avoid confrontation. After uttering a few words, he hastily made his way to the mid lane. With UNFing advancing toward the center, the game officially transitioned into a new phase. Heralding the mid-game where significant team fights are poised to erupt. The clock had already ticked past the 15-minute mark. In this match, it was evident that Su Fang's objectives were unattainable, as Aphelios is a late-game powerhouse, and concluding the game within 15 minutes against the opposing team would prove exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, this outcome was anticipated by Su Fang. His choice of Aphelios stemmed from his desire to showcase the champion's proper mechanics after witnessing Hu Nfeng's performance. Upon returning to base, he swiftly completed a Hextech Gunblade and a Cloak of Agility, elevating his critical strike rate to an impressive 75, marking the point at which Aphelios begins to exert his influence. He then promptly accompanied Balan to the mid lane. Following the lane swap, the upper lane featured the mid laners from both teams, while the lower lane showcased the top laners. The mid lane was occupied by both AD carries and their supports. After securing the Rift Herald, Ning swiftly headed to the bottom lane to assist the Shy in demolishing the enemy's bottom turret, thereby reducing the risks associated with the Shy's solo push. Balan also took the initiative to establish vision around the Dragon Pit, preparing for the imminent spawning of the third dragon. The Dragon Soul in this match was the Water Dragon Soul, which would greatly enhance SN's composition. Both Renekton and Poppy are exceptionally tanky. and acquiring the Water Dragon Soul could make securing victory in the late game exceedingly difficult. Currently, SN had control over 2 dragons, necessitating their preparation for the upcoming dragon fight, as they could no longer allow SN to dominate dragon control. Before long, the 3rd dragon spawned. Yet SN surprisingly did not approach the dragon fight. Instead, they directed their efforts to the top lane, attempting to ambush Rookie S rise. Perhaps SN assessed that engaging in a team fight at this juncture posed considerable risks, particularly since Hu and Fang had become largely ineffective. Thus, they opted for a tactical retreat to focus on farming. After all, IG had yet to secure any dragons, and conceding a few would not be detrimental. They might as well trade dragon control for development. Without any vision established in the upper quadrant, Rookie was caught completely off guard, falling victim to Angel's ultimate from Lysandra. Followed closely by a barrage of damage from his teammates, a single shot from Jin and an ultimate from Lux dispatched him before he even appeared on screen. The best course of action for Su Fang and his team was to seize the opportunity to secure the dragon. For them, this strategy was entirely acceptable, after all. They were relying on their late-game composition. The later the dragon soul appeared, the better it was for them. Trading a single kill for a dragon was a tremendous profit. SN, on the other hand, felt no sense of loss and resolved to continue with this approach. Subsequently, they refrained from engaging in team fights, focusing instead on attempting to isolate the crocodile, while allowing the ADC and Lux to maintain control of the mid lane. Thus, the game progressed to the 19-minute mark. In the midst of the battlefield, Su Fang seized an opportunity in the central lane, inflicting considerable damage upon the opposing bottom lane duo, compelling Huanfeng to retreat home. Capitalizing on this moment, he swiftly demolished the enemy's mid-lane turret. Following this, he returned to base to replenish his equipment. Although his gold reserves were modest, he managed to acquire a vampiric scepter, resulting in a rather eclectic assortment of items: Infinity Edge, Berserker's Greaves, a Gale Force, a Cloak of Agility, and the vampiric scepter. This peculiar build might appear somewhat abstract, yet it is, in fact, the optimal choice for Aphelios. Most of Aphelios' abilities are augmented by basic attacks, meaning that critical strikes can indeed enhance his skills. After securing the Infinity Edge, prioritizing critical strike chance becomes paramount, combined with a touch of lifesteal. He has effectively attained a minor power spike. As he prepared to re-enter the fray, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Shy, who was split pushing in the bottom lane, suddenly found himself flanked by 2 adversaries, the Ice Maiden and the Crocodile. It soon became evident that they were not alone. From the vantage point of the observers, it was apparent that in the jungle, Caitlyn, Lux, and even Poppy were converging upon their target, intent on eliminating the Shy. Due to their approach from the river, the Shy was caught off guard. With his escape route abruptly cut off, retreat was no longer an option. He was forced to pull back towards the enemy's second turret in the bottom lane. Noticing the dire situation, both Rookie and Ning Wang prepared to assist, as both possessed long-range support abilities. Even Baoan, who was stationed near the Baron pit, immediately made his way down to the bottom lane. However, the Shy found himself in an exceedingly precarious position, having been cornered at the enemy's second turret, rendering any support efforts futile. Su Fang was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Rushing in would only be futile. Instead, he resolved to devise a strategy to lure their opponents over. Glancing at the weapon in his hand, the red and white knife sparked an idea within him. He decisively instructed, "Brother G, let us not advance. It would be too late. Instead, we shall head directly to the Baron and compel them to come to us." Upon hearing this, Rookie exhibited a hint of hesitation, questioning, "Are you serious? It seems rather perilous to engage the Baron." "Fear not. Trust in my judgment. With this transition from red and white to green and white, I can secure the Baron in an instant." Su Fang replied with unwavering conviction. Swayed by Su Fang's confidence, Rookie swiftly acquiesced, and the trio promptly altered their course towards the Baron. As they neared their destination, Rookie activated his ultimate ability, and in a swift maneuver, the 3 of them traversed into the Baron pit. Upon landing, Su Fang immediately unleashed the red knife's Q skill, initiating the stacking of spinning blades. The commentators were quick to react to this turn of events. Wang Duo exclaimed, "IG has unexpectedly opted to attempt a stealth Baron, utilizing Rise's ultimate to teleport directly into the pit. However, SN possesses vision over the Baron." The members of SN swiftly became aware, pinging the Baron as Esoph Huanfeng and Shishi approached. Meanwhile, Kennen was entrusted to Angel and Aubin, both of whom had teleportation available, allowing them to remain unhurried. Yet, on the other side, IG was already engaged with the Baron. As the scene unfolded, Su Fang, upon landing, immediately executed the red knife's Q skill, commencing the accumulation of spinning blades. After completing the red knife's Q, 5 spinning blades encircled Su Fang, and as the red knife's bullets were expended, the weapon transitioned to the white knife coupled with the green gun. Su Fang swiftly transitioned to his white blade, deploying the spirit turret of the white blade's Q skill. With each attack on the Baron, the turret unleashed an additional basic strike, which propelled all spinning blades skyward. Furthermore, each basic attack would summon an additional spinning blade, relying on the reflective turret's power. With each successive strike against the formidable dragon, Su Fang accumulates an additional spinning wheel, resulting in a swift increase in their number. The dragon's health diminishes rapidly under the relentless assault of the spinning wheels, dwindling to a mere 3,000 health points in less than 10 seconds. At this juncture, the duo from SN's bot lane, accompanied by their jungler, has only just arrived at the river from the mid lane. Guan Zeyuan remarks, "The dragon's health is depleting swiftly. We may be running out of time." Baolan positions himself outside, obstructing SN's advance, while the dragon's health plummets below 2,000 points. In a state of urgency, SOFM unleashes his ultimate ability, striking Baolan's thresh with a powerful blow, and promptly flashes into the dragon pit. Whose dragon is it? As SOFM makes his entrance into the pit, the dragon lets out a deafening roar before collapsing, prompting everyone to instinctively gaze at the kill notification in the upper right corner. Soon, the system announces Nightmare has slain the Nasher. Upon realizing this, Guan Zeyuan exclaims, "Ning Wang secured the dragon with his smite. IG has successfully claimed the dragon. Now, their only task is to survive." However, at that moment, Aubin and Angel have already dispatched the Shy S Kennen, pushing towards the top lane minions. It seems that IG's members may find it challenging to escape. They should just flash away and save as many as they can. Yet, contrary to expectations, IG shows no inclination to flee. Instead, they turn to engage in battle. Guan Zeyuan questions incredulously, "Huh? Is IG planning to fight 4 against 5? In fact, it might be more accurate to describe it as 3 against 5. Considering that Baolan has been incapacitated by Safm's ultimate near their red buff, and it will take him nearly 10 seconds to arrive. Regardless of his doubts, the two teams are now locked in combat. Rookie and Ning Wang, initially poised to escape, find themselves intercepted by Su Fang. "We can fight, trust me. Let us engage together." Upon hearing this, Rookie and Ning Wang decisively turn back. They are uncertain why they place such faith in Su Fang. Perhaps because he has made similar assertions in the past and subsequently proven himself. Let the curtain rise. Ning Wang promptly activates his ultimate ability, soaring into the fray. Remaining inside would yield little benefit. It is far better to restrain the enemy's carry. Rookie stands beside Su Fang, unleashing their firepower against the incoming Poppy. Take down Poppy. She has no skills left. The relentless spinning wheel of Su Fang struck Poppy with the ferocity of a bone-slicing blade. Even with Poppy's robust physique, her health bar plummeted at an alarming rate, visibly diminishing before the eye. Su Fang positioned a turret at the mouth of the dragon pit, effectively obstructing Poppy's retreat while simultaneously hindering the advance of SN's other members. Barely 2 seconds after the turret was set down, an icy claw emerged from the nearby wall. The Ice Maiden had neither flashed nor used her ultimate. The voice of the Shy resonated through the team's communication, as he endeavored to share all the information at his disposal. This information proved to be crucial, prompting Su Fang to retract his finger from the cleansing position, instilling him with greater confidence for the impending team fight. In the dimly lit surroundings, Angel remained oblivious to the turret stationed at the dragon pit. In his eagerness to aid SOFM, he unwittingly dashed in without any precautions. The moment he landed, he triggered the turret's activation, which retaliated with an automatic strike, leaving a luminous mark upon him. Observing this scene while dealing damage to Poppy from within the dragon pit, Su Fang noted the clear white dotted line that indicated the presence of a triggerable mark, allowing for a long-distance follow-up attack. Su Fang reacted swiftly, decisively adjusting his perspective and maneuvering his mouse towards the approaching Ice Maiden, pressing the A key along with the left mouse button. In an instant, a series of spinning blades formed a white arc that soared past him. The Ice Maiden, controlled by Angel, appeared to have lost considerable health while pursuing the Shy, now reduced to a mere half. With nearly 20 blades launched, critical hits ensued, and the Ice Maiden was swiftly evaporated before Su Fang's eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, such is the allure of the spinning blades combined with the white-green dagger. His decision to swiftly slay the Baron was precisely for this reason. Typically, Aphelios would find it nearly impossible to stack so many blades. However, during the Baron fight, the ample health of the Baron allowed Su Fang to continuously deploy his mirror turrets to accumulate blades. He had no intention of retreating while taking down the Baron. Rather, he was eagerly anticipating the enemy's approach to test the damage potential of his spinning blades. As it turned out, the damage was indeed remarkable. After vanquishing the Ice Maiden, Su Fang turned back to assist Rookie in dealing with Poppy. It must be noted that Poppy was exceptionally resilient, even enduring the onslaught of Su Fang's numerous blade-infused basic attacks, still clinging to life and attempting to accelerate away with steadfast resolve. Observing this, Rookie decisively used his EW ability to immobilize her. Su Fang stepped forward, unleashing 2 more basic attacks. The spinning blade struck with precision, and at last, Su Fang's health could endure no longer. He was effortlessly eliminated by Su Fang's final blow. Double kill. However, this was merely the beginning. Su Fang shifted his perspective. Noting that the situation outside was far from optimistic, Ning Wang's nightmare had already been vanquished. The female marksmen from Huanfeng and the Lux from Shishi approached directly from beneath the dragon pit, positioning themselves at its entrance while maintaining a safe distance. Huanfeng first hurled her ultimate ability at Su Fang, attempting to diminish his health, followed by laying traps on the ground. While Shishi relentlessly cast her skills into the fray. I've done my best. Lux is restricting me from the side, and I cannot eliminate the marksman. They both likely possess flash, Ning Wang's voice echoed in the team chat. If the marksman had flash, escaping with it would be effortless, causing Su Fang to hesitate. Just as he contemplated whether to chase after them with his own flash, a massive crocodile suddenly leaped over the wall from the red buff area, startling both Su Fang and Rookie. Su Fang had been pondering the crocodile's absence, only to realize it had been blocking their retreat, anticipating they would use flash to escape. Upon landing from his teleport, it had made a beeline for the red buff area. Fortunately, while chasing Bobby, Su Fang had created some distance toward the dragon pit, allowing him a moment to react as the crocodile appeared not directly in front of him. He swiftly executed a basic attack on the crocodile to gauge the damage, followed by a continuation of his spinning blades. Upon striking, he noted a significant drop in the crocodile's health, approximately 1/10 diminished. However, it was still insufficient. In the current predicament, should he prioritize attacking the crocodile within the dragon pit, the marksman and Lux outside would exploit their range to deal damage without consequence. Likely, before the crocodile succumbed, he would meet his own demise. Moreover, the crocodile's damage was formidable. Engaging it at close range would be tantamount to courting death. He could no longer remain in the dragon pit. It was imperative to adjust his position for output. Su Fang cast a fleeting glance, surveying the situation outside, and noticed that the female officer and Lux were stationed at the lower edge of the dragon pit. Given this, there appeared to be some maneuvering space towards the river path leading up to the dragon pit. Without further ado, he decided to take action. Su Fang decisively leaned against the wall, swiftly teleporting over to the river while hastily setting up the next mirror turret on the ground. As soon as Su Fang's Aphelios materialized, Huanfeng immediately followed suit. First, eliminate Aphelios. Leave rise to crocodile, he exclaimed. I have the chance to E-flash. You just need to land one more skill on him to lower his health a bit, and I can take him down. He chased after Aphelios while speaking to his support, Shishi. All right. Upon hearing this, Shishi formulated a plan in his mind. He too possessed a flash and had clearly witnessed Su Fang's use of it, meaning he had a prime opportunity for a Q-flash. Both of them were calculating their moves internally. As Huanfeng approached the mirror turret, he activated it and promptly withdrew from its attack range, ensuring not a single shot was fired. He possessed a certain understanding of Aphelios. It was crucial to note that during such moments, the turret would apply the Azure mark, allowing Su Fang to stand half a screen away and launch follow-up basic attacks. At that point, a flurry of spinning blades would likely reduce his health to half in an instant, and he was far too astute to fall for such a trap. He chose to wait, counting silently in his mind the duration until the mirror turret would dissipate. Soon enough, the mirror turret's duration came to an end, and he advanced forward. Su Fang remained stationary, seemingly biding his time. At this juncture, Su Fang had not attacked anyone for a considerable period, and the duration of the spinning blades was about to conclude. Huanfeng was acutely aware of this. Without the spinning blades, Su Fang, in his current state, would stand no chance against them. Still not fleeing? Truly fearless. He decisively commanded, we can take him now. His spinning blade time is up. Upon receiving the order, Shishi sprang into action, initiating with a Q-flash. Su Fang naturally discerned his intentions. However, he remained steadfast in his position, even switching his weapon to the mirror and drawing forth the tongbi. He promptly unleashed his Q skill towards the location where Lux had just darted. In the blink of an eye, Lux's Q skill surged forth. Due to the initiation animation of Tongbi's Q and the absence of any displacement abilities to evade, Su Fang was predictably immobilized. Nevertheless, he did not hastily attempt to break free. Instead, he initiated a basic attack. The fleeting Wheel of Fortune, which was on the verge of conclusion, was revived, forming a seamless line in the air as it hurtled towards Lux. Subsequently, Su Fang swiftly transitioned his weapon back to the mirror, commencing a barrage of basic attacks. This turn of events evidently caught both Shi and Huan Feng off guard. How could the Wheel of Fortune, which was supposed to conclude, still persist? Impossible. Could my instincts be flawed? Huan Feng began to doubt himself. Yet having played numerous matches with Aphelios, he could accurately gauge the duration of the wheel without counting the seconds, relying solely on intuition. But why? Shi similarly found it perplexing. After such a duration, he was no stranger to facing Aphelios and had a general sense of the wheel's duration. He had distinctly felt that the wheel was about to vanish when he had just flashed in. This only indicated that their understanding of Aphelios remained insufficient. Su Fang had long discerned their intentions, waiting for the moment when the flying wheel would fade into oblivion before making his move. A decision that proved to be astutely judicious. It is well known that the persistence of the flying wheel can only be maintained through basic attacks, or the continued casting of skills to stack new wheels and refresh the duration. However, it is worth noting that Aphelios flying will possesses a minor extension of duration. As long as skills are cast shortly before the wheel is on the verge of disappearing, such as the Q ability of Calibrum or the Q of Severum. And even the ultimate, each skill cast can prolong the wheel's duration by approximately 0.5 seconds. Indeed, their instincts were not unfounded. At that moment, Su Fang's flying wheel was indeed about to vanish. Thus, Su Fang decisively switched to Calibrum and unleashed his skills to extend the duration. It was only upon executing a basic attack that the flying wheel's duration was officially refreshed. Su Fang swiftly activated the purification effect to dispel the confinement, decisively unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Lux. Beneath the tumultuous sky, Lux's health bar plummeted dramatically, reminiscent of a pulsating dance floor. Sensing the urgency, Huan Feng could no longer remain idle. He promptly seized the opportunity while Su Fang was preoccupied with Lux to launch his own assault. Just before her demise, Lux desperately cast an E skill, affixing Ignite to maximize her damage output. Observing Su Fang's health dwindle after the flurry of attacks, Huan Feng felt a surge of confidence. His extensive gaming experience had taught him that even at full health, he could withstand no more than 3 of Su Fang's basic attacks after all. This was the realm of the spinning wheel, where damage amplification was extraordinarily pronounced. Yet, he understood one crucial detail: to eliminate Su Fang, he merely required 2 basic attacks and a critical headshot. Moreover, the mechanics of Aphelios' crescent moon implied that the further the distance, the slower the attack speed. Thus, he was certain he would land his 3 hits first. This round was undoubtedly his victory. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and initiated an attack towards Su Fang's position. At this moment, Su Fang also eliminated Lux, swiftly shifting his focus to Caitlin, executing the command by pressing A along with the left mouse button. As anticipated by Huan Feng, when he raised his hand to deliver a second basic attack, Su Fang only managed to unleash a single basic strike. This was due to the fact that the boomerang, when employed from a distance, inadvertently reduced the attack speed. However, throughout the entire encounter, he had fundamentally miscalculated one crucial aspect. Su Fang had yet to unleash his ultimate ability, maintaining a full stack of flying wheels throughout the match. There was no necessity for him to deploy his ultimate to accumulate more wheels. Thus it remained in reserve until this moment. The instant he engaged with Huan Feng, he immediately executed a maneuver to retreat. Huan Feng, perceiving the situation, grew anxious and promptly activated his E ability, dashing forward to pursue while marking his target, aiming to secure a headshot from a distance. In response, Su Fang decisively switched to his Tong by sniper rifle and hurled his ultimate ability toward the advancing Huan Feng. Qing Hui Yuning. Huan Feng was momentarily taken aback by the incoming attack, as he had previously fought under the cover of darkness, believing Su Fang had already utilized his ultimate to stack flying wheels. To his surprise, Su Fang had conserved it for this pivotal moment. However, he quickly regained his composure, reasoning that an additional ultimate would hold little significance. He had already marked his target with his E skill, and all that remained was to land a headshot. ensuring Su Fang's demise. Without hesitation, he swiftly raised his weapon and executed the headshot. Simultaneously, Su Fang unleashed his Tong by ultimate from a distance, sending forth a barrage of 20 flying wheels. In that fleeting moment, both players unleashed their basic attacks toward one another. The next second, a prominent quadra kill appeared on the screen, signifying the culmination of their clash. Su Fang's Aphelios stood resolutely, a mere sliver of health remaining. As the meticulously aligned chakrams returned from the lifeless form of Huan Feng's Caitlin, it was unmistakable. The one who survived was Su Fang. Why? Huan Feng gazed at the monochrome screen, momentarily losing control of his emotions as he shouted aloud. Why is it that he remains alive while I am the one who perished? His hand lingered on the mouse, numbly clicking, as if he had yet to fully comprehend the grim reality of his own demise. Su Fang gazed upon the fallen female officer, his expression betraying little emotion. After all, the scene unfolded much as he had anticipated. He cast a glance at his status bar, which was filled with the Conqueror's emblem. Alongside the vampiric scepter in his equipment slot, it was these two artifacts that had enabled his survival. Indeed, Huan Feng's calculations were largely accurate. At that initial moment, Su Fang could withstand only 3 of his basic attacks. However, unbeknownst to Huan Feng, Su Fang possessed nearly 20 lifesteal, and with the extraordinary damage from Fei Luan Hai, his health had unwittingly surged by several hundred points. Thus, he was indeed capable of enduring the final headshot's damage. Furthermore, the damage derived from the Conqueror and that from the Swift Step differed entirely. Huan Feng predominantly relied on Swift Step and the lethal tempo, leading to a miscalculation regarding Su Fang's damage. In truth, Su Fang did not require many additional basic attacks to secure the kill. 2 basic attacks from Fei Luan Hai, coupled with the damage from Tong Bai's ultimate, had already sufficed. Just as Su Fang prepared to switch his view to ascertain the situation on Rookie's side, an urgent voice echoed through the team's voice chat. Run. The crocodile is coming. Su Fang had barely comprehended his words when a massive crocodile, drenched in blood, suddenly appeared before his face. There was no time to react. Fei Luan Hai had vanished, and only a single bullet from the shattered mirror remained. Coupled with the crocodile's proximity, he found himself utterly powerless to maneuver. The space for action had evaporated. Nevertheless, achieving a quadruple kill was already a commendable feat. In the next instant, the crocodile lunged forward, its head adorned with flickering effects indicating the activation of its W ability. Given Su Fang's current health, it was unlikely he could withstand the assault. Just as he prepared to make one last attack before succumbing, a lantern materialized at his feet. In a split second, almost instinctively, he yanked the mouse away from the crocodile and struck down. The next moment, Su Fang was whisked away by the lantern. Although the crocodile's bite landed, it was merely a white rage attack, and the duration of the stun and damage were limited. Thanks to the shield provided by the lantern, Su Fang miraculously withstood the impact, landing with less than 30 health points remaining. Yet, that was more than sufficient. At the moment Bao Lan flashed in to toss the lantern to Su Fang, he simultaneously unleashed his Q skill, successfully ensnaring Aubin's crocodile with his hook, and then soared forth. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Fang released the final turret just as he ended his control. At this point, all mirror bullets were expended, and the weapon transitioned to the Chuan Bai and Zui Ming. Bao Lan, well aware of the strategy, utilized an E skill to propel the crocodile forward. The turret was instantly activated upon the crocodile's entry, commencing its assault. With each attack from the turret, Su Fang could add a distant auto attack. Furthermore, with Zui Ming as the secondary weapon, Su Fang could apply its slow effect with every strike. Simultaneously, Su Fang swiftly switched to Zui Ming, employing its Q skill to firmly ensnare the crocodile within the turret's attack range. Even though the crocodile boasted considerable durability, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught from Su Fang's well-developed Aphelios, causing its health to plummet drastically. As its vitality waned, the crocodile attempted to retreat. Bao Lan promptly pursued, landing another Q skill to ensnare the crocodile once more, while Su Fang approached to deliver an additional auto attack. Ultimately, the crocodile's health was nearly depleted, leaving it with under 300 points. Only 2 more auto attacks would suffice to secure the kill. However, at that moment, Su Fang took a half step back, having noticed that the crocodile seemed to deliberately move behind Thresh, clearly attempting to utilize Thresh's position to execute a second E skill. Most crucially, with Bao Lan's Thresh present, escape was impossible. Thresh's crowd control was exceedingly potent. Thus, in such a scenario, Aubin had but one choice, realizing escape was futile. He would undoubtedly seek to eliminate the source of danger, namely Su Fang's affiliates. If Su Fang were to fall, the battlefield would be devoid of damage output. Even with Bao Lan's Thresh's exceptional control, it would be insufficient to slay the crocodile. At that moment, as Su Fang anticipated, the crocodile indeed turned back, executing a double E skill just as it overlapped with Thresh's model, swiftly lunging towards Su Fang. Fortunately, having retreated half a step, Su Fang managed to position himself at the crocodile's maximum range, narrowly evading the Q skill by the slightest margin. A close call, indeed. It was a mere hair's breadth. Su Fang gazed at the crocodile before him, his heart racing, for his health was critically low. A mere brush against the beast would spell his demise. Hastily, he retreated, increasing the distance while simultaneously attacking, exploiting the deceleration from the falling light. The gap between them widened significantly. Ultimately, after the final application of falling light's Q skill, the crocodile collapsed, pinned a kill. Ace. In an instant, 2 voice alerts resonated, and a grand pinnacle banner adorned the center of the screen. Wow, Fangzi is incredible. Absolutely stunning. Indeed, he was magnificent. Wow, the AD is remarkable. The euphoria of his teammates erupted in the headset. Even the shy, usually reserved, was swept up in exclamations. Staring at the pinnacle on the screen, even Su Fang found himself momentarily dazed. A pinnacle. While he recognized this was undoubtedly his moment to shine. Given the synergy of his items, he had never anticipated securing a pinnacle. Such feats are rare, with many professional players never achieving one in their entire careers. Excitement surged through him, a wave of joy washing over as a smile crept onto his lips. This recognition following such a display of skill epitomizes the essence of League of Legends. Meanwhile, the live stream's comments were inundated with question marks, conveying a plethora of meanings, though primarily reflecting astonishment at Su Fang's prowess. Initially, he had not expected much from the LPL inter-team match, considering it was between 3rd and 4th seeds. Yet now, he found himself utterly captivated by Su Fang. Damn, he was extraordinary. I declare, I shall become a fan of Su Fang. Previously, those who doubted Su Fang's affilios, claiming his gun control was lacking. Where are they now? The comments were filled with praise, any skepticism evaporated. His undeniable skill silenced all doubts. In the backroom, Puff and Chris were left speechless. Chris was elated, while Puff wore a more complex expression, realizing that he might truly need to guard the water cooler. At the commentary desk, they nearly screamed in unison, "Pentakill! Pentakill!" After the excitement subsided, Guan Zeyuan continued, "Wow, Su Fang has risen to the occasion. In a dire situation, Aphelios dances with the falling light, and he wipes them all out. Is this Su Fang's Aphelios? Falling light, the eternal god." This play was nothing short of extravagant, utilizing the Baron to stack the falling light, transforming into an unstoppable force, cleaving through enemies from the southern Skygate to East Publai Road, ultimately achieving a pinnacle with minimal health remaining. Magnificent, simply magnificent. Wang Duo chimed in, truly. From cocoon to butterfly in an instant, annihilating all in his path. This Aphelios is formidable. Guan Zeyuan remained enraptured by the pinnacle, recognizing that Su Fang's execution embodied his own dreams of mastery over Aphelios, igniting a fervor within him. Wow. Su Fang has only played a few games yet has secured his first pinnacle, and what a spectacular one it is. The future is indeed promising. How many players have longed for a pinnacle without ever attaining one? Su Fang's Aphelios is of the highest caliber. A unique presence among all Aphelios users I have encountered, without exception. After a brief pause, Guan Zeyuan continued, I even feel that after witnessing this match, many teams will need to reconsider Aphelios' priority. Before today, we were discussing how the World Championship meta was unfavorable for the bot lane. With the match dynamics seemingly detached from it, champions like Jhin and Ashe, functional AD carries, dominated the conversation. Yet today, Su Fang has showcased an alternative possibility. A hypercarry AD can thrive and carry the game. Indeed, Wang Duo marveled, who says the World Championship ISNT and AD meta. Today, Su Fang has demonstrated that there are no rigid meta constraints. He embodies the meta. Upon concluding their thoughts, the two shared a moment of silence, allowing the thrill of the match to settle. The brilliance of the performance left them awestruck, both as commentators and spectators, exhilarated by the display of skill. After a brief adjustment, Guan Zeyuan observed Su Fang returning home to purchase items and remarked, after such a play, the dynamics of the match have shifted entirely. IG now leads by nearly 6,000 gold, with Su Fang alone ahead by over 3,000. Upon returning home, He has directly acquired both the Hurricane and the Giant's Blade. His growth has been astonishing. SN is in a precarious position now, Wang Duo agreed. As a composition reliant on early to mid-game strength, their continuous failures have rendered it increasingly difficult to regain the upper hand. They can only hope to stall and see if the Caitlyn and Lee Sandra can find their moment. The current state was clear to SN. They understood the gravity of their situation. The voice chat within the SN team had fallen into complete silence. No one spoke, no one communicated. What was initially presumed to be a one-sided match had turned against them within a mere 20 minutes. They found themselves at a disadvantage, an outcome they had never anticipated before the match began. It wasn't until IG converged to push that someone finally spoke up. Let us defend mid for a moment. If we can stretch it out, there might be a chance. Caitlyn's late-game potential is still viable. Even Fang himself lacked faith in this statement. Yet, regardless of their doubts, the game was not yet over. They remained determined to fight. Gathering in the mid lane to defend as best they could, attempting to delay IG's advance. However, against the might of the Baron buff, their resistance faltered. Soon, the mid lane's second turret fell, followed swiftly by the high ground. They managed to hold the line at the inhibitor, but after a fierce skirmish, each player had to retreat to replenish their resources, barely managing to defend, yet leaving both Baolon and Ning Wang severely weakened, forcing them to return to base for recovery. At this moment, Fang ventured directly into the lower jungle of the opposing side, having not feasted upon their territory for quite some time. He felt a twinge of nostalgia. Returning to the enemy jungle was akin to coming home, just as his bioweapon had run out. His armament transitioned to the radiant flame with the luminous pendant, making the task of clearing monsters exceedingly pleasurable. The 6 small birds could be effortlessly dispatched with merely 2 basic attacks, starting with the F6 and then moving on to the red buff, a delightful experience. However, as Fang was engrossed in consuming the red buff, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. Fang initially thought they had come to apprehend him and was prepared to abandon the red buff to create distance. However, the 2 individuals did not approach him. Following the direction they had taken, he spotted the Shy's position as cannon. Their target was not him, but rather the Shy's cannon, who was pushing the enemy's second turret in the bottom lane. The Shy, they are coming for you, Fang immediately reminded, while the Shy also noticed and began to retreat without hesitation. However, it was evident that their opponents did not intend to let him escape. Damn. So many of them. As he glanced back at the 5 neatly organized pursuers, the Shy couldn't help but curse. The Shy, fall back. I'll cover the rear. Rookie reacted swiftly, teleporting in at once. The commentary desk observed the scene and quickly began to narrate. Guan Zeyuan commented, at this point, SN seems to be engaging in a desperate struggle. They clearly cannot win a direct confrontation, so they aim to seize any opportunity for isolated picks to gain an advantage. This position granted the Shy a sliver of opportunity. It remained to be seen if SN could capitalize on it. Wang Duo chimed in. SOM has activated his steadfast acceleration. Aubin swiftly maneuvered using the minions, closing the distance with 2 E-skills, just a flash away from the Shy. The gap was narrowing rapidly. On IG's side, Rookie teleported to the back line, while Fang rushed over. Nevertheless, SN had 5 members. This was a daunting challenge. Personally, I feel if it's unfeasible, they should retreat. After all, they hold a significant advantage and need not force this engagement. Guan Zeyuan shared a similar sentiment. Indeed, even if Fang and Rookie arrive, it would merely be a 3v5, and neither has a flash available. It's far too risky. Yet, on screen, Fang and Rookie continued to approach the bottom lane, with Fang circling from the red buff to the river's edge, standing at the corner without making any further movements. Rookie's rise had also crept to the corner, hiding alongside Fang in the blind spot. Observing this unfolding scene, Guan Zeyuan couldn't help but voice his skepticism. Could it be that IG truly intends to engage in this fight? Their actions seem to indicate a clear intention to fight, and given IG's playstyle, the likelihood is quite high. Fang was indeed intent on executing this strategy. Observing the Shy approaching along with the SN team behind him, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. Soon, the Shy reached the corner by the wall, closely followed by the 5 opponents, yet Fang remained motionless. It was not until Poppy's ability connected with the Shy's cannon that he spoke up, Ning Wang. In the next moment, with a dramatic flourish, the screen abruptly darkened. Without hesitation, Fang decisively unleashed his ultimate ability towards the position behind the Shy. Clear moonlight night condenses. The Shy reacted in kind, swiftly turning and executing an ER, followed by Heavenly Thunder Prison. The thunder roared, and fireworks erupted, under the vision limitation imposed by the Nightmare's ultimate. The members of SN found themselves utterly incapable of evading the shimmering fireworks, let alone the Shy's subsequent thunder strike, with the thunder stunning four of them. The fireworks exploded in the midst of the crowd, filling the screen with a cascade of blue flames. Angel's Frost Queen, Shishi Lux, and Huanfeng's Caitlyn were instantaneously vaporized in a single onslaught, leaving only Aubin's Crocodile to barely withstand the assault due to his resilience. However, almost immediately, a twisting and leaping rise appeared behind him. Su Fang and the Shy advanced directly from the front, flanking from both sides. No matter how well-developed Aubin was, he could not possibly withstand the damage from three central figures. Ultimately, it was the Shy who claimed the kill with a well-aimed shuriken, with Aubin's demise as Renekton. SN was left with only Sopham's Poppy still standing, completely overlooked by everyone else. Su Fang followed the team as they made their way towards the mid lane. Commentary booth. Wang Duo exclaimed, "Wow. The synergy from IG in this play is extraordinary." The Nightmares extinguished the lights. Kennen flashed in with his thunderstorm. And coupled with Aphelios's radiant fireworks, what an explosive moment. The spectacle was truly exhilarating. Guan Zeyuan continued, "I must say, the teamfight display by IG is genuinely pleasing to the eye. They frequently execute these 3 versus 5 or 4 versus 5 plays. And they actually manage to prevail. This is IG." Initially, it seemed the Shy was surrounded, but in the next moment, Rookie and Su Fang arrived, swiftly turning the tide, leading to SN's final counterattack being decisively thwarted. A flawless 0 for 4. With all members of IG now grouped in the mid lane, SOF found it increasingly difficult to defend, and it can now be declared. The two commentators exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously declared, "Congratulations to IG. Congratulations on securing the first victory in this BO5 match." In the visual display, SN's main crystal exploded in unison. After the congratulations, Guan Zeyuan reflected on the entire match. Then spoke, "I initially anticipated today's game would be a closely contested battle, but I was taken aback by how swiftly the first match concluded, under 25 minutes. It was astonishingly quick." Wang Duo nodded in agreement, smiling. Moreover, the crucial point is that SN fielded a composition favoring the early to mid-game, while IG leaned towards a late-game setup. Yet, IG emerged victorious in just 25 minutes, which was quite unexpected. Guan Zeyuan nodded. Indeed, SN did not execute their early composition effectively. The bot lane provided too many opportunities. However, it cannot all be blamed on him. Many of the decisions and actions, even from our god's perspective, did not exhibit significant errors. It can only be said that Su Fang performed exceptionally well. Yes, in the next match, SN needs to carefully consider their strategy, and the players must adjust their states. Let us look forward to their subsequent performance. In SN's backstage lounge, Cha Xiao lay sideways on his chair, frowning as he gazed at the lounge door. From a distance, raised voices could be heard. "I told you to hold steady in the bot lane. We had such a significant advantage in the jungle. Can't we just engage in teamfights freely?" Aubin's voice echoed from outside the lounge. Soon after, Aubin pushed the lounge door open and entered, followed closely by the others, each finding a place to sit. Once everyone was present, Cha Xiao stood up and clapped his hands. "We lost the first game. It is what it is. We no longer have time to dwell on past losses. The priority now is to adjust our mindset for the next match." He continued, "In the next game, I will no longer impose restrictions on your playstyle. You are free to play as you wish. I will only handle the draft, understood?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards him. Aesop inquired, "So I don't have to gank the top lane anymore?" Cha Xiao nodded, "Correct. I realized that forcing you to gank top in the first match limited your potential. In the next game, play according to your strengths, whether that means ganking bot or invading the enemy jungle." Everyone understood that IG's top lane was aggressive and needed to be countered, which is why Aesop was initially assigned to focus on the top lane. However, it seemed wiser to allow him to play his own game. After all, IG's new AD was equally aggressive, and targeting the bot lane could be advantageous. Aubin enthusiastically agreed. "I think that's a great idea. I can manage the top lane myself. Just help the bot lane." Aesop nodded. "All right." After resolving the jungle strategy, Cha Xiao finally directed his attention to Huan Feng, letting out a sigh. "Huan Feng, you cannot afford to give opportunities in the next match. You have always been the most stable player on the team. Why have you been making frequent mistakes today? I believe the previous match was not representative of your true skill. Do not let external factors affect you. In the next game, I will shift our focus to the bot lane and let you shine." He held high expectations for Huan Feng, recognizing his outstanding performance this year, having been awarded the best rookie AD player, which spoke volumes. In the next match, I will unleash my full potential. There is no way I will lose again. I was too complacent in the first game, too relaxed. If I were playing normally, I wouldn't have been so reckless. Huan Feng immediately responded. Although he had made several mistakes in the first match, he believed they stemmed from underestimating the opponent's strength, which was inconsequential. He was determined to win today's match and prove himself. He had already embarrassed himself enough with Aphelios, and he could imagine the taunts directed at him. However, this realization also allowed him to relax, as he felt less burdened. All he wanted now was to win the match and restore his dignity. He could not afford to lose, nor would he. That settled, I will choose the red side for the next game, and then, on the other side. In IG's lounge, the atmosphere was markedly lighter compared to SN's serious environment, filled with laughter and chatter. Ning Wang, sitting at the entrance, remarked, "Today, I have truly witnessed the terror of Aphelios. During that dragon fight, he was slicing through enemies like they were mere vegetables. What an exaggeration. I wonder why I never felt this way while playing ranked matches against Aphelios." Bao Lan replied nonchalantly, "That's precisely what highlights the disparity." Indeed, not everyone could play at such an exceptional level. Ning Wang found this quite insightful and burst into laughter. Ahem. Coach Chris cleared his throat twice, interrupting the jovial exchange. "Let us discuss the draft for the next match. We need to prepare for Game 2. I have some strategies in mind. We used the combination of Nocturne and Kennen last time, but I'm not sure if they will ban it. There is also the potential of Nocturne paired with Ornn." And Su Fang listened and sensed that things were not going well. The composition suggested a tendency to delay team fights, which was not ideal. He still had to accomplish the task of a 15-minute swift push. Thus, he decisively interjected. "How about we select champions we are proficient with and aim for an early game rhythm? It seems unnecessary for us to play for the late game." Hearing this, Ning Wang suddenly chimed in, "I agree. Frankly, I believe the opposing team's strength is rather average. There is no need to play late-game champions. If the laners are constantly under pressure, it makes my jungle experience quite uncomfortable. I even want to invade their jungle." Both Rookie and the Shy expressed their agreement simultaneously, stating, "I concur. Although typically the coach assigns champions to players, it is entirely within the players' rights to voice their opinions and advocate for their preferences. Exceptional teams are those where players and coaches collaboratively contemplate the draft strategy." Witnessing the consensus, Chris reluctantly opened his notebook and flipped through a few pages before finding a highly aggressive composition. "What do you all think of this?" he asked. Before long, the break was over, and Su Fang returned to the competition seats alongside his teammates. The band phase commenced swiftly, and the commentators' voices resonated throughout the venue. Guan Zeyuan remarked, "We can see that SN has chosen the red side this match, differing from the previous game, indicating adjustments have been made. One can anticipate the results of their alterations." Immediately, SN banned Aphelios, a sensible choice given Su Fang's remarkable proficiency with the champion. On the other hand, IG continued their trend of banning two of the current meta's strongest champions. Crocodile, Azir, and Graves were all eliminated. SN followed suit by banning Xayah and Ezreal. This time, SN's banning strategy diverged completely from the last match, where they primarily targeted top lane champions. This time, they focused entirely on bottom lane champions. Could it be that their strategic emphasis has shifted towards the bot lane? In truth, we know that SN's gameplay often revolves around the lower half of the map. In the previous match, they opted to neglect the bot lane and focused on attacking the top lane, resulting in limited effectiveness. Thus, it seems they have chosen to continue their past strategies in this game. We shall observe their subsequent banning philosophy. Soon, the first champion was locked in. Wang Duo immediately stated, "We can see that IG has selected Gnar, a versatile choice. Gnar is inherently difficult to counter in the top lane. Furthermore, the Shy is quite skilled with Gnar, indicating that IG is prioritizing the Shy's champion selection this match. This begs the question of what champions SN will choose to counter this." Before he could finish, SN locked in their first two champions, Aatrox and Sejuani. Guan Zeyuan commented, "Aatrox and Sejuani? Aatrox is indeed a commendable choice against Gnar. After his rework, Aatrox is no longer intimidated by long-range top laners, as his 3-part Q combined with his E skill creates a powerful combo. Sejuani, on the other hand, is also inclined towards early game tempo. It seems SN is preparing to establish an advantage in the early to mid-game. Indeed, this version favors a faster-paced style of play. What will IG's response be? Will they allow Su Fang to take a hypercarry AD champion for the late game? At that moment, the big screen illuminated with the champions. Callista. This choice surprised Guan Zeyuan, who remarked, Callista? Due to Shi's frequent use of Callista in the top lane, the champion has been nerfed several times and currently lacks strength. Are we truly going for Callista? He maintained his skepticism, believing it could merely be a playful choice. On the battlefield, Coach Chris stood behind Su Fang, asking once more, are we really going for Callista? The champion is not particularly strong in this meta. And if you select Callista, the opposing team will undoubtedly. Yes, it's Callista. There's no need for hesitation. Su Fang interrupted, confident that no matter what Huan Feng chose, he could handle it. Seeing Su Fang's determination, Chris signaled Ning Wang with assurance. The next moment, the screen confirmed Callista's selection. It's locked. Callista AD. This feels a bit unfavorable. He hesitated, pausing momentarily before continuing. However, Wang Duo, clearly understanding the implications, added, primarily, if Callista is picked first, SN can opt for Ashe, a champion that counters Callista quite effectively. Guan Zeyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ashe possesses range and slows. Callista, with her short range, is significantly hindered by Ashe, especially since her passive relies heavily on movement speed. As they spoke, IG's third champion was revealed, Jace. Instantly, IG's top, mid, and bot champions were all locked in. Gnar, Callista, Jace. The choice was evidently strategic. Wow, IG's selections are somewhat different from the past. All three champions are strong early game picks. It appears IG is prepared to contest SN in the early game rhythm, which promises an exciting early game battle. Guan Zeyuan expressed anticipation, recalling that IG previously excelled in early game compositions relying on individual skill to secure advantages. However, they gradually shifted towards a focus on late game strategies, which yielded poor results, leading to confusion. One wonders whether Su Fang's inclusion will restore IG's former prowess. After IG locked in Jace, the champion selection returned to SN. The big screen soon illuminated with a familiar champion, Frost Archer, Ashe. The choice elicited no surprise, it was entirely expected. Guan Zeyuan and Wang Duo exchanged knowing glances. Guan Zeyuan remarked, indeed, SN opted for Ashe. After all, with Callista as their first pick, I had every reason to choose Ashe against you, right? Precisely. And Ashe's priority in this version is notably high, making her a strong and stable choice during the World Championship meta, Wang Duo added. Given this, it seems Su Fang's position in the bot lane may not be as comfortable. Callista demonstrates an impressive prowess in lane, effortlessly gaining the upper hand against most bottom lane compositions. However, when faced with Ashe, she encounters a notable challenge. Historically, Su Fang has delivered remarkable performances. But in previous matches, his champion selections have been evenly matched, at worst slightly unfavorable. Now, confronting a seemingly insurmountable counter, expectations for Su Fang are not particularly high, as the strength of the team composition remains paramount. Regardless of individual skill, all participants are professional players, and the disparity in capability is seldom drastic. In the face of a champion disadvantage, what can one truly achieve? Nonetheless, as commentators, they strive to maintain a balanced perspective, endeavoring to advocate for Su Fang. Guan Zeyuan pondered for a moment before smiling and remarking, however, it's difficult to dismiss Su Fang outright. What if he manages to secure an advantage in lane? Wang Duo nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, Su Fang's individual talent is exceptional, and his recent form has been quite promising. I believe there is reason to be hopeful. Their earnest discourse swayed some viewers of the live broadcast, instilling a measure of belief. Yet, skepticism persisted among many. The barrage of comments varied widely. I hate to say it, but IG's selection of Callista seems overly ambitious. I seriously doubt IG South bottom lane will perform well. I'm at a loss as to how the skateboard shoes champion can handle Ashe. This draft is utterly ludicrous. While I support IG, I must admit that opting for skateboard shoes was a poor decision. It should have been a later pick. SN has already banned 3 ADCs at the outset. And if they choose again at 4th and 5th picks, they'll certainly ban another 2, leaving IG with few options. Did they not consider this before typing? Following that, another round of bans and picks ensued. SN eliminated Thresh and Galio, further constraining Balon's champion choices. Subsequently, SN selected Syndra to counter rookie's Jace, capitalizing on Angel's expertise and Syndra's long-range abilities, which mitigate the threat of aggressive engagements while ensuring lane control. It was again IG's turn to choose. Balon opted for Leona, as there were no superior alternatives. Meanwhile, Ning hesitated slightly regarding his jungle pick. What should I select for the jungle? Chris leaned towards trusting the players to make their own choices. Zac, perhaps? Ning finally declared after a moment's contemplation. Baolon interjected with a teasing remark. What is this, Ning? This isn't your usual style. Didn't you used to say something like, every game I play is with Sejuani, Zac, or Gragas, all weak junglers? His comment elicited laughter from Su Fang, Rookie, and the Shy, all turning to Ning. With a nonchalant expression, Ning replied, what of it? I simply enjoy playing Zac now. Just hold steady down there. I'll come assist you shortly. That Ashe player on the opposing side won't know what hit him. Su Fang smiled and said, all right. I shall rely on you for this. Ning Wang replied, great, let's lock in the blue champion. As Baolon confirmed the selection. Zac was also secured on the big screen. Upon seeing this, Guan Zeyuan immediately exclaimed, Zac. Ning Wang's Zac is indeed his signature champion. He excels at rhythm-based jungle play. With Zac's selection, he can apply pressure to SN's bottom lane, especially since Ashe lacks mobility. Even if she gains an advantage in lane, she must remain wary of Ning Wang's Zac, who can alleviate some of Su Fang's lane pressure. Next, only Shishi's champion remained unchosen. SN finalized their last pick swiftly, settling on Alistar. With both teams' compositions now established, Guan Zeyuan and Wang Duo began their analysis of the overall lineups. Guan Zeyuan remarked, both teams are inclined towards early to mid-game tempo. It will depend on which jungler can establish the rhythm. In terms of matchups, IG's top lane appears to have a slight advantage, roughly a 60-40 split, while SN's bottom lane combination has a slight edge, with Alistar and Ashe against Kalista and Leona, estimated at a 70-30 split. However, these are merely theoretical considerations. The actual performance and execution of the players will ultimately determine the outcome. Wang Duo added, indeed. As we can see, the match visuals have appeared. The second game between SN and IG has officially commenced. The initial scene depicted IG entering SN's lower jungle. Wang Duo commented, is IG planning to invade SN's jungle? SN quickly noticed IG's presence. Huanfeng immediately used W to push them back. The hail of arrows struck all four members of IG, the slow effect rendering them unable to engage, forcing them to retreat back to their jungle. Both teams then resumed their standard jungle paths. Ning Wang started solo from the F6 camp, while the bottom duo opted to head straight to lane. In contrast, SN's bottom duo chose to assist their jungler, delaying their arrival to lane slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Su Fang adjusted the minion wave, aiming to deny Huanfeng some experience from the frontline minions. However, Huanfeng did not assist the jungler extensively. He merely auto-attacked a couple of times before heading to lane, thus managing to secure the experience. Su Fang's strategy did not yield the desired effect. Upon reaching lane, Huanfeng immediately began to exert pressure, leveraging his 600 range and passive slow to dominate Su Fang's Tristana. Su Fang had no choice but to retreat, as his own 500 range made trading blows with Ashe at level 1 rather unwise. Huanfeng, however, opted not to pursue, instead retreating to secure minions. This left Guan Zeyuan somewhat puzzled, as he remarked, is Huanfeng being overly cautious? Why not apply pressure at level 1? His confusion lingered, but being merely a commentator, he speculated, perhaps he fears a level 2 gank from Zac? After all, Ashe lacks mobility, and if she were to get caught early on, it could hinder her ability to pressure. Guan Zeyuan found this explanation plausible, rather than suggesting that Huanfeng was playing too timidly. On the battlefield, Su Fang shared a similar sense of confusion. However, this scenario benefited him, as Ashe's reluctance to pressure allowed him to farm and gain experience comfortably, easing his path to level 2. Once he acquired his Q ability, he would possess the means to engage, and even with a 100 range deficit, he could close the gap through AQ jumping, ensuring that trades wouldn't be overly detrimental. Thus, even after clearing the first wave of minions, Huanfeng's Ashe refrained from further aggression, seemingly intent on allowing Su Fang to farm, which only deepened his curiosity. To be prudent, Su Fang placed a ward in the river brush after pushing the first wave to scout the enemy jungler's movements before continuing to lane. The opposing Alistar moved forward to secure minions, granting Su Fang an opportunity to strike. Without hesitation, he engaged, auto-attacking the minions before turning to Alistar, utilizing the low-health minion to trade effectively. The opposing Alistar, upon being hit, quickly retreated, as a level 1 Alistar found himself powerless to retaliate. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Fang continued to pursue for a couple of moments, unleashing his E skill once more to trade blows. It was not until the opposing Ash approached to strike him that Su Fang opted to retreat his position. Overall, Su Fang endured 2 strikes from Ash, while the enemy Alistar suffered 4 basic attacks and 2 E-skills from him, bringing the latter's health perilously close to half, necessitating the consumption of a potion. One could assert that the exchange was decidedly advantageous. Nevertheless, the more this unfolded, the heavier Su Fang's doubts became. How could the opposition be so inept? Was there lack of skill inherent, or was there something more at play? Su Fang glanced at the 2 individuals opposite him, then shifted his gaze to the minion wave. Could it be? A possibility crossed his mind. However, he chose not to take any immediate action but instead continued to exert pressure by pushing the lane. Since the opponents posed no threat, he decided to apply pressure on them. Before long, the second wave of minions arrived. Due to the previous skirmish, the enemy minions had directed all their damage towards him, while his own minions focused their fire on the enemy minions. Consequently, the enemy wave was swiftly cleared, and his own minions advanced rapidly to the enemy tower. Thus, it was only natural that the second wave of minions became ensnared in front of the enemy's tower. Su Fang continued to attempt utilizing passive jumps to exchange health, while pushing the lane as much as possible. This time, the opposing ice archer finally began to retaliate. Her 600 range attack rendered Su Fang unable to approach for trades, compelling him to focus solely on pushing the lane. Balan also moved up, starting to clear the frontline minions with his earnings, while simultaneously vying for level 2. With the minion wave stuck in front of the enemy turret, the optimal strategy to ensure a backpush was to allow the minions to fully engage the turret, thus resetting the next wave. Thus, Su Fang and Balan endeavored to push the lane vigorously. Meanwhile, the enemy's Huanfeng, playing Ice Archer, initiated pressure, evidently unwilling to let Su Fang swiftly push the lane under the turret. When will they come? The wave is about to get stuck, he urged. The jungler, Esoph, promptly responded, soon. I'll be level 3 shortly, just hold on. That sounds easy, Huanfeng retorted. After speaking, he could only do his utmost to restrain Su Fang's Callista, utilizing his extended range to trade blows. However, with Balan's Leona already at level 2, he dared not be overly reckless, ensuring he maintained a safe distance. Su Fang's mastery over attack range was impeccable, allowing him to land only a couple of hits in the prolonged exchange. While he himself was struck by Su Fang's level 2 Callista with a QE spear throw, resulting in no profit from the trade. The sole piece of good news was that since Su Fang had also hit him, neither side's minion waves were able to damage the other, remaining stuck before the turret. I'm here. Prepare to catch. At this moment, Sopha's voice reemerged, finally easing Huanfeng's tense expression. Don't rush. Wait for our bottom lane to hit level 2. Be wary of the enemy jungler's arrival, Shishi interjected. Huanfeng interrupted. Their jungler can't arrive that quickly. Their bottom lane didn't T-assist. And Zac can't outpace Gragas in the early game. The sooner we engage, the safer we will be. After a moment's reflection, Shishi seemed to concur, though he still preferred a more cautious approach. It's fine. I'll act as bait. Once you hit level 2 by last hitting, I'll hold them. And with your slow, we can easily secure a kill. With that, Shishi advanced, feigning to last hit minions, luring Su Fang's Callista to approach him. At this moment, the commentators, with a godlike perspective, clearly observed Sophom's Gragas positioned by the wall near the river's blue buff, poised to engage the moment the bottom lane clashed. At last, Guan Zeyuan understood, remarking, so that's why Huanfeng didn't choose to pressure at level 1. He intentionally let the wave push to create a level 3 opportunity for Esoph to gank the bottom lane. Given this, Su Fang's position becomes quite perilous. The rapid push at level 1 had left both him and Balan situated deep in front of the enemy turret, a precarious position, should Gragas Q down. Coupled with Ice Archer's slow, escaping might not even require a flash. Wang Duo suddenly interjected, Shishi has gone up, pretending to last hit. Will Su Fang fall for it? Su Fang advanced, leaping forward, leaving his spear while striking Shishi's Alistar, using E to pull back, resulting in a splendid exchange. Although Shishi's Alistar was still at level 1, Huanfeng was diligently last-hitting minions, merely needing to finish off one last low-health frontline minion. Su Fang gazed at the seemingly unassuming first-level bull-headed creature before him. Yet its eager disposition only solidified his suspicions. Nevertheless, he resolutely leaped upwards and struck the bull-headed figure. Suddenly, instead of continuing to attack the minions, the bull-headed creature advanced directly towards Su Fang's position. Su Fang immediately focused his attention, aware that he was positioned in front of the opposing tower. If this location were to be compromised, Balan would be utterly unable to rescue him. At that moment, even using his flash might not guarantee his escape. Thus, he could not afford to make a mistake. As Su Fang observed the bull-headed figure, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Ash, who was diligently attempting to engage the enemy. Just as Ash unleashed her final basic attack, Su Fang realized that the bull-headed champion was about to strike. With unwavering focus, he knew that the bull-headed's WQ combo was quite evadable. One merely needed to utilize their flash the moment the bull-headed initiated his W. However, just as Su Fang concentrated intently on the bull-headed's W motion, he abruptly discerned that the movement was not the anticipated initiation of W, but rather a bowing gesture, akin to a headbutt. Was it the Q skill? Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, Su Fang promptly activated his flash ability, with the system-enhanced agility coursing through him. His reaction speed had attained astonishing levels. From the moment he perceived the threat to the instant his finger pressed the flash key, less than 0.2 seconds elapsed, as if it were a primal instinct. In the next moment, 2 flashes of light streaked across the field. The Minotaur of Shishi stood resolutely at Su Fang's previous location, remnants of ground fractures from the earth shattering still visible. Meanwhile, Su Fang had already flashed to a distance of 400 yards away, deftly evading Shishi's sudden Q flash. This spectacle rendered the onlookers speechless. The commentator, Guan Zeyuan, could not suppress an incredulous exclamation. What? Shishi attempted a level 2 Q flash to ensnare Su Fang's Callista, but his response was astonishing. He managed to react in time and executed a backward flash, successfully evading Shishi's Q flash. This is utterly phenomenal. Concurrently, the players on the field, including Huan Feng, Shishi, and SOFM, who had just emerged from the wall, were equally stunned, momentarily bereft of thought. Initially, their strategy dictated that the Minotaur would Q flash to initiate, subsequently moving behind Su Fang's Callista to thrust him back towards the turret with his W. However, the unfolding reality diverged entirely from their expectations, causing their minds to momentarily stall. But this stasis was fleeting. Shishi quickly regained his composure and declared, "Damn, this guy reacts too swiftly. Fine, let us retreat. I can accept trading flashes with him." At that moment, SOFM and Huan Feng simultaneously voiced their determination. "No worries. We can engage. I'll apply a slow to stick to him. He is out of flash. We can kill him. No need to retreat." Their words compelled Shishi, who had intended to withdraw, to press forward. Upon seeing Huan Feng's slow effect latch onto Su Fang, he immediately proclaimed, "AD slows to bind him. I can ignite him to force his cleanse. He won't be able to escape, and I can apply the passive from Brown." As he spoke, he ignited Su Fang. Upon noticing the ignite effect on him, Su Fang decisively activated his cleanse. Aware of the opponent's intentions, he recognized the necessity of using it to safeguard his health. With Huan Feng's Ash relentlessly pursuing him with auto-attacks, Su Fang found it impossible to create distance, even with his passive jump displacement mechanism. The effect of the slow reduced his movements to mere slight retreats, taking a considerable time to reach the center line of the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Brown was advancing towards Huan Feng, intending to restrain Ash and facilitate Su Fang's escape, but was thwarted by Shishi's Minotaur, who used W to displace him, preventing Brown from immediately controlling Ash and allowing her to continue the chase. Fortunately, he finally achieved sufficient proximity. Without hesitation, he executed an E-flash, locking onto the pursuing Huan Feng's Ash while simultaneously applying his Q ability to stun her. Seizing the opportunity, Su Fang unleashed a relentless barrage of auto-attacks upon the bull-headed visage before him, all while retreating. Yet, within a mere half-second, Huan Feng had cleansed the control exerted by the azure figure and swiftly closed the gap once more. By the conclusion of this relentless pursuit, Su Fang found his health dwindling to less than half, barely managing to position himself by the grass near his own tower in the bot lane. Meanwhile, Sofm's pig-like companion had already intercepted his escape route, lurking just under 300 yards away, a distance short enough for a swift strike. The situation was perilously precarious. Nevertheless, Su Fang exhibited no signs of panic. He merely executed a Q ability to leap towards the advancing Huan Feng and the snake-headed bull, narrowly evading the follow-up damage from the pig's W ability. However, this maneuver undeniably exacerbated Su Fang's perilous position. Facing a bull-headed foe, flanked by an Ash, and pursued by a pig, he found himself in a dire predicament. Observing Su Fang's leap, Huan Feng's smile widened, mistakenly interpreting it as a surrender of resistance. Believing Su Fang aimed to trade his life for the wounded bulls, he decisively declared, "The support must retreat. He is doomed. If you seek to exchange, Do not become the exchange. The snake-headed figure promptly turned to flee. Huan Feng advanced further towards Su Fang, intent on closing the distance while simultaneously creating space from the pursuing tank of the azure figure. Su Fang found himself at a disadvantage, unable to strike effectively at the opponent. Consequently, he began to unleash a chilling aura from his visage. However, the disparity in their health was stark. Su Fang's vitality had dwindled to nearly one-third, while even after being ignited by the fiery spell from Bao Lan, Huan Feng retained almost two-thirds of his health. Clearly, launching an attack held no glimmer of hope for victory. Su Fang remained steadfastly in place, motionless, as he engaged with Huan Feng's ash. Just when Huan Feng thought Su Fang had relinquished his resistance, a rubber figure unexpectedly soared from the blue side's river wall. Due to the lack of vision, the members of SN were momentarily taken aback. Huan Feng was sent flying. Seizing this opportunity, the azure tank swiftly closed the distance, utilizing her cooled-down Q ability to apply control once again, stunning Huan Feng, who had just descended from the air. Concurrently, she moved towards Su Fang, positioning herself to block the approaching pig sister. Su Fang was relentlessly advancing with fervor, swiftly depleting the health of the once robust Frost. Observing the precarious situation, Sopham's Rek'Sai promptly flashed in, executing a basic attack to apply his passive mark on Su Fang. Meanwhile, Shishi's Alistar turned back, perhaps having regained the cooldown on his abilities, intending to assist Huan Feng. However, Ning Wang was quick-witted and adept, decisively flashing in with a Q ability, ensnaring the approaching Alistar. He then turned and landed another basic attack, capturing Huan Feng's Frost as well. In a dramatic display, Huan Feng's Frost and Shishi's Alistar were drawn together under the grasp of Zack's elastic limbs, leading to another airborne assault. Su Fang decisively followed up with damage. A QE, combined with the previously stacked spears, ignited nearly 10 lances, instantly obliterating the low-health Frost. First blood. However, due to the disappearance of the lances from Shishi's body, he was not directly slain. Su Fang continued to turn his head, directing the bull-headed creature towards Shishi. At the very moment the control ended, Shishi resolutely pressed WQ towards Su Fang's position, executing a swift two-hit combo that sent the nearly defeated Su Fang airborne. Concurrently, SOFM followed up with damage. A Q skill propelled forward, and a simple auto attack secured Su Fang's demise, as he had been absorbing damage and his health had already reached its nadir. However, shortly thereafter, Ning Wang, in collaboration with Bao Lan, eliminated the weakened Shishi, who had re-entered the fray as the bull-headed champion. Only Sopham's pig-like champion remained. After a series of pulls and exchanges, SOFM managed to escape, yet the outcome was already sufficiently favorable. Su Fang's singular defeat was exchanged for the enemy duo's lives, one of whom was a first blood, making it a substantial gain. Ning Wang chuckled heartily, remarking, "What can I say? My friend, was this timely, or not? With a comrade like this Zack, do you not feel an overwhelming sense of security?" Bao Lan laughed lightly in response. "You could have arrived even later. Su Fang had already informed you that the enemy jungler was en route, yet you came so slowly that our AD was nearly lost, and you still claim credit. Had it not been for our AD's commendable performance, we would have been utterly defeated." "Huh. I arrived at the quickest speed possible, all right. Besides, wasn't your lane unscathed?" Ning Wang retorted. "I had faith in you all. I trusted you could endure until my assistance arrived. Do you understand?" Su Fang was acutely aware that Ning Wang had indeed arrived post-haste. After all, Zack's jungle-clearing speed could not compare to that of the pig sister, and the opposing bottom lane had also assisted in jungle control. However, the situation was undeniably perilous. He had nearly encountered disaster, a consequence of his own overconfidence. He had discerned the intentions of his adversaries early on. From the very first wave of minions, he sensed something amiss, as the enemy was evidently attempting to bait him into attacking, thereby manipulating the wave. At that moment, he surmised that the pig sister might be planning a gank on the bottom lane, so he preemptively communicated this to Ning Wang and opted to play into their scheme, acting as bait. In retrospect, this strategy was remarkably successful. Su Fang excelled at being the bait. Often, it is not merely about wanting to engage in battle, as one's opponents may choose to play cautiously, avoiding direct confrontation. In such instances, it becomes necessary to feign vulnerability, creating openings for decisive strikes. Even though this particular maneuver almost went awry, Su Fang harbored no fear. After all, without risk, there can be no reward. Meanwhile, at the commentary desk, Guan Zeyuan remarked after viewing the entire sequence, "Wow, Ning Wang's timing was impeccable. Had he arrived merely 2 or 3 seconds later, Su Fang would surely have perished. It must be said that Ning Wang's support was pivotal, effectively dismantling SN's plan to eliminate Su Fang early on, and even aiding him in securing kills against Huan Feng and Shi. This exchange left SN in a regrettable position. Indeed, Ning Wang's Zac support was executed flawlessly. Yet Su Fang's actions during this play were equally commendable. Wang Duo interjected. His instantaneous prediction to dodge Shishi's Q-flash was crucial had he not evaded it. Shishi would have undoubtedly knocked him back under the tower, and even with Ning Wang's assistance, his demise would have been unavoidable. Guan Zeyuan concurred, stating, Su Fang's predictive flash was indeed impressive. One cannot overlook the fact that evading such a Q-flash typically requires an anticipatory instinct rather than mere reflexes. As spectators, even we might not have foreseen Shishi's intentions, yet Su Fang, unaware of the Pig Sister's presence, managed to react. That is truly astonishing. One can only imagine the despair felt by SN witnessing such a miraculous evasion. If I were in their shoes, I would be infuriated. Such absurdity. Wang Duo chuckled, adding, Indeed. Were this not the World Championship stage, I might suspect he was using a script. However, despite the outcome of this skirmish, SN did not collapse as one might have anticipated. Ultimately, the result was a 2-4-1 trade, with SN's bottom duo exchanging Su Fang for a kill, not disastrous. Considering one of those kills was secured by Ning Wang's Zac, the bottom lane still maintained a slight advantage, transitioning from a 70-30 to a 60-40 scenario. With control over the lane intact, as long as they navigated the upcoming exchanges carefully. At this moment, SN's players were expressing their frustrations. Why chase after a flash? It was unnecessary, Shishi remarked, tinged with reproach. Huan Feng retorted, Wasn't it your Q-flash that got dodged? Shishi sighed, What could I have done? That Q-flash is evadable by no ordinary player. He is simply not normal. I cannot fathom how he anticipated my Q-flash. It's downright absurd. While Huan Feng acknowledged the validity of her statement, he remained unconvinced, feeling discontented that an otherwise straightforward engagement had spiraled out of control, leaving him with an uncomfortable sense of helplessness. I'm no lesser player than he is. We're all professionals here, he insisted. And the jungler, why must I assist in jungle control when I was already dominating my lane? It disrupts my rhythm. It's infuriating. Perhaps the frustrations from the last match were weighing heavily on him, necessitating an outlet for his grievances. SOFM and Shishi understood his mindset and chose not to prolong the argument. No need to rush. They only took one kill from our AD. And they're out of summoners. We can play it casually. I'll come down to assist you shortly, SOFM assured him. Shishi added, We still hold the advantage in lane. It's not a significant issue. We can take our time. With that, Huan Feng refrained from further complaints. Even with Su Fang enjoying a slight equipment edge, he continued to exert pressure through his superior range, showcasing the undeniable advantages of his champion. Su Fang ascended with the intent to exchange blows, but he immediately retreated, casting W to inflict deceleration. He adeptly utilized the slowing effect alongside his extended reach to draw out the exchange. In this sequence, he managed to land at least 3 hits on Su Fang, whereas Su Fang could merely retaliate with 1 AQE, leaving Su Fang at a distinct disadvantage in this trade. To be candid, had it not been for the persistent pressure from a female tank nearby, he harbored the confidence that he could leverage his reach and the slowing effect to eliminate Su Fang's Callista. From Su Fang's perspective, he could only perceive that the opposing Ashe was remarkably steadfast, to the point of being almost exaggeratedly so. Faced with this reality, he found himself at an impasse, compelled to focus on farming instead. Otherwise, if he continued this exchange, he would soon find himself bereft of health. Thus, the ensuing skirmish in the lower lane devolved into a mutual clearing of minion waves, each side pushing a wave, neither daring to exert excessive pressure, especially given the absence of flash. Before long, 3 minutes passed, and the game clock ticked to 5.5 minutes. During this time, Ning Wang attempted to lie in wait in the lower lane for an extended period, but ultimately found no opportunity and was forced to abandon his efforts, shifting his focus to the upper lane. A well-aimed arrow from Huanfeng inadvertently revealed Ning Wang's movements. Consequently, they decisively commenced pushing the lane. And due to the repelling effect of W, Su Fang found himself unable to counter, merely watching as Huanfeng completed the push and proceeded towards the river. It was evident that they aimed to seize this opportunity to secure the dragon. Su Fang, in his contemplative state, harbored no particular thoughts, recognizing that with the jungler positioned in the upper quadrant, any engagement would invariably result in a numerical disadvantage. An outright confrontation was simply untenable. His only recourse was to expedite the pushing of minion waves, striving to inflict losses upon the opposing duo in the bot lane. Given that the enemy had already advanced their minion wave, Su Fang understood that he would need to push 2 consecutive waves to gain ground. The initial wave was effortlessly managed before the tower, yet the subsequent wave posed a challenge, as it became ensnared before the enemy's turret. Should the opposing team secure the dragon expeditiously, there existed a perilous opportunity for them to ensnare him. Nonetheless, this wave had to be pushed. Failure to do so would result in a significant loss of minions. With no alternatives, Su Fang had to enlist Bao Lan's assistance, urging him to utilize his skills to aid in the wave push while remaining vigilant of the river's situation. Logically, the ice archer was not particularly swift at slaying dragons. Thus, the danger appeared minimal. In due course, the minion wave was efficiently cleared. Concurrently, the ice archer, Fang, revealed himself at the river's mouth. Yet the anticipated system notification of the dragon's demise had yet to materialize, possibly due to Su Fang's rapid push compelling a retreat for supplementary lane farming. However, Su Fang found it peculiar that, regardless of the circumstances, at least 2 individuals should return to assist in farming, yet the support, Alistar, was conspicuously absent. From the omniscient perspective of the commentators and audience, the unfolding events were crystal clear. SOFM, with a deft Q skill, vaulted over the wall from the dragon pit into Su Fang's red buff jungle, while the bull, Snake, executed a hextech flash to traverse the barrier as well. The duo stealthily maneuvered through Su Fang's red buff area, emboldened by the control exerted by the SN bot lane, and seized the opportunity to eliminate the true sight ward in the triangular brush, inching silently towards Su Fang's rear. Guan Zeyuan, witnessing the sequence, exclaimed, SNS strategy here is nothing short of brilliant, forsaking the dragon to ambush the IG bot lane duo devoid of flash. This position seems inescapable. The audience echoed sentiments of disbelief. It was a grave oversight to remain vulnerable in the bot lane, especially with knowledge of the jungler's positioning in the upper quadrant. The barrage of comments began to brim with derision, perhaps from fervent SN supporters or intentional provocateurs. This position is fatal. 1 death means 2. What a rhythm they've established. Neither of them has flash. Who dares to extend themselves to such a position? I certainly would never find myself here. A cacophony of disdainful remarks filled the air, yet Su Fang remained oblivious to the unfolding commentary. His thoughts were consumed by a singular inquiry. Why had the enemy Alistar not returned to lane? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him as he maneuvered his mouse toward the vicinity of his first turret. There, in plain sight, emerged Alistar alongside the Pig Sister, both departing from their red buff jungle, positioning themselves behind him and Bao Lan. The realization dawned upon him. The timing of the flash cooldown meant that evading Alistar's WQ combo was nigh impossible. The ensuing knockup, coupled with the stun from the E skill and the control from the Pig Sister SQE, rendered his demise all but certain. One cannot help but acknowledge the cunning exhibited by the opposing team, deliberately timing their assault to coincide with the cooldown of Su Fang's flash, feigning an engagement at the dragon to orchestrate a trap. It was a miscalculation on Su Fang's part, though it was evident that they were no ordinary team. Any squad capable of reaching the World Championship possessed inherent prowess, making the encounter all the more exhilarating. At that moment, Rookie's voice reverberated. Should I teleport down to assist? I can T now. Su Fang immediately interrupted, saying, No, T cannot be done. In such a scenario, even if Rookie were to teleport down, he would have already been controlled to the point of demise, resulting in the fallen Rookie being rendered useless as well. Furthermore, if Rookie teleports, the opposing mid laner would similarly follow suit. Thus, there is utterly no necessity for such action. Observing the urgency of the situation, Bao Lan directly approached the opposing Alistar and Rek'Sai. I will assist you in confronting Alistar. You see if you can make your escape. No, follow me this way. Su Fang directly rejected his proposal, turning on his heel and striding towards the tower opposite. Having already pushed the minion wave into the tower, their adversaries' defenses would not engage them. With the enemy blocking their retreat, they boldly ventured into the most perilous area. However, Bao Lan's reaction was noticeably delayed. By the time he regained his senses, he had already been struck by Fang's frost. Resolutely, he chose not to flee, opting instead to intercept the opposing duo and jungler, preventing them from pursuing Su Fang. He endeavored to stall the enemy's trio as long as possible, allowing Su Fang to slip into the opponent's jungle. By the time the adversaries dealt with Bao Lan's tank, Su Fang had reached the outer wall near the high ground of the enemy's blue jungle, initiating his recall. At this moment, the commentator Guan Zeyuan observed the scene and exclaimed, "Could it be that he truly escaped just like that?" Angel was approaching, searching for Su Fang's whereabouts, yet the jungle lacked vision, leaving him unaware of Su Fang's position. He finally made his way toward his own high ground wall. But it was too late. Su Fang was already on his way home. At the very last second, Angel spotted Su Fang recalling at the wall. But the distance was insurmountable. He could not interrupt it and could only watch helplessly as Su Fang returned safely. What? He escaped so effortlessly? Guan Zeyuan blinked in disbelief, feeling as though the previous perilous situation and the current scene belonged to entirely different realms. It had been so treacherous just moments ago. How could it now seem so effortless? Meanwhile, the comments had undergone a complete reversal. Those who had previously predicted doom had vanished without a trace. Where are those who said he was certain to die? Should I assist you in chopping him down, or will you do it yourself? Laughter ensued as SN maneuvered behind, only for Su Fang to sprint directly toward their base. At that moment, Su Fang successfully completed his recall, returning safely to the fountain. It must be said that he experienced a brief surge of emotions, but he quickly found clarity. In the end, the outcome was entirely acceptable. Only Baolan had fallen. Moreover, he had delayed the enemy's progress toward the dragon, while Ning Wang and the Shai had executed Aubin's Kled under the tower. And Angel had lost minions in his pursuit of Su Fang's recall position. Thus, it could be said that not only had they not suffered losses, but they had even gained slightly. Regrettably, I failed to notice it in time. Otherwise, I might not have perished, Baolan lamented at that moment. Su Fang remarked, "It's hard to say. Without your interference, I may not have been able to escape." Baolan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Once back in the game, the opposing duo in the bottom lane had only just returned to their base after a lengthy engagement with the dragon and pushing lanes, wasting considerable time. Thus, upon entering the game again, Su Fang fervently pushed the wave toward the tower, causing the enemy to suffer minor losses in their frontline minions. With Ning Wang positioned in the upper half of the map, the dragon was naturally conceded to the opposition, but this bore little consequence. After all, it was a rapid push strategy, and for Su Fang, the dragon held no significance. The fourth dragon might enhance certain aspects, but its impact on the game's progression was far too reliant on late-game scenarios. Su Fang's strategy in this match was to expedite the push, rendering the dragon inconsequential. Before long, the enemy Huan Feng returned to the game, and buoyed by Baolan's successful takedown, he finally caught up in development with Su Fang, which bolstered his confidence. He approached Su Fang, utilizing his extended attack range to land a couple of hits, while Su Fang was unable to retaliate. The advantage of reach and slow effects during this landing phase rendered Su Fang powerless. He could only farm slowly in the bottom lane while awaiting an opportunity. With no resources available in the jungle, the two sides remained locked in a stalemate for nearly 2 minutes. At the 7.5-minute mark, Huan Feng, capitalizing on his range, managed to reduce Baolan's health to half, with Su Fang also losing nearly a third of his health. As the Rift Herald was about to spawn, Su Fang planned to push the lane forcefully before returning home to replenish supplies and regroup for a team fight around the Herald. However, the opposing duo in the bottom lane seemed disinclined to retreat, continuing their pressure. Observing this situation, Ning Wang suggested, "Shall I make a move on the bottom lane?" Baolan responded, "They both have flash available. It's not too safe. You should head to the Herald. After all, the enemy duo has no intention of leaving." Ning Wang concurred. Just as he turned to head toward the upper half of the map, another arrow from Ash Sword passed, and under the vigilant gaze of Hawk's Eye, Ning Wang's position was once again unmistakably revealed to the enemy. This revelation prompted a change in his strategy. Damn it, this player really enjoys pinpointing my location. It's infuriating. I want to head to the upper lane this time. I'll gamble that their jungler will shy away from contesting the Herald. They're at a disadvantage in both the top and mid lanes and wouldn't dare engage there. If I were their jungler, I would attempt to ambush the bottom lane, thinking I was heading to the Herald, but I shall do the opposite and come down to the bottom lane instead. With that, he planned to traverse the river, sneak into the enemy jungle, and leap from their blue buff to the bottom lane. Coincidentally, he encountered the enemy Sejuani, who was busy farming the blue buff. The two immediately engaged in combat. The commotion in the jungle captured everyone's attention, prompting Huan Feng and Shi, who were in the bottom lane, to rush over. Su Fang and Baolan swiftly approached from the riverbank. They have moved to the bottom lane. Ning Wang, remember to position yourself. We are advancing, Su Fang reminded as they proceeded. Understood, Ning Wang replied. Meanwhile, the commentators and audience were drawn to the skirmish in the jungle. having grown weary of the prolonged and tedious landing phase that left them somewhat dazed. As the jungle fight erupted, Guan Zeyuan immediately began his commentary. Ning Wang was engaged in a tussle with Sophom's Gragas in the jungle. Both were quite resilient, making it difficult to determine a clear victor at that moment. However, the mid and bottom lanes were also converging, putting Ning Wang in a precarious position. Fang and Shishi had reached the corner of the blue buff area. Were they attempting to deal with Su Fang and Bao Lan, who were trailing behind? While contemplating their intentions, the director cut to a small screen showing Abin's cane teleporting to the bottom lane minion wave. Clearly, he aimed to ambush Su Fang and Bao Lan from both sides. Wang Duo quickly interjected. Abin has TP'd directly to the bottom lane minion wave, blocking the river entrance, and combined with Huan Feng and Shishi in front, Su Fang and Bao Lan are effectively encircled. SN's reaction is astonishing. Their target is not the isolated Zack in the jungle, but rather the IG bottom duo coming to assist. Is this the strategy of encircling the point to attack reinforcements? Su Fang and Bao Lan seemed oblivious to the ambush, continuing toward the jungle, making it increasingly difficult for them to escape the encirclement. As they conversed, the scene revealed Huan Feng's Ash and Shishi's Alistar positioned in the jungle's vision blind spot leading to the blue buff area, suddenly unleashing their ultimate toward the river. The magical crystal arrow emerged from behind the wall, utilizing the terrain's concealment, which caught Su Fang off guard, forcing him to use his cleanse. Once the cleanse was activated, Su Fang noticed the cane landing behind him, caught between foes. The oncoming Ash and Alistar advanced, creating a pincer movement. In such a position, escape would require running towards the cane's face and flashing to evade his damage. However, if the Ash followed up with a slow, it would be exceedingly difficult to create a safe distance. With escape seemingly futile, the only option was to fight. Fight to carve out a path to survival. Su Fang urged. Bao Lan, you help me contain the opposing bottom duo. Su Fang swiftly directed in the team voice chat. In truth, Bao Lan had already begun moving in that direction without needing prompting. Su Fang immediately turned around, preparing to head towards the location of the Sword Demon. Once he dealt with the Sword Demon, the rest would become far more manageable. At that moment, the opposing support, Alistar, charged directly towards Bao Lan's Leona. Suddenly, with a flash, he appeared right in front of Su Fang, followed by a seismic rupture that sent Su Fang's Callista into the air. Was that a WQ flash? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Su Fang's eyes. It must be said, this maneuver truly caught him off guard. As he was sent flying, Abin's Blade Demon immediately initiated a devastating charge, launching a QE combo that propelled Su Fang into the air once more, accompanied by a substantial critical damage hit. Subsequently, the chain of infernal flames ensnared him. This series of continuous control effects caused Su Fang's health to plummet by a third in an instant. Fortunately, the Azure Guardian intervened, binding the Frost Blade and preventing him from being completely incapacitated. As soon as the airborne effect concluded, Su Fang swiftly activated his Q skill and moved his mouse to furiously click the right button on the Blade Demon's visage. With a desperate reliance on his passive ability, he leaped toward the Blade Demon. Meanwhile, the Blade Demon unleashed the second part of his Q skill. Luckily, Su Fang reacted promptly, managing to evade the blade's edge by leaping into close proximity of the Blade Demon. Yet, even without being struck by the critical blow, the damage inflicted by the Blade Demon was still excruciating, and being in such close quarters allowed the Blade Demon to unleash basic attacks with devastating effect. Coupled with a lethal thrust of energy, Su Fang's health swiftly dipped below half. It was imperative that he create some distance immediately. Su Fang swiftly pressed the A key and clicked the left and right mouse buttons in rapid succession. He was acutely aware that the range of the malevolent flame chain had yet to be evaded, and behind him, a bull-headed foe, empowered by his E-skill, was in relentless pursuit. He had no choice but to leap behind the Sword Demon. Fortunately, equipped with skate shoes, he was able to execute consecutive jumps. After 2 quick leaps, Su Fang adeptly maneuvered behind the Sword Demon, barely escaping the reach of its attack range. Even if he unleashed the third segment of his Q skill, he would only suffer a glancing blow from the outer edge, rendering it negligible. At last, he could engage in his offensive with peace of mind. As he continued to jump and strike, even the Sword Demon, activated by his ultimate ability, was unable to catch up with Su Fang, who seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks. Realizing he could not close the distance, Abin was left with no choice but to release the third segment of his Q skill. Su Fang observed the Sword Demon's raised hand and discerned that he intended to unleash the third segment of his Q ability. However, It was evident that such distance rendered it impossible for him to land a hit. Once the sword demon concluded this cue, Su Fang would be free to pursue him and unleash his own assault without any pressure. Yet, was Aben truly so foolish? Su Fang instantly sensed something amiss and decisively leapt to the side. Yet, experience told him that such a jump would be far too late. Thus, he resolutely pressed his index finger on the flash ability. In an instant, two flashes appeared simultaneously. Aben's sword demon stood precisely where Su Fang had been moments before, its great sword crashing down onto the ground with tremendous force. That was perilously close. Observing the scar left by the sword's edge on the ground filled Su Fang with trepidation. Had his reaction been even a fraction slower, he would have met his demise. The three-stage sword strike that followed, combined with a basic attack, would have left him severely injured, if not dead, making it exceedingly difficult to create distance thereafter. However, having evaded the attack, the outcome was now altogether different. At this moment, the tides of battle had shifted, the balance of offense and defense had transformed. It was now his turn. After narrowly escaping the lethal sword strike, Su Fang immediately leapt back into the fray. The sword demon, now devoid of any skills, was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Aben, astonished that his three-stage cue had been evaded, appeared utterly unprepared for such a turn of events, and hurriedly retreated. The imposing bull-headed serpent rushed forward, seeking to shield Aben from Su Fang's advance. Yet, Su Fang paid him no heed, employing his passive ability to leap while attacking, effortlessly vaulting over the bull-headed serpent in pursuit of the sword demon. Before long, the sword demon was riddled with spears, a sight both terrifying and mesmerizing. Just then, the voice of Baolon echoed through the air. Without needing to be told, Su Fang had already noticed the approaching Ice Maiden, an onslaught of arrows raining down, leaving him no avenue of escape. Subsequently, the illusory blade surged forward to initiate its assault. In response, Su Fang swiftly aimed a basic attack at the Ice Maiden, then decisively drew his spear. With a tearing sound, the already weakened sword demon's health evaporated, finally eliminating one foe. However, the demise of the sword demon did little to alleviate Su Fang's precarious situation. Before him stood a near-fully healed Ice Maiden, while behind him loomed a bull-headed serpent, soon to cool down from its double strike. Su Fang found himself caught between the two. Although Baolon was nearby, his skills were on cooldown, rendering him powerless to assist. Guan Zeyuan, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim, Su Fang has truly given his all. This maneuvering, this flash to evade the sword demon's three-stage cue was impressive, yet no matter how skillfully he plays, he cannot escape the raw damage. With less than a third of his health remaining, lacking flash and purification, his options are severely limited. Having said this, he prepared to commentate on the unfolding situation elsewhere. Yet, Su Fang on the field had not given in. Upon glancing around, it was evident that he faced a dire predicament. However, one must remember that he was positioned in the river, in the lower lane's river. What did this signify? Su Fang gazed at the wall beside him, a plan already forming in his mind. He swiftly moved closer to the wall, followed closely by the relentless Frost Blade and the Minotaur of Snake. At this rate, he feared that before he could reach the wall, his health would be depleted by the relentless assaults of Frost Blade. Thus, he resolutely activated his ultimate skill, summoning the distant blue-hued female tank directly to his side. Collision with Frostblade. Su Fang shouted. Baolon was fully aware of the situation and immediately charged towards the position of the Iceborne. As the Pokeball was hurled, the pursuing Phantom Blade was forcefully knocked away, while Baolon landed and once more immobilized him with her Q skill. Additionally, Phantom Blade had already used his cleanse during the earlier skirmish with Baolon, leaving him unable to escape. This series of actions afforded Su Fang a significant amount of time. Seizing the moment, Su Fang hurriedly made his way towards the wall. However, having previously drawn the sword demon too far towards the bottom lane, he found himself unable to reach the wall in time. The Iceborne's control was lifted once more, and he decisively pursued. Another barrage of arrows rained down, slowing Su Fang once again. With less than 300 yards remaining to the wall, he had no choice but to endure the Iceborne's damage and continue forward. Enduring the pain and the slow, with less than 200 health remaining, he finally approached the wall. This wall was the thin barrier near the Red Side's jungle, and its slenderness meant that even without flash, Su Fang could utilize the unique passive of his mobility boots to leap over it. This was precisely his intention. As Su Fang neared the wall, Phantom Blade seemed to realize something. He quickly exclaimed, "Don't let him get an auto attack." He maintained his distance from Su Fang to prevent him from executing a jump. However, He was mistaken. Su Fang did not require a unit to leap, for he had been holding on to his Q skill, waiting for this very moment. He threw his spear towards Phantom Blade and swiftly dragged his cursor back to the other side of the wall, pressing the right mouse button. The passive leap was triggered, and he elegantly vaulted over the wall. Observing this scene, commentator Guan Zeyuan could not help but feel a twinge of unease. He had just declared Su Fang's certain demise, and now it seemed he might just survive. Su Fang had indeed leaped over the wall. Could it be that he would truly escape? Phantom Blade, witnessing Su Fang's crossing, did not exhibit any panic but instead smirked, thinking, I still have flash. What significance does your leap hold? He was determined to use his flash without hesitation, promptly following Su Fang over the wall. Upon crossing, he beheld Su Fang's Callista, who was now below 200 health, standing at the wall's edge. His smile widened as he confidently pressed A and left click, ready to simply finish off the Callista before him. In his arrogance, he seemed oblivious to one crucial detail. Why was Su Fang still positioned at the wall's edge post-leap? The next moment, Su Fang effortlessly pressed A and left-click toward him, then right-clicked towards the river beyond the wall. Utilizing the passive auto-attack leap effect, he once again vaulted over the wall and landed in the river. Huh? Phantom Blade was momentarily dumbfounded. The situation caused a brief mental freeze, followed by a flush of embarrassment. Had he just become a fool? On such a grand stage as the World Championship, countless viewers had witnessed his blunder, and he could only imagine the ridicule flooding the chat. Regaining his senses, he immediately turned to navigate around the corner, consumed with the desire to eliminate Su Fang. However, in the next instant, a giant Gnar bounced out from his jungle. Over the team voice chat, his teammates cried out in alarm, "Run, run, run. The jungle is swarming with enemies." Before he could react, another low-health Zac swooped in from an unknown direction, with no time to execute any countermeasures. The two formidable foes unleashed a combination of attacks. Gnar landed with a W to stun, followed by a series of auto-attacks and a Q, while Zac pressed in close, unleashing his elastic punches. The Iceborne, a classic marksman, found himself utterly defenseless against such overwhelming force, especially after having just used his flash. He had no means of escape and was ruthlessly obliterated. Watching his screen turn black and white, Phantom Blade instinctively dragged his mouse towards the other side of the jungle, only to find the corpses of Gragas and Syndra sprawled on the ground. Switching to the other side of the river, he observed the head of the snake, Alistar, pursuing a Callista with less than 20 health. However, the distance was clearly increasing. It was evident that Alistar had already executed a WQ combo, but the damage had fallen short, leaving him to be toyed with by the mobility boots. In less than 10 seconds, the snake's Alistar was also taken down by the combined efforts of IG, leading to an ACE. As the announcement of the team wipe echoed, Phantom Blade struggled to accept the reality. A 5-4-0 exchange? What in the world was happening? Both the commentators and the audience were left in utter shock. On the World Championship stage, at the 8-minute mark, a team wipe had occurred, and it was a devastating 0-4-5 at that. Guan Zeyuan remarked, "To be honest, this is a bit extreme. Is this truly how IG conducts their team fights? Is this the level of individual skill IG possesses?" Wang Duo interjected. The key moment was when IG's bottom duo faced a 2v3. Once again, it was Su Fang stepping up, managing to kill Aben's sword demon even while being ambushed, and showcasing a dazzling maneuver against Phantom Blade using the river's wall. How's it him again? One could not help but marvel at Su Fang's recent form, consistently delivering standout performances, to the point where his highlights in just a few matches nearly rivaled the entire career highlights of many players. Hearing Wang Duo's overtly candid and envy-inducing remarks, Guan Zeyuan hurriedly interjected, "Ahem, Su Fang's performance in this instance is indeed commendable. The replay is now available. Let us take a moment to review Su Fang's brilliant execution once more." Soon, another round of replays concluded, leaving everyone once again astonished by Su Fang's skills. Guan Zeyuan could not help but exclaim, 0-4-5. After that exchange, SN found themselves under immense pressure. The economic gap had widened to nearly 3,000 gold. The only silver lining was that it was still only the 8th minute, and the landing phase was not yet over. If they played cautiously, there remained a chance to reverse the situation. It all hinged on SN's subsequent performance. Performance? Within SN's team voice chat, arguments had already erupted. Phantom Blade was the first to speak. "Isn't this a fight in our jungle? How is it that we lost 5 while they lost none? Indeed, what should we do?" Angel retorted, "We were in a 2v3, yet you were in a 3v2. How did you lose?" They fell silent, with Phantom Blade initiating the inquiry. He found himself at a loss for words, opening his mouth but producing no sound. Fortunately, at that moment, Aubin stepped in to provide a makeshift explanation. It's not his fault. Perhaps it's my oversight, or maybe it's due to the strength of their AD. Their AD is indeed formidable. He anticipated my Q3 flash and dodged my Q flash, otherwise, I could have taken him down. And when Phantom Blade attempted to kill him later, he was just a sliver of health away. There was truly nothing we could do. After a brief pause, Aubin added, perhaps the skill is lacking. In the previous round, he had blamed the bottom lane for their inability to compete, but after the recent exchange, he seemed to have developed an understanding of the situation. He now regarded the struggles of the bottom lane as somewhat justifiable. Lacking skill? Fang listened to those words, finding them rather jarring. He did not endorse such a notion. Who truly lacked skill? Regardless, he felt he had performed adequately in that exchange, dealing the necessary damage without faltering. Meanwhile, Esoph and Angel shared Aubin's sentiments. For 2 consecutive games, the bottom lane had been problematic, leading to a gradual widening of the gap across other lanes, ultimately resulting in a collapse of their position. It was evident that the skill levels of the 2 bottom lanes were not comparable. However, as teammates, they found it difficult to address the issue directly. Since Fang was unwilling to acknowledge his shortcomings, they could only hint delicately at the matter. Angel sighed and suggested, why not stabilize the bottom lane and avoid skirmishes? I believe we can excel in team fights, especially with Ashe on our side. Callista struggles to shine in such scenarios. The implication was unmistakable. Since the bottom lane was struggling, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary risks and wait for team engagements. Fang frowned instinctively, retorting, to be fair. While I acknowledge I have some issues, they are not so grave, are they? Besides, wasn't it you who set the pace during the early game? The jungler initiated a rhythm for me, and wasn't it the jungler who got caught by the enemy Zac, forcing us to respond? What is wrong with me commenting on that? As he spoke, he seemed to find a reasonable point of contention, his confidence visibly growing. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that if the jungler had not dictated the pace, he could have maintained a normal lane presence. After several unfavorable exchanges, it was understandable for him to feel frustrated, especially with Callista securing kills. At that moment, Aubin suggested, perhaps Esoph should focus on the upper jungle, allowing him to handle the bottom lane alone. He can manage it. Esoph readily agreed, having experienced nothing but trouble in the bottom lane, developing a psychological aversion to it. Fang concurred with this decision. To him, it was evident that the jungler had been influencing his gameplay, as he could not fathom being at a disadvantage otherwise. His champion was particularly adept at countering Rumble. Rumble's mechanics relied on movement speed to enhance his passive jump distance, but when slowed, his mobility became significantly hindered, affecting his subsequent attacks. This meant that a reduction in movement speed would also diminish his attack speed, unless he remained stationary, which would forfeit his unique advantages. In the late game, even standing still and trading blows with Rumble would not instill fear in him, especially with his superior range allowing for kiting. Stay out of the bottom lane. Let me handle him, he thought. Esoph had no objections, and upon respawning, he hastened to the upper jungle. The support, Thresh, followed suit, their objective being to explore opportunities to disrupt the Rift Herald, as they were at a disadvantage and needed to slow the game's tempo. Upon respawning, Fang assisted by launching a sweeping arrow to illuminate the area. He noticed Ning was attempting to take down the Rift Herald, accompanied by a support Leona. The vision revealed no sign of Callista, indicating that Sue's Callista had not gone to assist with the Herald. At this moment, Fang contemplated whether to provide support for the Rift Herald. After all, joining would turn the encounter into a 5v4, significantly increasing their chances of victory. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. Why should he? As an ADC, his priority should be to secure his own growth first. It was far more advantageous to remain comfortably in the bottom lane, farming minions. Thus, he decided to head back down. Noting that his Blade of the Ruined King was still short on gold, and the lane was reset, allowing him to afford a moment's delay before venturing out. After purchasing his items and making his way to the bottom lane's second turret, he found himself puzzled. Why hadn't Tsu's Callista yet appeared? Logically, after waiting for gold, the opposing ADC should have been back online by now. Could it be? Had she gone to assist with the Rift Herald? Contemplating this made him realize it was a possibility, so he once again cast his E ability toward the Herald's location for vision. However, as the arrow flew, there was still no sign of Callista. He found it hard to comprehend. Could she be waiting for gold like he had? This seemed plausible, considering he had secured 2 kills recently, possibly enhancing his itemization. But there was another possibility. Perhaps she was already lurking, preparing to ambush him. With this in mind, Fang sharpened his focus, keeping a close watch on the bottom lane. With his ultimate ability, he felt secure against potential ambushes. Upon entering the lane, he could easily ascertain whether anyone was hiding in the brush. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. He was half right. Su was indeed lying in wait, but not in the brush on the lane. From a spectator's perspective, it was clear that Su was positioned in the brush between SN's bottom tower and the blue buff jungle. The next moment, Fang revealed himself. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Fang decisively took action, emerging from the thicket and initiating an attack with a basic strike, affixing the slow effect of the small curved blade. He then relentlessly pursued with a flurry of basic attacks. At that moment, Huan Feng, still focused on the minions in the bottom lane, noticed the screen flashing red and immediately hit the spacebar to return his view. Damn, lurking here is truly disgusting. Though he cursed, he knew he had to flee. While it is true that Ash counters Riven, this is only valid under the condition of maintaining distance. Once they are face to face, in terms of sustained damage and burst, Ash, at this point, has little to compare to the early game Riven. Her advantages had evaporated entirely. Realizing the urgency, Huan Feng swiftly applied the slow effect from the small curved blade on his Su Fang, followed by unleashing his W skill, a barrage of arrows. And then he dashed towards the tower without looking back. However, Su Fang was relentless, refusing to let him escape. The initial proximity made it impossible to create distance, even with the slow effect activated. Especially with the triggering of lethal tempo, the burst attack speed surged, making the chase even more fervent. Fortunately, they were near the first turret. After just a couple of steps, Su Fang reached the safety of his turret. Although he had lost half his health, the tower provided him with a semblance of security. Yet, Su Fang disregarded this, boldly charging under the turret. Is this guy insane? Huan Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Then, turning back, he began attacking. Now that he was under the tower, he had no reason not to retaliate. With the tower at his back, what did he have to fear? Worst case, they both die. Who would be afraid? After all, this wave reset the lane, and dying would be inconsequential. Even advantageous in securing a kill. After all, Su Fang had a bounty on his head, and trading a normal kill for a bounty would always be a profit. The commentators and audience were baffled by the scene. Was Su Fang really intending to trade kills? It seemed unnecessary. Guan Zeyuan remarked, "Isn't this a bit too reckless?" However, Su Fang had never considered the notion of trading kills. His mind raced with calculations of damage and health, while his hands moved deftly, attacking and jumping simultaneously. He monitored the turret's attacks as well. Soon, Huan Feng's health dipped to nearly a third, while another shot from the turret struck Su Fang's Callista, leaving him with less than 300 health, indeed, slightly lower than Huan Feng's remaining health. Given the situation, it appeared that the next turret shot would spell his doom. Huan Feng couldn't help but chuckle, muttering, "Good, good, good." In the next moment, Su Fang ceased his assault and turned to flee, causing Huan Feng to panic and pursue. He fired a basic attack to apply the slow effect, and satisfied with his calculations, he thought it impossible for Su Fang to escape the turret's range. Even if he had a dash, it likely wouldn't suffice. Yet Su Fang remained unfazed. Just as the turret charged for another shot, Su Fang suddenly pivoted, launching a basic attack at the approaching Huan Feng. In that instant, he dragged his mouse backward and clicked the right button. But that wasn't all. With astonishing speed, he quickly redirected his mouse back to Huan Feng's Ash and unleashed AQ skill, throwing a spear. Then, he swiftly maneuvered his mouse behind him, executing a simultaneous E and right click. Su Fang's Callista seemed to rebound from the spear's recoil, performing a consecutive jump, and despite the slow effect, he managed to leap out of the turret's range. This was Callista's AQ double jump, a feat even the most skilled players might struggle to execute consistently due to its demanding timing. For Su Fang, however, it was a trivial task. Upon witnessing Su Fang's sudden double jump out from under the turret, Huan Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils dilating. What the hell? Is that even possible? Before he could continue his lament, the multitude of spears affixed to him detonated, causing his health to plummet to below 150. Nevertheless, he survived, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet in the next instant, another explosion of damage erupted, depleting his already meager health to zero. And the screen faded to monochrome. Huan Feng had perished. All onlookers felt the scene was both effortless and ordinary. Su Fang's audacity was astounding. At this moment, He had brazenly charged into SN's turret range to eliminate Huan Feng without suffering any harm himself. Guan Zeyuan remarked, "Indeed, Su Fang's playstyle is ruthlessly aggressive. Once he gains an advantage, he offers no respite, pursuing even under the turret." In contrast to Huan Feng, well, it seemed he had fallen rather easily. Wang Duoduo chimed in, "Yes, but he truly had no countermeasure. Ash's inherent advantage against Riven lies in her ability to kite with her range. Once Riven closes in, Ash's advantages vanish. It can only be said that Su Fang's position was rather peculiar. How could an AD venture alone into such a position? Especially when the rest of SN had not revealed their presence. If Snake's Alistar had accompanied Huan Feng, Su Fang's boldness would have been in vain. Guan Zeyuan pondered this point, suggesting, could it be that in professional play, supports typically instinctively drift towards other lanes upon departure, regardless of opportunity? This has become a habitual behavior. It could be that Su Fang was betting on this possibility. This reasoning was sound and quite plausible. However, most viewers were still left in a daze, perceiving the event as straightforward. Su Fang executed a remarkable solo kill, appearing rather impressive in doing so. After discussing the recent events, Guan Zeyuan shifted to analyze from Huan Feng's perspective, stating, with Huan Feng's death, the dynamics of the bottom lane have drastically shifted. What was once an advantageous lane for SN has now devolved into a state of equilibrium, even disadvantageous. It was too careless. A lane that should have been easily managed has turned into this? Guan Zeyuan shook his head, asserting from a god's eye view that SN's bottom lane should have capitalized on their advantage without faltering. Huan Feng, it seems his form is lacking. He must quickly regain his best rookie AD level. He now feels a sense of frustration at his own lack of progress. It is worth noting that in the LPL arena this year, Huan Feng's performance has indeed been commendable. As a promising AD player, it is truly regrettable to witness him falter on the grand stage of the World Championship. Meanwhile, Huan Feng finds himself staring blankly at his monochrome screen, grappling with his inability to accept the situation. Just a little more, merely a fraction, he laments. It is always just a little short. Why does this continually happen? He had only just revived, and now he has fallen once more, having barely had the chance to secure a single minion. This consecutive demise has severely impacted both his rhythm and mental state. The hard-earned composure he had managed to cultivate has dissipated in an instant, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. He struggles to suppress the urge to curse vocally. With this latest death, the prospect of normal lane control against Su Fang's Callista has become nearly impossible. What was once an advantageous matchup has devolved to a point where even a balanced fight feels unattainable. The more it unfolds this way, the more his irritation escalates, and the burdens of frustration accumulate, ultimately culminating in a single exclamation, "Damn." This outburst startled the members of SN who were present in the upper quadrant. Angel noticed the situation in the bot lane and questioned, "What is happening? Didn't you say you could handle it alone? How did you get soloed?" Huan Feng chose to ignore him, focusing instead on deep breaths. He refuses to accept defeat. Regardless of the challenges, he must regain his composure and think clearly. After nearly 10 seconds of deep breathing, his emotions began to settle, and his mind was no longer a chaotic mess. He pressed the tab key to review the battle interface, carefully assessing the current state of play. He then resolved to remain silent, adopting the most serious demeanor possible. He believed he could still fight. Ashe, in this version, is formidable not only due to her superior landing capabilities, but also because she possesses the unique ability to initiate team fights that other AD champions lack. If he plays patiently, utilizing his ultimate to find opportunities, he can certainly turn the tide. Even if the opposing Callista is cleansed, it matters not. If one arrow does not suffice, then two will. After all, the cooldown of his ultimate is certainly shorter than her cleanse, and there will always be chances to seize. No one is infallible and free from mistakes. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Rift Herald, a single Gnar found himself scaling the wall above the Baron Pit, situated in SN's red buff jungle. The Shy, upon seeing the opposing Poppy and Alistar approaching, charged forward with a singular intent, aggression. Since Ning was currently securing the Rift Herald, he took control of the lane and swiftly moved in to act as a bodyguard. This bold maneuver evidently startled SOFM and Shi, both of whom presumed that the Shy was not alone and began to retreat. However, after a short distance, they realized the Shy was indeed alone. Without hesitation, they opted to strike back. Simultaneously, Angel from the mid lane also made his way over. They could forego the Rift Herald if they could secure a kill for their development. Soon, the two engaged in combat. In stark contrast to the chaos in the upper quadrant, Su Fang remained rather relaxed in the bot lane. After dispatching Huanfeng's Ashe, he leapt over the river wall once more, advancing with the minion wave towards the tower, comfortably snatching the plating. With everyone on the opposing team fully aware of his presence, Su Fang felt no pressure whatsoever. After claiming 2 layers of plating, he chose to recall and replenish his supplies. Meanwhile, the skirmish in the upper quadrant had concluded with a decisive outcome. As Su Fang shifted his perspective, he witnessed the Shy forcibly taking down the enemy support Alistar amidst the fray, only to be subsequently eliminated by the incoming Syndra. Despite their intentions to assist, Baolon and Rookie found themselves unable to intervene effectively and were forced to sacrifice themselves. Fortunately, Ning managed to secure the Rift Herald with relative ease, achieving a favorable exchange of 1-for-1 while still obtaining the Rift Herald, a clear victory. After acquiring the Herald, Ning promptly inquired of Su Fang, "Brother Fang, what do you say? Shall I assist in liberating the bot lane?" Su Fang contemplated for a moment and deemed it a viable strategy. After all, if a swift push was the objective, departing from the bottom lane sooner would indeed be the most prudent choice. Furthermore, having just pushed nearly 3 tiers of tower health, the Rift Herald was poised to make a significant impact. Upon reaching the lane, Su Fang refrained from immediately pushing the wave, opting instead for a gradual advance. To effectively push, it was preferable to amass a larger minion wave, akin to a tower dive. A scant minion wave would hinder their ability to execute their plans. During this interval, both supports returned to the bottom lane, ensuring the ADC's continued development following the conclusion of the Rift Herald skirmish. After approximately 30 seconds, as the cannon minion wave emerged, the moment to launch an offensive had finally arrived. Ningguang swiftly made his way towards the bottom lane. Su Fang commenced a rapid advance of the minion wave, intermittently leaping forward to apply pressure, striving to prevent the opposing team from stalling the minion wave at their tower. Baolon boldly surged ahead, relentlessly intensifying the pressure. Meanwhile, the adversary appeared devoid of any intention to resist, allowing the minion wave to encroach upon their tower unimpeded. As the minion wave approached, Su Fang signaled to Baolon, preparing for action. His ambitions extended beyond merely demolishing the bottom tower. As long as the Rift Herald could be preserved for a while longer, toppling the enemy's second bottom tower would be well within reach. Baolon, fully aware of the situation, advanced resolutely, ready to engage. However, in the next moment, Huanfeng abruptly turned and retreated, seemingly sensing impending danger, and swiftly distanced himself. The two fled far away, leaving no opportunity behind. One must commend his astuteness. Su Fang could not help but admire the situation, given the circumstances. The only course of action was to assault the tower directly. Ningguang ceased to hide in the shadows, boldly stepping forward to summon the Rift Herald. The mighty creature charged forth, crashing into the tower, reducing its health to a mere thread in an instant. Su Fang swiftly dispatched the first tower in the bottom lane with a mere 2 strikes. Following the Rift Herald, he advanced towards the second tower, only to find the opposing jungler, the Boar Maiden, guarding the area. With 3 adversaries present, further advancement proved arduous, compelling them to allow the Rift Herald to charge forward. After its collision, Su Fang, alongside Ningguang and Baolon, proceeded towards the dragon pit, where the dragon had just respawned, presenting an opportunity to secure it. Ultimately, the Rift Herald succeeded only in demolishing the bottom lane's first tower, falling significantly short of Su Fang's expectations, particularly as the game approached the 11-minute mark. With only 4 minutes remaining until the 15-minute threshold, the prospect of toppling the enemy's base appeared increasingly daunting. A strategy to accelerate their progress was urgently required. As Su Fang engaged in slaying the dragon, his mind was occupied with strategic calculations. The opposing team displayed no inclination to initiate a team fight, clearly adhering to a singular strategy to stall. They aimed to utilize this tactic to enhance their development and gradually seek opportunities to alter the course of the match. This approach, however, became somewhat vexing for Su Fang. He needed to devise a strategy to compel the opposition into a confrontation. When faced with an opponent that was both steady and evasive, how could he incite them to engage? Typically, there are 2 primary avenues to achieve this. One involves critical neutral resources that significantly impact the outcome of the game, such as the Baron or Dragon Soul. The other consists of irresistible kill opportunities. It was evident that the first option did not align with Su Fang's objectives. By the time the Baron respawned, it would be 20 minutes in, rendering any effort moot. Thus, the second option remained. This alternative was relatively straightforward. It merely required presenting the enemy with an alluring temptation they could not refuse. For instance, perhaps a lost AD carry? The more disadvantaged a team feels, the more urgently they seek to recover, which could be exploited to provoke engagement, especially now that the landing phase had concluded and transitions to other lanes could spark small skirmishes. Following this logic, it was simple: feign a vulnerability and offer opportunities to the opponent. Though this tactic bore considerable risk, the potential rewards could be substantial. After finishing off the dragon, Su Fang promptly returned to base to replenish supplies before transitioning lanes. Rookie's Jace moved to the bottom lane, while Su Fang and Baolan positioned themselves in the mid lane. SN also executed a lane swap, having Huanfeng and Shishi match up against them. Allowing Angel to face Su Fang would likely result in the mid tower being demolished in under 2 minutes, an outcome they wished to avoid. However, despite SN's lane adjustments, Angel did not move to the bottom lane but rather to the top lane to confront the Shy. The rationale was clear at this juncture. Syndra possessed greater power and was more likely to secure kills, allowing the already formidable Aatrox to defend the tower in the bottom lane, thereby granting Syndra an advantage in direct confrontations. Upon reaching the mid lane, Su Fang inevitably resumed his duel with Huanfeng. As was customary, he maintained a safe distance, waiting for the minion wave to pass before engaging. Given the brevity of the mid lane, Su Fang found it impossible to approach him this time. Realizing this, he opted not to squander time in the mid lane. After pushing the wave, he proceeded toward the upper river, intent on farming the enemy's upper jungle. The freshly respawned jungle resources were too tempting to ignore, and he might even leverage this opportunity to bait the enemy into a fight. As he arrived at the F6 position, he noticed the enemy support, Alistar, also approaching the jungle. Although they crossed paths, Alistar showed no signs of halting. Advancing deeper into the jungle, Su Fang initially believed that he was being targeted to disrupt his access to the jungle, but to his surprise, the opponent did not spare him a single glance. This left him feeling perplexed. Following the direction, he observed the Shy Snar relentlessly pursuing Sophmus Gragas at the location of the stone beetle, while repeatedly uttering, "Do not eat, do not eat." Upon witnessing this scene, Su Fang comprehended why the Alistar had ignored him. It was to hasten to another battlefield. Consequently, he swiftly communicated in the team voice chat, "Shy, fall back. The enemy Alistar is approaching. We are on our way, just hold on a little longer." Baolan echoed his sentiment. Before he could finish his words, Sophmus Gragas abruptly turned back, initiating with a QR combo that instantaneously pinned the Shy South Nar in place. Simultaneously, Angel Syndra emerged unexpectedly from the vision blind spot near the second tower, unleashing her skill damage with a Q followed by an R, raining down dark spheres upon the Shy Snar. In an instant, the Shy's health plummeted to below half. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. The multitude of dark spheres provided Syndra with an advantageous environment to push her attack further, executing another E skill to disperse the weakened foes, once again stunning the Shy, who had just escaped from control. Soon after, Alistar finally arrived, launching into a WQ combo. Under the relentless barrage of these chained controls, the Shy was rendered completely immobile, his health dwindling perilously low, with barely a sliver remaining. However, in contrast, his rage meter steadily approached its peak, merely a step away from overflowing. At this moment, Su Fang and Baolan finally arrived on the battlefield. Without hesitation, Baolan swiftly flashed over the wall from the red buff position to the location of the stone beetle. His ultimate ability, Radiant Burst, was unleashed, stunning both Sophmus Sijuani and Snake's Alistar simultaneously. He then followed up with his E skill, directing it upward. "Charge!" Baolan shouted as he surged forward. He hoped that the Shy would seize the opportunity to flash and create distance. However, the Shy had no intention of retreating. Instead, as soon as the control ended, he leaped directly into the midst of the SN team, fully charging his final surge of fury, and decisively executed his WR. As he transformed, a powerful palm strike instantly knocked 3 members of SN against the wall in the jungle. Upon witnessing this, Su Fang resolutely utilized his Q ability to ascend the wall, following it up with a barrage of damage. Although the Alistar activated his ultimate to dispel the control effects, the now defenseless bull-headed champion posed no threat to Su Fang. Su Fang merely needed to pursue and unleash his damage effortlessly. Whether it was Syndra or the piglet, they had become nothing more than living targets for Su Fang. With a pressure-free approach, he swiftly reduced Syndra's health to below half, and even Soph's piglet experienced a rapid decline of about a quarter of its health. However, thanks to the resilience of his boots, Soph quickly broke free from control, executing a W flash to chase down the weakened Shy and claim his life. At that moment, Angel's control had also ended, allowing him to flash over the wall and escape to the safety of their second turret in the upper lane. Given their disadvantage, securing a kill on Nar was sufficient for them, and there was no need to continue entangling with Su Fang. Moreover, they lacked the skills to engage in further combat, so they promptly dispersed. Angel sprinted towards the upper lane's second turret, leaving Su Fang unable to pursue him. Meanwhile, Esoph, desperate to eliminate the Shy, was compelled to use his flash to chase, putting himself squarely in Su Fang's sights. In contrast, pursuing the piglet seemed far more advantageous. Without a flash and burdened by his hefty stature, he was an easy target for the nimble Skarner. Sophom's piglet dashed toward the corridor beneath the upper lane's first turret, with Su Fang following closely behind, utilizing his passive to leap after him. Baolon trailed Su Fang, continuing the relentless chase. Simultaneously, Shi's Alistar, witnessing the unfolding situation, followed closely behind Baolon, preparing to strike. The scene was amusing. An array of champions in pursuit, a piglet leading the charge, followed by a Skarner, a Leona, and finally, SN support, Alistar. The commentators, Guan Zeyuan and Wang Duo, chuckled, noting the comical nature of the procession, as members of both teams lined up in pursuit of one another. Esop certainly did not wish for such a predicament. He was under relentless attack, with Su Fang's Skarner hot on his heels, making escape nearly impossible. As he took damage, Su Fang's equipment inflicted tremendous harm. Several basic attacks halved Sophom's health, and with no damage output of his own, it seemed inevitable that he would meet his demise if the chase continued. However, Guan Zeyuan offered a differing perspective, suggesting that Sophom's Q ability might have cooled down, and he could be waiting for his teammates to assist. Indeed, in the corner of the screen, a frost archer was seen making her way towards the frontline battlefield. Wang Duo, observing this development, analyzed the situation from Su Fang's standpoint, stating that should Huanfeng arrive, the tides could turn. Notably, Ningguang was currently in the lower lane, seeking to confront Abin's Aatrox alongside Rookie, meaning that in the upper half of the battlefield, only Su Fang and Baolon remained. If the situation dragged on, it would inevitably become a 2v4, and while Su Fang was well farmed, he lacked the Hurricane and AD capabilities to withstand a full-on assault from SN. Guan Zeyuan interjected, asserting that from SN's perspective, Esop could sacrifice himself, turning back to use his life to buy time for Su Fang, allowing his teammates to deal damage. His own death would be inconsequential. Securing economic advantages for the carry was paramount, with SN already facing a considerable disadvantage. Trading a life for a kill would yield significant benefits. All that remained was to see how SN would execute their strategy. The director astutely widened the view, enabling the audience to grasp the unfolding scene. With the perspective expanded, it was clear that Su Fang and Baolon found themselves enveloped within SN's encirclement, with Sophom's piglet in front, and Shi's Alistar and Angel S. Syndra closing in from behind, while Huanfeng's Frost Archer had also arrived on the battlefield. Ultimately, as Huanfeng positioned himself, Esoph, who had been fleeing, decisively turned to charge back. He adeptly timed his assault to intercept Su Fang's leap, rendering Su Fang unable to evade the impact. Simultaneously, Huanfeng seized this moment to unleash his ultimate ability, the Crystal Arrow, striking Su Fang's Skarner directly. Following this, he advanced to join forces with his teammates for a concentrated assault. At that moment, Shi's Alistar also approached, seemingly ready to engage. Observing Alistar's advance, Baolon hastily turned to shield Su Fang from the impending threat, inadvertently providing Shishi with the opportunity he sought. Without hesitation, Shishi charged toward Baolon. Su Fang gazed at the screen, his mind already racing with ideas as his fingers swiftly pressed the purification button, instantly liberating him from the controlling state. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a rapid flick of the mouse, his left index finger struck again. In an instant, he blinked. The scene shifted dramatically. Su Fang's skateboard shoes suddenly materialized beneath the wall, while a bull-headed creature stood where he had previously occupied, the ground crackling with effects that vividly illustrated the situation. Moments ago, the bull-headed creature had evidently intended to employ the same tactic again, seeking to utilize the blue-skinned female tank to execute a WQ flash. This maneuver is considered an advanced combination in the bull's repertoire, and during a previous skirmish in the river lane, it had caught Su Fang off guard. However, this time, Su Fang, relying on his unique ability to visualize range, accurately detected the creature's movements. In such chaotic battles, as long as the bull-headed creature was not exceptionally foolish, it would be unlikely to deploy critical skills against a support tank. Analyzing the situation led to an unmistakable conclusion. The bull was indeed targeting him. Thus, Su Fang reacted decisively, preemptively flashing to evade. Simultaneously, he harbored another intention to utilize his reach to stealthily chip away at the health of the ice mage, Fang. Positioned below him, he executed a flash towards the wall beneath him, landing directly in front of Fang. A twofold success. This spectacle instantly ignited a wave of excitement among the audience. The commentators, Guan Zeyuan and Wang Duo, instinctively widened their eyes, fixated on the skateboard shoes on screen, fearful of missing any pivotal moment. The most astonished were the members of SN on the field. Both Shishi and Fang simultaneously exclaimed in shock, "Damn." Fang quickly regained his composure and reacted, flashing towards the position of his teammates above the wall. This maneuver executed a clever two-level reversal, swapping positions with Su Fang. It was a notably astute choice, aiming to leverage his teammates' pressure to dissuade Su Fang, thereby avoiding a downward flash that could leave him vulnerable to being pursued. Nevertheless, even in light of this, Su Fang remained resolute in his pursuit, decisively following up with a Q skill, launching a spear that, through his passive ability, allowed him to vault over the wall. The spear struck Fang's ice mage. Su Fang decisively pressed the E skill to thrust his spear, for he was well aware that the health of the boar had already plummeted to the execution threshold. He had been patient, refraining from hastily using the spear, with the intent of reeling in a grand catch. Now that the fish had taken the bait, it was time to reel it in. With a resounding rip, the already battered boar was effortlessly dispatched, and in the process, the spear was dislodged from the icy grasp of Fang. Upon witnessing this, Balon reacted swiftly, disregarding the now skill-less Ollie Star, and pivoted to point toward Fang's location. However, Fang was no fool. He swiftly flashed over the wall and retreated a step, narrowly evading Balon's strike. Of course, in evading this attack, he was forced to draw closer to Su Fang, rendering any attempt at escape virtually impossible. This predicament instilled a flicker of despair within him. "Draw him over here." At that moment, Angel's voice resonated. Fang, glancing at Angel's position, comprehended his intent, and began to maneuver while attacking, gradually pulling himself towards the brush near the stone beetle. This tactic served dual purposes. It allowed him to utilize the brush to evade Su Fang's basic attacks while simultaneously enabling Angel to inflict damage. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Su Fang decisively followed suit, and the two of them proceeded to engage in combat as they walked. Meanwhile, Bao Lan and Shishi, unable to reach them, could only watch from the sidelines, eagerly waiting for an opportunity. In less than 3 seconds, they had fought their way to the thicket between the first and second towers of the upper lane. At this moment, Su Fang's health had dwindled to a mere 500, while Fang fared even worse, hovering around 400. It was evident that Su Fang was on the brink of being eliminated. A couple of basic attacks would suffice to finish him off. Growing increasingly anxious, Fang glanced beside him and finally spotted Angel Syndra, who was positioned in the blind spot near the wall of the upper lane's second tower, awaiting Su Fang's jump to execute his QE skill. The unique mechanism of Callista dictated that once she initiated a basic attack, she could not cancel it, including the jump action. Consequently, as long as he issued the jump command promptly, the leap would inevitably occur. He intended to exploit this to ensure that his QE skill would inevitably strike Su Fang's champion. The commentator, Guan Zeyuan, noted this pivotal moment, remarking that Angel was stationed in a blind spot and that Su Fang's position was perilous. If struck by Syndra's skill, he could very well be controlled to his demise. Finally, Su Fang executed a basic attack, prompting his model to initiate the jump. Observing this, Angel decisively unleashed his QE skill, sending the dark sphere hurtling towards Su Fang's landing point. However, what they envisioned did not transpire. Su Fang's Callista unexpectedly triggered a consecutive jump mid-air, deftly evading the oncoming dark sphere. Fang could hardly contain his frustration as he was poised to secure a kill. But this unexpected maneuver from the slippery champion thwarted him. The audience and commentators alike were left in astonishment. Guan Zeyuan exclaimed, "What is happening? He lacks vision and yet manages to dodge Syndra's QE. Is this not too outrageous?" Before he could fully process the shock, the skirmish continued, and he resumed his commentary. After evading Syndra's skill, Su Fang faced no further threats, effortlessly dispatching Fang with a couple of spear throws. Upon securing the kill, he turned back to join forces with Bao Lan, directing their firepower towards Shishi's Ollie Star, who was left without any skills to defend himself, merely spectating from the sidelines. With his ultimate expended, Ollie Star could not withstand the onslaught, pursued by Bao Lan's tank and Su Fang's champion. He could only delay his demise for a brief moment before succumbing. With Alistair's death, the conflict in the upper lane reached a definitive conclusion. It can be said that IG's team truly stands alone, exhibiting yet another classic instance of overcoming numbers, with 3 pursuing 4. What was initially perceived as an opportunity for SN unexpectedly turned into IG's moment to shine. Guan Zeyuan chuckled. The continuous misjudgments regarding the outcomes left him feeling slightly awkward yet amused. Wang Duo chimed in. Perhaps this is the charm of IG. Their unique playstyle relies purely on individual skill rather than strategy, embodying the principle that sheer strength can overcome all obstacles. Indeed, Guan Zeyuan wholeheartedly agreed with this assertion. He elaborated on the Shy's situation, where he barely survived, opting to turn back and unleash his ultimate ability upon Su Fang and Bao Lan's arrival, showing no inclination to flee. The lower lane duo, fully aware of the numerical advantage SN possessed, still chose to engage head-on. This is IG. As Su Fang's remarkable maneuvers continued to unfold. Guan Zeyuan noted, now, let us revisit this moment through the replay. He expertly guided the viewers through the first-person perspective of Su Fang, which illuminated the intricate details of player actions and various threats. Guan Zeyuan began to narrate earnestly. The Shy SNR stunned 3 members of SN, allowing Su Fang to dive in and unleash his damage. Here, the situation is manageable. SN lacks skills, so from this perspective, they are merely trying to reposition. With the Shy falling, the most perilous moment is approaching. Upon witnessing this, everyone became invigorated, eager to discern the circumstances from the first-person perspective and to understand the maneuvers involved. As the chase continued towards the SN top lane's first tower, unexpectedly, the boar-like champion turned back to counter, followed by a magical crystal arrow that surged from below, initiating a series of controls that were inescapable. Simultaneously, the ice archer began to inflict damage from behind the wall, while the bull-headed champion suddenly charged forward. Observing this scene, particularly from a first-person viewpoint, where danger lurked from all directions, many spectators felt their mental capacity surge to its limits, their minds momentarily paralyzed, unable to conceive the optimal course of action. Yet, Su Fang had already reacted, using his flash to evade the bull-headed champion's WQ combo while pursuing the ice archer. From the divine perspective, even when aware of subsequent actions, most viewers were utterly oblivious to the bull-headed champion's imminent WQ flash, let alone how to respond. The first-person experience, akin to walking a tightrope, felt profoundly real, prompting many to subconsciously place themselves in Su Fang's position and ponder how they would act, with their reflexive answer likely being to strike the boar champion first, then reassess. Following their method, it was inevitable that being struck by the bull-headed champion's WQ flash would lead to certain demise. And only at this moment could they grasp the true terror of professional players. Even Guan Zeyuan couldn't suppress a gasp, unable to fathom the multitude of thoughts Su Fang must have entertained in that instant. As the replay continued, it soon reached the critical final phase, which piqued everyone's curiosity regarding how Su Fang evaded Cinder's ball push. From Su Fang's first-person perspective, he positioned his character in the bottom left corner of the screen, leaving ample space in the upper right. This visual clearly indicated that Su Fang was aware of potential threats in that direction, hence the substantial void, allowing him to gather more information from the upper right. Generally, the game offers both locked and non-locked screen modes. The latter permits higher skill ceilings as it allows players to shift their view based on mouse position rather than being fixed at the center. Su Fang adeptly utilized this by providing a broader view of the upper right corner. At the moment of the jump, a dark orb emerged from the wall. Although not overtly conspicuous, Su Fang, already prepared, captured it immediately, executing a swift AQ double jump to evade the lethal QE push. The replay concluded, leaving the commentators momentarily speechless. The intensity of the first-person perspective amplified the terrifying nature of the situation, with all eyes upon Su Fang, where a single misstep could lead to demise. After a brief pause, Guan Zeyuan remarked, "This is professional competition. Any error is unacceptable, truly spectacular." Su Fang's execution was impeccable. Although the advantage of equipment played a significant role, without his flawless maneuvering, such a result would not have been possible. Wang Duo exclaimed, "This is Su Fang. This is what it means to remain untouched. He dances upon the edge of a blade." As they spoke, conflict erupted in the bottom lane, where Ning Wang and Rookie suddenly attacked Aubin beneath the tower. Despite the protection of the turret, Aubin could not withstand the combined assault of the two. Thus, The skirmish concluded swiftly, with Rookie effortlessly claiming Aubin's life. Wang Duo remarked, "Now SN's disadvantage is insurmountable. There may have been a glimmer of hope, but it is now exceedingly difficult to recover." Following this engagement, SN faced a situation akin to being completely wiped out, with only Angel Syndra remaining alive. IG advanced on both the mid and bottom lanes simultaneously, leaving him to defend the bottom lane's inhibitor. The mid lane's first and second towers had fallen, and merely 13 minutes had elapsed, an astonishingly rapid pace. At this juncture, the economic disparity had reached approximately 6,000, rendering a comeback for SN exceedingly formidable. Guan Zeyuan shared similar sentiments, yet as a commentator, he felt compelled to salvage some optimism for SN. Indeed, the pressure is mounting for SN, however. Their composition still holds potential for seizing opportunities. Let us see if they can prolong the game. He spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Meanwhile, the SN players exhibited grim expressions, even doubting their ability to mount a comeback. Their spirits had been thoroughly dampened, having been outnumbered and outmaneuvered. They began to question their own capabilities, a stark contrast to their previous experiences where they could rely on strategic pacing to secure victories. Now, despite their best efforts and strategy, they faltered when combat was necessary. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent within the team's communication, with minimal dialogue. Only the faint sound of keyboards echoing. After a prolonged silence, Aubin finally broke the stillness. "Let us abandon the outer tower and defend the high ground." Although he felt this was futile, the game was not yet over. There remained a need to struggle. The others remained silent, save for Shishi, who offered a brief acknowledgement. On the opposite side, as the clock struck 13 minutes, Fang, noticing the impending approach of 15 minutes, began to feel a sense of urgency. Although he had just orchestrated the destruction of SN's mid-lane outer towers, it was still insufficient. A decisive team wipe was necessary to have any chance of pushing down the enemy's nexus. The quest for this opportunity to engage again became paramount. "How about we group up and attempt to push?" Fang proposed. Ningguang responded, "I think that's a viable plan, given our substantial advantage. It would be illogical not to push forward. Let us initiate an assault on the mid lane." Rookie added, "I will join from the front. Let the Shy apply pressure in the bottom lane to ensure we can at least secure the upper lane's inhibitor." Agreed. After determining their strategy, the team swiftly assembled in the mid lane, leaving only the Shy's Gnar alone in the bottom lane. Before long, Fang and his teammates arrived at the front of the mid lane high ground. SN also gathered all their members to defend the tower and clear the waves. Bound by the high ground wall, the two teams exchanged blows. Rookie unleashed a barrage of cannon fire to chip away at their opponent's health, while Ningguang lurked in the blind spot, patiently awaiting an opportunity. SN relied on Angel Syndra and Huanfeng's abilities to manage the minion waves from a distance. A wave of minions, under the onslaught of Angel Syndra, was swiftly eradicated within mere seconds. Given the safety of his positioning, there was little the opponents could do but watch him clear the waves. Furthermore, with the ever-watchful presence of the Pig Girl and Ali Star, Fang and Rookie found it difficult to be overly aggressive in targeting the tower. Thus, both teams were compelled to linger in the mid lane. And a minute passed quickly. At last, Ningguang could no longer contain himself. He leaped in with his E-ability, only to be interrupted mid-air by a Lister's decisive charge. Once again, their offensive intentions were thwarted. The health Rookie had painstakingly whittled down was quickly replenished as the opponents returned to base in waves, soon rejoining the fray at full strength. Another minute elapsed, and the opponent's mid-lane high ground tower still stood tall, having lost merely half its health. Meanwhile, due to the relentless use of abilities and the sacrifice of one life for several of the enemies, Fang's side had already diminished in strength. Finally, Ningguang spoke up. "Let's abandon this. We've been unable to push for quite some time, and the enemy is playing far too defensively, refusing to engage. If we continue to drag this out, we'll all be out of energy." Indeed, Fang suggested, "Let us go for the Rift Herald. If the enemy chooses to contest it, we can engage them. If not, we can take the Rift Herald and push forward." Rookie concurred. Fang glanced at the clock in the upper right corner, which read 15:23, and realized he had no choice but to concede. The pace of this match had been somewhat sluggish, the kills too few and far between. There was no way to accomplish the task at hand. All he could do was strive for success in the next round. "Let us go," he agreed, following his teammates as they made their way towards the Rift Herald. SN still exhibited no intention of emerging from their position, prompting Fang to remark on their remarkable steadiness. With no alternative, they resolved to secure the Rift Herald first and then utilize it to push forward. After vanquishing the Rift Herald, they returned briefly to replenish their supplies and purchased a stopwatch in preparation for the impending team fight. At this moment, the dragon also respawned. Yet Su Fang and his team paid it no mind. Their advantage was so substantial that they could conclude the match without it. Shy, let us push mid together. Utilizing the Rift Herald, Rookie directed the Shy. With the Rift Herald at their disposal, there was no need to apply pressure through split pushing. They could simply gather and force a team fight. Oh, I'm on my way, the Shy replied. Soon, the 5 members of IG congregated in the mid lane. And as Ning pressed the number 4 key on his keyboard, the Rift Herald burst forth from the void with a roar. Upon hearing the sound, the SN team understood Su Fang's intentions. They clearly aimed to accelerate their assault. The commentator, Guan Zeyuan, noted, it seems IG intends to make a decisive push. They were halted in their mid-lane advance previously, but with the Rift Herald this time, it will be much harder for SN to defend. They now faced the necessity of a final stand. If they did not engage, their base would be lost. It was a desperate gamble, and the outcome rested on whether SN could seize this last opportunity. In truth, IG was somewhat overzealous, with only 16.5 minutes gone. They could afford to play more cautiously. As the scene unfolded, both teams converged before SN's mid-lane inhibitor. However, SN merely observed from a distance, cautiously allowing Syndra to poke a few times. They understood well that the inhibitor could not be held, and their strategy revolved around finding opportunities around the outer turret. Suddenly, the Rift Herald charged forward, and SN's inhibitor tower crumbled in an instant. The members of SN swiftly retreated, leaving no room for error. Su Fang remained unperturbed as he observed the Shy's health bar, which was in the red, alongside his own summoner spell cooldown of less than 30 seconds. He began strategizing in his mind. After successfully demolishing the mid-lane high ground turret, the opposing team exhibited no defensive maneuvers and retreated directly to their inner turret. With no obstructions in their path, the small crystal in the mid-lane was easily shattered under the combined efforts of Su Fang and his teammates. As the system announcement rang out, super minions began to spawn. Let's keep pushing. I don't want to waste any more time. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can clock out, Ningguang declared. Push, push, push. I believe we can do it, Rookie and the Shy echoed in unison, their thoughts aligned. The Shy added, I can transform and take some risks. Hold on, Shy. Let's first pressure with the Rift Herald and see if we can find an opportunity, Rookie quickly interjected. Given the current circumstances, it was not yet time to force a team fight. His strategy was to apply pressure with the Herald, compelling the opposition to engage first, thus significantly increasing their chances of countering effectively and improving their damage output environment. Upon hearing this, the Shy reluctantly set aside his eagerness. Soon, a new wave of minions appeared, and Su Fang and his team decisively moved forward to manage the wave, allowing the Rift Herald to continue its advance. The opposing side was still relying solely on Syndra and Ashe to poke at the minions from a distance. However, such damage was evidently insufficient to pose a threat to the Herald. As the Herald repositioned, it began to charge once more, as a resource for tower damage. A single charge caused SN's right inner turret to plummet to less than a quarter of its health. Witnessing this, Su Fang, Rookie, and the Shy swiftly moved to deal damage to the weakened turret, while Ningguang's Zac and Balan's Leona stood by, providing ample deterrence. With the right inner turret on the verge of collapse, SN could no longer maintain their composure. Huanfeng and Angel finally positioned themselves more aggressively, while the Bull and the Pig were tentatively advancing forward. With their backs against 2 inner turrets, they felt relatively secure, relying on their range to quickly clear the remaining minions, leaving only a Rift Herald with around 1,000 health still pushing forward. However, Su Fang and his team seized this opportunity and successfully took down SN's right inner turret. Rookie capitalized on this moment, launching a well-aimed cannon shot from an advantageous angle that struck Huanfeng, instantly depleting half of his health and forcing him to retreat to the fountain for recovery. The destruction of SN's right inner turret signaled the Herald's next charging phase. For SN, with only 1 inner turret remaining, this was an untenable situation. It represented their last line of defense. If it fell, they would be left with nothing but their vulnerable nexus. As the Herald began to charge, SN's players could no longer afford to retreat. Sopham's Pig was compelled to engage, while the Bull moved forward as well. An Angel positioned himself safely to cast a Q ability in an attempt to reduce the Herald's health. Even Aubin's Kane took the risk to step forward and deliver a strike. For Su Fang and his teammates, this presented the perfect opportunity, one they could not afford to miss. Ning Wang's Zack initiated his charge, while Balan directly targeted Safa's pick. However, in the blink of an eye, the bull's charge knocked Balan's Leona aside as he activated his ultimate, standing in front of SOFIM to provide protection. Seeing this, Rookie and the Shy quickly followed up with damage against the bull, attempting to push him back. Yet, with his ultimate active, the bull enjoyed nearly 60 damage reduction, rendering their efforts ineffective. Even with the combined assault of the ahead of the curved Jace and Gnar, the bull merely dropped to half health, remaining far from danger. Meanwhile, SOFIM took full advantage of the situation, executing a W8 to finish off the nearly depleted Rift Herald. Subsequently, SNS players retreated to the safety of their turret, adopting a cautious defense, unwilling to engage in a team fight. Without the Herald, they would have to wait for the next wave of minions to continue their advance. They had no choice but to take their time, as the opposing team was playing conservatively, and even the bull's ultimate had been expended. After a brief pause, a new wave of minions finally emerged. At this moment, the Shy, with his rage fully stacked, transformed uncontrollably into Mega Gnar. This form was far more suited for team fights, presenting yet another opportunity for Fang and his team. SN was acutely aware of this. Huanfeng and the bull returned to the fountain to replenish their health before once again arriving at the front line to initiate a new round of defense. In a mere 5 seconds, SN's newly spawned minions were entirely dispatched by Fang's team. At this juncture, their minions had reached the high ground. Observing this, the Shy decisively declared, "I'll initiate. We can fight." This time, Rookie offered no dissent, recognizing the critical need for a breakthrough in the current situation. They could not afford to prolong the stalemate any longer, as the opposing team could continuously return to replenish their resources, while they would gradually deplete their health and mana, risking a disastrous team fight. "Don't worry, just go for it. I'll be right there within 3 steps," Ning Wang assured him. "All right," the Shy responded. As the minion wave approached the tower, the Shy suddenly made his move, leaping forward with his E-skill. Just as he prepared to flash in for a decisive blow to push the SN team away, a dark sphere unexpectedly struck him, rendering him stunned. Simultaneously, the freshly healed Alistar charged in, knocking the Shy out of the fray. Observing this, Balan swiftly flashed in, closing the distance to unleash his ultimate. Unfortunately for him, the SN members had anticipated this and deftly evaded the area of effect. Shisha managed to flash backward to dodge the ultimate, while SOFM's Gragas easily sidestepped the ensuing stun with a well-timed Q ability. The remaining SN members were positioned far enough to be out of Balan's ultimate range. Instead, Balan found himself under the tower's fire due to his aggressive play, while Huanfeng's Ash quickly followed up with a volley, applying slow to prolong Balan's suffering under the turret. Meanwhile, the rest of SN took this opportunity to clear the remaining minions beneath the tower, effectively thwarting yet another initiation attempt by IG. The rhythm of IG's assaults had been consistently disrupted, and it seemed the momentum was gradually shifting away from them. Commentator Guan Zeyuan remarked on the impressive defensive play by SN, noting how they had successfully neutralized IG's consecutive offensive maneuvers, allowing the match to extend further. For IG, the Rift Herald had been utilized, and the Shy SNAR was about to revert to its smaller form, with the overall state of the team diminishing significantly. It seemed ill-advised to force another push at this juncture. I suggested they retreat momentarily, replenish their resources, secure the dragon, and proceed cautiously. After all, with such a substantial advantage, there was no need to rush, right? He tossed the question to Wang Duo beside him, who echoed his sentiments, affirming that IG should take their time, gradually compressing the enemy's jungle resources while waiting for the Baron to respawn. After all, it was SN who should be feeling the pressure. As the new wave of minions spawned, IG collectively decided to withdraw. Observing IG's retreat, the SN members sighed in relief, having narrowly survived yet another onslaught. However, within IG's team communication, there was no mention of retreat. "Follow me," Fang commanded. "Are we really engaging? This feels risky." Balan hesitated. Ning Wang interjected, "What's the issue? We should seize this advantage. Fangzi, you go in, and I'll follow." The Shy was clearly reluctant to back down, immediately chiming in, "I can flash in. Then let us fight." Rookie concurred with Fang's decision. With all members affirming the plan, Fang turned towards the freshly spawned minion wave, ready to proceed. Meanwhile, Guan Zeyuan continued discussing IG strategy, suggesting a cautious retreat to secure the dragon, restore their health, and then apply pressure in the bot lane before utilizing the Baron for a decisive team fight. Suddenly, Wang Duo tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to look back at the screen. where Su Fang had unexpectedly leaped back into the fray amidst the minion wave. What? He quickly refrained from further commentary and shifted focus to the unfolding situation. Su Fang had surged forward again, seemingly intent on continuing the fight. The other IG members followed suit, indicating no intention of retreat. This unexpected turn left him momentarily speechless. Similarly, SN's team was caught off guard. They had prepared to pursue but were met with Su Fang's swift advance. SOFM was the first to react. Predicting Su Fang's landing spot and executing a QR combo to conceal the initiation of his ultimate. The shot successfully struck Su Fang, who appeared unfazed by the incoming Gragas ultimate. At the precise moment it hit, he activated Cleanse, dispelling the effect with such swiftness that it seemed he never missed a beat. He continued his advance, simultaneously launching his ultimate, ensnaring Balon S. Leona in a metaphorical pokeball. Stay put until I give the signal. At that moment, Huanfeng observed Su Fang's use of Cleanse and, with a furrowed brow, made a decisive choice to unleash his ultimate. If Su Fang pursued, he would be caught in its wake. If he dodged, he would no longer be able to chase them down. He secretly hoped Su Fang would continue the pursuit, envisioning a lone, vulnerable champion ripe for their control. As a magical crystal arrow sped toward him, Su Fang exhibited no signs of distress. For him, the notion of choosing between evasion and pursuit was non-existent. In the next heartbeat, as the arrow neared, Su Fang made his move, timing it precisely. He flashed through the incoming projectile. This maneuver, a perfect blend of skill and timing, allowed him to avoid critical control while maintaining his offensive. Huanfeng, witnessing this, could not help but mutter, "Monster." Afterward, he urgently called out to his teammates, "He is coming. Let us take him down." Yet, his teammates were already closing in. Aubin activated his ultimate, charging forth with great speed, while Angel S. Syndra flashed forward, initiating with a QR combo, executing the most reliable sequence to ensure Su Fang had no chance to maneuver. With both Cleanse and Flash unavailable, Su Fang found himself in a dire situation against the incoming onslaught. The commentators and audience alike were left in suspense, watching the unfolding scene with bated breath. In the next moment, the scene shifted dramatically. Su Fang transformed into a golden figure, entering a state of stasis. The incoming bull-headed WQ double strike and Syndra's QR were all nullified by the stopwatch's immobilizing effect, leaving the approaching Sword Demon, Ice Maid, and Pig Girl momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, the female tank from the void leapt into the fray, sending Su Fang, the Pig Girl, Sword Demon, and Syndra soaring into the air. Simultaneously, a rubbery figure soared in from a distance, landing with a powerful ultimate, bouncing uncontrollably and layering control effects. The members of SN were tossed about like mere playthings. Even when Su Fang's stopwatch effect wore off, no one paid him any heed. In such a flawless environment for dealing damage, Su Fang decisively initiated a relentless auto-attack, gliding effortlessly. Soon, spears manifested on the bodies of SN's players. The only one capable of action, the Illusion Blade, sought to inflict damage, but was soon met with two individuals racing in with acceleration. The Shy Snar and Rookie S. Jace, both relying on the speed boost, plunged into the chaos without hesitation. The Shy executed a precise palm strike, sending the SN players, who had just landed, hurtling back into the air. Following this, Rookie S. Jace delivered a devastating hammer blow, leaving the SN team in a state of near defeat, while Su Fang continued to stack his spears. The sounds of tearing and rending filled the air. Gradually, the situation on screen clarified, culminating in the system's announcement of an ACE. All SN members collapsed, while the 5 from IG stood triumphant. Guan Zeyuan could not help but exclaim, "Wow, what an extraordinary team fight." This encounter was nothing short of sensational. A truly perfect engagement. It could be said that SN hardly moved throughout, enduring a barrage of continuous control. Su Fang initially initiated the attack, flashing in with a powerful ability, followed by Ning Wang's Zac delivering an AoE control, and finally, the Shy's palm strike. Wang Duo interjected. One can only say that SN is somewhat desperate. They thought they had defended a crucial wave and that the opponents would retreat to regroup, only to be forcibly engaged by Su Fang, an ADC, and he didn't even perish in the process. Indeed, Guan Zeyuan affirmed, with SN's entire team now fallen, no one can halt IG's advance. Let us congratulate IG. Congratulations to IG. Wang Duo quickly chimed in. Guan Zeyuan continued. Congratulations to IG for successfully claiming 2 victories on the grand stage of the World Championship. The current score stands at 2-0, leaving IG just 1 step away from re-entering the semifinals. Conversely, for SN, the situation appeared bleak. Having lost 2 consecutive points, they now faced a dire predicament. The next match would be their last chance for survival. He paused for a moment. Consecutively losing 2 games in around 20 minutes greatly affects the morale of the entire team, and the players' states will also be impacted. Regardless, SN has reached a critical juncture. They must make a final stand and bring forth their best performance. However, he internally harbored doubts about SN's prospects. It should be noted that in the first game, SN managed to hold on for about 20 minutes, yet the second ended in a mere 18 minutes. This was the World Championship, after all. To witness 2 matches conclude so swiftly was quite extraordinary. One might mistake it for a casual ranked game. Nevertheless, he understood that this was not SN's fault. Rather, IG's current prowess was overwhelming, entirely different from their performance in the regular season, revealing a distinct disparity in strength. Perhaps if SN's players could exhibit their peak form, they might stand a chance. However, if the subsequent matches continued in this vein, it would be a formidable challenge. Of course, the match was not over. Opportunities still lingered. Although SN now trails by 2 points, anything can happen in a match. As long as the game is not concluded, there remains a chance. The examples of comebacks from 0 to 2 are not uncommon, and SN's fans need not despair. Trust in the players. At this moment, Wang Duo bluntly stated, "I feel it's rather bleak, as both of these matches concluded rather rapidly. It seems we might be clocking out early today." His words unleashed a storm of reactions. Guan Zeyuan had to admire his audacity, quickly attempting to defuse the situation. Ahem. It's hard to say. It seems SN's performance in these 2 games might be due to some issues with their form. Perhaps after adjustments in the next match, a different scenario will unfold. It should be noted that they were indeed strong during the league. Yet Wang Duo persisted. The first match ended in over 20 minutes, the second in 18 minutes. Do you think the third will be even quicker, perhaps breaking IG's previous record of 15:57 for the fastest match? Break 15:57. How could that be possible? Guan Zeyuan mused. That record was set during IG's prime against SKT, which employed an unusual composition that allowed them to be overwhelmed. Under normal circumstances, it was virtually impossible to achieve such a time. Moreover, IG was no longer the peak team they once were. Player conditions had declined, and there had been roster changes. He deemed it improbable. After a brief contemplation, he remarked, "It shouldn't be the case. That record is exceedingly difficult to surpass." Now on the World Championship stage, teams are adopting their most stable compositions to counter their opponents. It's unlikely to be that swift. Wang Duo continued, "I think." At this point, in the SN resting room backstage, a palpable sense of despondency enveloped the atmosphere. The players returned, having lost the will to communicate, utterly deflated by the prior 2 matches. To be honest, losing was bearable, but losing so decisively was unacceptable. They felt as though they had no chance to retaliate, merely being subjected to a thorough thrashing. It was utterly despairing. Coach Cha Xiao, witnessing this situation, felt compelled to speak up. "In the next match, let us pick champions you're comfortable with. Ones you have confidence in. At this point, we don't need to worry about drafting strategies. Maintaining a positive mindset is paramount. Regardless, the match isn't over. Even in defeat, we should strive to make it look decent. Is it shameful to be thoroughly crushed? You all decide what to do, given the current circumstances. Discussing draft strategies is futile. The players' morale has plummeted. It's better to allow them to play freely. Who knows, if they pick champions they are confident in, they might achieve an unexpected victory." Regardless of whether these words will have any effect, he has done all he can. The performance of the players ultimately depends on their own abilities. He is merely a coach and can do little more. The brief respite swiftly came to an end once again. The 2 teams returned to their battle stations. Chris stood behind Su Fang and inquired, "Are you certain? Are you really going to employ that lineup?" Ning Wang quickly responded, "Just select it, and let's get on with it. Let's decisively crush the opposition without hesitation. Indeed, there is room to quicken the pace and allow Shai to enjoy the game," Rookie added with a smile. At last, Su Fang spoke up, "Let us hasten our push. Our previous attempt was rather sluggish. Let us break the former record of 15:57. Ning Wang chuckled and replied, "Indeed, it seems we have a chance. I feel quite confident that SN can be easily defeated. We shall crush them in the early game." At this moment, Bao Lan also remarked softly. With everyone expressing similar sentiments, Chris naturally had no objections. Soon, as all participants entered the room, the referee's command signaled the official commencement of the BP phase. In this round, SN opted for the blue side once again. Right from the start, SN banned NAR, Rumble, and Jace. effectively removing the champions that Su Fang's team had utilized so effectively in the previous match. On the other hand, Su Fang's bans were rather straightforward, eliminating Ashe, Ezreal, and Jhin. Observing the bans from both sides, commentators Guan Zeyuan and Wang Duo immediately began their analysis. Guan Zeyuan noted, "It seems that IG is indeed focusing on the bottom lane this time, as they have banned champions that are particularly strong or stable in the ADC role." Wang Duo concurred, adding, "Despite the fact that champions like Ashe and Jhin are quite strong in this patch, typically, these marksman champions do not consume valuable ban slots. Yet, IG has dedicated their first 3 crucial bans to the bottom lane, indicating that their strategy for this match will undoubtedly revolve around the bot lane." Just as they were discussing, the drafting phase commenced. SN promptly secured the Void Burrower and Rek'Sai. At the competition desk, Chris once again posed the pivotal question, "Are we certain?" Su Fang nodded firmly, stating that they could proceed without fear of being targeted by Kanto. Following this, Chris had no choice but to allow the Shy and Ning to confirm their selections, and in the next moment, the icons of 2 heroes illuminated the big screen, Titan and Draven. Upon witnessing this, Guan Zeyuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, here they come." Wang Duo interjected, saying, "I sensed it from the ban phase. IG was certainly aiming for a strong bottom lane composition, and indeed, Draven is a high-risk, high-reward champion. He must secure an early advantage and demands a high level of proficiency." Anticipation swirled around Su Fang's Draven. Guan Zeyuan continued, "This places the pressure squarely on SN's bottom lane. How will Fang counter the Draven and Titan duo? With Ezreal and Ashe banned, he faces significant pressure. Which champion should he choose?" Fang gazed at the array of AD champions on the screen, caught in a dilemma. Frankly, he had never contemplated playing Draven. And now being thrust into the option, he could hardly think of any suitable champion. His coach, Charshu, offered no suggestions. He was left to make the choice alone. Wilmom, Xayah, Kai'Sa, these champions would struggle against Draven, clearly a pressure-laden scenario. At that moment, he spotted a champion capable of trading damage with Draven at level 6. Provided he could endure the early phases. Indeed, it was Aphelios. As his signature pick, he had not had the chance to select him in the previous 2 games. But now the opportunity had arisen. He began a prolonged period of contemplation. "Once I come online, my damage will surpass Draven's, and in teamfights with red, white, and green weapons, I could even deal damage from a safe distance of 1,000 yards. The only concern was his slight weakness in the early game. If he could survive that phase, all would be well. Should he trust in himself?" With that thought, his expression darkened. When did he begin to doubt his Aphelios? Lacking the courage to make the choice? Taking a deep breath, he resolved to act without hesitation, prompting SOFIM to lock in his selection. Soon, 2 hero icons lit up the screen, Aphelios and Thresh. The classic Aphelios-Thresh combination stood ready to face Draven and Titan. Guan Zeyuan remarked, "This match is shaping up to be quite exciting." Both teams revealed their most formidable champions or signature picks. Fang's Aphelios was particularly noteworthy. Although Su Fang's Aphelios had performed admirably before, Fang's had gained fame early on. In this critical match, Fang chose to trust in himself, and expectations for his performance grew. The draft continued with IG selecting Zac and LeBlanc, while SN rounded off their picks with Camille and Galio. In an instant, SN's composition came together, centering on Camille and Galio for initiation, while unleashing their strongest core champion, Aphelios. At this point, only the Shy's champion remained a mystery. The final choice piqued everyone's curiosity. What was he concealing by saving the top lane pick for last? Guan Zeyuan speculated, could it be Jax or Fiora? In the next moment, an icon illuminated the screen. Quinn, Guan Zeyuan, and Wang Duo exclaimed in unison. Realization dawned on Guan Zeyuan as he recalled, "How could I have forgotten this champion? Quinn is indeed one of Shy's signature heroes, and his playstyle aligns perfectly with her." Wang Duo added, "This match truly pits the best against the best. Aubin-S Camille, the Shy-S Quinn, Fang's Aphelios against Su Fang's Draven." With the Shy-S choice confirmed, both teams' compositions were solidified. SN's lineup: Camille, Rek'Sai, Galio, Aphelios, Thresh. IG's lineup: Quinn, Zac, LeBlanc, Draven, Titan. Observing the finalized compositions, Guan Zeyuan analyzed. On paper, both teams' compositions appear relatively balanced. However, SNS lineup seems slightly more robust, with Camille and Galio's synergy providing a comprehensive framework that includes frontline, initiation, and damage output. In contrast, IG's composition leaned more towards aggression, composed entirely of champions that must dominate the landing phase to gain an advantage, relying heavily on individual player performance and inherently risky offensive lineup. Of course, should IG execute their early aggression effectively, once they developed, it would be challenging to restrain them. Wang Duo nodded in agreement with this analysis. In summary, SNS composition is more stable and solid, while IGS is more aggressive and risky. Each bears its own strengths and weaknesses, ultimately hinging on the player's performances. As the match began to unfold, the scene shifted to the 2020 World Championship quarterfinals, where IG faced SN in their third match. The screen displayed IG's 5 players making their way from the river to the lower lanes brush on the blue side, converging on SN's lower jungle red buff. Guan Zeyuan began his commentary. IG has opted for an early foray into SN's lower jungle, clearly aiming to capitalize on their bottom lane strength. However, SN appeared to be aware, having signaled in their jungle, indicating they understood IG's presence and chose not to engage. SOFM circled into IG's upper jungle, and both junglers exchanged red buffs. At this point, he paused momentarily before elaborating. When both junglers swap jungle sides, it inevitably results in significant pressure on both lanes. In this match, SOFM opening in IG's upper red jungle signifies that his subsequent pathing will largely remain in that area, as his own lower jungle has been cleared by Ning. Consequently, he will not venture downwards, leaving the shy to navigate his lane with heightened caution. Meanwhile, SN's south bottom lane must remain vigilant against IG's potential ganks. SN is under pressure in the bottom lane, while IG feels the strain in the top lane. The outcome hinges on which side can maintain stability and avoid giving opportunities. Indeed, Wang Duo concurred. It is evident that after the jungle monsters respawned, IG's bot lane duo did not immediately push to the top lane. Instead, they chose to escort Ning Wang, ensuring his safe retrieval of SN's red zone. Meanwhile, on SN's side, Huanfeng and Shishi opted to place a ward in the tri-brush before advancing to the top lane. Upon arrival, Shishi's Thresh momentarily positioned himself to manipulate the minion wave. The advantages of this tactic are quite apparent. It not only facilitates a wave push, preventing potential ganks beneath the tower, but also deprives IG's bot lane duo of the experience from a frontline minion. Nevertheless, IG soon recognized this strategy and decisively moved to the top lane. The match commenced with a flurry of intricate maneuvers. Although Su Fang and Bao Lan hurried back to their lane, they inevitably lost out on the experience from a frontline minion. Additionally, their early return to the lane prevented them from utilizing jungle control to stack axes upon arrival. One cannot deny that SN's bot lane exhibited commendable foresight, achieving a trifecta of benefits from a single detail. However, Su Fang seemed unconcerned. While the opposing team may have employed some clever tactics, it would not significantly influence the unfolding situation. Upon entering the lane, Su Fang swiftly activated his Q to prepare for stacking axes, simultaneously feigning an attempt to steal a hit from Huanfeng's Aphelios. Huanfeng, quick to react, promptly repositioned himself while utilizing the 650 range of his weapon to evade Su Fang's attacks. This exchange showcased the art of kiting. After one round, Su Fang found himself unable to land a single hit, instead facing 3 of Huanfeng's counterattacks. Witnessing this, Huanfeng finally revealed a long-awaited smile. "Do you understand the significance of that 650 range when attempting to kite me?" On the commentary desk, Wang Duo remarked on this scene, stating, "Su Fang seems a bit anxious, attempting to steal a hit from Huanfeng at level 1. However, considering Draven's mere 550 range, it is indeed challenging to kite against a 650 range Aphelios," resulting in Su Fang being hit several times for no gain. Guan Zeyuan chimed in, agreeing that Huanfeng's kiting was executed exceptionally well. Initially, Huanfeng shared this perspective. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Why had the minion wave reverted to a balanced state? Under normal circumstances, with one of his minions being blocked at level 1, the wave should have pushed towards the tower. How had it returned to equilibrium? Was it due to the earlier exchange of blows? He was not foolish. He quickly identified the crucial factor. Although he had gained a slight advantage in the trade, his attack on Su Fang's Draven had drawn the ire of the enemy minions, while his own minions continued to attack theirs. This back and forth ultimately restored the minion wave to a state of equilibrium. Realizing this, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. To achieve a balanced minion wave at such a rapid pace by trading health was remarkable. However, Huanfeng quickly calmed his emotions. After all, the wave was still neutral. And with Draven's dual axe damage, the wave would eventually push back, albeit at a slower pace. Moreover, the experience gained from having an extra frontline minion at level 1 would ensure their early advantage in reaching level 2. Thus, the overall impact seemed minimal. Or was it truly insignificant? Su Fang held a different perspective. With the minion wave now positioned in the center, myriad opportunities lay ahead. His immediate task was to summon his dual axes, focusing solely on securing the last hits. Before long, the cooldown on his Q ability would conclude, and the dual axes would finally be in his grasp. Meanwhile, from the side brush, Bao Lan decisively advanced toward Shishi Thresh. Upon noticing this, Shishi instinctively created distance, maneuvering to evade the Q ability, while remaining poised to unleash his E skill. Should Titan ensnare him, he would swiftly turn to activate his E, triggering Aftershock to absorb damage. Just as both Huan Feng and Shishi presumed Bao Lan's target was Shishi's Thresh, Bao Lan unexpectedly flashed toward Huan Feng's position. Huan Feng, quick to react, executed a timely flash to evade Bao Lan's Titan hook. Simultaneously, Shishi rushed in, utilizing a counter E to pull Bao Lan back. They unleashed a flurry of attacks, reducing Bao Lan's health to half. Nevertheless, despite this setback, Su Fang and Bao Lan exchanged knowing smiles. Their objective had been achieved. The support S-Flash had been traded for the AD S-Flash, a significant gain. And with that exchange concluded, their subsequent actions would be straightforward. Su Fang remarked, "It feels promising. Now we merely await the next wave of minions to position themselves." Are we truly going to proceed with this? Bao Lan expressed a hint of concern. Before Su Fang could respond, Ning Wang's voice resonated, "Just do it. What is there to fear?" Reluctantly, Bao Lan acquiesced, "Very well." With their decision made, the focus shifted to execution. Subsequently, Su Fang continued his usual strategy of executing finishing blows on minions at low health, while intermittently applying pressure. This time, Huan Feng exhibited cleverness by first absorbing some damage before initiating a trade of blows. This approach not only ensured a favorable exchange, but also stabilized the minion wave, preventing it from pushing too far. Leveraging the reach granted by his champion, he maintained an advantage during the exchanges, as the level 1 Draven lacked any speed enhancements to facilitate kiting. Another exchange transpired. Su Fang's Draven was reduced to half health, while Huan Feng had lost less than a third of his health. This scene left both the audience and the commentators perplexed. Su Fang's exchange of health points exhibited a slight flaw. It is exceedingly challenging for a level 1 Draven to engage with Aphelios. Although Draven wields dual axes, his short range limits his ability to inflict damage effectively. Guan Zeyuan could not help but comment. Wang Duo echoed this sentiment, stating, "Indeed. This occurred while Aphelios was still at level 1 and without abilities. Once Aphelios reaches level 2, Su Fang's current state may make it difficult for him to maintain dominance." However, Su Fang on the field seemed unfazed, continuing with his aggressive exchanges. Soon enough, the second wave of minions arrived. Su Fang abruptly altered his strategy, ceasing the exchange of health and instead initiating a swift push down the lane. Meanwhile, Bao Lan joined him, beginning to attack the minions. With the damage boost from his dual axes combined with Bao Lan's itemization, they dispatched an entire wave of minions in under 10 seconds. After completing the second wave, both Su Fang and Bao Lan ascended to level 2. Additionally, 2 rear-line minions from the first wave remained, leading 8 rear-line minions to march towards SN's first turret. This unusual behavior undoubtedly raised the alarm for SN's bot lane duo. Huan Feng and Shishi were acutely aware of the impending storm. The observers, with their godlike perspective, clearly saw Ning Wang's Zac lurking in the brush behind them. Guan Zeyuan remarked, "Ning Wang's Zac has made his way to the bot lane. Is IG planning a forceful dive? This action suggests an intent to dive." Wang Duo chimed in. Thus, Su Fang's level 1 actions began to make sense. Bao Lan forcibly used his flash to trade for Huan Feng's flash, while Su Fang recklessly exchanged his health for Huan Feng's, all for the purpose of executing a strong dive. If they could eliminate Huan Feng, the health lost at level 1 would become inconsequential. One action led to another. It was evident that IG had meticulously designed this play. Guan Zeyuan nodded, continuing, "SN's bot lane is in jeopardy. If Huan Feng falls at this moment, he will struggle to match up against Draven. However, this situation could also present an opportunity for SN. If handled adeptly, they might quite possibly take down an IG member. Considering the turret's damage at this juncture is significantly high, let us observe how SN chooses to respond." On the field, Huan Feng and Shishi quickly grasped the situation. They understood that Zack was already in position, though the exact location eluded them. They were certain that Zack was present. Shishi promptly huddled close to Huan Feng, ensuring that even if Zack leaped in, he could use his E-skill to interrupt. Simultaneously, they began to devise a counter-strategy. Huan Feng was the first to communicate in the team voice chat. Can someone check the bot lane? Angel, take a look. Concurrently, Shishi advanced to deal damage to the minions approaching the turret. Let us secure level 2 first. I have flash and can learn lantern at level 2. Huan Feng quickly realized and began to auto-attack the minions, taking advantage of his range before the minion wave fully reached the turret. Together, they swiftly eliminated 2 low-health rear-line minions and 2 front-line minions, meaning they only needed 1 more front-line minion to reach level 2. At that moment, Su Fang and Bao Lan had arrived. Ning Wang's Zack suddenly leaped from above. Shishi reacted promptly, using an E-skill, the Curse of the Sad Mummy, to push back Ning Wang's Zack. After interrupting the jump, he retreated outside the turret, leaving Huan Feng alone beneath the turret to continue attacking the minions. Observing this, Bao Lan decisively stepped forward to apply Ignite, creating an opportunity for Su Fang and Ning Wang to deal damage. However, he did not press further, but instead retreated to the edge of the turret's attack range. Once Bao Lan began to tank the turret, Su Fang resolutely initiated his assault. With one strike, Huan Feng's health plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. Just then, a blaring red beam illuminated the turret, a sign of Angel's Galio teleporting in. At the commentary desk, Guan Zeyuan remarked, "It's Angel S teleport. Angel S Galio has opted for a level 3 teleport to protect Huan Feng. In this case, IG merely needs to retreat to secure a free teleport, yet Angel S' own development will suffer due to this move. It's a significant loss." He continued to scrutinize the screen. On the field, Su Fang faced a dilemma: to continue the assault or to withdraw. Engaging could lead to his demise, while retreating would secure a teleport advantage. Bao Lan, already below half health, could no longer withstand the turret's damage, further escalating the risks of continuing the dive. Retreating seemed the wiser course. However, their strategy had never favored caution. Without hesitation, Su Fang and Ning Wang made the same choice: to kill. They pressed on with the dive. Su Fang activated his W ability to boost his speed and attack speed, pursuing Huan Feng with relentless auto-attacks, while Ning Wang followed suit with a Q and an auto-attack. Seeing this, Bao Lan halted his retreat, realizing that since his teammates had made their decision, he must contribute as much as possible. He chose to continue tanking the turret until his demise. Huan Feng, now level 2 after finishing off the frontline minions, noticed the unfolding scene. Despite being relentlessly pursued by Su Fang and Ning Wang and having less than 300 health, he remained composed and even took a moment to strike Bao Lan's Thresh with a basic attack, aided by another turret shot. Effortlessly, he claimed Bao Lan's life. First blood. What? Guan Zeyuan exclaimed in disbelief at the commentary desk. Thresh had tanked the turret until his death, and Huan Feng had secured the kill, making this exchange quite favorable for him. Even a 1-for-1 trade was entirely acceptable given that first blood was worth 400 gold. Moreover, with Bao Lan's Thresh eliminated, it was now Su Fang's Draven who faced the turret. This turn of events placed IG in a precarious position. This dive was bound to end in disaster. As Bao Lan fell, the turret's target instantly shifted. Since Su Fang's Draven had just dealt damage, the turret redirected its focus onto him. Hearing the turret's warning sound, Su Fang paid it no heed, concentrating entirely on dealing damage to Huan Feng. Huan Feng's Aphelios was now on the brink of collapse under the combined onslaught of Su Fang and Ning Wang. Just a couple more auto-attacks would suffice. Yet, even in this critical moment, Huan Feng maintained his composure, a hint of delight creeping into his expression as he observed the turret's fire striking Su Fang's Draven. In the next breath, he shouted into the team voice chat, "Lantern, quickly." Without needing further instruction, Shishi, positioned outside the turret, promptly tossed the lantern in Huan Feng's direction. This lantern represented their shared confidence. They were acutely aware of the danger posed by Ning Wang in the lower jungle. Yet they chose to remain at the turret due to the safety the lantern provided. All they needed was for Thresh to reach level 2. Even if they were to be dived, the lantern's protective measure, combined with Thresh's flash, would be sufficient to carry Huan Feng to safety. They could even use Huan Feng's lack of flash as bait to draw the dive, while potentially capitalizing on turret shots for a counterkill, ultimately escaping with the aid of the lantern. A flawless plan. As the lantern approached, Huan Feng swiftly maneuvered his cursor to click on it. His health had dwindled to a perilous state, leaving him vulnerable to just 2 more basic attacks. Fortunately, he still possessed a healing ability. And given that IG's composition lacked significant crowd control, there was no necessity for purification. This was the perfect opportunity to seize a chance. However, as he clicked on the lantern with a beaming smile, he realized that he did not soar towards the serpent's position, but instead remained stationary, executing a basic attack in place. What? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a fake eye with merely 2 health points embedded at the center of the lantern. It was evident that when he had clicked the lantern, his cursor had inadvertently targeted the fake eye instead. Throughout the encounter, he had fundamentally misjudged a crucial detail. The lantern, as a last-ditch means of survival, was not infallible, and Su Fang was no fool. He had already discerned their intentions. During the skirmish, he had observed their movements closely, noting that Thresh had consistently positioned himself at the edge of the tower, while Huanfeng focused on minions, making their intentions all too apparent. Thus, Su Fang had been well prepared. Although he outwardly directed his attacks at Huanfeng, his gaze remained vigilant, watching for Thresh's flank. As Thresh launched the lantern, Su Fang decisively placed a ward, shattering his adversary's illusions. Observing Huanfeng standing idly, attacking the fake eye, Su Fang could not help but chuckle softly, remarking, "Did you truly believe you could escape?" Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his W ability to enhance his attack speed and charged towards Huanfeng's Aphelios with renewed vigor. At this juncture, Huanfeng's composure began to falter. In a flurry of panic, he